Han Qingyu was born during an epoch that forged legends, living a tranquil life for 19 years, never contemplating that one day his name would shimmer in the annals of history like a radiant star. Then, an unforeseen event transpired. The youth was forcibly handed a blade, compelling him to confront the myriad realities of which he had been blissfully unaware. Civilizational incursions, the Azure Coalition, energy mobilization devices, the soul-witnessing legion, the exile blade, the stream's edge. His vision was limited, for he was the embodiment of the young colonel, emblazoned upon vehicles and towering edifices during the era of universal conscription he was destined to wield that fateful sword in the Zenith War. Chapter 1. The year in Finglangio. The name Han Qingyu was bestowed upon him by an elderly monk, a wayfarer who guarded the dilapidated temple in the village. Upon inquiring later in life, he learned that it was chosen because, at the time of his birth, the rice seedlings in the paddies had just begun to turn from yellow to green, and the mountain stream had swollen, flooding for several days. Thus, his name was meant as a talisman against calamity, and the old monk received 5 dough of rice from each riverside village for his service. That was 19 years, 8 in truth. According to the ancient customs of certain rural regions, the name Han Qingyu was somewhat grandiose, perhaps too lofty. Yet, in Finglangio, no one comprehended this. Just as the villagers were oblivious to the fact that the name of their humble hamlet was also quite grand. Indeed, Finglangio, a small village that had never known affluence, yet its harvests were consistently bountiful enough to stave off hunger and frost. As yet another generation of mountain dwellers in this remote land, an ordinary farmer's son, Han Qingyu had only encountered 2 significant events in his otherwise unremarkable life over the past 19 years. One was his failure to pass the college entrance examination this year, the other occurred last year. In the farmer's courtyard stood an ancient pear tree, towering high, with an abandoned magpie nest nestled among its branches. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the ground. Sitting beneath the tree, Han Qingyu found himself mumbling absent-mindedly, and perhaps even managed a faint smile, though it was tinged with a hint of despair. He had some justifications to ponder. For instance, his Chinese teacher was once a postman, who, after publishing a poem no larger than a tofu block in a newspaper, had transitioned to teaching. Now, the daily lessons revolved around reciting his subsequent unpublished works. His English teacher, no longer youthful, was a former educated youth who had failed to escape his past due to a romantic entanglement with a prominent family's daughter. His expertise lay in Russian, yet his Mandarin bore the accent of Tongshan, and when he spoke English, the blend of dialects rendered it even more incomprehensible than any single one. However, these considerations held little significance. Failing the exam was an immutable fact, devoid of reason or justification. Just as he voiced his thoughts, his mother, Zhang Jiexia, emerged from the corner of the wall, interjecting with a remark. As she set down the wooden basin she had been using to wash clothes, she picked up a damp garment, wrung it dry, and hung it on a bamboo pole. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, failing the college entrance examination was not an unexpected occurrence. It was quite common for ordinary individuals to attempt the exam. Multiple times, his mother was straightforward, lacking extensive education and understanding, and she did not seem particularly disheartened. Han Qingyu felt a stir in his heart deep down. He wished for it. But upon reflecting on his 2 significant academic shortcomings, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed once more. He said, "Another year might not help. I seem truly incapable of advancing." There were unspoken thoughts lingering in his mind. In truth, the expenses of attending high school in this day and age were quite substantial. Over the years, his family had accrued some debt due to funding his education, and with a shortage of labor, his parents worked harder than most in the village. He felt uncertain and could no longer bear to try again. Is that so? You see, even mother doesn't understand. When his mother turned to scrutinize her son's expression, she discerned his thoughts. Han Qingyu had always been a child with firm opinions, gradually taking the lead in family decisions over the years. Since Qingyu had voiced his sentiments, Zhang Jiexia pondered for a moment and said, "Well, it's ultimately your decision. If you don't continue, at least we've had some education." She intended to console her child, alleviating pressure rather than imposing it. However, as she spoke, Zhang Jiexia's demeanor suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and she continued, "Why not simply stay home, marry, and start a family. This last statement rose in pitch, brimming with eagerness and anticipation. In recent years, many young men in the village, around Han Qingyu's age, had quietly married and welcomed children. His mother had secretly harbored this thought, and Han Qingyu, realizing it, could only manage a resigned smile. Zhang Jiexia's enthusiasm was ignited. Wanfan's mother? How could that be? Han Qingyu quickly interjected. His mother inquired, "What do you mean it can't be?" "Well, Wanfan's father is still around, and I haven't heard of any issues that would compel separation. Besides, Wanfan and I were classmates in elementary school. It would seem quite absurd for her to call me dad later on." He chuckled, feigning a mischievous demeanor. "Is that so?" Zhang Jixia paused, then realized and playfully scolded, "You little rascal, always spouting nonsense." Her tone shifted to a light-hearted banter as she continued. All right, at least you're still capable of jesting. Your father and I can rest easy now. We've been worried you might be too burdened by your thoughts." In truth, they had been concerned, but refrained from expressing it for fear of adding to his burdens. "Speaking of which, I almost forgot. Your uncle's family is hosting a gathering today." With her worries eased, Zhang Jixia began discussing relatives and everyday matters, gradually drifting away from the earlier topic, her voice echoing throughout the yard. After a while, Han Yushan, who had been silently weaving a bamboo basket, finally lifted his head. He glanced at his wife and then at his son, cautiously suggesting, "If it doesn't work out, perhaps we could find a way to send Qingyu to the army? That could be a viable path." It turned out he'd been contemplating this all along without voicing it. Han Yushan's proposal invigorated the family of three in the courtyard. "Oh, indeed. How splendid!" Zhang Jiexiao exclaimed with excitement, discarding the half-ringed, wet garment in her hands. Wiping her hands on her apron, she strode towards the house, saying, "We must hurry. I'll go wrap up those 2 bottles of wine we have stored. Lao Han, you should quickly visit the village head to inquire if there's still time." Suddenly, she paused mid-sentence, her steps coming to a halt. "Well, that's true. I hadn't considered that." Han Yushan murmured, his spirits dampening along with hers. "It's all right." Han Qingyu, concealing his own disappointment, looked up and smiled lightly, saying, "It's just as well I wanted to ponder over it some more anyway. Rest assured, there will always be a way forward." The closure of yet another avenue before his son rendered both Han Yushan and Zhang Jixia momentarily silent. The atmosphere in the yard grew somewhat heavy. By the way, it was Zhang Jixia, as the mother, who broke the silence. "Uncle Gong is hosting a banquet tonight, Qingyu. Will you attend?" After a brief pause, she added, "If you don't wish to go, I can prepare dinner for you." The entire Finlandia was quite small at a banquet. Nearly half the village would attend. Zhang Jixia added that remark out of concern that if her son went, everyone would inquire about his exam results, fearing he might feel embarrassed. I'll go. Han Qingyu stood up, beaming brightly, and explained to his parents, whose expressions were filled with concern, "I'll have to answer their questions eventually, so I'd rather not miss the chance to talk." His humorous remark elicited laughter from his parents. In truth, this was a reality in Finlandia of 1990. A banquet was a rare source of indulgence, a true grand event. The banquet of a farmer's joyous occasion may not boast exquisite dishes, but at least 2 types of meat, chicken, duck, or fish were essential for show, alongside the obligatory alcohol and cigarettes. That evening, the festivities continued until after 8 o'clock, marking the conclusion of the gathering. However, not everyone departed. Some village neighbors, still slightly intoxicated and with shiny lips, remained gathered not far from the celebratory home on the drying ground, smoking and chatting leisurely. At that time, there were few families in the village willing to send their children to high school. Considering last year and this year, Han Qingyu stood as the sole child from the village eligible to sit for the college entrance examination. Indeed, but it still falls short. Han Yushan assisted his son with the conversation. In truth, Han Qingyu was present, albeit seated in a corner of the crowd. He felt somewhat fatigued. He had already faced the inquiries regarding the college entrance examination from nearly everyone who was supposed to ask. To be honest, confronting the situation was somewhat disheartening. Such matters, whether malicious taunts or well-meaning concern, only served to deepen the heaviness in one's heart when heard too often. Though his demeanor appeared calm, internally, he was grappling with a considerable weight of emotions, considering tuition and nutrition year after year. Speaking of which, Your family raises so many chickens you haven't sold a single egg in these years, have you? When you think about it, what a pity. The individual continued with a lamentation. Several eggs are meant for nourishing children. Why discuss anything else? Han Yushan remarked, slightly irked, as he took a puff from his cigarette. Moreover, the knowledge acquired through education will undoubtedly prove beneficial in due course. Indeed, just look at our young Qing. His stature and demeanor reflect the nurturing he has received. With education comes culture, ensuring that in the future, concerns regarding a wife or the bride price will be non-existent. There will be plenty of families willing, chimed in an elder, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere with a hearty laugh. However, he had barely begun when a new topic emerged from the crowd. Someone sighed and reflected, alas, our village Fanglongeo has yet to produce its first university graduate. Isn't that so? Our village has been around for nearly 2 centuries, and I've heard that during its prosperous years, not a single scholar emerged. That IT truly is a curious matter, replied another, gesturing toward the distant, undulating mountain peaks, lamenting, we have such splendid feng shui here. At his words, many nodded in agreement, echoing their sentiments. The notion of the village possessing auspicious feng shui was an old one. Otherwise, it would not bear the character dragon. In a corner, Han Qingyu, along with the others, glanced up. Indeed, the mountains encircling the village appeared, under the cloak of night, somewhat reminiscent of a winding, coiled dragon. This matter, you younger folks might not be privy to, an elder began, puffing on his pipe, reminiscing in my youth, when I was merely a teenager, a passing fortune teller once proclaimed that our land would never yield remarkable individuals. That a chorus of astonishment arose, prompting inquiries of why. The old man pointed towards the distant mountains, stating, because our dragon is bound. The fortune teller remarked that if you are Fanglongeo, which can restrain even a dragon, how can it possibly harbor those aspiring to rise? It does seem plausible. The reasoning suddenly resonated with many, who expressed their agreement, lamenting their fate. It appeared that even Han Qingyu's 2-year struggle to gain admission to university had found a seemingly rational explanation. As thoughts of comforting him circulated, more individuals began to search for him in the crowd. Is he coming back? Han Qingyu felt a mix of sorrow and amusement. Naturally, he dismissed such beliefs, and sensing the atmosphere, he quietly withdrew from the corner, leaving the drying yard ahead of the others. After his departure, in the drying yard, a child rushed out from a nearby house. Dad, our television suddenly fizzed and is now nothing but static. We can't even watch Channel 1. A group of children, who had previously been watching television, surrounded the adults, with one shouting at the top of his lungs that in these times, unstable television signals were a common and frequent occurrence. The adults, engrossed in conversation, waved their hands dismissively. Just tap it lightly a couple of times and adjust the antenna. I haven't the time to fix it for you. Thus, he sent the children on their way. Around the same time, someone gazed upward, fixated on the moon, and exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, what is that? Look quickly. Right beneath the moon. That dark shape, what could it be?" Upon hearing the call, everyone lifted their heads in unison. Beneath the half-moon of a summer night, there indeed lingered a shadowy figure, seemingly in motion yet indistinct, swiftly vanishing into the obsidian expanse of the night sky. Perhaps at a large bird just passing by, one suggested, "It certainly can't be an airplane. Those have lights that blink beneath them," another remarked. "Could be a hawk or something. We've seen those before." The crowd continued to speculate. Chapter 2. This is not Transformers. Han Qingyu was oblivious to what would transpire later, including the television suddenly losing signal and displaying static, as well as the shadow that appeared and vanished beneath the moon. Even if he had witnessed these occurrences, he would not have found them particularly extraordinary or remarkable. At that moment, he was traversing the path. Nestled amidst the mountains, the village of Fanglongeo was characterized by its rugged terrain, and the houses of its inhabitants were scattered rather than clustered. The home of his uncle, who was hosting a banquet, was situated at the village's entrance, while Han Qingyu's residence lay at the village's far end, adjacent to the mountains, creating a considerable distance between the two. He chose not to walk through the village but opted for the mountain trail outside, which offered a closer route and, more importantly, fewer encounters with people. As for the night, the moon illuminated the path, and he was accustomed to walking in the dark. The gentle breeze at the forest's edge carried a hint of coolness and a soft whistling sound. So, is it truly not going to be examined? What am I to do in the future? Should I cultivate the land, marry, and raise children, becoming the village accountant? Or should I venture out, as I heard in school, to work in the city, earning money to support my parents? Am I capable of that? A sense of confusion began to envelop him. Rarely, Qingyu, who had never smoked, felt an urge to light a cigarette. He recalled the pair of red double happiness cigarettes gifted by the groom, still resting in his shirt pocket, which he had yet to hand over to his father. Lowering his head, he fished one out and placed it between his lips, only to realize he had no means to ignite it. Perhaps it was the solitude, having finally distanced himself from the crowd and their gazes, that caused the pent-up emotions within him to erupt in an unexpected outburst of frustration and despair. For what felt like 5 or 10 minutes, or perhaps even longer, Qingyu remained seated not far from the mountain path, amidst the moonlit woods, on a large slab of blue stone near a circle of cleared land. However, after a time, his chaotic thoughts began to settle, leaving him in a state of tranquility. Apart from the chirping of insects among the grass, the surroundings were eerily quiet. It is a truth universally acknowledged that even in the absence of visible forms or audible sounds, one can still sense the presence of something substantial passing overhead. Suddenly, Qingyu became aware of an anomaly above him and looked up. A dark, conical object appeared abruptly yet naturally, gradually enlarging in his line of sight as it descended slowly, ultimately coming to rest about 30 to 40 meters ahead of him on an open patch of land. The entire event unfolded without a flash of fire or a loud commotion, save for the occasional crackling sound of shrubs being crushed and snapped. It was perhaps the size of a jeep, or slightly larger, but still limited in its dimensions. The object was metallic, devoid of any reflective properties. Yet it exuded a tangible metallic essence. So, what could this be? An alien spacecraft? A UFO? Or perhaps cutting-edge military technology? Qingyu, an aficionado of science fiction and military magazines, found himself pondering these possibilities. The next moment, he was struck by a sense of imminent danger. Instantly alert, Qingyu propelled himself forward, diving into a dirt pit concealed beneath the thicket. The lush summer foliage of shrubs and weeds enveloped him completely. Qingyu held his breath, observing cautiously. Approximately a minute passed, yet the conical structure remained closed, devoid of any mechanical sounds. Instead, a piercing howl of wind surged from the surrounding forests. A group of approximately 30 to 40 individuals, clad in uniform gray shirts and bearing dark metal boxes on their backs, surged forth. Some bore peculiar metallic straps, while others wielded knives. They rushed in like a tempest from the shadows of the woods. However, they may not have been human. Although they appeared distinctly human, no person could run at such astonishing speed, not even an Olympic champion. What on earth were they? In the ensuing moments of chaos that clouded Qingyu's vision and thoughts, the figures reached the conical structure. Simultaneously, it seemed that a hatch above the structure finally opened, ejecting 2 objects. Instinctively, Qingyu referred to them as things, or perhaps even as transformers. Yet, they were not. Having seen Transformers at Wenjifei's home, Qingyu recognized that the 2 figures that had emerged from the conical structure did not transform. They appeared to be individuals clad in full black steel armor. Perhaps due to the armor, they appeared significantly larger than average humans. If they were indeed human, they would likely stand around 2 meters tall and weigh over 250 pounds. Were they robots? How advanced? Their armor fit their forms so closely, showcasing their bones and muscles, rendering them agile and nimble, unlike the heavy, sluggish robots depicted in magazines and films. Qingyu's unfamiliarity with concepts such as exoskeletons led him to broadly categorize them as robots. In any case, everything before him surpassed Qingyu and Oppos, as prior understanding and exceeded his capacity for judgment. The 2 parties confronting each other were evidently adversarial, with no dialogue or prelude. Combat erupted instantly upon their engagement, akin to a pack of wolves clashing with 2 fierce tigers in a rapid and ferocious confrontation. Behind the charging throng, a shadowy metal box emitted pulsating azure light, illuminating the scene and intensifying the assault. The speed of the advancing crowd surged anew. The earth trembled as debris and soil were flung into the air, crackling with energy. The black-armored figures stood firm, wielding massive umbrella-shaped swords, and with synchronized force, drove them into the ground, embedding the blades deeply. An explosive shockwave emanated from the impact, vibrating through the earth, stirring dust and scattering fragments. This strike nearly halted the foremost wave of attackers, with many being thrown backward or collapsing to the ground. Nevertheless, the subsequent surge of the crowd did not falter for an instant. Swiftly, Another group seized the opportunity, braving the shockwave and debris to close the distance. Thus commenced the brutal clash of close-quarters combat. The battlefield descended into increasing chaos, rapid and fierce, rendering it nearly impossible to discern. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of screams, severed limbs fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a spring from the mangled stumps, saturating the earth beneath the pale moonlight and staining the soil a deep red. Qingyu remained crouched in the pit, paralyzed and dazed, observing the carnage unfold, not from bravery, but rather because he found himself incapable of contemplating the gravity of his situation. It seemed futile to resist. After a moment, he instinctively assessed the power dynamics on the battlefield. The humans appeared to be no match for the robots, though outnumbered. The two mechanical beings exhibited undeniable superiority. Their blades, seemingly crafted from an extraordinary material, were sharp and resilient enough to slice through armor with a dull thud, while the massive, umbrella-like swords they wielded were even larger and evidently more formidable. Moreover, the robots defied expectations, demonstrating remarkable agility and swiftness, darting and maneuvering with astonishing finesse. Should anyone attempt to collide with them using vehicles, 10, 20, or more, they would stand no chance whatsoever, though not as exaggerated in size as Transformers. The robots bore a striking resemblance to humans from a visual perspective. In summary, the disparity in individual capabilities was overwhelmingly vast. In a mere span of moments, 5 or 6 individuals had already fallen, with at least 2 confirmed dead, while the others appeared gravely injured, unable to rise. Qingyu witnessed one unfortunate soul impaled through the chest, suspended momentarily on the robot's sword, blood raining down in a grotesque display. Yet, through their sacrifices, they achieved a critical objective. The battlefield was divided. The 2 armored robots now found themselves segregated into distinct combat zones, each facing relentless assaults from all directions as groups of humans coordinated their attacks. Regrettably, the chasm in individual strength remained immense. The side facing annihilation could not engage directly, resorting instead to desperate flanking maneuvers. However, once their intentions were anticipated, their vulnerability to injury only increased. Qingyu continued to lie low, watching. Suddenly, a piece of metal, dislodged from a blade, whirled past above his head and embedded itself solidly into the earth. The force of the projectile was accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, a testament to its speed and power had it been aimed lower. It might have severed him in two. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat enveloped him. The stark reality of iron and blood jolted Qingyu from his previous state of confusion and naive curiosity. In the face of life and death, the trials of an academic examination paled in comparison. At 19, this rural youth began to grasp the precipice of mortality, overwhelmed by a visceral and chilling fear. Comprehending the extraordinary and perilous nature of his circumstances, the intensity of the conflict escalated, the sounds of collisions surprisingly muted, echoing with a dull resonance. The prospect of fleeing now seemed almost non-existent. Crouched low to the ground, buried within a pit, Qingyu clung to the last vestiges of hope, trembling uncontrollably as he prayed for the battle to shift further away or come to a swift conclusion, remaining undetected. Alas, misfortune struck. Suddenly, a figure was hurled backward several meters, crashing to the earth like a duck that had been kicked, landing less than 2 meters away in a thicket of underbrush. It seemed not yet lifeless. Qingyu heard the agonized gasps of the individual. Yet, he mused, it must be nearing the end for them. At that moment, Qingyu confirmed that the group carrying the metal crate were indeed human, for he could finally discern their voices. Amidst the chaos, several shouted his direction, urgency, worry, and anger lacing their tones. Amidst the clamor, Qingyu raised his gaze. On the battlefield, a severely damaged robot was aimed toward him, lifting its unarmed arm. Was it preparing to fire? Surely it wouldn't be a laser cannon, or perhaps a dart or throwing knife. The mechanical limb was disengaging. Qingyu glanced back at the figure beneath the underbrush, whose eyes were wide open, gazing at him with a feeble stare. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to act. Almost instinctively, the simple rural youth reached out, pulling the individual into his pit. Fortunately, the slight incline made it manageable. Meanwhile, the group with the metal crate rushed forward, heedless of the danger, to thwart the robot's attempt to fire. The thicket obscured their actions, preventing anyone from discerning the situation, and they intensified their assault. The fierce struggle raged on. Perhaps he had lost consciousness. Yet, he had clearly seen me. What a disaster. Should he silence him? Then push him out? And afterward, continue to lie low, or take a chance to crawl away? Qingyu contemplated silently, observing the blood seeping from the corner of the mouth of the motionless, yet evidently alive, individual beside him. Chapter 3. The choice of no choice. Han Qingyu pondered for perhaps 3 minutes, or maybe it stretched to 5 or 6. The chaos surrounding him mirrored his tumultuous emotions, making it exceedingly difficult to reach a resolution. At last, a sudden low shout pierced through the turmoil. Scatter. It seemed that the battle was finally drawing to a close. The crowd, burdened with metallic boxes, voluntarily dispersed at the end of the conflict. This action was clearly not an act of retreat. To Han Qingyu's astonishment, after such a fierce struggle, they were on the brink of victory. Wave after wave of relentless assaults, undeterred by casualties, gradually dulled the two robotic adversaries, leaving them battered and unable to continue the fight. Then, a series of nauseating low thuds resonated through the air as, without any explosive flare, the conical UFO nearby began to swell and shatter. Dark metallic shards flying in all directions. Almost simultaneously, from within the two heavily damaged exoskeletons, black mist began to rise, and they too succumbed to the same low rumble. Fracturing and bursting apart. Han Qingyu, too, found himself fortunate to have a pit to shield him. Just as he contemplated this, he suddenly felt a jolt, as if something had struck him. From the self-destructing UFO, amid the swirling debris, a piece of dark golden metal, roughly the size of a broad bean, first landed on the ground, and then rolled into the earthen pit where Han Qingyu lay. It felt merely like a slight impact, and remarkably, it was not hot at all. After a brief interval, the final sporadic splashes of debris ceased. Several anxious voices clamored, calling for assistance, their footsteps hurried and chaotic. Without affording Han Qingyu any time for contemplation or decision, the moment the rain of shrapnel halted, several individuals with metallic boxes rushed towards him. Clearly, they were searching for the injured, and soon enough, they spotted Han Qingyu. Their gazes met. You. Han Qingyu slowly sat up. Hello. I just saved him. Really? Han Qingyu spoke earnestly. In a scenario nearing 40-2, with 4 dead and 9 injured, not counting the minor wounds. Those who could still move were considered fortunate. This was Han Qingyu's first encounter with such a brutal and horrific spectacle. They were scouring the battlefield, treating the debris as trophies of war. Have you checked everywhere? Not found. Cold sweat immediately dripped from the forehead of one individual. The other, equally anxious, stammered in response. Well, what could it be? We can't find it. It can't be that it just ran out, can it? This was not entirely implausible. But how could it be so coincidental? The last part of the statement even carried a hint of frustration and a sob-like tone. After a moment of contemplation, the speaker abruptly turned to Han Qingyu, asking sharply, Hey, have you seen a dark golden metal piece? About this big, or perhaps smaller, very small. It might not even be a solid piece, just a lump. Calm down, calm down. You must remain composed, just as one would when catching a snake. Han Qingyu stood there like a captive, trembling uncontrollably while internally admonishing himself. The Han family's ancestral legacy included the art of snake catching, a skill Han Qingyu had mastered by the age of 10. However, after his grandfather's passing, his mother forbade both him and his father from practicing it. The entire sequence of events, including the present circumstances, was utterly incomprehensible to him, beyond the realm of rational thought. Yet, he understood one crucial point. He must remain composed. Clearly, this was no ordinary affair. It might be a monumental secret, a military confidential matter, or a covert war between nations. In any case, it was certainly not something he was meant to witness. He had seen and understood far too much. With a pale countenance and a bewildered expression, Han Qingyu shook his head vigorously. That object was exceedingly valuable. He had seen it, but did not take it. Nevertheless, he could not disclose the truth. Just moments ago, he had clearly observed those individuals meticulously searching the pit with their instruments, scouring it multiple times, since they had not found it. Admitting he had seen it would lead to insurmountable contradictions. In the current situation, any minor misstep or misunderstanding could prove fatal. Oh. The other party cast a cold glance in his direction before signaling to his companion, instructing them to search again. Well, it seems we've truly exhausted all possibilities. Perhaps. In any case, let us conduct another thorough search. And what about this boy? How shall we deal with him? He inquired, referring to the recently roused laborer whose lips still bore traces of blood. This fellow, who had obviously been unconscious moments ago, had surprisingly regained consciousness swiftly, and his injuries appeared less severe than Han Qingyu had anticipated. The injured laborer leaned against a large pine tree, seated with a hand pressed to his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, lifted his gaze to Han Qingyu, and, with evident effort, uttered, You, come here. His voice was somewhat husky. Han Qingyu felt compelled to approach. You were trying to save me, weren't you? Thank you. My name is Lao Jian, and I am the leader here. Lao Jian, appearing to be in his late 30s, spoke with a gentle tone. He gestured around them, finally explaining, what you just witnessed is the most significant secret in this world. A matter of utmost confidentiality concerning the stability and survival of human society. I sincerely apologize, but there is no alternative. As Lao Jian spoke, Han Qingyu noticed someone behind him, wearing a sinister grin, who raised a hand and made a throat-cutting gesture. Subsequently, Lao Jian struggled to his feet, accepting a knife handed to him by one of his subordinates and pointed it toward Han Qingyu's throat. I will not speak a word, Han Qingyu asserted. Lao Jian remained expressionless. That is futile. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The knife hovered ominously in front of him as Han Qingyu stared at Lao Jian, enveloped in silence. During this tense interval, he sensed that the other party was awaiting his reaction, anticipating a word or an action from him. Thus, he chose to remain silent and motionless, devoid of direction or judgment, fearful that any initiative might lead to error. Lao Jian appeared somewhat surprised and curious. You're not crying? Or perhaps you are not inclined to kneel and plead with me as they do in the dramas? Han Qingyu inquired earnestly. Is it effective? If it were, I would beg. Lao Jian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting as he glanced at Han Qingyu, revealing no response. I am contemplating how to persuade you once more, but nothing has come to mind. Upon finishing his statement, several individuals nearby struggled to suppress laughter, as it sounded quite humorous, yet his tone remained serious and sincere. Lao Jian evidently made an effort to control his expression. Little did he know that the seemingly honest and timid rural boy before him was, in fact, gauging his temperament. Moreover, a crucial point lingered in Han Qingyu's mind. He recalled that when the earlier individual mentioned him, he inquired among the others, what about this lad? How shall we deal with him? If it had come to the point where silencing him was the only option, such a question would not have been posed. Thus, other possibilities remained. His current objective was to diligently create opportunities to win this alternative from Lao Jian. Rather than resorting to pitiful pleading, it would be far wiser to elicit a voluntary offer from him. Regardless of the circumstances, Lao Jian should harbor no ill will or inevitable intent to kill him. This formed the foundation for Han Qingyu's attempts. With a knife to your throat, you still ponder? After a brief silence, Lao Jian spoke again, inquiring. Suddenly, he relaxed his grip, and the knife fell heavily from his arm, as if its weight had become unbearable. Lao Jian, with a weary smile on his haggard face, nodded and remarked, not bad, you possess a bit of courage. Cough, cough, cough. He bowed his head, coughing painfully for a few moments before looking up. Given this, I offer you another choice. Waiting for what? Han Qingyu nodded, gazing at Lao Jian, his eyes questioning. Or perhaps, waiting in anticipation. Join the army, Lao Jian succinctly stated. Join the army. Han Qingyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, feeling inexplicably and absurdly thrilled for a fleeting moment. After all that effort, to receive nothing of value. Just when I thought there was no path forward, a glimmer of hope appeared before me. Soon, he realized that the type of soldier Lao Jian referred to was likely not what he or the common folk of this era envisioned. He turned to survey the corpses on the ground, the wounded, the weapons, and considered their enemies. Moreover, the attire of this group was not that of a regular military uniform. What kind of soldier are we speaking of? He cautiously inquired, suppressing his inner disappointment. You will know once you join, but ultimately, you will discover it in due time. It is our kind of soldier. We, as soldiers, engage in combat against mysterious and formidable foes. We, as soldiers, face the perils of death and injury with great ease. We, as soldiers, carry secrets, unaware of our return. Lao Jian refrained from elaborating further, pausing at that point, straightening his posture, a hint of mockery intertwined with a sense of desolation and pride, offering a smile. And how long must one serve? Han Qingyu persistently inquired, his demeanor reminiscent of a naive individual still grappling with the situation. For a moment, the groups surrounding them bore faint smiles, yet before they could fully blossom, several fell silent, their expressions dimming. Lao Jian appeared to experience a slight emotional fluctuation. He glanced at Han Qingyu, contemplated earnestly, and spoke with a gaze that was sincere yet tinged with melancholy. Perhaps 3 to 5 years, perhaps 10 years, perhaps a lifetime. This was not an explosive sorrow. Rather, it seemed to be a long-standing, pervasive sense of resignation that one must gradually come to accept. It may have existed only during the protracted and brutal years of war, when those who shared the same trench would inevitably fall without warning. When he posed this question, his eyes were filled with an immense sincerity. Lao Jian nodded, and after a moment, he added, once a sufficient amount of time has passed and trust is firmly established, familial visits may be permitted. Yes. This was, so far, the most satisfactory answer. Han Qingyu responded affirmatively and continued to ponder. Are you still planning to inquire about marriage and children? To break the somber atmosphere, Lao Jian spoke up, a hint of playfulness and mockery in his tone. Those around them chuckled dryly. Han Qingyu felt a bit awkward, having forgotten that line of questioning. There will be ample time for such inquiries later. Let us leave it at that for now. A brief pause in conversation shifted the tone. Lao Jian looked up once more into Han Qingyu's eyes, adding, otherwise, I may truly have to resort to silencing you. Han Qingyu had initially contemplated making another attempt to resist. However, Lao Jian had spoken first. This time, his tone bore no threat, but rather a touch of helplessness and struggle, even a hint of concern, or perhaps compassion. If Han Qingyu were to insist on refusal or attempt to flee, it seemed that the only recourse left for the other party would indeed be to end his life. Furthermore, judging by the recent battle and the casualties among their comrades, they had likely long since become accustomed to death, having faced it and dealt it themselves. Thus, in truth, Han Qingyu had no real choice in the matter. Chapter 4. Everything has changed in the brief span of the last few minutes. Han Qingyu, who had endured the disappointment of 2 failed college entrance examinations, found himself at the crucial juncture of his 3rd attempt at life's pivotal moment. He made a response that might well be regarded as his finest yet, successfully evading the clutches of death and securing an alternative path. Nevertheless, the outcome remained tinged with disillusionment and trepidation. The grim reality of what he was about to confront had already unfolded before him. Corpses, the wounded, battles, and formidable, inscrutable foes. Such visions cast a pall of despair over him. Yet, amidst this chaos, there were others who still clung to life. Han Qingyu willed himself to redirect his thoughts and gaze towards the bustling figures around him, who were diligently and swiftly stowing the spoils of their endeavors into peculiar bags. There was a glimmer of hope. Survival was indeed a possibility. As long as there existed even the slightest chance, he must strive to persevere. With life, he could still visit family and reunite with his parents. Now, in this moment, he contemplated what else he might aspire to achieve. He found himself silently musing, pondering the childhood dreams of writing essays, envisioning a future as a soldier bearing arms, safeguarding the homeland, defending peace, and perhaps sacrificing himself as a hero. Lao Jian sat on the ground, occasionally coughing yet still smoking, smiling as he addressed the evidently terrified and struggling youth before him. It seemed he had begun to regard Han Qingyu as one of his soldiers. I had thought about it, even pinned down my musings. But back then, I was just a child, naive and unaware. As I grew older, I realized I was not cut out for such a path, Han Qingyu stated earnestly. His instinctive and futile resistance elicited gentle laughter from several onlookers. I am currently preparing to take the college entrance examination next year, and I have aspirations of becoming a scientist, believing that such a role would significantly benefit both the nation and the world. By the way, my academic performance is commendable. Han Qingyu continued to struggle, unhesitatingly fabricating a tale. This assertion stemmed from his newfound understanding of Lao Jian's temperament, recognizing that it posed no real threat. Han Qingyu paused, contemplating whether, as a future university student and scientist, there lingered even a minuscule chance of swaying the man's decision or perhaps being offered a more favorable option. To his surprise, the man wielding a knife and slicing through metal revealed that he had once been a university instructor. What? You don't believe me? I taught physics. Lao Jian gestured to those present, indicating, there are several of my former students right before you. Han Qingyu found himself believing it, despite Lao Jian's battle-hardened visage. Imbued with a sense of weariness and the aroma of gunpowder, he instinctively placed his trust in him. Nearly a decade had passed. In that moment, Lao Jian seemed to reflect on the passage of time, pointing to himself before gazing up at the night sky. Han Qingyu inquired, so you just vanished? What did others think? Lao Jian replied, it was too sudden. People assumed I had resigned and gone abroad. Han Qingyu hesitated and asked, you did so voluntarily? As if he had anticipated the question, Lao Jian proactively replied, the vast majority of individuals here are volunteers. He gestured towards the remnants of the extraterrestrial robots, which were nearly cleared away, and continued to elucidate. Such objects are rarely seen. They typically do not manifest in areas inhabited or frequented by people. Generally, we have methods to conceal their presence. This instance is an anomaly. You, unfortunately, drew the short straw. The conclusion of unfortunately felt somewhat dismissive, considering it pertained to a pivotal turning point in fate. Yet, reflecting upon life, many occurrences indeed unfold in a similar manner. With no time to ponder the intricacies of volunteering, nor to lament, Qingyu pressed on. But what exactly are they? Lao Jian's gaze sharpened. You will naturally come to know once you join the military. Ah, understood, Qingyu acknowledged. At that moment, a team member approached Lao Jian, stating, Team Leader Lao, the scene has been processed. It had been less than 40 minutes since the shuttle-shaped aircraft had landed. Lost in thought, Qingyu turned his head away from Lao Jian, contemplating the guards outside. Thus, if he had indeed attempted to strangle him and fled, under any circumstance, escape seemed impossible, and the outcome, he felt a sense of relief in his musings. Lao Jian, prepared for departure, inquired, Do you have any further questions? He then added, Tomorrow, or rather, the day after tomorrow, at noon, personnel from the relevant department will come to your home to deliver a notification. And I will come to escort you. By the way, they are unaware of the specifics and will merely assume you have connections up there. Be sure not to let anything slip. The special recruitment for military service, with all procedures in order, will go unnoticed as long as you remain silent. Remember, you cannot disclose this to anyone. If even a hint leaks out, not only will you be in peril, think of your family. Do not bring harm upon them. Also, do not entertain any misguided thoughts. Consider whether you believe you can escape. Upon finishing, Lao Jian's piercing gaze remained fixed on Qingyu. Qingyu nodded, having relinquished the last vestiges of internal struggle. The other party was not only formidable but could also effortlessly facilitate his enlistment through the proper channels. The implications of this, as a rural high school student, were beyond his comprehension, yet he felt a profound sense of fear. Having inquired about Qingyu's name, address, and basic information, the team prepared to set off towards the forested area. Qingyu remained stationary, seemingly oblivious, still lost in contemplation. Is this not yet concluded? Lao Jian smiled wryly, waiting, pondering what further questions this young man might pose or whether he intended to continue his futile resistance. Do we get paid? Qingyu finally ventured. In an instant, nearly everyone could not suppress a grin. Yes, and it is quite decent. Lao Jian's eyes glimmered with approval as he spoke gently. You can send it to your parents. All right, Qingyu nodded. But what if I die after going? Normal sacrifice, meritorious deeds, and compensation. Lao Jian responded calmly. So, how much can you give? It depends on the situation. Could you perhaps give a little in advance? My family is struggling. I owe quite a bit for my education. Qingyu explained. I was supposed to attend university. Besides, my parents only have me as their child. I just saved your life. Lao Jian paused. How much do you desire? 2, 5, 10,000. You are quite bold, preparing to become a millionaire with that amount. Do you even comprehend how much 10,000 is, you rascal? Lao Jian pondered for a moment. Well, even if I were to give you that, how would you explain it to your family? How could they possibly rationalize it to outsiders? Qingyu replied, in the countryside, people keep their wealth hidden. They guard their little fortunes and want to speak of them indiscriminately. As for the reason, I could say I am a special talent, drafted into the military. With family subsidies. Qingyu's eyes gleamed. Thank you, Captain Lao. This was the very issue he had been contemplating. What could he now strive for? He attempted to set aside some funds for his parents. That night, in the stillness of midnight, a sudden tempest swept through the serene Shashan Bay, which had been illuminated by the moonlight for half the night. The Folong Ao area, known for its mountains resembling the mythical Fulong, experienced several landslides. Fortunately, a dense forest stood between the mountains and the village, preventing the landslides from escalating into mudslides, thereby sparing the village from significant loss of life and property. Qingyu scarcely had the luxury of fear, nor could he find tranquility in sleep. For him, this night held far greater and more terrifying occurrences than the landslide. Events that had transpired merely hours prior had irrevocably altered his perception, his destiny, and the path that lay ahead. Chapter 5. Entrustment on the Winding Mountain Road. For rugged jeeps churned through the mud under the cloak of night. Inside one of the vehicles, Lao Jian sat among a few squad members, accompanied by the wounded and spoils of war, hastening towards the nearest medical station, which also served as a resource and supply point. The atmosphere within the vehicle was somewhat somber, weighed down by the recent battle's aftermath and the loss of comrades. The enemy had become increasingly pervasive in the past year. Their squad, Team 752, had faced no more than 1 or 2 engagements, Yet in the mere span of 8 months this year, they had undertaken 4 missions, resulting in the sacrifice of 11 brothers. This troubling trend was not confined to Team 752. Reports indicated similar occurrences in various regions. It seemed to herald an ominous portent, reminiscent of the ancient saying, when the mountain rain is about to fall, the wind fills the building. Yet, as of now, no official word had emerged from above, leaving them to focus on their own responsibilities. Lao team, someone spoke up, seemingly intent on breaking the oppressive silence, chuckling as they recalled, that kid was quite amusing. When he started counting 2 and 5, was he intending to say 100 or 1,000? In the end, he boldly declared 10,000. Quite ambitious for a child. Laughter erupted among the occupants of the vehicle, including Lao Jian. A rural child, 10,000 yuan. What a staggering sum. Remarkably, he had almost lost his life yet dared to make such a demand. A strange blend of pragmatism emerged, valuing money over life. Indeed, someone mused, yet, upon reflection, what grounds did he have to negotiate with our team? He had none. Amidst the discussions, Lao Jian interjected, continuing the thought. It was precisely because he had faced life and death that he mustered the final vestiges of courage to seek a better future for his family. Perhaps he was the sole child in his household. To consider life before contemplating death, he was a good boy. Unbeknownst to Lao Jian, that good boy had indeed contemplated taking his life while he was unconscious. Lao Jian harbored a fondness for the child, even a degree of admiration. The camaraderie within the vehicle was palpable. The Blue Alliance, in a sense, was global in nature, united by common goals, missions, and cooperative engagements, supplementing each other economically and materially. The Huaxi Republic, tasked with the defense of a vast population and extensive territories, received ample support and resources from the coalition's coordinating bodies. Thus, for the alliance, money was not the issue. The real challenge lay in the absence of established rules and regulations. Let us give it a try. When I asked Taku to report and arrange for enlistment procedures, I casually mentioned this matter. Lao Jian chuckled. Even if the application does not go through, I have some funds at hand. After all, I am solitary, with no pressing need for money. The alliance indeed provided salaries or subsidies, and as the combat team leader, Lao Jian's stipend was considerable. Yet, he had no family left. Over the years, most of his earnings had been allocated to support his brothers in need. The vehicle fell into a brief silence as they touched upon this poignant topic. However, the most pressing and troubling issue that lay before them was not what they had initially contemplated, but rather the mysteriously vanished source energy block. To their dismay, not even a trace of it could be found this time. Such occurrences were not without precedent. I had heard of similar situations abroad, where the final determination concluded that the source energy block had simply run its course. The dilemma did not rest with us, but rather with those above, who might not believe the sheer coincidence that not a single remnant remained. The atmosphere within the vehicle was thick with anxiety and murmurs. It's all right, as long as we remain true to ourselves, Lao Jian reassured the others. At worst, I could go and inquire further, perhaps draft a few additional reports. At most, I would only be subjected to a few days of isolation for scrutiny. His tone suggested ease, yet the term isolation scrutiny was anything but light. By the way, what of that object they referred to as the source energy block? He distinctly recalled seeing it, even feeling its impact. Ordinarily, after such an incident, it should have landed in the pit, yet they had searched through it numerous times. Could it truly not be on me? Had it become ensnared in my belt? Suddenly springing from the bed, Qingyu rummaged through his belt, clothes, and trousers. Ultimately, he stripped down completely, shaking out his garments with fervor. Yet, no, that object remained elusive. Stripped bare, Qingyu unexpectedly noticed a slight reddening at the location of his heart. The surrounding area shrouded in darkness, tainted as if marked by coal. It resembled the size and shape of a leech. Rubbing it with his thumb revealed no improvement. The mark seemed embedded within his skin. Could it have been a burn from a metallic object, seemingly harmless upon contact yet insidious? But it brought no pain at all. How could that be? It might be more plausible to assume I had merely bruised myself on the ground, too tense to realize the pain at the time. With a mind still muddled from the previous night's turmoil, Qingyu struggled to think clearly. A faint clattering sound emerged from outside the room. The cover of the water tank shifting, the tin ladle clinking, a sound he had come to know well over the years. Outside, the dawn was still but a hazy blur. Yet his parents had already risen, fetching water, preparing breakfast, tending to the pigs, and then heading to the mountains or fields. Such was the rhythm of ordinary life, year after year, day after day. I caught a glimpse of light from Qingzi's room. Perhaps he was troubled. having spent the night awake. Indeed, how could we know how to console him? Alas, witnessing this, my heart ached in sympathy. The muffled conversation between my parents was not particularly clear, yet Han Qingyu listened intently. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he envisioned potential future scenarios. The moment news of his sacrifice would arrive at this humble doorstep, when his parents, aged and bereft, would be left without a child. Yet, he knew he must depart, and time was slipping away, with only one day remaining. Contemplating how to make the most of the remaining time, Han Qingyu donned his clothes, opened the door, and made his way to the kitchen, where he stood before his parents, greeted by their concerned gazes with a sheepish smile. "Why are you up so early, Qingzi?" his mother inquired, concealing her worry. Dad, Mom, I wish to set out early for the county," he replied. "To do what?" his mother asked. "To." Han Qingyu had already formulated his thoughts and spoke without hesitation. "I suddenly remembered last night that when Jifei once mentioned his family has connections in the military, I thought I might ask him for assistance in finding a way. Dad, Mom, I and Appos, VE made up my mind. I still want to enlist." Really? The simplicity of his parents' nature caused them to nearly leap with joy upon hearing this news. Having been familiar with Wen Jifei, Han Yushan and Zhang Jiexia were instantly filled with excitement, devoid of any doubt. "Yes, he did mention that, so I want to inquire early." Given his tone back then, it seems plausible that something could be arranged. Han Qingyu felt no hesitation in expressing his certainty about this matter. Witnessing the surprise and delight illuminating his parents' eyes brought him a sense of happiness, regardless of the circumstances. He finally had something that could temporarily ease their worries and bring them joy and pride. In truth, Han Qingyu was indeed preparing to seek out Wen Jifei. However, it was not merely to leverage connections. Instead, he intended to entrust his closest friend with an important matter. He had already contemplated what he would say during their meeting. "I am going to enlist. They say it will be at the border, which entails some risks. I often find myself lost in thought, worried that, should fate be unkind, there might come a day when I am suddenly gone. It is this what if that troubles me. If such a scenario were to occur, I hope that in the future, whenever you have the time and capability, you would look after my family." Chapter 6. The aroma of rice wafted through the air, accompanied by the equally enticing scent of pickled vegetables. Han Qingyu had a modest breakfast, and under the eager gazes of his parents, he pushed the family's only old bicycle out the door. He swung his leg over the bike, just as he descended the small slope at the village entrance. Outside their home, his parents had already begun deliberating on where to procure funds. In these times, rural families often found it difficult to access money. In previous years, a portion of Han Qingyu and Appos' school fees had been borrowed. Han Yushan was a pragmatic yet resilient farmer, steadfast in his refusal to bow to circumstances or seek help, even if it meant enduring hardship for the sake of his family. However, the matter was delicate and could not be openly discussed. Borrowing money was fraught with complications. As Zhang Jixiao murmured, "Indeed, speaking of it might yield disbelief. Everyone knows there are no quotas left, and joining the military is challenging." Han Yushan nodded in agreement. Despite his words, he nonetheless stepped outside. The weather was fair, there was no rain. The rear seat of the old bicycle had been dismantled the previous year and could no longer carry anyone or hold the large black umbrella securely. Furthermore, the bumpy mountain road made it difficult to manage the umbrella while riding. Thus, he rode along the narrow path out of the village. The large black umbrella slung over his back, creating a rather imposing figure, akin to a warrior carrying a formidable sword, poised to intercept travelers or even storm a gallows. Who, one might wonder, was he intending to rescue? Han Qingyu found himself inexplicably lost in such thoughts, ultimately concluding that he was the one in need of salvation. But why conceal a sword within an umbrella? Perhaps to prevent it from rusting, or, perhaps, as a guise to mask his true intentions. Like a covert mission to confront the king of Qin. As the wind howled around him, his imagination wandered through these fanciful notions, and his emotions swelled with grandeur. Han Qingyu descended the small path and exerted himself to accelerate on the gravel surface of the provincial road. The heavy, damp breeze roared in his ears. Riding from Fenglong Ao to the county seat would take him no less than 3.5 hours. A duration he had meticulously calculated over the years of his schooling. The journey was marked by numerous steep and gentle slopes, and typically, only the strongest young men could manage without resting 2 or 3 times along the way. After traversing approximately half the distance, Han Qingyu paused at the bend near a well-known eatery, where large vehicles frequently stopped for meals and relief. He instinctively halted, glancing at the counter, not feeling particularly thirsty. He continued pedaling forward, despite the proprietor's disappointed gaze.
After riding for nearly 100 meters, he suddenly sensed something was amiss and quickly applied the brakes to stop. Had he misread something? However, Han Qingyu was not looking at her. His attention was fixated on the clock hanging behind the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, do you need water?" she inquired. Even if one did not purchase anything else, water and herbal tea were still for sale, albeit at a modest price. "Is that clock accurate?" Han Qingyu asked. The shopkeeper turned to glance at it and confirmed, "It's correct," then checked her watch to verify the time, affirming, "Yes, it's accurate." "Are you sure?" Concerned that he might be seeing things, Han Qingyu squinted and directly asked, "What time is it right now?" The shopkeeper replied. Glancing at her watch, "It's 7 o'clock, approaching 7:40. "Oh." Han Qingyu responded absently, completely disregarding the disappointment and sorrow of the proprietress, and rode away once more. "I left home at 6:30. Indeed, I checked the clock. As I reached the village entrance, the local broadcast had just begun to play music. This implies that I arrived here today after riding for merely an hour and 10 minutes. That is at least half an hour faster than usual. Even if I was preoccupied today, unconsciously riding faster, it still wouldn't justify such a significant difference. Furthermore, I do not feel fatigued at all." I continued forward, verifying the time at several locations, but the results remained consistent. Running, jumping, throwing punches. Running, jumping, throwing punches. After several minutes, Han Qingyu came to a halt, standing there with a dazed expression. He was now quite certain that his physical abilities had improved. The enhancement was not exceedingly vast, yet it was discernible enough to be recognized through comparison. Moreover, in contrast to speed, strength, and explosive power, his endurance seemed to have progressed even more significantly. If I had not witnessed such incredible phenomena last night, Han Qingyu would likely be engulfed in confusion at this moment. However, he had seen. Thus, he could now engage in self-reasoning. The only plausible explanation seemed to be that vanished energy core. Otherwise, nothing made sense. For I did not carry their metallic box. He recalled the individuals from the labor camp sprinting through the woods, surpassing Olympic champions in speed, and remembered their intense reverence for the energy core. Did I absorb it? In the next moment, a surge of caution arose within him. If they were to discover this, they would undoubtedly eliminate me. In Han Qingyu's perspective, those from the labor camp were by no means benevolent. Only yesterday, they nearly killed him to preserve their secrets. This notion exceeded the limits of Han Qingyu's reasoning, leaving him utterly perplexed. And it was a question he could never dare to ask. Ultimately, he found himself at an impasse, deciding not to dwell further on it, but rather to reinforce a mental warning, reminding himself to keep this secret until a clear and rational explanation emerged. He then unfastened his button and cautiously looked down at the inexplicable bruise on his chest. In merely a few hours, Han Qingyu noticed that it had significantly faded, resembling a morsel that had been swallowed and was now being absorbed and digested, now appearing merely as a faint birthmark. It seemed to be diminishing at an extraordinary rate. Perhaps it would soon vanish entirely. Did I digest the energy core? Anxiety, dread, confusion, tranquility, excitement. Han Qingyu stood silently in the woods, head lowered. Yet his heart surged with tumultuous emotions, unconsciously clenching his fists tightly, as if he had regained possession of something once thought irrevocably lost, something of utmost importance. This sensation was akin to having traversed a dark, treacherous passage leading to death, gloomy, cold, with no direction and no retreat, only to suddenly look up and discover, ahead, there was light. He beheld something that could be aptly termed hope, the hope of life. That is but a fragment of fate. Now it has once again been touched by my fingertips. This entity possesses the power to enhance my physical capabilities. Should I grow stronger, my chances of survival will increase. And perhaps one day I shall no longer be at the mercy of others in determining my destiny, for they possess this very thing. Chapter 7. Enlistment. Han Qingyu continued to carry his large black umbrella, yet he deliberately slowed his cycling pace. He believed that arriving before 9:30 would suffice. His earlier departure had been motivated by a fear of arriving too late in the county, potentially missing the chance to encounter Wen Jifei, who might coincidentally be visiting his father in the city. However, at this moment, Han Qingyu felt unconstrained by time. He understood that even if that fellow were to venture into the city, he would never awaken so early during his holiday, often arriving late even during school days. Wen Jifei had been Han Qingyu's closest companion throughout their 4 years of high school. He had attended middle school in the city, during which time his parents were still together. Subsequently, his father prospered in business, found a new partner, and the couple divorced. Later, through relatives, his mother remarried a cadre from the county and Apo's agricultural bureau. When Jifei joyfully attended that wedding but chose not to live with them, opting instead for a solitary existence. Nevertheless, both his father and mother continued to support him, providing for his meals and education, as well as offering him pocket money. This young man was not overly sentimental, living a carefree life, neither particularly industrious nor irresponsible, simply existing in a state of neutrality. At 20 minutes past 9, in the county town of Nanjian Village, when Jifei resided in an old house left by his grandfather, it was said that during his lifetime, the old man was the most renowned barber in the county. When Jifei, where are you? Some names in this world are burdened with unfortunate nicknames, and when Jifei was no exception. Bearing two monikers that painted a vivid tableau, a frail hen, seemingly bedridden, suddenly flapping its wings in a desperate bid for flight, accompanied by a cacophony. He had long grown accustomed to it, completely indifferent to the appellations, with one foot resting on the crumbling earthen wall of the courtyard. Han Qingyu did not rush to dismount. Instead, he called out a few times at the gate. When Jifei, he raised his voice, calling out again. As he prepared to scale the courtyard wall, the sound of a bicycle bell rang out from a nearby alley. Ah, there he is. When Jifei appeared, slung a military green satchel across his shoulder, and donned a makeshift camouflage cap he had acquired from who knows where, as he cycled around the corner. Thank goodness you called out just in time, Qingyu, he said, panting after halting his bicycle. Otherwise, we might have missed each other today. Oh, where are you off to? Han Qingyu thought to himself, surprised that when Jifei was up so early. When Jifei dismounted, retrieving his keys to unlock the courtyard gate, and replied, I was just about to head over to your place to find you. To my house. What's the matter? Han Qingyu inquired, bemused by the distance he had traveled. It's certainly something significant, when Jifei said with a glimmer of pride, smiling as he pushed open the gate. It's perfect timing that you've arrived. It saves me a trip. Come in, and I and Amp, Oppos, I'll tell you. With that, he pulled his bicycle from where it leaned, allowing it to roll unassisted into the courtyard, where it came to a halt between two ancient yellow bamboo stalks. Han Qingyu followed suit, guiding his own bike into the yard. Clatter. Upon entering the room, when Jifei promptly retrieved 2 bottles of orange soda from his satchel, cracked them open, and placed them on the table. Let us substitute soda for wine and share a drink, he proposed. Han Qingyu, puzzled, inquired, what is this all about? You wouldn't be telling me that you miscalculated your college entrance exam scores, would you? Surely, you must have scored higher than 230? Han Qingyu smiled and added, with a stroke of luck, perhaps I could have an additional 20 points. Curse you, when Jifei retorted with a smirk, taking a seat. He gazed at Han Qingyu, initially feigning mystery with a smile before adopting a serious demeanor, solemnly declaring, my friend, I am enlisting in the military. Following this announcement, he saluted in a flamboyant, yet somewhat unrefined manner, evidently inspired by foreign films. Han Qingyu responded, that's wonderful. Serving in the military is quite commendable, isn't it? Indeed, when Jifei concurred, I have always dreamt of wielding a rifle since childhood. However, I feigned discontent for the first couple of days. Let us not indulge in sentimental words. Here, take this money. Use 300 yuan during your break to find a qualified university student to tutor you in English. And with the remainder, you can retake the exam next year. I am certain you will succeed. He pushed the money across the table towards Han Qingyu, casually tossing the empty satchel onto the surface. It appeared that the bag contained merely these 2 bottles of soda and 1,000 yuan. Han Qingyu found himself in a state of mixed emotions, momentarily frozen in place. Consider this a loan from me. Oh, rest assured. This sum is insignificant to my father, when Jifei reassured, believing Han Qingyu was hesitant to accept. My stepmother is already flaunting a mobile phone in the city. It is hardly unreasonable for me to ask for 1,000 yuan as his biological son. After hearing this, Han Qingyu nodded, chuckling as he reached for the orange soda, deliberately avoiding the money. Observing this, when Jifei grew irritated. Take it. For heaven's sake, don't be so polite with me. I've already stated it's a loan. I am well aware of your family situation. Besides, my mother will surely provide me with some funds to take along. In the military, I likely won't and Amp, Oppos, spend much. Wait, what do you mean? You aren't feeling disheartened, are you? Qingzi, don't be like that. Your skills in mathematics and science are quite commendable, and you are diligent. You have opportunities ahead of you. Do not lose heart, Qingzi. He attempted to press the money into Han Qingyu's hands. Oh, so you came to find me? That makes sense, when Jifei pondered. How did this happen? By chance? Did you encounter a military leader? Indeed, it seems so. Well, in any case, I have no more hesitation on my end. What about that female classmate in the city? What will happen to her? Han Qingyu deflected the question, swiftly changing the subject to the girl Wen Jifei had harbored feelings for since middle school. Didn't you say you both agreed to attend university together? Are you not going to pursue her there? Let it be, Wen Jifei said, his expression falling as he sighed. People are different from us. Last year, they were reluctant to attend even the moderately prestigious schools, but this year, at least they got what they wished for and managed to get into a better institution. As for that place, the most I could do is haul a box to the entrance and sell popsicles. I doubt I could settle there. Han Qingyu, after a moment of contemplation, responded earnestly. Yet not heavily, I intend to head to the frontier, where there may be certain risks involved. He finally conveyed the words he had prepared earlier to Wen Jifei, entrusting him with concerns about family. Wen Jifei pondered for a moment before dismissively retorting. Who are you trying to scare? There and amp, Oppos. There's no war going on now. If there were a war, it would and amp, Oppos, be so bad. I could go to the front lines and earn a promotion to general. Han Qingyu replied, I'm merely suggesting a hypothetical situation. What if? All right. If that hypothetical were to occur, I would be like your uncle's son. Pa, I'd drag you into trouble. There is no way anything like that would happen. Wen Jifei grew animated for a moment, then quieted down, gazing upwards in melancholy. Sigh. Why don't you help me inquire with your superiors? Qingzi, I too wish to go to the frontier. Serving there seems far more exciting. Han Qingyu retorted. Go to hell. Chapter 8. Re-encounter with the god of misfortune. All right, off you go. Remember to work hard in the army. Sure thing. Then let and amp, Oppos, part ways and strive to make something of ourselves. Wen Jifei pushed off with one foot, turning the car around. A sharp honk pierced the air, startling him momentarily. He could feel the rumble of the tires behind him, the pebbles crackling beneath them. Han Qingyu turned to glance at the Jeep and Oppos' window, steering the vehicle towards the roadside. Honk. The Jeep drew closer again. The outcome was the same. The Jeep honked once more, accelerating in a drift, cutting him off and trapping him against the curb. The window rolled down. Lao Jian sat alone in the driver and Oppos' seat, turning to Han Qingyu with a mischievous smile, one that suggested a sense of invulnerability and playful malice. If it weren't for the fear of repercussions, Han Qingyu would have liked to throw a punch right at his face. Surprised? Lao Jian asked with a grin, dressed in ordinary official attire. He was hard to recognize at first glance. Are you watching me? Afraid I might let something slip. Han Qingyu's mind raced. What if he had been following him since morning? He felt a surge of anxiety. Perhaps he had been too careless while darting through the woods earlier. Maintaining his composure, he replied, Don't worry, I understand the gravity of the situation and won't breathe a word. After saying this, he cautiously glanced around. In front, there was no one nearby, but behind, damn it. Wen Jifei had stopped less than 100 meters away, squinting in their direction. Don't come over. You fool, Han Qingyu silently urged, feeling a sense of helpless urgency. At that moment, Lao Jian represented a formidable presence, akin to an ominous harbinger of doom. As he spoke, Han Qingyu noticed Wen Jifei speeding towards them, clearly in Lao Jian's line of sight. Lao Jian smiled knowingly and nodded. What is the matter? The plague rooster has arrived, Wen Jifei exclaimed, executing a sharp brake that lifted the rear wheels before coming to a halt. Despite his apparent urgency, he wore a smile. Gesturing at the tires, it seems, there is nothing else here. In his perception, Han Qingyu did not know any officials, and the Jeep's actions clearly bore an air of provocation. Lao Jian scrutinized him, feigning a serious expression. Just a personal matter, it doesn't concern you. Oh. I can guess it's not anything good then, Wen Jifei chuckled, continuing, but it does concern me. Care to share what is going on? I'll take the heat. You take the heat? Who do you think you are? Han Qingyu cursed inwardly. Wen Jifei's tendency to stir up trouble was a result of his school days. In these times, students often formed cliques, and as a poor country boy, Han Qingyu wished to avoid such entanglements, inevitably encountering some trouble. Meanwhile, Wen Jifei, perhaps due to having a wealthy and influential father, was particularly prone to causing disturbances and seemed unafraid of the consequences, especially when it came to taking on burdens for others. On several occasions, Han Qingyu and a few classmates had not engaged in any altercations themselves. Yet upon his arrival to assist, a brawl would inevitably ensue. Furthermore, his actual combat prowess paled in comparison to that of Han Qingyu. Can you handle this? I fear you may not be capable, Lao Jian remarked, his eyes narrowing, hinting at a possible intent to test the waters. He continued, Are you aware of what your classmate is about to embark upon? Wen Jifei responded matter-of-factly, to enlist, of course, and head to the frontier. Lao Jin chuckled and nodded in agreement. Sensing the moment, Han Qingyu quickly interjected, "Best not meddle. My enlistment is something that should be handled by Lao." Uncle Lao. Upon uttering this, he felt an immense sense of frustration, yet found himself powerless to change it. A misunderstanding? With that? When Jifei stood at attention and saluted, "Good day, sir." He then leaned forward, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. "Sir, which unit do you belong to? How fortuitous. For I too am about to enlist. Surely, to defend our nation, we must go where our country needs us most, such as the frontier, right?" Listening intently, Lao Jian smiled, gradually shifting his gaze to Han Qingyu, his expression laden with meaning. "Get lost. Do you think serving in the military is a mere game?" Han Qingyu swiftly turned to scold him. Only then did Lao Jian speak up, saying, "Indeed, where you serve in the military is not for you to decide." When Jifei responded with a defeated acknowledgement, not daring to speak further in the presence of the commanding officer, Han Qingyu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "Yes, rest assured, sir." Before departing, when Jifei once again foolishly saluted the officer, the jeep jostled along the gravel road. Inside the vehicle, Lao Jian smiled mischievously and asked, "What's wrong? Were you nervous just now? Afraid of dragging your brothers into danger?" He continued, "I am increasingly convinced that bringing you on board was the right decision. You are calm, dutiful, insightful, and value loyalty. By the way, I will personally take you to the unit this time. Aren't you the captain?" Han Qingyu turned to Lao Jin, confusion evident in his gaze. Perhaps he had indeed begun to regard Han Qingyu as one of his own soldiers. As his tone now bore less restraint, "Do you consume that substance?" Judging that his secrets remained intact, and recognizing the rarity of the energy source, Han Qingyu inquired with genuine curiosity, "Is that why you all move so quickly, and consume it?" "Ha." Lao Jin laughed heartily while gripping the steering wheel. "Do you think it's like those 1,000-year-old ginseng or reishi mushrooms from television dramas? In reality, I have encountered individuals with a slightly stronger energy absorption capability. But as for direct ingestion as you described, I have neither seen nor heard of it, although I have heard of those with a very high fusion rate. Yet I have not witnessed it myself." "Oh," Han Qingyu replied, nodding in a daze. On the straight road, Lao Jian suddenly slowed the vehicle and then turned, leaning forward to adjust the backrest of the rear seat. The backrest tilted forward, revealing a hidden compartment within. The concealed compartment was meticulously organized, housing an unusual set of equipment that Han Qingyu had previously observed on Lao Jin and others that fateful night. A rectangular, dark-hued metallic box positioned upright, with the upper left and lower right corners truncated, revealing two interfaces. Additionally, at approximately the midpoint on either side, there were asymmetrically placed interfaces, corresponding to the number of interfaces for metal straps of indeterminate material hung within the compartment of the chair's backrest, although they were evidently metallic. They appeared to possess a certain flexibility. Finally, there lay a relatively short, yet somewhat thick, black and straight knife, whose craftsmanship seemed rather crude, alongside a similarly textured, conical dagger. "Are you feeling a bit tempted?" Lao Jian remarked with a wry smile. "Do you wish for my demise?" He chuckled, harboring resentment yet asserting, "You cannot kill me. And even if you did, it would be futile. So many witnessed you that day, and the matter has already been reported upwards." Han Qingyu sighed honestly. "If I were to disclose this, no one would believe me." Lao Jian shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. "Even if ordinary folks do not believe, there will always be those who take heed. I'm afraid we cannot take that risk. You will understand this better in due course." As he spoke, a black communication device, roughly the size of a cigarette case, suddenly flickered with a red light, emitting a couple of beeps. Lao Jian glanced at Han Qingyu before grasping the communicator to establish the connection. 752 area, Lao Jian, standing by, he stated. The voice on the other end was somewhat indistinct to Han Qingyu, but he could make out a few phrases, likely mentioning supply station, strike, defense, nearby area assistance, and so forth. "Understood. My position is optimal. I will head there immediately." Lao Jian severed the call. The two exchanged glances within the vehicle. Han Qingyu earnestly said, "If you have matters to attend to, please let me off here. I can ride my bike myself." Lao Jian hesitated briefly. "I need you to assist me with something, Han Qingyu." Before he could respond, the vehicle accelerated sharply, veering onto another mountain path as it sped away. Chapter 9. No good deed. The engine roared as the jeep careened along the perilous mountain road, its speed suggesting it might plunge off the cliff at any moment. Han Qingyu felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustration amid the mechanical cacophony and chaotic jolting. It was not merely the reckless driving of the operator that irked him. It was the task at hand that he had no desire to assist with, nor did he wish to engage in it at all. The imminent battle he foresaw offered little more than a death sentence, and he could not help but resent his inability to resist this fate. The sensation of being at the mercy of someone else's whims was utterly abhorrent. Daring not to glance at the road, Qingyu clutched the overhead handle tightly. His body nearly dislodged from his seat. He felt like a marionette, swinging precariously within the confines of the vehicle. Despite exerting 6 or 7/10 of his strength, he appeared fully committed to the endeavor. Behind the wheel, Lao Jian wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed and his gaze unwavering. His hands, eyes, and legs moved in a swift and precise choreography. Meanwhile, a nagging anxiety crept into his mind. Within just a few days, the vicinity of 752 had once again encountered trouble. Such occurrences had been rare in recent years. And this time the communication he had just received indicated an incident at a nearby covert supply station, where an unexpected landing of shuttlecraft had been reported, with suspicions of 2 vessels involved. Consequently, the station team had been compelled to request immediate assistance from neighboring areas while simultaneously launching their own defensive operations. If indeed 2 shuttlecraft were present, the confrontation with a single team would undoubtedly be devastating. Lao Jian could easily envision the carnage. Moreover, the supply station was at stake. The dilemma lay in the coordinates provided by the station, which were rather distant from the 752 Team's base. The vicinity of Fo Long Ao was already on the fringes of the 752 defense zone, and the coordinates were even farther afield. Without prior warning, only Lao Jian, fortuitously present, could make it in time. 764 should be able to reach it, he reassured himself, yet he remained vigilant, refusing to relax as he drove the seemingly ordinary, yet powerfully equipped military jeep fitted with a Metelli advanced engine, steadily approaching the site of assistance. Approximately 20 minutes later, the jeep screeched to a halt at a seemingly unmarked location along the mountainside. With a swift maneuver, Lao Jian steered the vehicle into a broadleaf forest. Much to Qingyu's astonishment, they disembarked and ascended the mountain, with one hand clutching the equipment and the other grasping the dazed Qingyu. Lao Jian hurriedly made his way uphill. They then veered off halfway up the slope, circumventing to the rear of the mountain, entering a secluded valley surrounded by towering peaks. The journey was undeniably arduous, yet Lao Jian never donned his gear. If you ask me, cough, you could just wear it yourself and spare me the burden. Qingyu muttered, feeling a wave of nausea that rendered him oblivious to his tone. He struggled, reminiscent of their previous ordeal. It seemed that every encounter with Lao Jian was fraught with misfortune. The device had activated, yet it could not sustain him for long. Lao Jian succinctly expressed his thoughts and continued to sprint through the valley, dragging Qingyu along. After approximately 10 more minutes of running through the gorge, he paused. This should suffice, he remarked as he surveyed the surrounding terrain. Estimating the distance and the time the device could withstand, he turned to glance at Qingyu, who was now exhausted and sprawled on the ground. With a grave expression, he stated, "Now, I need you to assist me." Qingyu silently heaved a sigh of relief. Realizing that they would need to venture to the site, Lao Jian proceeded to strap a metallic box diagonally across his back, inserting 4 metal straps into their respective interfaces. Then, he unfastened the buttons of his shirt, revealing that he was already equipped with a set of military-style tactical straps. Positioned at the center of his chest was a circular metal plate, also featuring an interface. "I sustained an injury a couple of days ago, as you are aware, and I have yet to fully recover," Lao Jian explained. Qingyu replied, "Are you trying to court death?" He wondered if he would be held accountable. "Not quite. Although you witnessed me being thrown the other day, I assure you, I'm still rather resilient." A wry smile escaped Lao Jian's lips as he noted the urgency of the situation. He pointed to the hard interface and continued, "In any case, the moment this core interface is activated, there is a significant possibility that I may lose consciousness due to the energy surge." It became apparent to Qingyu why he was involved in this endeavor. He nodded in understanding. "If I faint, do not panic. Just connect this." Lao Jian gestured to a metal strap beneath the box and indicated an interface on his belt, instructing Qingyu, "Please connect this interface, and I shall regain consciousness shortly." Thus, the brown belt was also a vital connector, cleverly disguised as commonplace. The interface on the belt was positioned near the left side of his waist. Qingyu examined it and remarked, "That spot corresponds with the kidney, right?" "Indeed," Lao Jian replied with a hint of exasperation. "Oh," Qingyu acknowledged. "Is it that simple?" "Precisely," Lao Jian demonstrated briefly and then met Qingyu's gaze. "Of course, you could choose to take this opportunity to eliminate me, but do not forget, I am aware, Han Qingyu interjected. You may proceed. He refrained from questioning why Lao Jian didn't he simply connect the metal strap himself. It was evident that the activation of such a device required a specific procedure. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited no hesitation, observing closely. With a click, an auditory sensation was overshadowed by a visual one, followed by a resonating hum. Then, he collapsed, utterly silent, falling backward. The entire experience was uncomplicated, direct, and devoid of any dramatic twists. He didn't even tremble. This reminded Han Qingyu of his chemistry teacher from the first year of high school. On that day, the elderly man stood at the podium with a test tube, explaining, "You may observe my operation for this experiment as it is hazardous. If too much is poured in, it could explode." And with that, he detonated. The similarity was unmistakable. In what should have been an environment fraught with tension and even fear, Han Qingyu found himself lost in absurd thoughts, inexplicably compelled to laugh. He truly felt dizzy, embodying the spirit of a man. Not only did he wish to laugh, but in the next moment, he even longed to leap up and cheer. The scoundrel before him, brandishing a knife against his throat and coercing him into military service, had led him to this perilous place, and now, he lay there, utterly defenseless. Murder was something Han Qingyu dared not contemplate. As Lao Jian had remarked, he had already been remembered by far too many that night, and now his name was registered above. So, should he spit a few times? Utter some curses, perhaps stamp on him a couple of times? Or find a snake that wouldn't kill him and give it a bite? The 19-year-old, frustrated by previous indignities, entertained such childish notions until his gaze caught a glimpse of the dark metallic box peeking out from behind Lao Jian. According to Lao Jian, it contained a source energy block. For Han Qingyu, the source energy block represented curiosity, desire, and immense allure. I shall take a look first. Almost instinctively, he took his first step forward. However, as his foot touched the ground, a sudden alarm flared within him. Was he truly so naive as to let his guard down? Was it possible they had marked the equipment, or, worse, pretended to be unconscious to test him? Besides, it seemed Lao Jian had deliberately checked his watch before connecting the metal band. That scoundrel. With those thoughts, Han Qingyu suppressed his curiosity and indignation, slowly and feebly moving closer to grasp the metal band, aiding Lao Jian in completing the connection. This process posed no challenge. Even a child could manage it. The blue light on the metallic box flickered once more, indicating success. Yet, the man did not awaken. Could he be dead? If he were, the blame would certainly fall upon me. Han Qingyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After waiting for about 2 minutes, seeing the man still unmoving, he reluctantly reached out to test Lao Jian's breath. Nothing. He is dead. It's over. What should I do? Should I take the device and the source energy block and flee for my life? Just as Han Qingyu hesitated on whether to proceed, the seemingly lifeless Lao Jian suddenly sat up, first glancing at his watch before turning to look at Han Qingyu. Thank you. After uttering these words, Lao Jian bent down to connect the metal band extending from the upper left corner of the metallic box to his right shoulder. Then attached the band from the middle right interface to a lower position on his right belt. It looked somewhat rudimentary, didn't it? The three-dimensional device has been continually improved, and I've heard the next generation is about to be released. Once you don your armor, you should be able to utilize it. With a sudden smile, he added this remark, and in an instant, Lao Jian, fully equipped, sprang effortlessly from the ground. He then picked up the knife, gripping it in his right hand, while inserting a small, conical dagger into the outer side of his left leg. I'm leaving, he declared. And what about me? Should I wait here for you, or can I leave first? Han Qingyu inquired. No, you cannot wander about recklessly. After a moment's thought, Lao Jian chuckled. Ah, right? Aren't you quite skilled at hiding? In that case, you should find a pit on the nearby mountain and lie low, remaining still. Otherwise, you risk your life. Is there danger here as well? Logically, there shouldn't and oppose. TB. Lao Jian furrowed his brow in contemplation before smiling, yet one cannot discount the whims of fate. Your luck is so poor. What if? Han Qingyu. After speaking, Lao Jian waved his hand and dashed into the forest ahead. Just as Jiang Che observed that night, he moved with remarkable speed, traversing the woods with the ease of walking on flat ground. Damn, fortunately, I am not afraid of snakes. In the valley, amidst the low hills, on a gentle slope, Han Qingyu found a pit and lay down obediently. He had been lying there for nearly 30 to 40 minutes, feeling somewhat disoriented. A viper slithered by, and he swiftly crushed it. The sky grew dim. Aside from the sounds of the wind and the chirping of insects, all was eerily silent. Just as Han Qingyu began to relax his nerves, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat erupted from above the dirt slope. The sound suggested that the skirmish was not as grand as that night. It seemed to involve only 2 or 3 individuals. However, for Han Qingyu, it made no difference. Any one of these fighters, should they come his way, could spell his demise. What is happening? Wasn't it agreed that we would be fighting robots together? Confused and unwilling to ponder further, Han Qingyu buried his head and held his breath. Chapter 10. A choice in desperation. After Han Qingyu had unleashed every expletive he knew to berate Lao Jin, the battle atop the slope came to an abrupt halt, punctuated by the final 2 screams. A body tumbled down the incline, rolling to a stop barely 50 centimeters from Han Qingyu, obscured by the underbrush, lying motionless. Where did it fall? A voice called from above. Han Qingyu and Appos, as heart leaped to his throat. In this moment, distinguishing friend from foe was a daunting task, yet for him, it was a matter of life and death. Who could guarantee that the one who had just taken a life would not turn their blade upon him if discovered? Faced with the energy device, Han Qingyu found himself devoid of any means of resistance. It's merely an energy source. Why the urgency? Another voice interjected. I assure you, I want to contest it with you. I fear the person may not yet be dead, the first voice replied, trailing off into silence. Thereafter, even the sound of footsteps faded away. Han Qingyu could not ascertain whether the 2 had departed, as their footsteps suggested they had not. Yet, should they be cautious in activating the energy device, these individuals could indeed retreat with remarkable stealth. In any case, regardless of the circumstances, it seemed they would not descend for the time being. Han Qingyu breathed a slight sigh of relief, only to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. After a moment of respite, he summoned the courage to lift his head slightly and steal a glance at the corpse before him. Why are you staring at me? The body lay askew amidst the underbrush, its head tilted, eyes fixated directly on Han Qingyu's position. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Lao Jin on that fateful day. Looking at me serves no purpose. I want to save anyone again. Saving you would only lead to my own demise. Besides, you appear quite dead. Are you not utterly deceased? Judging by the eyes, one would assume the answer was affirmative. A closer inspection revealed a gash across the neck and 2 puncture wounds in the chest, blood seeping out into the encroaching darkness. Confirming the lifelessness of the figure, even the metallic straps adorning its body had been severed, yet the eyes remained open in death. Stop looking. I am in no position to avenge you. I must ensure my own survival. Han Qingyu lamented in silence, offering a brief explanation as he averted his gaze from the corpse, regulating his breath and gathering his composure to scrutinize the body. Soon, he discerned that the deceased not only bore the same metallic straps as Lao Jian, but also wore a gray uniform identical to that of Lao Jian and his companions from that night. It appeared that this fallen individual was one of their own. Thus, the Azure individuals referenced by the 2 above must have been Lao Jian and his team. If so, then those 2 above were indeed the enemy, having just slain an Azure warrior, seemingly with urgent matters at hand. For quite some time, silence reigned from above. Had they departed? Uncertain whether the other party had departed, Han Qingyu was acutely aware that he must flee. Otherwise, when they descended to inspect the corpse, he would almost certainly be discovered. Remaining here would lead only to a dead end. He lifted his gaze, preparing to survey his surroundings in search of an escape route. However, his attention was immediately captivated by an object on the ground before him. A metal box, belonging to the deceased, lay approximately a meter away. Inside it were energy blocks. He decided to take it, for it mattered little in the grand scheme. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately could not suppress his urge. With the slowest and gentlest of movements, he slightly elevated his body and extended his arm. At last, his fingertips rested upon the box. Subsequently, with even slower and more delicate motions, he located a vertical latch on the side of the box, twisted it free, and gradually pushed the lid upwards. The box opened. For the first time, Han Qingyu activated an energy device. Adjusting his posture, he focused intently. Yet, to his surprise, what lay within his sight was not the dark golden, semi-molten metal block he had glimpsed that day, likely absorbed by him already, but rather a square, deep blue crystal, measuring no more than 6 centimeters on each side. At first glance, it resembled a piece of deep blue jelly, yet it was solid. With irregular cracks that might have been the result of confinement or perhaps the flickering light of stars captured within, it was stunning, utterly mesmerizing. So, this was the energy block refined and distributed by the military? There was no time for further contemplation, nor much hesitation. Han Qingyu reached out to touch it. Taking it away was less effective than absorbing it. If I truly can directly extract energy, the answer was affirmative. Unlike the previous occasion when he had been either too anxious or unaware to feel anything, this time, the moment his fingertip made contact with the energy block, he sensed something surging towards him. It felt akin to a drop of warm, crystalline spring water flowing slowly from his fingertip through his palm, wrist, pulse, and forearm, coursing into his body. Then another drop, and another. It ceased. After numerous attempts, Han Qingyu confirmed that the energy block was depleted. The blue crystalline form remained intact, yet it was devoid of energy. This should not have happened. He felt a flicker of regret. Just a flicker. He scarcely had time to discern any changes within his body. For the moment, what mattered most was his life. He needed to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Once more, he scanned his surroundings, utilizing the last vestiges of faint light to observe meticulously and with great care. Then, despair washed over him. It was over. Han Qingyu could not fathom why he had chosen such a location, a place where there was no path ahead, and both sides were strewn with withered branches. The withered branches lay in layers, akin to the accumulation of years of felled and abandoned timber. In the current scenario, with but a movement from Han Qingyu, be it a crawl or a stride, a cacophony of crackling sounds would undoubtedly ensue, the dry twigs either snapping or shifting, creating a dense clamor. Reflecting back, it was precisely these branches that he had trodden upon his arrival. However, at that moment, his situation was markedly different, and he had not perceived anything amiss with the sounds, even finding solace in the notion that the amassed twigs provided a semblance of cover. At that time, his sole focus had been on concealment, with no thought of retreat. And now, what to do? To push the corpse down, banking on those above to mistake the sound for a natural fall, leading them to descend and directly leap into the abyss below. No, that would be too self-deceptive. In the throes of fruitless contemplation, Han Qingyu felt a wave of despondency wash over him, unconsciously glancing back towards the slope. A bitter smile forming within his mind. Perhaps they were no longer above. This possibility was indeed real, yet devoid of any information to substantiate such a judgment. It was a gamble shrouded in complete blindness. Simultaneously, this glance revealed another realization. In one direction, his ascent would not disturb the withered branches. Towards the slope, it was a moderately inclined gradient, composed solely of firm, slightly moist red earth, interspersed with lush green grass. But what purpose would it serve for him to climb there? To ascertain their presence? 3 seconds later, Han Qingyu resolved to check if they were indeed there. If not, he would flee. He slowly turned around. With one hand, he methodically drilled the dagger into the red earth, while the other grasped a clump of green grass, and Han Qingyu took his first step upwards. In that moment, all his strength coalesced and focused. He then realized that the recently absorbed blue crystal energy had not been wholly assimilated into his body like the previous dull metallic fragments. Instead, it resembled a small puddle of water cradled in his palm, minimal in volume, yet perceptible within the channels of his body. Of course, this tiny pool of energy might also be undergoing digestion, albeit at a pace too slow to be distinctly felt. Its influence was more external. For instance, when Han Qingyu exerted force with his arm, this portion of energy would surge towards his arm, functioning and simultaneously expending itself. Such effects were palpable. Han Qingyu could distinctly sense the fluctuations in his strength, speed, and explosive power over a short duration. This made his climb considerably easier. The slope was not particularly high. Thus, despite exercising caution, Han Qingyu swiftly approached the summit. In the final steps, he encountered a small ledge that allowed his body to press closely against it. Han Qingyu pressed himself tightly against the ledge, adjusted his breathing, and then cautiously extended his body upwards. His line of sight ascended. Just a final inch remained between him and the view of the summit. This last inch felt like a moment teetering on the brink of destiny-esque revelation. Taking a deep breath, he held it, and then he moved. And there he saw people through the gaps in the grass. Han Qingyu could distinctly see 2 figures, their backs turned towards him, silently lying side by side in the underbrush. They were perhaps no more than 3 meters away. Both individuals bore energy devices, yet theirs differed from the ones that Lao Jian and his companions possessed. They resembled black discs with an equilateral triangle embedded within, from which metallic straps extended. However, the devices appeared dormant, seemingly in a state of hibernation. Their attire also seemed somewhat dissimilar, but that was of little consequence. Han Qingyu wrestled with an overwhelming sense of loss and a profound fear of death, stifling his tremors and frailty as he prepared to retreat, to descend, and then to push the bodies, taking a gamble. Just as his gaze was about to fall below the surface of the earth, he suddenly paused. In that fleeting moment, The turmoil within Han Qingyu and Apos' mind was challenging to articulate. It was akin to a rapid frost encasing a lake, transforming it into an expanse of chilling stillness, or like a searing red sword piercing through the ice, unwavering in its descent. 2 seconds later, Han Qingyu's body was airborne, gliding forward at a low altitude like a swift arrow. In his left hand, he gripped a tapered dagger with 4 blood grooves, while his right hand wielded a straight blade, braced against his forearm. The 2 figures on the ground quickly sensed the disturbance behind them, their energy devices vibrating in response. Light flickered and extinguished. There was no time. The 2 bodies lay motionless, one with a gaping wound at the nape of the neck, the other with a tapered dagger embedded in the back of the skull. The knife and dagger remained firmly in Han Qingyu's grasp. 3 hours earlier, Lao Jian had remarked to Han Qingyu in the vehicle, for instance, "Take me. Nearly a decade has passed. If the device remains inactive, a stab from you would lead to my demise just the same." Chapter 11. Unknown Great Achievements in the Mountains, under the cover of a moonless night. The earth sloped high above, merely layers of distant peaks rising even higher. The wind swept through the darkness, brushing against the verdant summer grass, which struck his face and body. The grass seeds were sharp and prickly, and the sun-baked red earth still held warmth, while the stones beneath him were somewhat uncomfortable. The conical dagger, marked with 4 blood grooves, had been withdrawn. The sanguine liquid swiftly dripped away, soon leaving not a trace of blood behind. Han Qingyu lay concealed in the grass at the summit, beside 2 lifeless bodies, reflecting on the fleeting moment prior, when the thought had surged forth from deep within. There was scarcely any interval between resolution and action, not even a thread of connection. He dared not grant himself the luxury of contemplation or hesitation, fearing that even a moment's doubt would rob him of his courage. Thus, in that instant, he conceived an idea and acted upon it without delay. Utilizing the dagger embedded in the ground for leverage, he leaped forward while drawing his blade, executing a decisive strike. The outcome lay before him. Had he delayed his assault by even half a second, the energy source on his adversary would have activated, and the one now sprawled on the ground would undoubtedly have been he. One thing remained undeniable. The seemingly casual remarks made by Lao Jian in the vehicle had played a crucial role throughout this entire ordeal. Perhaps it was something Lao Jian himself could never have anticipated. As the saying goes, the speaker may be unintentional, yet the listener may bring about destruction. Moreover, there was the matter of the energy source. 1 drop, 2 drops. Han Qingyu clasped a piece of blue crystal energy core, feeling the warm energy flow from his palm into his body. The 3rd drop, the 4th, and then it ceased, leaving him with nothing. How scarce it was. This should not be the case. What if he were to join the military and continued absorbing energy in such a manner? What then? Contemplating this, he turned to open the remaining individual metallic box. The 3rd piece, the final one, he had already searched the corpse and found no spare energy cores. Han Qingyu held his breath, concentrating deeply, and began to attempt control. 1 drop. Stop. Hold steady. He could distinctly sense that a drop of energy within the blue crystal was surging towards him, yet he managed to deliberately control it, which brought him a measure of joy. After a moment of contemplation, Han Qingyu resolutely relinquished that final drop of energy. Having completed this, he sought out a mountain stream, cleansing his hands and body before he made his way to another nearby hill. Finding a new hollow, he resumed his prone position. Yes, he must acclimatize for survival. He then began to quietly and meticulously attune himself to the energy within his body. From the moment Han Qingyu decided to ascend the dirt slope for a glance, scarcely 20 minutes had elapsed. After another 10 minutes or so, he finally heard the distant sounds of a crowd passing through the valley's mouth. Yet, he remained silent. Han, where are you? Come out. I've left, he said. Han Qingyu jumped down and inquired, did we win? Yes, over 70 in their team have arrived. Lao Jian nodded and, after a moment of silence, walked ahead. The battle he had just endured was unparalleled in its brutality and casualties throughout his decade-long combat career. Observing this, Han Qingyu chose to remain silent and followed suit. He refrained from disclosing the recent events to Lao Jian for several reasons. Firstly, he had yet to formulate an explanation for how he managed to kill those 2 individuals. Secondly, he had consumed 2 pieces of blue crystal energy cores. And thirdly, there was a slim chance that he had misjudged the enemy and ally. As they descended the mountain, Lao Jian suddenly coughed up blood. Wiping his mouth, he turned to Han Qingyu and offered a light-hearted smile, saying, "It and amp. Apos. A trivial matter." However, he soon coughed up blood again, and again, leaving a pool on the ground. With both hands pressing firmly on his knees, Lao Jian stood up unsteadily and waved, insisting, "I'm fine." Han Qingyu replied, I am the captain, after all. In the presence of the third team. I cannot let 752 down, Lao Jian added, straightening his posture and continuing down the mountain. Han Qingyu observed the pallor of his face and asked, "Are you sure you're all right?" "I'm fine. I'm a child of the mountains," Lao Jian reassured him. "Well then, please be careful on your way." "All right." As Han Qingyu was retrieving his bicycle from the back of the vehicle, Lao Jian's communicator buzzed with an incoming call. "Wait a moment," he said. Just as Han Qingyu was about to ride off, Lao Jian called out from behind and hurried to the roadside. Han Qingyu shook his head. "My parents will be waiting for dinner. It's late. They must be quite anxious." Lao Jian appeared somewhat awkward. "Now, take a closer look at my equipment," he said, holding the deactivated device in his hands. "If anyone approaches with even the slightest variation in their gear, do not reveal anything once you are discovered. Just feign ignorance, as if you know nothing. Do you understand? Is that clear?" Lao Jian asked. "Yes," Han Qingyu replied. "Then, who are those people?" Han Qingyu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. From Lao Jian and Appo's words, he inferred that there indeed existed another group of individuals equipped with energy devices. But they were enemies, likely those two on the hillside. This realization eased Han Qingyu's mind considerably. However, he still chose to remain silent about the matter. Oh. For a moment, Han Qingyu struggled to comprehend the existence of the type of people Lao Jian had mentioned, thus refraining from further conversation. "It should be fine. Just think of yourself as an ordinary person," Lao Jian advised, having come to the conclusion that traveling alongside Han Qingyu could potentially pose a greater danger. Understood. Along the winding mountain path, the two parted ways, as Lao Jian and Han Qingyu progressed along their respective routes. At the hidden reserve station of the Azure Alliance in the 700 region, the soldiers, having just endured a bloody battle, had yet to attend to any cleanup. Not even the bodies of their fallen comrades. Xiao Wu, he is gone. The body was discovered at the edge of the valley. Today, Xiao Wu is responsible for guarding the premises and patrolling the perimeter, correct? Yes. Subsequently, the two members of the cleansing faction who killed Xiao Wu also met their demise, perishing atop a nearby hillock. Oh, was it a mutual destruction? No, the evidence from the battlefield suggests that they were eliminated by another party after having slain Xiao Wu, falling victim to a surprise attack. Another party? Who? Unknown, but they certainly were not our people. Allow me to present another matter, which may be even more crucial. We discovered an item beside the two members of the cleansing faction. The speaker extracted an object and placed it upon the table. This, it appears, is a detonator. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. It was not until the deputy station chief, who was formerly a military writer, broke the silence with a slow utterance. "So we are all survivors of a catastrophe." Still, no one spoke, yet each individual present envisioned the scenario in which they had just traversed a field of high explosives in their most frail state, only to have the ambush waiting to trigger the detonator thwarted by an assailant. The logic behind the unfolding events is, in fact, quite evident. They successfully set up a remote-controlled explosive field, eliminating the patrolling soldiers and lying in wait atop the hillock, only to be slain themselves. After a moment, the station chief rose. To rephrase, it means someone single-handedly saved 63 members of the Azure Coalition, including us, as well as the concealed reserve station in Zone 700, along with all its energy sources, material reserves, and all 22 non-combat personnel. Chapter 12. Joyful news, however. He did not reveal his identity. With one arm dangling and blood still seeping from his left shoulder due to injury, the 40-year-old veteran faced this unprecedented situation in his life. Unconsciously, through his facial expressions and body language, he conveyed his inner confusion and bewilderment. After a considerable pause, he finally persuaded himself to bypass this aspect and continued in a grave tone. Therefore, the situation we are currently confronting is, in fact, exceedingly complex. Having laid the groundwork with that statement, he issued 4 commands in quick succession. 1. Temporarily seal off subsequent information, including those who had previously come to aid, namely Lao Jian and Team 764, while immediately implementing the internal emergency supervision regulations. 2. Promptly relocate the reserve station. 3. Directly escalate the matter to the highest council of the Blue Alliance as Huaxi Asian Army, reporting the specifics of the incident. 4. Continue the investigation to ascertain which organization the recently emerged cleansing faction belongs to, how they became aware of the reserve station's location, and to identify that individual. As the party involved, Han Qingyu was, of course, entirely oblivious to these developments. Lao Jian, originally the sole collaborator who might have provided some speculative direction, was equally in the dark, struggling to maintain control of the steering wheel amidst the chaos, desperately needing to regroup. On the winding mountain road, a jeep sped towards the medical point while a bicycle raced homeward. At this time, it was already past 8 in the evening, the eve of Han Qingyu's departure from home. Unbeknownst to Han Qingyu, earlier that day, around dusk, his village was abuzz with excitement. From early morning, Fenlong Ao had become a rare topic of lively discussion, with villagers enthusiastically sharing the elders and Appo's interpretation regarding the landslide that had occurred the previous night on Fulong Mountain. The elders proclaimed that it signified the dragon and Appo's liberation, soaring to the heavens, heralding a bright future for the descendants of Fenlong Ao, who could finally aspire to greatness. This was indeed uplifting news. It is human nature to wish for prosperity for one and Appo's offspring. Consequently, the villagers quickly embraced this explanation, reveling in joy and anticipation. Hey, have you heard about it? In the evening, while Zhang Jiexia was tidying up dried vegetables in the yard after preparing dinner, a neighbor's wife leaned over the wall with a large white porcelain bowl. Seeking her attention, she turned. What matter? The dragon and Appo's liberation from the heavens, the neighbor replied solemnly. I and Appo's heard something about it, Zhang Jiexia acknowledged, continuing her task with a nod. As for this matter, it would be impossible to say she believed it wholeheartedly. In fact, she had even expressed some mild grievances in her heart, lamenting that the landslide had come too late. This seemingly auspicious news, which bore no malice, somehow morphed into an implication of her son's misfortune. Zhang Jiexia felt a twinge of discomfort, turning her head to glance at her neighbor, forcing a smile as she replied, "That's not the case. This university is not something one can simply gain admission to. Both I and the father of Qingyu are but humble folk, and it seems unreasonable to expect that our offspring should necessarily achieve great success. As for the child's education, it suffices if he can acquire some knowledge. The matter of sending children to school has long been a topic of contention within the village. The prevailing opinion among the majority is that the prospect of attending university is exceedingly slim. A mere elementary or middle school education is deemed sufficient. The recent failures of Han Qingyu in the college entrance examinations seem to corroborate this viewpoint. To speak frankly, the value of education is best measured by its utility. Take the village chief and Appo's son, Jiaxing, who has yet to complete his middle school education. He just received notice today that he will be enlisting in the military. Meanwhile, the neighbor's wife, who lacks both education and emotional intelligence, continues to express her entrenched beliefs. Zhang Jiexia feels a twinge of frustration but finds herself at a loss for a rebuttal and thus buries herself in her work, refraining from further conversation. Oh dear. Look at the military vehicle, a grand jeep. Suddenly, the neighbor's wife, who had been chattering incessantly, points excitedly toward the distance, her chopsticks in hand. Zhang Jiexia straightens up, turns, and stretches to see. In the distance, atop the earthen ridge at the village entrance, a military green jeep, caked with yellow dust and dried mud, struggles to ascend and then begins to move slowly along the village path. At this hour, the villagers, who were enjoying their evening meals outside their homes, rise from their seats, drawn by the commotion, some clutching their bowls in eager anticipation of a celebratory drink. Surely, this vehicle must be here to collect Jiaxing. What a grand affair. Could it be so soon? It should be merely delivering the notice. But no, such pomp is unnecessary for a mere notification. A large jeep arriving at home. Besides, wasn't it said that the notice was delivered earlier today? The villagers speculate as they discuss the unfolding scene. And regardless of their opinions, they collectively accept that the grand jeep is headed for the village chief's home. Even Zhang Jiexia does not entertain alternative thoughts. Deep down, she hopes her own Qingyu might follow in Jiaxing's footsteps and join the military, yet they had only inquired about it that morning. It seemed too soon for such developments. Indeed, the jeep lumbers past the entrance of their yard. Zhang Jiexia watches with a mix of envy and concern. She has heard that this year's recruits have already received their notices and will likely depart in the coming days. She wonders whether her son still has a chance. Suddenly, with a screech and a jolt, the massive jeep, which had already passed half the courtyard wall, abruptly halts beside the Han family's fence. A head emerges from the window, and a voice calls out, "Comrade, hello. Is this the home of Han Qingyu?" This is no case of mistaken identity or mere inquiry for directions. The officer has specifically named Han as Qingyu. Instantly, curiosity grips the neighbors and the onlookers in the village. Ah, yes. Zhang Jiexia herself was momentarily taken aback. Before hastily setting aside the bamboo sieve in her hands, two impeccably dressed personnel from the military department emerged from the vehicle. "You must be the family of Han Qingyu. We have come to deliver his conscription notice," one of them stated, producing a pristine enlistment notification from his bag and handing it to Zhang Jiexia. This turn of events was utterly unexpected. She recognized her son's name on the document, yet after the initial surprise, she couldn't help but verify the notice several times. In her excitement, she had yet to utter a word, but the murmurs of the neighboring villagers soon filled the air. What? Weren't they only going to have one child? Has Qingzi also been recruited? Indeed, but I hadn't heard anything about that. I had previously heard that our village had only one quota. And even the village head and Amp, Appos, nephew Kuden and Amp, Appos, enlist. Who knows? In his moment of desperation, he hardly paid attention to anyone. Good news, old Han, our Qingzi. Zhang Jiexia eagerly thrust the notice into her husband's hands, unable to contain her joy as she exclaimed, "Our Qingzi can join the army now. Look. The leaders have come all this way to deliver the notification." At this moment, she realized she had been so absorbed in her happiness that she had neglected to invite her guests in. She hurriedly fetched a stool for them to sit and rushed to prepare some tea. "No need for formality, sister-in-law. We must leave shortly, or it will be dark soon." One of the military personnel advised, but upon seeing it had no effect, he refrained from insisting. Instead, he turned to Han Yushan and explained, "You are Han Qingyu's father, correct? The situation is rather special. We received a telegram from above, specifically requesting his conscription. The telegram just arrived before we finished work this afternoon, and we hurried to ensure you received it in time." Seemingly to address the questions of the surrounding crowd, this official elaborated quite thoroughly, though he did not disclose the specific rank from which the directive originated. In fact, both men were still observing and speculating about the Han family's circumstances and connections. Thus far, they had not discerned anything particularly remarkable about Han Qingyu's parents. Chapter 13. Dinner. The telegram above announced a special recruitment for military service. The villagers, unfamiliar with such matters, were nonetheless impressed and began to indulge in their imaginations. As their thoughts soared to great heights, they instinctively lowered their voices, hesitant to discuss further. This, perhaps, is a psychological norm ingrained in the common folk of Wuxia for thousands of years. Meanwhile, Han Yushan expressed his heartfelt gratitude as Zhang Jiexia served steaming tea. After the two officials had taken a few sips, they inquired, "Is your child not at home?" One of the officials teased, "A female classmate, perhaps?" Haha. The other remarked, "Since he is heading to the army, it is only right to bid farewell to his classmates." With no second round of tea and no lingering for dinner, the officials departed shortly after, leaving their contact information and assuring Han and Appos, as parents, that they could reach out to them if needed. It was only after the grand jeep drove away that the villagers' voices returned to their usual volume, sparking a lively discussion about Han Qingyu's special recruitment. Questioning the nature of this recruitment and its reasons, the Han couple understood the situation well, yet could not admit to their son and Amp, Appos, as connections, leaving their responses somewhat vague and disorganized. Fortunately, the joy they felt was genuine and overwhelming. When Han Qingyu returned home, it was already past 9 in the evening, and the neighbors who had gathered to celebrate had just dispersed. In the absence of time to prepare a proper meal, Han Yushan resorted to opening a bottle of aged white liquor that he had kept hidden for many years, successfully appeasing the well-wishers. Upon returning home and seeing his parents, Han Qingyu felt a temporary detachment from the events and emotions he had just experienced, finding himself somewhat perplexed. "How is it that you still don and Appos, Tino?" His mother, beaming with joy, hurried inside to fetch his enlistment notice. To Han Qingyu's surprise, the notification he had expected the following day had arrived that very evening, and it was not delivered by Lao Jian. "How remarkable that the notice arrived before you did," he mused. Zhang Jiexia briefly recounted the earlier events. Then, under the puzzled gazes of his parents, he urgently whispered, "Did they give us any money when they delivered the notice?" Han Yushan and Zhang Jiexia were taken aback. "No. Should they have given us money?" "That seems unlikely," his mother replied, her eyes filled with confusion. Han Yushan echoed, "Indeed, I haven't heard of such a thing. Only of retirement benefits." "Oh, I had previously inquired out of curiosity and thought there might be a subsidy for special recruits. I was concerned you two might let something slip and attract envy." Han Qingyu cleverly concealed and prepared his response. He contemplated that it seemed the money was taken by Lao Jian, and he would need to remember to ask him about it when he arrived the following day. As the village lit up with lamps and insects buzzed against the windows, life continued to thrive in the mountains, where the cycles of nature persisted. Han Qingyu sat on the doorstep, illuminated by the eaves and appos light, gazing at the enlistment notice in his hands. Only Han Qingyu himself knew the extraordinary and terrifying challenges that awaited him. At that moment, his mother was bustling with excitement, swiftly bringing the steaming dishes from the stove to the table, the fragrant aroma of the food filling the air. His father rummaged through the old wooden cupboard for drinking glasses, paused to reflect, and then chuckled, having decided to take out an extra one today. Outside the courtyard gate, neighbors and relatives occasionally passed by, stopping to offer their congratulations, and out of concern or curiosity, they would ask a few more questions. This entire scene evoked a unique feeling in Han Qingyu, as if two worlds were quietly intertwining, one filled with curling smoke from the kitchen, the other with claws outstretched and teeth bared, a silent juxtaposition behind a veil. Everything before him was undeniably a familiar tableau, embodying the simplicity and authenticity of his past life, as ordinary as ever. Yet behind the curtain lay the realm he had just glimpsed, into which he was soon to be drawn, a world concealed from ordinary people, hard to fathom. "Wash your face and come eat," his father said warmly, patting Han Qingyu's shoulder. "Ah, all right." Han Qingyu rose and placed his admission notice on the table. As he washed his face at the sink, his parents sat patiently at the table. After wringing out the towel, he turned and gazed intently at his parents, bathed in the warm yellow light. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad," he said, unable to suppress his feelings. "If only I had done better on the exam." Once uttered, he quickly lifted his head, pressing the damp towel against his face. He pondered that had he performed well back then, perhaps none of this would have transpired, a fear creeping in. Uncertain if he would ever return. "Indeed, if you perform well in the army, I've heard you might even get promoted," his father added. When Han Qingyu removed the towel, he vigorously wiped his face, discreetly brushing away the tears, and, under the watchful eyes of his parents, beamed with a radiant smile, saying, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will certainly do my best. You must take care of yourselves and not overexert." The arduous journey ahead was something he could not share with anyone. "Rest assured about home," his parents replied. The three of them settled down at the table. "This little bit of liquor is all that's left," his father, Han Yushan, remarked, shaking the bottle of white spirit. "By the way, concerning your special recruitment, did you really not owe Xiaofei any favors?" "None at all," Han Qingyu quickly responded. "It just so happened that the army urgently needed to recruit some soldiers. I suppose my exam results were decent, especially in mathematics and the sciences, among those who didn't get into college but met the physical requirements. I might be considered quite the rarity." The expressions on Han Yushan and Zhang Jiexia's faces relaxed, nodding in agreement. "That's good. Come, let us pour you a little." His father poured a modest amount of liquor for Han Qingyu, then turned to fill a glass for his wife, Zhang Jiexia, with a smile, saying, "You too. Have a taste." With the remainder, he filled his own glass, pondering for a long moment before simply uttering two words, "Happy." They clinked glasses, and the three of them took a sip. Zhang Jiexia and Han Qingyu winced at the spiciness. "Ha ha." Han Yushan, upon observing their expressions, erupted into hearty laughter and turned to Han Qingyu, saying, "Previously, I refrained from letting you drink, fearing that it might impair your studies due to the notion that alcohol dulls the mind. But now, alas, I have heard that those in the military possess remarkable drinking prowess. Ha ha ha." There was an unmistakable hint of schadenfreude in the laughter of this straightforward farmer father. "I didn't have time to prepare you for this, ha ha ha. But fret not, a few bouts of drunkenness will suffice." Ultimately, he declared that he had a solution, clinking his glass with his son and Apos. During the meal, conversation flowed almost continuously, with his mother, as usual, recounting tales of neighbors and relatives, discussing the trivialities of village life. "By the way, your cousin went on a blind date yesterday," she remarked. "Did it go well? Did she mention it to you?" Even such mundane chatter found Han Qingyu engaging enthusiastically with his mother today. "No, I think she overate," she replied. "If she overate, shouldn't that mean the meeting went well? How could it not have worked out? Lacking common sense. If one is too engrossed in eating during a blind date, do you really think it will lead to something?" His mother chuckled, adding, "If it were meant to be. I tell you, either they would be too nervous to speak or they would never run out of things to say." "That does seem quite reasonable, Mother." "Of course, Mother possesses practical experience. Back when I went on a blind date with your father, we left a table full of dishes. Only after we exited did I realize I was hungry and thought to buy a sesame cake, only to run into your father at the stall. I was starving." Han Yushan awkwardly chimed in. The family of three raised their glasses once more. In any case, your mother knows much about the ways of the world. But there has been enough time to impart that wisdom to you. With a proud smile, she set her glass down and continued. After a brief moment of laughter, her expression shifted to one of solemnity as she turned her head, pausing in silence before suddenly adopting a different tone, saying, I never anticipated you would leave home so soon. This remark left Qingyu momentarily speechless. Following the initial joy and warmth, his parents began to realize that their son was indeed preparing to depart from their side, a journey that would last no less than 3 years, and perhaps many more. Repeated admonitions filled the air, with his mother's eyes glistening with unshed tears. His father lit a cigarette, adopting a composed demeanor, and waved his hand reassuringly, saying, Look at you, what is this all about? Qingyu has grown up, it's time for him to explore the world. He then complained about the smoke being particularly pungent today. Chapter 14. 6,000. The meal stretched into the late hours, well past 10 o'clock, which was considered quite late for a small mountain village. After dinner, Qingyu assisted his mother in washing the dishes and replenishing the rice and water jars. He then joined his father in the yard to split firewood, stacking the neatly chopped logs against the wall. As the father and son conversed while working, they inadvertently piled the wood high, almost reaching the eaves of their home. In the lives of the mountain dwellers, the rice jar and firewood often symbolize abundance. Terms like full jar, tall stack, and plentiful storage are frequently used as names, evoking a sense of security. Come here, Qingzi, let me show you something, his mother said, unveiling an old handkerchief with blue edges to reveal a silver bracelet. The silver was somewhat tarnished, exuding a rustic charm, and the design was unadorned, likely part of his mother's dowry from years past. Take this with you, she insisted, offering the bracelet along with the handkerchief. Do I really need this? Qingyu quickly clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his head. What would I do with a silver bracelet? I'm just a grown man. His mother paused, seemingly at a loss for words, and replied, What do you think? After a moment's thought, Qingyu remarked, Isn't this something you typically pass on to the daughter-in-law once I get married? Well, we can't have someone else wearing our bracelet. Zhang Jiexia added with a hint of concern. That is not the point, Mom. I'm going to the army, he replied, exasperated. In the army? There are no girls to cook for you? She quipped. Men cook in the army, he retorted, though in truth, he had little knowledge of what life in the army would actually be like. Oh, so there is no chance you might meet someone on your way out? What if the daughter of a superior takes a liking to my son? Or what if a Mulan appears in the barracks? Zhang Jiexia rambled on, weaving together all manner of improbable scenarios. Qingyu remained unfazed, particularly by the mention of Mulan. Eventually, his mother sniffled and said with reluctance, We don't have many decent things to offer. Just take it with you, keep it close, as a token of thought. With a sigh, Qingyu accepted the bracelet, recognizing that he indeed needed something to hold on to. His luggage required little preparation, only a few simple items. Not even enough to fill his school backpack. After turning off the lights and lying down in bed, he contemplated his current state of life, which could be succinctly described as peering into the abyss while simultaneously gazing towards the light. The events of the night seemed to brighten his outlook slightly. However, he recalled Lao Jian's account of a previous battle where 17 men had perished, leaving the survivors wounded. We must survive. We must endure. Source energy is hope. Qingyu interpreted his absorption of source energy as a unique physical trait. As Lao Jian had mentioned, he had heard of individuals with exceptionally high levels of source energy integration, though he had never witnessed such a phenomenon firsthand. Qingyu regarded himself as akin to those individuals, yearning to uncover their fates and accomplishments. The blue crystal energy he absorbed this evening still lingered within him, palpable yet seemingly diminished in quantity. Was it not the case that during combat, energy surged outward and was consumed greatly, while in a non-combat state, it remained in surplus, nurturing the body and being absorbed gradually, with no one to consult or discuss? Qingyu could only analyze and infer from the fragmented information in Lao Jian's words and his own bodily sensations. By dawn, he reached a preliminary understanding, or rather a conclusion. Firstly, the actual energy content of a substantial dark golden metal block, like the one from last time, far exceeded that of the blue crystal energy block acquired this evening. To draw a comparison, it was akin to a cup of water versus a few drops from a fingertip. Thus, the metal blocks obtained from a single battle by Lao Jian and his companions could potentially yield dozens of blue crystal energy blocks upon refining. However, considering the energy consumed during their combat, the profit would not be significant. It was no wonder that Lao Jian had to report the loss of a metal block to headquarters and undergo scrutiny. Well, in any case, it was not my concern. I did not intend for this, nor could I help it. Secondly, the so-called scientific refinement by the military was not purification, but rather the addition of certain impurities or guiding substances that facilitated the migration and division of energy, making it more accessible for widespread use. Therefore, compared to the dark golden block, the blue crystal block was less pure, resulting in a significant disparity in absorption rates. Perhaps that was the case? Having pondered these thoughts, Han Qingyu began to crave a metal block. However, it seemed that to obtain one, he would need to capture and slay at least 2 black-armored robots, a feat he could not accomplish alone. With teammates involved, he could not dare to hoard it for himself. The operational difficulty was too great. Contemplating this, he found the blue crystal blocks rather appealing as well. If he could acquire a multitude, a truckload, a roomful. Lao Jian arrived the next day. Close to noon, his complexion appeared somewhat pale and haggard, yet he presented himself neatly and cleanly. It was hard to fathom that someone who had been spitting blood the night before could show up in such a condition. In a village, a coffin would have been prepared overnight. Furthermore, the timing of his visit was significant. If this were a rural context, it would be tantamount to an unspoken invitation to lunch. How shameless indeed. Clearly not from a regular military unit, as they never took advantage of the populace. Yet here he was, consuming my family's egg-laying hen. To entertain this military leader, Zhang Jiexia slaughtered one of their egg-laying hens, and Han Yushan opened the last bottle of cherished aged white liquor he had been reluctant to drink. Han Qingyu hastily filled his belly while observing Lao Jian, who jovially addressed his brother-in-law and father, exchanging toasts with enthusiasm, resembling a demon cloaked in human skin, with a friendly facade that concealed a true nature capable of turning hostile at any moment. He brandished a knife at your son's throat, Dad, Mom, compelling him to enlist as a soldier, a fate that could lead to imminent death. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Han Qingyu excused himself and stepped outside into the courtyard. Before long, inside the room, Lao Jian had finished his meal and, without any preamble, produced a thick stack of money from his bag, placing it on the table. He had applied for a special talent recruitment subsidy for the child. Here is 6,000 yuan. Take a look. Han's parents were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with confusion. It's from the government. Take it without worry. Lao Jian paused for a moment before adding, by the way, due to the special circumstances, it would be best not to discuss this with others, to avoid unnecessary explanations. After saying this, he stood up, allowing time for Han's parents to process the information, and went outside to find Han Qingyu. 6,000. 6,000 is a considerable amount. Previously, when it was mentioned that it could be as high as 10,000, it was merely a starting point for negotiation. In truth, the Han family had not seen a sum exceeding 1,000 yuan in years while supporting his education. Han Qingyu thought to himself that this was quite favorable, yet outwardly, he displayed little excitement, merely responding with a subdued "oh." Of course, he was unaware that the money was, in fact, from Lao Jin and Oppo's own pocket. This amount had not been officially sanctioned. The Blue Alliance, despite its financial resources, had never established a precedent for compensating soldiers in advance of their sacrifice. No military in the world had such a protocol. The 6,000 yuan included 4,000 of Lao Jian's own savings, while the remaining 2,000 was borrowed from the doctors and nurses at the medical point the previous night, during a moment of distress. As for Han Qingyu's demeanor, Lao Jian was well aware of the child's concerns and did not take offense. He chuckled and remarked, I find you quite agreeable, but your narrow-mindedness is truly remarkable." Han Qingyu remained silent. It was then that Han's parents emerged from the room, clutching the money, their faces etched with worry and unease, approaching Lao Jian. The father spoke first, in a hushed but anxious tone. "Brother Lao, this, paying soldiers, offering such a sum, I've never heard of it." "Yes, Brother Lao." The mother chimed in. "Is it that the child's enlistment entails grave danger?" Thus, Lao Jian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that. Upon seeing 6,000 yuan, the hard-working and earnest parents of the Han family would first think of such matters. It was easy for him to understand why Han Qingyu was so dutiful and considerate. Lost in thought for a moment, Han's parents realized something was amiss and hurriedly attempted to return the money to Lao Jian, saying, "Then, can we decline? It's not that we are unwilling to serve our country, it's just that the child simply isn't cut out for this." Indeed. You may not know, but this child is quite timid. Just 2 years ago, he wouldn't even dare to go out alone at night to relieve himself. It was unexpected that the parents could harmonize in such a manner. Han Qingyu recognized the inevitability of the situation. There was no use in arguing. So he quickly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Dad, Mom, what are you thinking? There is no danger. I'll be a cultural soldier." "Really?" "Of course. It is indeed true." "Yes, brother Han and sister-in-law, you are overthinking it. Moreover, I am here. I will do my utmost to take care of Qingzi." Upon finishing his words, he sincerely patted his chest, though lacking in assurance. Han father and Han mother exchanged glances, believing him, and after a brief moment of awkwardness, they recalled the matter at hand and hurriedly mentioned that they would start packing their luggage. "The new recruits are departing by train from the city," Lao Jian remarked. "Earlier during our meal, your parents inquired whether they could accompany you, expressing their desire to see you off. I agreed, as I have a vehicle at my disposal. Additionally, I will take them to the bank to deposit some money. What do you think?" "Thank you." Han Qingyu pondered for a moment and lowered his voice. "So I will also wear a red flower like the other recruits and travel by train?" "Certainly. I had informed you earlier that all procedures are duly formal and complete." Lao Jian replied, "It is merely that the carriage you will board after your ascent is different." Chapter 15. It can be said that one must first stay a night at the guest house upon arriving in the city. Lao Jian granted Han Qingyu the liberty to spend this final moment accompanying his parents for shopping, dining, and visiting a photography studio. The following day witnessed the poignant scene of new recruits bidding farewell. It resembled the images Han Qingyu had once seen on television in the dreams of his childhood: banners, crowds, red flowers, and new uniforms. As the child embarked on his first journey away from home, he was blissfully unaware of many things, and thus he sought the kind care of Lao brother. Amidst the throngs of well-wishers, the earnest Han father repeated the same words over and over, not knowing how many times he had uttered them. Han mother stood before her son, clad in his new military uniform, meticulously adjusting his collar, lifting his shoulders, and straightening the red flower, repeating each action time and again. "Don't worry, Mom. I will strive to succeed and will certainly be obedient," he assured her. "Ah, I know," Han mother replied, lowering her head to wipe her eyes before lifting it again to smile. The new recruits lined up. It was only then that Han Qingyu casually turned his head and discovered when Jifei was also present, waving at him from another nearby line. His parents had also arrived. The two who had been apart for many years now stood awkwardly together, their discomfort palpable, yet there was little sign of the emotional farewell one would expect. Before long, those from the military began calling names, and those named responded in kind, boarding their respective carriages. When Jifei ascended the train, and the number of new recruits on the platform steadily dwindled. Yet, no one called Han Qingyu and Appo's name. Lao Jian quietly approached from the side, draping an arm over his shoulder, much like an old friend, and said, "Let us go. It's time to board." It was just the two of them. However, an unexpected occurrence arose midway. Lao Jian encountered an acquaintance from his past, a government official who had been reassigned for training, and who had come to bid farewell as well. Upon realizing that Lao Jian had not gone abroad but had instead become an officer, the official approached him with surprise and warmth, inquiring about various matters. "You go ahead first, to carriage 14. If someone stops you, just mention my name, and I'll handle this," Lao Jian instructed Han Qingyu before turning to engage with his old friend. This would likely be a glimpse into Han Qingyu's future life. Carriage 14 was an ordinary one, the only distinction being the sparse number of occupants. Upon entering, Han Qingyu was unexpectedly not stopped, as he found a seat. 4 or 5 individuals glanced up at him, yet none spoke. He even noticed someone trembling and sobbing quietly in their seat. They exchanged glances, waved to one another, and endeavored to comfort each other despite their reddened eyes, managing to smile through their tears. As the train gradually set in motion, the figures of his parents on the platform waved goodbye, their silhouettes receding into the distance. Fortunately, the train and Appo's curves were lengthy, allowing his parents' forms to fade slowly from view. Yet eventually, they vanished from sight. Han Qingyu's tears could no longer be held back. Though unseen, he maintained his posture, gazing out the window as silent tears streamed down his cheeks. "Reluctant to leave, are we?" "Ah, don't cry. It's not like you're going to the battlefield," a voice suddenly spoke from behind his seat. Han Qingyu was momentarily stunned. He didn't even need to turn his head, for that voice was all too familiar. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? Han Qingyu turned his head. "You? How did you end up here?" "I came in right behind you," when Jifei replied nonchalantly. "But I saw you were lost in thought, so I refrained from disturbing you." Han Qingyu was engulfed in confusion and remained silent. "There and Appo's. No room for us over there. So I thought I'd take the initiative and stand here at the junction." By chance, I spotted you and decided to come over and say hello. By the way, why is it so empty here? When Jifei continued to explain while waving at the people inside the carriage. Huh, what? When Jifei looked puzzled for a moment, Han Qingyu snapped back to reality. Let us go. Go? He abruptly stood up, grasped Wen Jifei by the collar, and dragged him toward the carriage door, intending to throw him out. Lao Jian appeared at that moment, bowing as he entered the door, and upon raising his head, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. A soldier, who had mysteriously appeared at the back of the carriage, approached with a guilty and uneasy expression, whispering a few words into Lao Jian and Appo's ear. After listening, Lao Jian turned a glance at Jiang Che and then at Wen Jifei, who was being restrained behind him. Hello, sir. Wen Jifei struggled, greeting Lao Jian. Hello, young comrade. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Lao Jian smiled warmly, yet to Han Qingyu, he resembled a demon. When Jifei beamed, indeed, it seems that fate has brought us together. Be quiet, Han Qingyu interjected sharply. His command rendered Wen Jifei momentarily speechless, and after shouting, Han Qingyu hurried to Lao Jian, almost pleading. He didn't hear anything, really, he just. Is that so? Lao Jian whispered. But he is right here, and my people inform me that he has already heard the words Azure Coalition. Your people, they were negligent. But that is a separate issue for now. Then, curse him, Han Qingyu lowered his head, contemplating, before looking up earnestly and stating, it's fine, with his intellect. He wouldn't comprehend it. He only scored 230 on his college entrance exam retake. Lao Jian. Han Qingyu continued, truly, he wouldn't suspect anything. Just then, when Jifei and Appo's voice drifted from behind, Sir, what is the Azure Coalition? Are you a secret unit? Lao Jian did not respond, a slight smile playing on his lips as he regarded Han Qingyu. Han Qingyu persisted, it's nothing, But even if you confess, it won't matter. He is simply a fool. Han Qingyu grew agitated, gesturing behind him. Can't you see this performance? How can you not understand? What are you saying, Qingzi? When Jifei was certainly no fool. He simply lacked sufficient knowledge and assumed the Azure Coalition must be some secret special forces unit. Han Qingyu was concerned for his safety. Sir, don't listen to him. I am not afraid of danger. I am inherently strong and brave, good at sports, with excellent vision, and full of optimism. That optimism, I have noticed, is quite significant. Lao Jian leaned in to inquire, do you have your luggage? I do. When Jifei turned around joyfully to display his backpack. All right then, just sit down, Lao Jian said. When Jifei took a seat nearby but soon stood up again, feeling slightly anxious and incredulous, saying, well, Commander, my troops. Lao Jian reassured him, it and Appo's, all right. Our unit holds a higher rank. I will arrange for your transfer order, so you need not worry, just sit back and relax. With that, when Jifei settled down, adjusting his uniform, and a sense of pride washed over him. Our unit is truly remarkable, Qingzi, he remarked. Han Qingyu remained silent, his expression composed. Don't be like that. When Jifei nudged his arm, whispering it and Appo's, as just a special forces unit, reconnaissance and all. I can guess. Sure, it might be a bit dangerous. But having brothers by your side is better than being alone, right? Besides, there and Appo's, no war going on now, so what and Appo's, there to fear? Han Qingyu still did not respond, though a part of him acknowledged the truth in Wen Jifei and Appo's words. At this moment, however, he desired solitude above all else. Lao Jian exited the carriage, presumably to procure Wen Jifei's transfer order. Han Qingyu reluctantly followed him. A soldier stationed at the rear of the carriage rushed over, attempting to stop him. Lao Jian turned and gestured for him to let Han Qingyu pass. The train clattered along the tracks, the empty carriages echoing with the sound. Lao Jian lit a cigarette and glanced at Han Qingyu. He understood that Han Qingyu was heading to the Special Forces, was acquainted with him, recognized the Blue Alliance, and knew most of the individuals in the carriage. That and Appo's, all there is to it, he stated. The negligent soldier will face disciplinary action. But this matter has already come to pass, and I hope you will not make it more difficult for me. In truth, from the moment you boarded this train, life and death have become the issues you confront and contemplate daily. It is fortunate to face such matters alongside your best friends. Furthermore, your blind enthusiasm and optimism are qualities our team truly requires. Indeed, we are in dire need of it. You possess a daring spirit that you may not even recognize, while he exudes a liveliness that far exceeds that of the average person. As he concluded, his words were delivered with a lightness that belied their earnestness. Yet his sincerity and resolve left no room for rebuttal or resistance. Han Qingyu opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. He could not quite grasp the essence of what had been said. In any case, he noticed the soldier smiling. Thus, while Han Qingyu remained oblivious to the specific nature of the daring spirit Lao Jian alluded to, he surmised that when Ji Fei's extraordinary vitality was likely a distinct aura of recklessness, oblivious to its own peril. With a bittersweet smile, Han Qingyu nodded. All right then. Hey, take it easy. This is quite good, after all. Don't worry, I will handle things for you in the future. Initially, he wished to protest, but after a moment's reflection, he replied, no, let me take care of it from now on. Chapter 16. On the train as the train traverses the ever-changing landscapes outside the window. It carries away not only the hometown but also the once tranquil life. In the end, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, partly due to the clumsiness of the expression, and partly because he lacked the confidence. He was uncertain how many days he had left to live. Despite having drawn conclusions from his observations and recognizing that his physiology was somewhat unique in assimilating and merging source energy, Han Qingyu remained acutely aware of the stark reality. It ultimately boiled down to a mere matter of life or death. A simple blade would suffice, let alone the imposing pillar sword wielded by the black-armored robot. Han Qingyu had encountered that weapon before. It resembled an enormous, retracted black umbrella, devoid of a hooked handle, with a tip akin to that of a spear. The blade bore a segmented structure reminiscent of an umbrella's canopy, yet every fold was a sharp edge curling outward. History textbooks from high school often described certain brutal battles as meat grinders, but numbers and words felt too abstract. Han Qingyu had never comprehended this notion until now. He genuinely perceived that each pillar sword was indeed a meat grinder. Lao Jian had once mentioned that night, likening his experience to a duck that had been kicked, crashing to the ground. In truth, he had not been struck but had successfully parried a horizontal sweep of the pillar sword. He had managed to block it, and still be standing. What would have happened if he had failed to block it? A heaviness settled in Han Qingyu's heart. Back in our first year of high school, during military training, everyone was present, singing songs. Suddenly, a snake emerged from the flower bed on the playground. Do you recall? Those who saw it described a triangular head, as thick as a wrist, and chaos ensued among students and teachers alike. When Ji Fei waved his hand, recounting vividly how a figure calmly approached the flower bed, rummaged around, and extracted the snake. The teachers were nearly in tears, urging him to release it. The individual smiled and greeted them, saying, "It and amp, Opos, a viper, highly venomous. Allow me to take care of it." This was how I became acquainted with Qingzi. That day, no one attempted to stop him, not even the school security. He simply carried the snake into the street and found a restaurant to sell it. Han Qingyu was entirely at a loss as to how the conversation had begun or why it had drifted to such a mundane topic, yet the situation at hand, including the person trembling and sobbing just moments ago, was captivated by his words. This scene was, in fact, quite extraordinary. For amidst the gathering, only one person was exuberantly animated, speaking incessantly, blissfully unaware of the challenges he was about to face. However, it wasn't long before someone quietly informed him. With both the front and rear doors of the carriage securely shut and all present being allies, Lao Jian was also absent. The soldier from the Azure Coalition did not intervene. Upon hearing this, when Ji Fei paused in surprise before breaking into laughter, exclaiming, "Transformers? Is it from Megatron's side? What about ours?" He was a master of humor, always ready to engage in banter, his words hinting at curiosity about Optimus Prime and Opos' faction. After posing the question, he erupted into laughter, a joyous sound that gradually morphed into a spectrum of emotions, from warmth to numbness, to bewilderment, absurdity, and a profound sense of disbelief. As laughter was absent from those around him, every gaze was directed at him, each pair of eyes enveloped in a heavy silence that could render one despondent. When Ji Fei hesitated, casting inquiring looks at each individual present, he turned to look at him. "Where's the gun? It's inoperable. They say gunpowder cannot propel dead iron bullets. The energy would be absorbed, and ordinary bullets are ineffective. We do not possess an abundance of dead iron. And I find myself perplexed. This fellow does not jest." When Ji Fei had already formed a judgment, and his demeanor betrayed no hint of humor. Rising from his seat and scanning the surroundings, when Ji Fei's gaze settled upon Han Qingyu, who sat in the corner. Meeting his eyes, Han Qingyu slowly nodded. "Damn it." When Ji Fei plopped back down, shaking his head, then covered his face with his hands, rubbing it vigorously, succumbing to silence. He was not foolish. He had discerned early on that this unit was unusual and fraught with danger, having made numerous conjectures. Yet the ultimate revelation still surpassed his imagination. Some attempted to offer him words of comfort, but were silenced by Han Qingyu's shake of the head. In truth, those were not robots. As for what they truly were, once you reach the unit, someone will explain, the honest soldier added, stating, in any case, we refer to them as Big Sharp. Han Qingyu was uncertain if those present were coerced onto this train by him, but even if not, there likely existed another akin individual whose circumstances were not too dissimilar. Over the next 2 days and 3 nights, apart from washing, eating, relieving oneself, and sleeping, Han Qingyu remained calm and silent, observing the sun rise and set beyond the train window. He did not attempt to counsel or comfort Wen Jifei, for regardless of their bond or concern, the initial step, the process of acceptance, must be undertaken by the afflicted individual themselves. Otherwise, they would inevitably face greater psychological torment in the future. Han Qingyu became an observer, witnessing the evolution of Wen Jifei over these 2 days and 3 nights. The resilient Wen Jifei was indeed formidable. Han Qingyu not only breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a twinge of admiration and envy. However, the 14th carriage did not witness another lively scene. Before Wen Jifei could fully reintegrate, around 4 in the morning after the 3rd night, the train gradually halted at a remote station in the northwest, where another officer boarded. Lao Jian rose to shake his hand, announcing, "We are disembarking." Yet not everyone in the carriage would be leaving. Lao Jian called the roll, and of the 10 individuals, only 4 followed him off, including Han Qingyu and Wen Jifei. A military truck with a canopy awaited them outside the station, and they boarded it. Continue to sleep, Lao Jian instructed. It is still a long way to go. Chapter 17, The Eraser and the Female Soldiers at 4 o'clock in the morning. A military truck draped in an olive-green canopy departed from the desolate station. The vehicle was large, with ample space in the cargo area, sufficient for 5 individuals to stretch out and recline. For those who had been coiled up on the train for several days and nights, this was undoubtedly a significant blessing. Thus, even those who initially felt the most anxious and unable to sleep soon succumbed to slumber amidst the rhythmic swaying of the long journey. As for why the others did not disembark, it was perhaps a question they could not dare to ask. Awake, it is time to awaken. Han Qingyu felt a hand gently nudging his shoulder, rousing him from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, the truck was traversing an expanse of seemingly endless wilderness. The terrain featured a road, patches of grass, rocky outcrops adorned with dew, and desiccated old trees standing by puddles of water. Birds with dark wings took flight from the branches, landing on a nearby mound, turning to cast their gaze back. On the horizon, the red sun was gradually retreating, painting the wilderness sunset with a melancholic beauty reminiscent of a panoramic view of a battlefield from days gone by. It was already evening. Lao Jian awakened the remaining individuals and then stated, "We are nearing our destination. According to the customs of the Azure Coalition, there are some fundamental matters I must convey to you at this juncture." He cleared his throat, and the former university physics instructor, perhaps having been away from the lectern for too long, conveyed his message with a somewhat stilted and rehearsed manner. His narrative commenced in 1908, recounting a notable incident near the Tunguska River in the current Siberian territory of the Union Republic. This event would later be referenced in popular literature and casual readings as the mysterious Tunguska explosion. Lao Jian explained that the explosion itself was unrelated to the Zenith invasion. They merely descended upon that vast, uninhabited land to commence their explorations, slaughters, captures, and expansions. The truth of the explosion lay in the fact that we, humanity, had unleashed nearly all the explosive weaponry we deemed capable of inflicting harm upon those beings. He bypassed the resolution of the crisis, which was, in fact, the aspect of greatest concern to Han Qingyu, as it might encompass various elements, such as the magnitude of the landing of the shuttle and the process of discovering source energy, among others. Without granting an opportunity for questions, Lao Jian continued, "Since then, the singularly focused Azure Coalition has gradually established itself as an entity transcending national boundaries and operating largely independently of direct governance by individual nations. We, the Azure Coalition's Asian Army, were initially formed in 1912, comprising only one army, the First Army, which constituted the very foundation of our combat forces. Today, after more than 70 years of developmental combat, we have a total of 11 armies, named chronologically, from the First Army established in 1912 to the 11th Army formed 2 decades ago. 6 of these armies, 1st, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 9th, and 11th, belong to the direct combat forces and are collectively referred to by an initial endearing moniker, the AMP, Oppos, Unique Witness Legion. And AMP, Oppos, why is it called the Unique Witness Legion? The answer is simple, because of our mission. With each descent of the great pinnacle, we must be the sole witnesses. I see. I eliminate. As he spoke, a palpable sense of duty and pride illuminated his expression. Aside from the 6 legions of the unique Witness Legion, there exist 5 other legions, among which the 2nd Legion is an exception. There is no need for you to delve into that, but if you are genuinely curious, you may speculate. It bears the nickname of the Refusers. For the first time during his narration, Lao Jian revealed a smile. He then continued. The remaining 5th Legion serves as the reconnaissance and early warning unit, though we often refer to them as Endapos, the Crows, Endapos, for every time we receive their call for assistance. It signifies a crisis and impending battle. Each message is invariably bad news. Within the Azure Coalition, warriors often utter a phrase, regardless of joy or sorrow, kill that crow. He attempted to convey this vividly, yet the students in the vehicle remained silent. Next, the 7th and 8th Legions are collectively known as the Order Legion, nicknamed the Security. Lao Jin succinctly introduced the 10th Legion, referred to as the Chicks, which serves as the Air Combat Reserve and has been established for over 30 years. However, I can share a publicly known secret. To this day, we possess not a single energy ship capable of ascending to engage in direct combat with the shuttle-shaped vessels. Regarding this portion of Lao Jin's discourse, Han Qingyu merely noted the information in his mind, paying little heed, for since Lao Jin could share this with the recruits, it was certainly not a secret. He awaited further discussion on energy and dead iron. Yet, none came. As the truck traversed a tunnel, Lao Jin stood up beneath the tarp, his right hand crossing his chest, fist oriented inward, gesturing toward the expanse of buildings and encampment gradually unfolding at the truck and Appos' rear. He proclaimed, "Now, on behalf of the commanding officer, I welcome the 4 of you to the Azure Coalition and Appos' Huaxi Asia Front, the unique Witness Legion, 9th Legion. From this moment forth, the only path before you is to become qualified warriors, to integrate into the 9th Legion, to become competent erasers." This was likely a simple ceremonial step, lacking in formality. Following tradition, I shall henceforth be your sponsor. I am Captain Lao Jin of the Azure Coalition, currently leading Team 752. I look forward to feeling pride for you. Upon concluding, he performed a brief inward fist gesture, his gaze sincere. At this juncture, someone finally responded. When Jifei asked, "Aren't you the team leader? How are you a captain?" Having read various external texts, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding military organization. When Jifei nodded, "Oh, so the team leader could be a captain, a lieutenant, or even a major. Is the treatment the same for all of you?" "Not at all," Lao Jian replied, turning away from him. "So, do you have any meaningful questions to pose? We will be disembarking shortly." At this moment, the truck had already entered the 9th Legion's base encampment. Han Qingyu habitually raised his hand, intending to seize the opportunity to inquire about a couple of questions regarding source energy. "Why do we have female soldiers here? And it seems there are quite a few." When Jifei remarked, observing the figures darting within the range of his vision at the rear of the vehicle, a look of confusion mingled with a sly smile on his face. It appeared to him a matter of pride, something that could elicit joy. Lao Jin chuckled and replied, "Indeed, including medical personnel, the proportion of female soldiers in the Azure Coalition is approximately 1/4. Thanks to the capabilities of the Source Energy 3-dimensional maneuvering device, the physical disparities between genders become significantly diminished. Then why not make it a 1-to-1 ratio? It ought to be 1-to-1, when Jifei interjected. Lao Jin cast a sympathetic glance at Han Qingyu, uncertain whether he was still feeling smug about having recruited Wen Jifei onto the train. Perhaps it's because there are comparatively fewer girls running around, she offered with a reluctant eye roll. Additionally, on a psychological level, most girls tend to be somewhat more timid. When Jifei continued, "So?" Lao Jin promptly interrupted, "Time is limited. Let's give the other students a chance to ask questions." In a moment of confusion, the former university physics teacher even referred to them as classmates. One of the new recruits among the 4 companions spoke up. "Captain, are you married?" Lao Jian replied, "No." "Then can we get married and have children in our unit? Since it's quite possible we might never leave," the individual asked bluntly. When Jifei chimed in, "I was also curious about that. Moreover, Lao, do our female soldiers like being called erasers?" "Surely not." "Well," Lao Jian hesitated, then continued, "However, your children will also remain here forever. Aside from occasional permissions to visit you, they will grow up here, receive education, and serve the Azure Coalition for their entire lives, ultimately sacrificing their last drop of blood for all those breathing on this planet." The atmosphere turned somber. "So, if we marry here, we don't need to register with the Civil Affairs Bureau, correct?" When Jifei queried, What if one marries here and another outside? Wouldn't that count as bigamy? That wouldn't count, right? While contemplating the female soldiers, he probably still fondly remembered the girl studying at the university. Lao Jian simply responded with a gaze at Han Qingyu. Han Qingyu smiled brightly in return, reflecting the warmth of the moment. Chapter 18. The Involuntary Upon Entering the Camp. The truck ceased its jarring motions, decelerating instead, occasionally emitting a sudden honk to alert soldiers who wandered too centrally or were inattentive to the road. The soldiers hurriedly stepped aside, grumbling under their breath and casting furious glances. This sensation was subtle, yet in a fleeting moment, it struck a chord of familiarity within Han Qingyu. Or perhaps it was a sense of authenticity that unexpectedly resonated with him. Almost instinctively, he found himself gravitating towards the rear of the vehicle. The rear of the truck offered a panoramic view. The advancing vehicle resembled a lens gradually widening its focus, revealing bit by bit the world into which the newcomers were about to immerse themselves. The smooth road stretched endlessly beneath their feet, leading to buildings of varying heights in the distance, their walls a dreary gray, lacking vitality. Yet, the clothes hanging from balconies displayed a riot of colors, particularly a notable number of women's lingerie. Figures, both in groups and alone, flitted through his line of sight, heading in diverse directions. A significant portion donned military uniforms, while others wore sundresses or crisp white shirts. A yellow dog scampered across the pavement, tail held high, while a tabby cat peeked out from a trash bin, its ears and eyes alert. "What do you think?" When Jifei inquired, leaning forward to gaze outside, his voice suddenly flat and contemplative. "It's quite different from what I imagined," Han Qingyu replied, still observing the scene. "But as for the exact feeling, I can't quite articulate it. I'm at a loss for words." What Han Qingyu struggled to express was, in fact, quite simple. In those fleeting minutes, he had witnessed the essence of life and the multitude of his own kind. Thus, the journey into the unknown is often the most bewildering and frightening. Yet, once one finds themselves amidst it all, perceiving and touching the tangible reality, discovering that a way of life has already been established here, forming a new normal, one gradually finds solace and adapts. A group of female soldiers passed by, laughing and playfully jostling one another. Suddenly, one of them turned around. "Hey, newcomer, don't stare so intently," she said with a radiant and mischievous smile, raising her fist playfully. The sleeve of her shirt slipped down, revealing a ghastly scar on her forearm, yet it seemed to bear no significance to her. "Still watching? Be careful, or I might just pull you down for a round of spicy chestnuts." As the truck continued on its path, the distance between them widened, leaving the female soldiers in a fit of laughter, their joviality echoing behind them. "Seems a bit wild, doesn't it?" "Indeed," Han Qingyu chuckled in agreement, contemplating that had he encountered such characters during his school days, he might have found them somewhat intimidating and would likely have tried to keep his distance. It was only then that he realized it wasn't he when Jifei who had spoken those words. The very same individual who had inquired about the possibility of marriage and children with Lao Jian now lingered at the rear of the truck, clicking his tongue and muttering, "Looks like it won't be easy." "Haha." Lao Jian laughed from behind, explaining, "The girls here tend to be more outgoing than those outside. As for the reasons, I'm sure you can fathom." "Yes," Han Qingyu replied, "but do be cautious not to provoke them." Lao Jian cast a glance at the fellow seeking a wife, chuckling as he cautioned, "Be careful not to get beaten. The four of you combined wouldn't stand a chance against that one from earlier, unarmed." The four new recruits turned to him in unison, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Han Qingyu was a beat slow to react, but ultimately fell in line. That girl appeared so frail and delicate. Could she truly be formidable? The thought silenced the quartet. Observing their sudden quietude, Lao Jian smirked mischievously, relishing their discomfort as he continued, "Besides, it's a harmless tradition for veterans to tease the new recruits during their leave." The truck rolled onward. Here lay a bar, a recent establishment that had attracted the younger crowd over the past couple of years. It sold clothing, tapes, books, and sundries. Lao Jian elaborated on the offerings. "They sell these?" When Jifei inquired, puzzled. "Indeed, basic necessities are provided at no cost. For instance, if your uniform wears out or you gain weight, you simply exchange it at logistics. Tobacco and alcohol also have set allowances. However, for additional items, you'll need to spend your own money. This is a non-profit shop, far cheaper than what you'd find outside, with goods even from Mitrelli and France. Don't worry, you'll receive a salary. And it's certainly respectable in the outside world. Generally, those here don't tend to scrimp," Lao Jian remarked, glancing at Han Qingyu. "Well, as for matters of daily life, You'll have to adapt gradually. For now, just focus on surviving your rookie phase. From this perspective, it seemed the rookie phase offered little in terms of rights. Ultimately, Qingyu didn't inquire about the energy source issue. The truck halted in an open area surrounded by 3 buildings, where others awaited their arrival. Lao Jian was also met by some. 2 soldiers approached respectfully, saluting before addressing. Captain. Lao Jian nodded slightly, turning to say, "Take care of yourselves, don't let me down." He then followed the soldiers. Devoid of handcuffs or any semblance of detention, Qingyu almost forgot that Lao Jian was at headquarters to report on the missing energy source and to undergo scrutiny. However, it appeared that the situation was manageable. It was merely a matter of regulations and procedures. If I can't hold back in the future, who will be my captain? I suppose that person will end up here. How unfortunate, Qingyu mused suddenly. New recruits, follow me, another soldier called as he stepped forward. The induction process for new recruits seemed straightforward and informal, possibly due to Lao Jian's intervention. Qingyu and Wen Jifei were assigned to the same dormitory, while the other 2 were not. What? We're not all together. Wen Jifei lamented, feeling a tinge of regret for the camaraderie they had just begun to forge. He posed the question to the guiding soldier. Wen Jifei and Qingyu exchanged glances of disbelief. Just kidding. At least you'll train together as new recruits. The soldier laughed darkly, glancing at the list of new recruits in his hands. There are quite a few this time. Over 430, and the chief instructor is. You're in for a treat. When Qingyu and Wen Jifei hurriedly arrived at the assembly point, the formation of new recruits was nearly complete. The 2 hastily reported in and then took their places. Outside the main command platform, under the glaring bulbs, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a beard stood oblivious to the swarming insects that buzzed around him. Below, a few audacious souls stifled their laughter. But he paid them no heed. I am Zhang Daoan, the chief instructor for your new recruit training. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope you feel the same about meeting me. Now, it is quite late. Go have some noodles, then tidy your quarters, rest quietly, and tomorrow we shall commence your training. Thus concluded his inaugural speech as chief instructor. Many were left somewhat bewildered, yet their hunger soon overshadowed any confusion. The new recruits' first meal consisted of noodles, a tradition seemingly upheld by numerous regular units. As they moved forward, Wen Jifei glanced back, remarking, "Our instructor doesn't seem so intimidating after all." "Indeed," Qingyu replied, stepping through the door. The Azure Coalition was structured around regional squads, devoid of formal classes. However, during the training period, they were organized into temporary groups of 8, each assigned to a dormitory. The atmosphere within the dormitory was rather subdued, with each person silently unpacking their belongings and making their beds. It was not until the lights were extinguished and everyone lay awake in their beds that one voice finally broke the silence. "Given the atmosphere in our group, it seems none of us came here voluntarily, did we? By the way, I am Yang Qingbai, and I am pleased to be your comrade. I am Lu Xing, not by choice. Qingyu, not by choice. Wen Jifei, I suppose I should count myself as voluntary, right? Qingzi, to be honest." He was uncertain how to categorize that. However, as each individual introduced themselves, it became clear that apart from Wen Jifei, every member of the squad had been conscripted against their will. No wonder, Yang Qingbai mused aloud. I was wondering why I noticed several other dormitories filled with volunteers. Their atmosphere so vibrant and spirited. It seems they have cast us, the ideologically backward, into one group. A low chuckle echoed in the darkness. Chapter 19. Trouble on the first night after the laughter subsided, the dormitory once again fell into silence. Perhaps each individual harbored their own thoughts on this pivotal night of transformation in their lives. In the upper bunk by the window, Qingyu turned his head to quietly gaze outside. The wilderness stretched out beneath a starry sky, resembling a picturesque painting, the heavens akin to an endless deep sea. In the distance, some buildings did not extinguish their lights like the new recruits and Oppo's dormitory, but remained aglow. One must sleep. Otherwise, how shall one cope with tomorrow and Oppo's as training? Having witnessed the battlefield, Qingyu was more determined than ever to seize the opportunity for rigorous training. The adage, sweat more in peace, bleed less in war, though simple, was undeniably profound, unless one and Oppo's luck was particularly poor. Suddenly, from the upper bunk near the door, Wen Jifei turned over in the darkness and said, "My situation is rather complex, so I want to elaborate for now. Qingzi encountered it while walking at night. What about you all?" He suspected many stories lay behind this question. He imagined that those who willingly embarked on such a perilous journey were generally spirited youths filled with fervor, while those who were coerced bore their own tragic tales. Do share how you all stumbled upon this irreversible path, he encouraged, his enthusiasm palpable. I heard that someone in my hometown unearthed treasures from an ancient tomb and became wealthy, came the hesitant response, the first to break the silence. When Jifei quickly inquired, and then? Then I became envious and wanted to dig as well. Do you know how? About feng shui and burial sites? I do not. Then, thinking it was a matter of luck, there were many old graves in my area. I was told I could find something valuable. I packed some provisions and searched the mountains for half a month, finally discovering a well-concealed burial chamber underground. Truly, I walked back and forth above it 5 or 6 times during the day before I noticed it by chance. Was it really a burial chamber? That's what I believed. And what happened next? I waited until night to dig, as this act is against the law. Then, suddenly, a multitude of flashlights illuminated me, with a crowd gathered around, watching and telling me. What did they say? After recounting his tale in detail, he fell into silence, letting out a deep sigh. Laughter erupted once more. Even Han Qingyu couldn't suppress a chuckle in the darkness, suspecting that the burial chamber was likely a hidden supply station. The first narrator, having opened the floodgates with his account of illegal tomb raiding, had loosened everyone's spirits, and soon a second story emerged. I'll go next, said Yang Qibai, the one who had spoken first. I was driving with a girl on a trip, and we ended up on a remote country road at night, stopping to kiss. And then, out of nowhere, a group of people came rushing towards us. At first, I thought it was the militia coming to reprimand us for our moral decay. But they started to fight. He finished his tale, and amidst the laughter, when Jifei asked, what about the girl? She was struck in the head by a flying metal shard, Yang Qibai remarked. In the ensuing silence, the individual who had previously mentioned tomb raiding inquired, You're so young, and yet you drive a sedan? His focus appeared somewhat misaligned. Yang Qibai replied softly, falling silent thereafter. I hail from the port city, the third speaker interjected. Lu Shiheng's Mandarin was somewhat awkward, yet still comprehensible. Port city. When Jifei exclaimed in surprise. How did you end up over here? I came to the mainland for a hunting trip with a few friends. Oh, Lu Xiang continued. We got separated in the woods. I didn't see anything unusual at first, until I spotted something dark about 30 to 40 meters away among the leaves. I thought it was a wild beast. So I shot at it. So the fiercest one is here, Han Qingyu deduced, realizing that this fellow had fired a shot at the great horn. Someone off to the side asked, Did you kill it? No, it didn't go down, Lu Xing replied. Then, like Yang Qibai, a swarm of people came rushing at me, and I was so startled I couldn't move. I just stood there, frozen, when Jifei remarked. At least you didn't move. Otherwise, if you had shot at them, you might not be here anymore. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the corridor. You lot in room 11 are making a racket like a market. The voice grew louder with each approaching footstep. Finally, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. The door was not permitted to be locked. 2 burly men strode into the dormitory, and I thought I must have misheard. I never imagined there were truly such reckless individuals. The dorm fell into an eerie silence, with everyone clutching their blankets, feigning sleep, too frightened to utter a sound. Until the moment when Jifei's voice rang out, Han Qingyu sensed impending doom. That fellow was notorious for his reckless antics at school, and certain habitual reactions would surface if one was not vigilant. However, he could not intervene in time. Is it possible that you misheard, Chief? We are all asleep in our dorm. When Jifei began, there was utter silence from the chief's side. Excellent. I appreciate those who fear nothing. Zhang Daoan's bald head was conspicuous in the night. He emerged from the side, standing behind the 2 hulking men, revealing his towering stature. The next scene unfolded as one of the large men seized Wen Jifei from his bed and hurled him to the floor. All personnel, assemble at the main training ground. Zhang Daoan instructed, glancing at his watch. In 3 minutes, or you'll be in for double the trouble. A vast training track, stretching at least 1,000 to 1,200 meters per lap, was presumably designed for those who had absorbed source energy. 10 laps, he declared. Lu Xiang had barely stepped into line when half a second ticked by. Perhaps it didn't truly matter, but since Zhang Daoan said so, it meant he was late. 20 laps. From a collective perspective, this task was utterly impossible to accomplish, a fact that Han Qingyu was acutely aware of. Therefore, he did not attempt to feign strength. As the others from dormitory 11 succumbed one after another, vomiting and collapsing, or even fainting, he too slumped down onto the ground. Utterly spent, the imposing supervisor kicked him lightly, urging him to continue running, yet he remained motionless. Zhang Daoan approached, scrutinizing the scene. Before bending down and gripping Wen Jifei by the collar, lifting him off the ground, his gaze penetrating. "What are you?" he asked in a deep voice. Wen Jifei remained silent. "What are you?" Zhang Daoan pressed again, his eyes sharp and his tone firm, though devoid of overt violence. "I am a new recruit." Wen Jifei finally replied. "No, you are worthless, a mere blabberer in the 9th Army, destined to endanger your comrades." Wen Jifei and Apos' expression froze momentarily before he began to struggle violently. "I want tea," he exclaimed. "Worthless." As he spoke, Zhang Daoan released him. Exhausted. Wen Jifei crumpled to the ground. "And you?" Zhang Daoan turned to Lu Xing. "I don't care," Lu Xing replied. Zhang Daoan laughed heartily and then turned to Yang Qibai. "What about you?" "I am not," Yang Qibai shouted, seemingly repulsed by the label, his immediate reaction notably intense. Zhang Daoan gestured towards the track. "Run it out." "I." Yang Qingbai hesitated, struggling to his feet, his form unsteady. Zhang Daoan stepped closer, looking down into his eyes. "Do you see? No matter how defiant you are, you remain worthless. Individuals like you, if they become my teammates in the future, will surely bring about my demise. You will endanger many, including yourself." With that, he stood upright and glanced at Han Qingyu. "Are you all feeling defiant?" No one dared to respond. "Come, I shall offer you an opportunity, all 8 of you against me. If even one manages to land a hit, today's events will conclude." As Zhang Daoan finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back, standing resolutely. A few buildings not far from the training ground housed some seasoned veterans who watched with keen interest from their balconies. Here comes old Zhang again. Indeed. After all these years, it's still the same routine. High pressure followed by more pressure, first breaking you down, then showing you the prowess of the elite, instilling a glimmer of hope. By the way, has anyone from your group ever landed a hit on him? Impossible. Old Zhang's integration level is C. After over a decade of being a top-tier soldier, do you think a few years as an instructor could diminish that? What and Apos' wrong, afraid. Zhang Daoan surveyed the training ground, his gaze sweeping across the assembled recruits before he declared, "Give this group of worthless cowards a stick, and they will flinch at the thought of pain." With a clang, a wooden staff was tossed onto the ground. No one moved. Worthless, cowards, trash? After voicing his contempt, Zhang Daoan bent down to pick up the stick, striking each individual in Dormitory 11, whether standing or sitting, with an insult. He then arbitrarily selected one person, forcibly thrusting the stick into their hands. "Take it. If you lack even this modicum of courage, how can you stand before a top soldier?" The Tomb Raider, clutching his arms tightly, dared not pick up the stick that had fallen to the ground. Acknowledging his fear, he conceded, "I am worthless." In that fleeting moment, none discerned the despondence and anguish etched upon Zhang Daohan's face. "I shall," Yang Qingbai declared, striding forward to retrieve the stick, grasping it firmly while gazing at Zhang Daohan. "Stand ready," he commanded. Zhang Daohan complied, positioning himself before him. With a ferocious roar, Yang Qingbai unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Zhang Daohan, exclaiming, "Damn you, worthless fool. I am not inept." Dodging, evading, and slipping past, Zhang Daohan remained largely still, each attack narrowly missing its mark. Yang Qingbai, drenched in sweat, hunched over, gasping for breath. Zhang Daohan regarded him with a frigid glance. "Who else wishes to try?" "I shall give it a go." Lu Xing, seemingly versed in Western fencing, attempted a thrust. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Not once did he land a blow. Ultimately, his impatience culminated in Zhang Daohan's swift kick, sending him sprawling. "See how your incessant prattle has led to this predicament," Zhang Daohan reproached, reclaiming the stick and approaching Wen Jifei. "Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Do you not intend to take action?" With a swift motion, Wen Jifei snatched the stick and swung it back at Zhang Daohan. Unfazed, Zhang Daohan leaned back, evading the strike. "Try again." A miss. "Inept." Another miss. "Are you fatigued?" "Worthless." Another miss. "Go tell Dajian of your exhaustion. Kneel and plead. See if that proves effective." Another miss. "Inept. You will endanger your future companions. Do you understand?" "You certainly will. For someone as inept as you will bring ruin upon us all." Wen Jifei, utterly drained and nearly immobile, bore the brunt of Zhang Daohan's relentless provocations and humiliations until he collapsed, unable to move even a finger. In the distance, the raucous laughter and whistles of the veterans echoed. Next, Zhang Daohan seized the stick from Wen Jifei and Apos' grasp and tossed it to Han Qingyu, who stood nearby. "Come." A resounding thud filled the air, and the atmosphere fell silent, both near and far, as if the world itself held its breath. Chapter 20. Stories and breakfast. Grasping the wooden stick approximately 2/5 of the way down its length, the tip barely grazed a gleaming patch of scalp, striking the forehead due to the disparity in their heights. Reflecting on the moment, Zhang Daoan bent down to retrieve the stick from the ground where the afflicted chicken lay, tossing it to Han Qingyu, who stood a few paces behind him, while simultaneously instructing him to come forward. With a resounding thud, the blow landed. It was evident that he had not relied on the remnants of his internal energy. The swing lacked the full force of his strength. Yet, under the influence of his continuously enhanced physical capabilities, the impact was undeniably substantial, generating a sharp sound that echoed in the air. Han Qingyu glanced at the stick in his hand, his expression slightly uneasy. Naturally, after over a decade of combat experience and the nurturing of his body through energy cultivation, he was not easily injured. Was it that swift? Or was I merely too relaxed? Zhang Daoan raised his gaze, casting a look at Han Qingyu, whose cold and sharp eyes also revealed a hint of confusion. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene, abruptly shattered by an unusual laughter emanating from the prostrate figure of the afflicted chicken, a cacophony of weakness, repression, and unexpected joy. Then came the distant voices of discussion from the balcony above. Did it hit? That was fast. At the training ground, Zhang Daoan declared, again. With a swift breath, Han Qingyu struck again, refraining from employing any energy, holding back only slightly compared to his previous attempt. He feared that excessive restraint might expose glaring weaknesses. Zhang Daoan, concentrating intently, dodged the swing, acknowledging to himself that it was indeed not slow. Again, with each repetition, anticipation simmered in the hearts of many, including Wen Jifei and the veterans on the balcony, as well as the two soldiers of the Azure Alliance standing a short distance behind Zhang Daoan, for such moments seemed to promise a day more absurd and entertaining. Yet, it did not happen. With a crack, the stick slipped from Han Qingyu's grasp, only to be caught deftly by Zhang Daoan. In an instant, a sudden force surged through the stick. Han Qingyu instinctively released his hold. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Daoan's left hand lunged for his collar. Han Qingyu attempted to sidestep, but it proved futile. Rather than resembling a scene from a martial arts drama where movements become ethereal, it could be simply described as astonishingly swift, so rapid that evasion was impossible. The swiftly moving arm grasped Han Qingyu and Appo's collar with precision. In a fluid motion, Zhang Daoan yanked him, releasing him just as his left fist shot forward like a powerful, retractable whip. With a thud, Han Qingyu received a punch on his left shoulder, momentarily losing his balance due to the pull. It was evident that Instructor Zhang had tempered his strength, yet the impact still sent him staggering. Immediately following, without granting any time for a response, the imposing figure of Commander Zhang Din, towering over 1.90 meters, unexpectedly launched a sweeping kick at a new recruit. In a flurry of confusion, Han Qingyu could only raise his arms in defense. With a resounding thud, he was sent sprawling, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. In the ensuing silence, Han Qingyu, struggling to rise, brushed the dust from his clothes and looked up, bewilderment etched on his face as he gazed at the commander who had just acted so ruthlessly. The other recruits from Dormitory 11 shared his disbelief. They could hardly fathom such a lack of decorum from a commander. Was this truly how he retaliated? What are you staring at? Zhang Duan suddenly bellowed. I said today this incident is settled if you hit me. Did I ever claim I wouldn't strike back? With that, he turned and strode away from the training ground, his expression unyielding. Two soldiers hastily followed in his wake. On the training field, Han Qingyu swung his arms as he contemplated. If Zhang Duan were indeed an enemy intent on killing him, could he harness his source energy to resist or escape? Meanwhile, just outside the training ground and Appo's perimeter, Zhang De and Appo's, and having traversed a dimly lit path, abruptly halted and inquired, "What is that new recruit's name?" Han Qingyu involuntary. Came the response. And the other? Wen Jifei. Then there's Yang Qibai and Lu Xing. All from Dormitory 11 are involuntary recruits. The soldier, glancing at the list in his hand adorned with small photographs, recited the names of those who had just been involved in the altercation. Do you think I may have overstepped just now? Zhang Duan asked, pausing momentarily before adding, overstepping is precisely the point. With that, he lit a cigarette and continued along the lengthy path alone. The two soldiers stood still, exchanging glances, one producing a cigarette and offering it to the other, who accepted it and lit it. He then lowered his head to light one for himself. After a few steps, They leaned against a corner and began to smoke slowly. Is this the first time you've encountered Captain Zhang this year? Do you find him peculiar? One began. I've been with him for many years. I grew up here as a child of the Ninth Army. The other removed his cigarette, replying. He became a commander after being expelled by his squad 7 years ago. Really? Surprising. Isn't it? There's even more that LL astonish you. The squad he was previously part of is renowned. The Ninth Army has only a few squads that aren't numbered, and his was called the Red Eraser. At this revelation, the other's eyes widened dramatically, and the cigarette in his mouth trembled, ash cascading to the ground. Why was Commander Zhang expelled? He asked in a hushed tone. This was something my father told me when he was still around. The Ninth Army recruit hesitated before whispering. Have you ever noticed what Commander Zhang most frequently says when he's reprimanding someone? Waste. Anything else? You will endanger your teammates. The squad had suffered casualties. The old captain was gone, and shortly after his departure, the team disbanded. Since then, the Ninth Army had not seen another Red Eraser. The young soldiers felt a sense of nostalgia. Perhaps there were not many comrades of Instructor Zhang still alive, yet those who remained had yet to forgive him. The following day, Qingyu awoke with soreness and swelling in his arm, but it was bearable and did not hinder his training. His performance the previous night, though seemingly fortuitous in hindsight, had garnered significant admiration and praise among the veterans. This kind of luck was not something everyone could achieve. In such a context, would the veterans show any leniency towards this promising rookie with apparent potential? The answer was a resounding no. While such kindness might be found in the broader society, within the ranks of the Azure Coalition, it was utterly inconceivable. Rather than later boasting about a close relationship with some newly famous individual, the veterans preferred to quietly smoke a cigarette while waiting in ambush, casually mentioning to the newcomers, that fellow? He used to run errands for me all the time. Thus, Qingyu remained oblivious to the brewing trouble. The new recruits were unaware that as long as they did not speak of the events of the previous night, they would remain uninformed, and even if they learned of it, they would not dare to share. As they lined up for breakfast, the new soldiers entered the dining hall. The tables were set with white porcelain bowls, but instead of noodles, porridge, or buns, each bowl contained a piece of raw beef, still dripping with blood. Chapter 21. Consuming flesh. 430 new recruits, regardless of gender, stood upright before the dining table. Upon the surface, stark white porcelain bowls juxtaposed with large, bloodied slabs of raw beef induced a visceral reaction in some, as stomachs churned and brows furrowed. At this juncture, the majority of the Chinese populace remained unaccustomed to consuming raw meat, let alone bloodied flesh laid before them. In truth, beef can be safely consumed raw if treated at low temperatures, and on occasion, it presents a delightful flavor. Lu Xing from the port city murmured softly, casting a disapproving glance at the pair of daggers flanking the porcelain bowl, pondering that perhaps Western-style cutlery would have been more fitting. I believe it would be better to cook it, perhaps as beef noodles or beef vermicelli, when Jifei suggested. Fearing that he might audibly place an order on the spot, Qingyu swiftly tugged at him, signaling for silence. The new recruits were subjected to an unequivocal regime of stringent discipline. This realization dawned upon Qingyu the previous night. One who could not withstand the brutality and pressure of such an environment would surely falter before the commanding officer. The psychological oppression and terror, the savage intensity of combat, was indeed overwhelmingly fearsome. How can we eat this? Even dogs wouldn't consume it raw. A new recruit, evidently accustomed to a pampered existence, voiced his complaint a tad too loudly from several rows away. Others sharing his grievances promptly nodded in agreement, and murmurs began to rise. Then you need not partake. A figure, seemingly around 60 years of age, emerged briskly from the kitchen door. With a buzz cut of white hair and dressed in military kitchen attire, the elderly man approached the recruit with an irate demeanor. Despite his right leg being impaired, he moved with surprising speed. In a display of anger, the old man confronted the recruit, seized a piece of meat from his bowl, and bit into it voraciously, chewing and swallowing before lifting the bowl to gulp down the blood that pooled at the bottom. He then shouted towards the entrance, 34473. A yellow stray dog responded, barking as it dashed in. The old man tossed the remaining beef toward it. The dog caught it midair, wagged its tail, and trotted away with a series of barks. Within the expansive dining hall, silence reigned, with no one daring to utter a word. Only the veterans lingering outside the dining area engaged in hushed discussions. It's the first meal of the day. No wonder, quite amusing. Old Yang remains as infuriating as ever. Haha. Indeed, I too once harbored resentment towards him. 34473, just a black dog, turned yellow. By the way, I heard someone mention that old Yang seemed to have had 3 dogs, all named after this peculiar numerical designation. Hush, a nearby individual interjected, pulling him aside and whispering. Be cautious with your words. Haven't you discerned? This is actually a serial number. Do you know whose number it is? A group turned to face him. He glanced around and revealed, in our previous cohort, someone fortuitously encountered this sequence. It is, in fact, the official number assigned to instructor Zhang Daoren when he enlisted. Who would have imagined? Moreover, despite the significant age gap between Commander Geng and Instructor Zhang, they once belonged to the same squad. Hush. Commander Geng, Commander Geng. Wait a moment. A throng of veterans jostled their way in from outside, grinning broadly as they passed the ranks of the new recruits. Making their way to the limping old man. Commander Geng, is there any beef left? Please prepare a bowl of beef soup for me. I long for your beef noodles. Commander Geng, I desire them too, Commander. Eat, 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 you bunch of rascals. The old man continued to scold them, his ire evident, before turning away and saying, wait. With that, he entered the kitchen. The veterans settled down, chuckling and bantering. In a regular army, such familiarity would be unthinkable. The old man would never demean himself before the veterans, yet here, he relished in his authority. A voice from the back row murmured in discontent, expressing that they felt utterly disregarded. His tone suggested a looming sense of grievance, as if tears were about to spill forth. When Jifei still contemplated ordering something. However, upon turning, he noticed that Han Qingyu had already taken a seat, brandishing a dagger in each hand. Slicing off a piece of raw beef and lifting it to his mouth with the tip of his knife. After chewing thoughtfully for a few moments, he raised his gaze and remarked, not bad, eat up, or you'll lack the strength for training. With that, Han Qingyu resumed his task of cutting meat. Placing it in his mouth, chewing, swallowing, in a steady, unhurried rhythm, repeating the process. Doesn't that disgust you, Qingzi? When Jifei inquired after trying a piece himself. As he spoke, the sounds of retching and genuine vomiting echoed throughout the dining hall, particularly the heaving of female soldiers, rising and falling in a cacophony. After all, it was simply a matter of unfamiliarity. Someone asked if they could have some hot water, yet no one acknowledged the request. A bit. Han Qingyu replied succinctly, promptly sealing his lips. I can't eat this. No, you must eat. Indeed, the mixture of raw meat and blood was somewhat repulsive, yet at the very least. Han Qingyu believed that the army had its reasons for such practices, albeit they were reluctant to explain, perhaps merely to torment the nerves of the new recruits. Ultimately, the majority of the breakfast was sampled, and quite a few, like Han Qingyu and Wen Jifei, consumed entire chunks of raw beef. Naturally, those who abstained, or merely tasted a little, or who swallowed only to regurgitate, still constituted the majority, clinging to the hope of enduring until lunch. After all, the morning training announcement did not signal a trip to the training grounds, but rather to the army auditorium, which should entail minimal exertion. On the way to the auditorium, when Jifei suddenly leaned in, gesturing for Han Qingyu to pat his pocket. Han Qingyu complied, deducing that it contained half a piece of beef. It turned out he had not finished his portion, having secretly carved off a large slab and concealed it. Han Qingyu inquired, puzzled, what are you doing? It's August. The sun is blazing. I'll find a spot to roast it on a stone shortly, when Jifei replied. The army forbids new recruits from having fire. After the welcome meal yesterday, they had been repeatedly warned, and all contraband was confiscated. If you have a craving for cigarettes, you can borrow a light from a veteran. What a load of nonsense. In the auditorium, when Jifei clutched a cigarette box, remarking that he had just witnessed 2 individuals seeking a light, only to be toyed with by the veterans like mere dogs. I might as well quit, after all. I have no real craving. The hall, filled with 430 individuals, buzzed with noise and chatter. Suddenly, a figure entered, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Zhang Daoren, with his imposing stature, occupied the front row, standing out like an oval marble orb placed there. On stage stood a young officer, approximately in his late 20s. Chapter 22, Historical Images and Love Stories, Part 1. The young officer, who introduced himself as a trainee instructor, wore a warm smile and spoke in a calm tone. For the new recruits who had just endured the ordeal of Zhang Daoren and the cafeteria as Old Gong, he appeared to be a figure from another realm. I am Hu Haiping, your instructor for this session, as well as a psychological counselor from the 426th Regiment of the 77th Division under the 9th Army. It is a pleasure to meet you all, and I am thrilled to embark on my 5th experience in guiding new recruits alongside you. However, he expressed a tinge of regret, noting that his time to serve you would not be extensive. His application had just been approved. And as your training concludes and you embark on your journey, I will, for the first time in my life, witness the front line of combat. As Hu Haiping spoke, a genuine smile graced his face. Then he turned around and activated a rather uncomplicated film projection apparatus. Yet, the images that graced the screen were not from any film. These were authentic historical visuals, ones that you, as ordinary individuals, would never have the opportunity to witness. Hu Haiping intoned solemnly, akin to the narrator of a documentary. In the next moment, gasps echoed throughout the vast auditorium. Even the terror of Zhang De and Appos, and could not suppress this astonishment. Among those present, including the grave robber from Dormitory 11, when Jifei, many were witnessing the stark reality of warfare for the very first time. The black and white. Hazy footage flickered with static. Two black-armored robots wielded colossal, menacing pole swords, launching shuttle-shaped aircraft and striking the ground with their blades. The camera captured debris flying through the air. Soldiers with Western features rose from the trenches, cursing or merely screaming in madness. With dozens of heavy machine guns unleashing a frenzied barrage, the entire scene became engulfed in a haze of gunfire and the dust of bullet impacts. Yet, as the dust settled, the black-armored robots remained unscathed, turning with an air of disdain, brandishing their pole swords and charging fearlessly through the torrential rain of bullets. They moved with astounding speed. In an instant, the blades and armor had reached the front of the trenches. The next scene revealed machine guns and bodies shattering. The remnants of soldiers scattered like rice stalks during harvest. In the following moment, more soldiers were retreating in a frenzy. Yet, it was futile. The black-armored robots, thrusting their pole swords, relentlessly charged forward, each assault carving a bloody path through the throng. Soon, the field was strewn with dismembered corpses. The dead had perished, while the wounded continued to wail. This scene could scarcely be described as anything less than infernal. I sincerely apologize for presenting this to you, Hu Haiping remarked. A profound silence enveloped the room, abruptly shattered by the first sob, which emerged from an unknown corner, followed by a chorus of cries erupting from nearly every section. Many had come voluntarily, fueled by fervor, yet now found themselves unable to bear the grim reality. Amidst the cacophony of wailing, Hu Haiping and Appos' voice resonated clear and resolute. I am truly sorry, but this is indeed our adversary, an enigmatic civilization that we have yet to fully comprehend. One that is perpetually probing and searching for vulnerabilities in our Azure domain, poised to launch a large-scale invasion at any moment. Historically, we refer to them as the Great. Beside Han Qingyu, when Jifei trembled yet feigned strength, desperately attempting to conceal his trepidation, unwittingly spewing a torrent of profanities. This was entirely understandable, and Han Qingyu felt no compulsion to intervene. Did you, perhaps, relieve yourself at that moment? He inquired unexpectedly. Han Qingyu, with a sense of resignation, replied, No, I was so frightened that I forgot to be afraid. How could that be? Are you out of your mind? You didn't even go. When Jifei, speaking without restraint among friends, stammered slightly. Perhaps I simply didn't need to at that particular moment, Han Qingyu ventured, attempting levity. However, when Jifei failed to respond, lost in his own musings, what are we to do? Should we just charge in and strike with swords? Indeed, Han Qingyu pondered, thus. It may not be that I conveniently did not need to go, nor that I am mentally unwell, but rather that, at that time, they were still present. The two exchanged a few brief dialogues. Throughout the protracted history of survival and development, humankind has tirelessly endeavored to explore various sciences, such as physics, chemistry, mathematics, and medicine, and has reaped the benefits of the breakthroughs and advancements therein. This is undoubtedly among the most monumental undertakings of humanity, both past and present. Yet, one day, we discerned that the most profound and transformative changes, those that rendered us feeling perpetually behind, stemmed from certain novel substances that emerged abruptly. For instance, the absolute new energy and new materials. Han Qingyu understood what was to be conveyed next. He raised his hand to halt when Jifei, who was eager to continue speaking, and straightened his posture to concentrate. Soon, the screen displayed a still image, with graphics and text appearing in synchrony. Absolute new energy, source energy. Absolute new material, dead iron. The film did not delve deeper into explanations, likely not intended for educational purposes. After a brief pause, the visuals transitioned to reveal an individual clad in peculiar iron armor, festooned with connecting tubes, wielding a blade. He appeared clumsy and absurd in his movements. Yet with a single stroke, he severed the main cannon of a tank. The initial generation of the source energy mobility device was conceived in the 1910s by three eminent scientists of the era. heralding glory for the Azure and the salvation of humanity. Yet it remained unknown to the world at large. Hu Haiping's demeanor turned solemn. And after a moment's pause, he continued with fervor akin to a proclamation. From this point forth, we can harness source energy for the human body. Arm ourselves with dead iron. We can cleave through the great. We can claim the right to battle. Silence enveloped the room, mingled with sentiments of reflection, bewilderment, and anticipation. Hu Haiping ceased to speak, and the film resumed its progression. The shifting visuals showcased the evolution of the source energy mobility device, each iteration more formidable than the last. The hues of the scene gradually transitioned from monochrome to vibrant colors. By the 7th generation, Han Qingyu witnessed the circular and triangular structures worn by the 2 members of the cleansing sect who had ambushed and slain him. In the 8th generation, he observed the gear donned by Lao Jian and others. It appeared that the cleansing sect, at least the faction he had encountered, lagged in equipment compared to the Azure Alliance. However, the gap between the 2 generations was not insurmountable. Otherwise, they would not have been able to eliminate a soldier of the Azure Alliance. Lao Jian had mentioned that new devices might be released soon. Would the 9th generation of the energy-based 3-dimensional apparatus be showcased? If all went as expected, it would be my first set of apparatus, tied to my very existence. Han Qingyu gazed at the screen with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. However, the footage concluded with the 8th generation. The subsequent visuals resembled a war propaganda film, featuring a montage of combat scenes from the 8th generation apparatus, focusing solely on the victorious moments of soldiers defeating their adversaries. The opening scene was almost still, save for the wind. It depicted 48 soldiers clad in gray-blue shirts, trousers, and combat boots, equipped with battle boxes, their backs turned to the camera. From the perspective of agility and fluidity, this attire, while ensuring flexibility, maintained a relatively fitted appearance. With their shirts tucked into their belts, both male and female soldiers appeared remarkably upright. Yet, Han Qingyu pondered, this was odd. Lao Jian's team had a diverse range of heights and builds. Was this a meticulously arranged photoshoot? Damn, how striking, muttered Wen Jifei beside him, voicing a sentiment echoed by many others, who, in that moment, overlooked their own physiques and envisioned themselves in such impressive gear. The next scene elicited gasps of astonishment. The visuals shifted to soldiers donning dark gray coats, culminating in the moment they pulled up their hoods. This was the autumn-winter combat uniform. In the following scene, the assault commenced. Was this excessive? As someone who had witnessed the entire live combat, Han Qingyu could not deny that the images playing out before him, soldiers charging forth with straight blades, the ethereal glow of the dark blue crystals shimmering behind them, were indeed striking, albeit slightly exaggerated. Yet, the subsequent battle scenes felt implausible. The footage depicted soldiers repeatedly launching assaults, slicing through the armor of their foes, with fervent and grandiose combat sequences exuding an exhilarating spirit that stirred the audience's fervor. This was too unreal, surely. This was a fabrication by the Azure scamming troops? Amidst the cheers, Han Qingyu muttered under his breath, audible only to himself. But when Jifei, who was about to engage him in conversation, overheard and quietly inquired, "Fake? Are you saying the adversaries in the footage are fabricated?" That was not the case. It was merely that the actual combat was far from this portrayal. In reality, we were at a significant disadvantage. Do you understand? The absolute suppression of quantity leaves one at a significant disadvantage for the majority of the time. The actions depicted in the visuals, such as these cuts, are indeed rare and likely painstakingly discovered. As he spoke, a thought struck Wen Jifei, who interjected unexpectedly. Doesn't that also imply that someone has indeed accomplished it? Han Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering the thought. Indeed, even if these scenes were arduous to capture, even if they were edited, it still indicates that someone has executed such evasion, such attack, carving open a vast expanse. A wave of cognitive dissonance washed over him, and after a moment of silence, Han Qingyu turned to Wen Jifei, expressing with earnest reflection, "You are right." At that moment, the film had concluded, igniting a fervor throughout the audience, vanquishing their fears. As the raucous new recruits finally settled down in the latter half, Hu Haiping shifted his posture, casually taking a seat at the edge of the stage. With a relaxed demeanor, he began to speak, a smile gracing his lips. "Now, let us discuss another topic, love." This transition elicited a myriad of reactions from the audience. Some laughed, others remained indifferent, some blushed, while a few feigned seriousness. A day of Azure. A lifetime of Azure, that is our destiny. Therefore, first and foremost, I wish to declare that the Azure Coalition does not oppose love. Furthermore, I can candidly inform you that here, Due to certain objective circumstances, love often tends to flourish more readily. Amidst a chorus of low laughter and whispered exchanges, Hu Haiping's expression dimmed, his tone growing grave as he raised his voice. And finally, I must solemnly convey to you, it is also all too easy to lose it. Indeed, it can vanish more swiftly than it occurs. Suddenly, it is gone. Chapter 23, Historical Images and Love Stories, Part 2. Have you ever had a neighborly sister? In a conversational tone, sitting at the edge of the stage, Hu Haiping suddenly remarked, you know, the kind who is 3 or 4 years older than you, the one you watched jumping rope, while you squatted to the side. Her backpack slung over her shoulder as she headed to school, and you gazed at her with envy. She grew taller, while you remained small. She was the sister you followed and admired. I had one, from the same village as mine. I watched her jump rope, followed her as she foraged for ferns, and observed her going to school. Until one day, she grew up first, blossoming into a young lady, no longer playing with me as often. We gradually drifted apart, only exchanging occasional greetings and a few words when our paths crossed. But that was all right, for I had unknowingly become accustomed to it, slowly carving out my own life. Later, after she completed junior high, she did not pursue further studies and went to work in a factory far away. As I heard from relatives, her 16-year-old self, with a ponytail and dressed in a shirt, froze in my memory, then gradually faded. Eventually, I entered high school and then university, arriving at the Blue Coalition. That was over 5 years ago, during my rookie period, which, like yours, was quite arduous. Burdened with fear, consuming raw food, enduring scoldings, facing rigorous training, and being bullied by veterans every few days, I was enveloped in a sense of despair and suffering. It was during that time that, quite unexpectedly, I encountered her again. We met once more, and you can imagine the warmth of that reunion. I was nearly in tears. She, too, was overwhelmed with emotion. She was a frontline warrior, bearing many scars, including a shrapnel wound on her left cheek. A shallow scar, yet still strikingly beautiful, perhaps even more so, with a personality that had grown more vivacious. I exclaimed, so you didn't go to work? She laughed heartily and said, so it's you, the timid bookworm, what brings you here? She insisted, come on, let me treat you to some beer, and tell me how things are back in our village. I longed to accept, but fear held me back, as I mentioned my duty to wash the veterans and oppos' clothes. She waved it off, declaring, whoever troubles you, I will handle them. She reassured me, saying with confidence that she was now the deputy captain. That day, we conversed extensively, unreservedly sharing our thoughts. We reminisced about the past. She revealed that she too felt regret over our dwindling closeness. I updated her on the village, sharing news about our childhood friends, their marriages, and life events. Suddenly, a question sprang to my mind, and I asked, by the way, have you gotten married? I heard that one can marry here. I recalled, oh, I remember. I ate your wedding candy. She smiled, replying, well, it was actually a family visit. To ease my parents' worries, I had a comrade pretend to be a distant bridegroom and marry me off. I asked, so you too? She laughed, no. It was all just a play. I wasn't interested in him. To protect me, she faced off against a troublesome male soldier, wielding an energy device but brandishing only a regular knife. With just one clash, she emerged victorious. My sister is truly formidable. She stated that were it not for the opportunity to impart a lesson to you, sharing the invaluable insights gleaned from her experiences, she would have hesitated to squander her energy. One day, during a conversation, her comrade suddenly suggested that we should pair up, remarking on the rarity of encountering someone close in this setting. Typically, in the outside world, a young lady would feel shy, wouldn't she? Yet here, my sister remained unaffected. She smiled at me and teased, coward, university student, do you truly hold me in such esteem? I nodded vigorously. I awaited her letter. 5 days. 10 days, half a month passed. Until one day, the instructor unexpectedly summoned me, revealing that the regiment and oppos' chief of staff wished to see me. In the office, they delivered the devastating news. My sister had perished. The memorial wall at 9 Army Mountain, adorned with countless small squares, bore no visible photographs or names. Yet, throughout these 5 years, I can still vividly recall the place where she resided. Without needing to count, I simply know. The day after I laid her ashes to rest, I received her letter wherein she expressed a desire for us to have a child. Hu Haiping concluded his narrative. He offered no additional rationale or advice. He merely recounted a genuine tale about the Azure love he had just mentioned. In that moment, silence enveloped the room. The audience gazed at Hu Haiping, suddenly recalling his earlier exuberance when he had joyfully announced that his application had just been approved to witness frontline combat. It turned out that he was indeed elated. As the regiment's urgently needed psychological counselor, he had applied for 5 years. And now he would finally venture to the battleground where my sister once fought. Hu Haiping exited the stage, and Zhang Daoan ascended to address the new recruits' inquiries. After a considerable time, the recruits' emotions began to settle. One individual inquired why the Azure Coalition did not directly recruit from the Waxia forces or from the world's most elite troops. Another questioned why the existence of the Great was not disclosed to the entire world to unite all nations in resistance. Yet another asked. Zhang Daoan responded, because we do not know when the Great will arrive. To be precise, we cannot ascertain when a large-scale invasion from that civilization will occur. If we knew it were tomorrow, next year, or even in 3 or 10 years, your inquiries would be justified. However, it has been over 80 years. What if it takes another few decades, or even centuries for them to come? Our energy and dead iron are severely lacking, and we have yet to discover alternative technologies. Hence, deploying more manpower and resources currently seems futile. There were still those eager to pose questions. However, Zhang Daoan, growing impatient, interjected, stating that the logical core of all inquiries and confusions is this: the uncertainty of the Great and Apos, large-scale invasion, and the acute scarcity of energy and dead iron. Once you grasp this point, you can resolve your own questions. If not, then it is of little consequence. Now, let us eat, he concluded. Lunch consisted of raw offerings, lettuce leaves, sashimi, uncooked meat, and raw cucumbers. The variety was abundant, providing ample choices. The recruits remained perplexed, with some expressing their disgust. Yet, perhaps due to the absence of breakfast or the effects of a morning filled with indoctrination, they ceased to resist and made an effort to eat. Knowing that formal training would commence in the afternoon, on the dormitory balcony, 3 sinks stood, and in the central one, a woman was bent over, washing her hair. She had short hair that was a blend of golden and brown hues, naturally curled and reaching her neck. With her back turned, she wore a blue-gray short-sleeved shirt and loose-fitting long pants. Water cascaded over her golden locks, streaming down her cheeks into the sink, while sunlight illuminated her head. As she bowed her head, allowing the water to rinse through her hair, she slightly tilted her body and glanced back, catching sight of the occupants of Dormitory 11, and smiled radiantly. Her teeth were white and well-aligned, complemented by striking gray-blue eyes, a prominent nose, and a face adorned with freckles, as well as sunburned streaks and mottled spots. The onlookers remained momentarily speechless before beginning to whisper among themselves. When Jifei murmured, "A love story," Yang Qingbai remarked, "A foreigner." When Jifei responded, "What of it? She's beautiful." Lu Xing noted, "She must be at least 177 meters tall, with a little exertion. Her muscles likely surpass any of ours, evidence of long-term training." When Jifei questioned, "What do you mean?" Han Qingyu replied, "An old soldier." Silence fell over them. As the term and amp, Apos, old soldier and amp, Apos, held a fearsome connotation for the recruits. Can she understand Mandarin? When Jifei asked cautiously after a while. As she finished washing, the woman straightened and lifted her head, causing her short hair to sway, droplets of water splashing in the sunlight, illuminating her profile, nose, and freckles. She continued speaking, gathering her hair into a handful and securing it at the back of her head. Water trickled down her neck into her collar, dripping onto her blue-gray shirt, both at her chest and back. "Do you have a clean towel?" she inquired, her tone casual and familiar. "Ah, yes," came the response, prompting at least half the group to retrieve their towels, holding them or offering them in their hands. The golden-haired soldier approached, bending down to inspect the towels, only to find they were all used. She looked up, slightly embarrassed, and then smiled. As she smiled, she released her grip on her hair and, with both hands, decisively removed her short-sleeved shirt. Unfazed, she began drying her hair with the inside of the shirt. The dormitory fell into stunned silence. The atmosphere was electric. In truth, the black garment she wore was similar to a sports tank top, likely a combat vest issued to female soldiers. However, it revealed a considerable expanse of her abdomen, and the fitted portion was stretched tightly. For these young recruits, the shock was overwhelming. Drying her hair and clutching her short sleeves, the golden-haired veteran surveyed the bewildered recruits before her, a mischievous smile suddenly gracing her lips. "Would you like to see more?" She winked, adding, "If you manage to secure first place in the rookie class competition, you shall indeed be rewarded." With that, she pointed towards the competition board affixed to the door and burst into a hearty laugh. The recruits stood in stunned silence, their faces a picture of confusion. It took them a moment to recollect that the rookie period indeed featured a competition based on dormitory classes, comprising numerous assessments, daily deductions, yet also opportunities for bonus points through commendable performance. However, the residents of Dormitory 11 were disheartened, realizing that, from the previous night until now, their discipline and order had placed them at the very bottom of the rankings. More disconcerting was their utter indifference to the competition, devoid of any sense of honor. "Well, it's wonderful to see you all, but I must take my leave," she stated. Lu Xiang had been correct. The muscular golden-haired girl undoubtedly possessed more strength than any present, at least confirmed by her formidable right arm, likely burdened by the weight she bore. What she held was an object that could easily be mistaken at first glance. A sleek, dark metallic apparatus with a handle, a slot for a cartridge belt, a trigger, and an imposing barrel, 5 in total, large and robust. When Jifei, is this a machine gun? Yang Qibai, a machine cannon, perhaps? Indeed. The golden-haired veteran replied as she walked, "This is my custom machine gun, Mira 11. Although they prefer to call it a cannon. But wasn't it said that the bullets couldn't harm the big shots?" As Mira departed, descending the stairs, the bewildered recruits remained behind. "Isn't that Mira?" An old soldier exclaimed upon spotting her from a distance. How could the esteemed vice captain deign to come down and serve as a direct instructor? Laughter erupted among the veterans. For the title of vice captain was a mere jest in Myra's case. She had served as the vice captain of 4 squads, yet the captaincy she deserved had eluded her, earning her the playful moniker of the 9th Army's eternal vice captain. Mira herself dreamt of one day ascending to the rank of captain. "Haven't you heard? There are whispers that this year she might finally be promoted," another veteran chimed in. "Perhaps she is here to scout for new recruits," someone else suggested. "Ah, seeking talent. Understood." The recruitment and supplementation system of the Azure Alliance was one of mutual selection. Recruits chose their squads, while captains could refuse, and vice versa. Meanwhile, Myra's female comrade, who had been waiting downstairs, now walked alongside her, chuckling uncontrollably at Myra's earlier comments regarding Dormitory 11. Teasingly, she remarked, "You're really going all out. Mira, this isn't just about selecting individuals. You're practically seducing them." Mira stifled her pride and shot her a glare. "Hush. If they truly do secure first place. Would you really? How could that even be possible? As for them, after producing 2 or 3 capable soldiers, there may still be a possibility for me. Let us set aside the competition." Mira remarked with ease, "Using your ancient sayings, I have merely painted a pie in the sky." Chapter 24. Beef Stew. Mira possesses an admirable command of Mandarin. Yet she still lacks a sufficient understanding of the nuances that can be extended and derived from certain expressions in this language. How could one possibly depict her drawing with mere pancakes? At the moment she uttered that phrase, she was clad only in a snug tank top, ample and with profound depths within. Moreover, the parts of her skin that seldom see the sun are remarkably fair. Where would one find such whiteness in a pancake? The group in Dormitory 11 had just resurfaced from a silence, parched and exchanging glances. "Don't hide it. I know you want to see," when Jifei declared, pointing at the grave robber. "You, who dig up graves, must be most curious about the treasures buried within the hills." Before the grave robber could deny it, he turned to Han Qingyu. "Don't pretend. You're the best at feigning ignorance. In the past, when I showed you the photo albums, you claimed to be uninterested. Yet later, the corners of pages in my book were mysteriously folded away." Han Qingyu opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately smiled and remained silent. A chorus of laughter erupted, punctuated by giggles and chuckles. They could not deny there was a hint of lewdness. The alluring figure in military attire, with golden locks, was still their superior. It was undeniable that Mira, with her wet hair standing in the sunlight, appeared exquisitely beautiful. Her focused demeanor while drying her hair in military pants and a tank top was even more captivating. And when she strode by wielding her sleek, heavy machine gun, the stark contrast was enough to send the young men's blood rushing to their heads. As for her choice to be in Dormitory 11, was it because her custom machine gun happened to be named Mira 11? Or perhaps she had heard that someone had struck Zhang Dao on here. Unclear thoughts were best left unpondered. In truth, since the afternoon when the new recruits commenced their formal training, it became evident that each squad of recruits was assigned a direct instructor. These instructors were all veterans, some seeking to seize minor tasks during their leave to enrich their lives while honing their management skills. Among them were also some female soldiers, including several who were quite attractive. However, Mira remained exceptional, distinguished by her golden hair and Western features. coupled with her extensive combat experience as a deputy leader across 4 teams and her rank of second lieutenant, which rendered her dominance indisputable. Have you noticed that our Mira seems a bit naive? When Jifei remarked while seated on the ground, sharing his conclusion after a day of observation. The group fell silent, likely in agreement. Han Qingyu pondered for a moment and kindly suggested, it may not be quite right to say that. She probably just doesn't grasp our thought processes and social nuances. Indeed, with thousands of years of tradition, any local seeking promotion would invariably remain cautious and discreet before matters were settled, refraining from self-promotion and discouraging mention by others. True, when Jifei mused, it doesn't matter, as long as she is pleasing to the eye. The moment he spoke, however, each person in Dormitory 11 shot him a glare. Just moments ago, during a training break, the troublesome chicken had attempted to grill beef and was caught. Consequently, Dormitory 11 now languished at the bottom of the comprehensive competition, with their lead over the second-to-last place growing to a double-digit margin. I truly seem to have unearthed your ancestral grave, you wretched creature, muttered the disgruntled tomb raider. Lie sure too, as he cursed under his breath. After all, we have endured hardships together during our time at the 11th Barracks, and our familiarity soon dispelled any reservations. Laughter erupted among the group. Hey, rookie, come over here, beckoned a cluster of seasoned soldiers squatting beneath a tree branch not far away, waving their hands. Don't hide. You. And you, they referred to Han Qingyu and Wen Jifei. There was no escaping this. When Jifei stood up to salute and grinned. What's up, squad leader? It had become customary for the veterans to address their leaders as squad leaders, a tradition inherited from the regular army. It was puzzling. But the barracks store refused to sell items to new recruits unless they could prove they were purchasing on behalf of a veteran. And even the specifics of the purchase had to be documented. What are you standing there for? The older soldier directed his words at Wen Jifei, who, despite the command, received the money without complaint. The veterans then turned their attention to Han Qingyu, scrutinizing him for a moment before proposing, hey, how about a little game? We can take wooden sticks and hit each other on the head. What do you think? Han Qingyu remained silent. He secretly desired to partake in the game. However, he feared that the outcome might not be in his favor. It appeared that within certain limits, the military condoned the veterans' unreasonable behavior, allowing them to bully the newcomers. This was evident, as even the chief instructor was permitted to resort to violence, insults, and humiliation. The old men in the mess hall had grown so brazen and barbaric that their conduct was deeply unsettling. This harsh and oppressive atmosphere constantly hovered like a looming collapse, akin to coarse gravel that incessantly rubbed against the nerves of the recruits. Hey, you two mute? The veterans grew impatient. Han Qingyu and Wen Jifei exchanged glances, contemplating whether to simply brawl it out. They had heard that if one could defeat a veteran as long as nothing serious occurred, the military would allow it. They were poised to act, waiting for the other side to make the first move. What kind of game is this? Allow me to join. Mira, clad in military attire, approached, twirling a dagger in her palm. So, you're hitting each other on the head? All right, let us do this. You hit me, and he hits you. Han Qingyu found this suggestion rather appealing. Unfortunately, the veterans ultimately chose not to play, muttering about the lack of excitement as they departed the training ground. See, I'm quite the captain, aren't I? Being my team member is a good deal. Mira's psychological manipulation was rather overt. After speaking, she turned around, clapped her hands, and cheerfully announced, come on, let us continue our training. Continue what? The training just ended. Wen Jifei rubbed his sore body, pretending not to hear, while inwardly lamenting. Not in the mood to train? Then how about a game? Mira smiled, her lips curling as she looked at him. Let us hit each other on the head. Wen Jifei replied, how about you play with Qingyu instead? Why not play with Qingyu? Mira questioned. Because Qingyu is willing to train. She turned her head, blinking her eyes, her gaze earnest and pleading as she looked at Han Qingyu. She thought her reaction could not surpass Zhang Daoan and Appo's. The chances of getting hit were considerable, yet she was eager to try, albeit in private. After all, maintaining the instructor's respect was paramount. Qingyu, are you willing? Qingzi is like a brother to me, and Wen Jifei is quite confident in this regard. Han Qingyu replied, I am willing. He truly meant it. As Mira was offering specialized training in combat techniques that had not yet been covered in their extensive drills, skills honed in the crucible of battle, practical and devoid of flamboyance. For Han Qingyu, this was precisely the area in which he felt deficient. Damn it! Wen Jifei exclaimed in frustration, you Haven team misheard it as a marriage proposal. Have you? Qingzi, I am not a priest, For heaven and Apos' sake, wake up. Han Qingyu felt quite embarrassed by the remark. Meanwhile, Mira, unbothered, found the exchange amusing and burst into laughter. This beautiful girl must be quite naive. As the training progressed, the focus gradually shifted towards enhancing physical agility and reaction times under various conditions. Compared to others, Han Qingyu was able to accept many things with greater ease and composure, such as the rigorous physical training, the harshness of instructors, veterans, and head cooks, as well as the overwhelming mental strain. This was largely due to his body, which had been enhanced through source energy and his first-hand experiences on the battlefield, allowing him to endure and comprehend many seemingly unreasonable aspects. The only struggle he faced was the overwhelming desire for hot food. After more than 10 days of subsisting on raw vegetables, raw meat, and unripe fruits. Aside from the sweat that dripped into his mouth during training, they had not even sipped a drop of warm water. Everything was cold and raw. This sensation is difficult for those who have not experienced it to fathom. The habits of his 19-year-old body were rebelling against him. He longed for a morsel of rice, a piece of cooked meat, or even just a leaf of boiled vegetable. A cup of hot tea would bring him such joy that he might weep. Everyone else felt the same, if not more so. Did you hear? Today in the cafeteria, someone suddenly dashed over like a madman, just because they wanted to sip the leftover broth from the veterans' beef noodles. I heard, but unfortunately, they didn't get to drink it. Oh, don't even mention it. The other day, I saw freshly discarded scraps in the food waste bucket behind the cafeteria, and I was tempted, the steam rising from it. It must still have been warm. Exactly, even the scraps are out of reach. The restrictions are so strict, even if they weren't worried about losing points. There wouldn't be time to get it into their mouths. In the midnight dormitory, everyone whispered in hushed tones, discussing minor infractions. And they had completely stopped caring about losing a few discipline points. Their scores were beyond redemption. The dreams they once held were largely shattered. Sniff, sniff. Lu Xing, on the other side of the window, inhaled deeply, suddenly sitting up. What is that smell? It's beef, stewed. He then stated with a fixed gaze. Everyone caught the scent, sitting up in the darkness, their minds reeling, speaking in a daze. A large pot, stewing beef. Yes, they must have used plenty of spices, star anise, cinnamon. And with large bones simmering together, the broth must be rich. By the way, have you ever tried pulling cooked meat off the bone? It comes off easily, just a tug and it's a large chunk. Suddenly, a soft knocking sound echoed. Knock. Knock. Open the door, brother. Don't worry, the instructors are not here. A voice whispered from outside. The Tomb Raider inquired about their intentions, cautiously opening the door a crack. What is it? The crowd outside squeezed in and replied, We're from the 5th floor, just borrowing the passage to go downstairs. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, we won and Apos. T mentioned that we came from here. The 11th dormitory was situated on the 2nd floor. Without waiting for permission, the intruders eagerly ascended to the balcony. One of them swung down and disappeared. Counting the heads, it appeared the entire dormitory had mobilized. Brothers, what are you up to? Finally realizing, when Ji-Fei grasped the last one who was attempting to leave, it and Apos, nothing, came the retort. If you don and Apos, T tell us, we won and Apos, T let you go. Han Qingyu also grabbed hold, refusing to release his grip. Behind them, the brothers from the 11th dormitory collectively nodded in agreement. Well then, just don't spill anything outside. The other party gulped nervously and replied, The kitchen is simmering beef. Several large iron pots are cooking together. We saw everything clearly from upstairs. Old Gung added the ingredients and left, and then the two young cooks dozed off in the adjacent room. Understood? Understood. Han Qingyu, and when Ji-Fei reluctantly released their hold, just take a bite and leave. Nothing will happen, the departing figure assured before swiftly climbing down from the balcony. Aside from that subtle sound, the 11th dormitory fell silent as a grave. Han Qingyu, and when Ji-Fei each bowed their heads in contemplation, then turned around, nearly startled by what they saw. 6 pairs of eerie green eyes, resembling wolves, were fixated upon them. Chapter 25, Traditional Night Xingzi. Yang Qi-Bai and Apos' words tumbled out, yet the meaning was already conveyed through his expressions and tone. Look, Lu Xing hesitated for a moment before saying, and Apos, those individuals, they are unafraid. We are, after all, in last place. The notion of being in last place sounded remarkably resolute. Initially, this fellow had proclaimed the deliciousness of raw beef. But now even the mention of it was off limits. Particularly in recent days, he had evolved to the point of consuming only leaves, entirely eschewing sashimi. Unbeknownst to them, The 11th Squad had gradually grown accustomed to having Han Qingyu make decisions. This was perhaps due to his strength, after all. There had not been many new recruits who had struck Zhang down with a stick over the years. Another reason could be attributed to some form of subconscious impression. In this regard, when Jifei held the perspective that Qingzi was adept at maintaining appearances. Even when his heart raced with anxiety, he could outwardly project an air of calm. In essence, he was someone who could control his body's trembling, even in moments of fear or excitement. Truly the legacy of an ancestral lineage renowned for snake catching. Meanwhile, Han Qingyu was lost in contemplation. He had always believed that the military's insistence on having new recruits consume raw food must serve a purpose, yet he had not arrived at a conclusion. Was it to cultivate our primal instincts? He pondered. During one session of instruction, Zhang Daoan had pointed to the sea of new recruits and proclaimed, "You, he, and I. We have been chosen to become beasts." Alternatively, it could merely be a form of psychological pressure, designed to test our endurance. Regardless, this thought, which was initially confined to his mind, slipped out unconsciously. The impact of those three simple words was akin to refugees hearing the government declare the opening of grain stores. The 11th Squad instantly revitalized, even becoming exuberant. "How about we cover our faces?" suggested the Tomb Raider enthusiastically before descending the stairs. Han Qingyu considered it for a moment and nodded, recognizing the ingenuity of a seasoned Tomb Raider. Everyone hastily found towels to cover their faces. Turning around, he was startled to see a striking contrast. While the entire group was draped in blue and white towels, the Tomb Raider stood out with a professional black mask. It was this very mask that he had worn when stealthily excavating a storage station of the Azure Coalition by night. Descending from the balcony, they reached the ground. "Wait, if we look like this and get caught, will we be mistaken for invaders and shot on sight?" The Tomb Raider looked up at the sky and remarked, "There ain't oppos, es no moon tonight. That won't happen. We're in our military uniforms." And the towels were issued by the army. "Just be cautious," Han Qingyu replied, waving his hand as a signal. A group of them crouched low, stealthily making their way toward the kitchen in the darkness. They needed to hurry. If they arrived too late and the earlier group alerted those in the kitchen, they would miss even the opportunity to drink soup. Who? In the darkness, the two groups nearly collided. "Meet. Friends. Move." This scene is reminiscent of ancient times when famine struck, prompting farmers to rise in rebellion, driven by desperation. Those in dire need banded together, and along the way, they encountered several groups. Upon reaching the back door, the sight was astonishing, at least a dozen dormitories. When Jifei, after reflecting on the situation, sees the first man from the initial group and quietly inquired, "Why are you still lurking here?" The man turned and gestured inward, whispering, "Take a look for yourself." Inside the kitchen, a long stove radiated warmth, where a small chef dozed fitfully, occasionally smacking his lips, scratching an itch, or turning over. The bubbling of meat in the pot masked the faint sounds from outside the back door, luring individuals further inside. "What should we do, Qingzi?" When Jifei turned to ask. "Let's go in. With so many of us, if we're discovered in the dark, we can just grab what we can and flee. Even if a couple of us get caught, most will still get to eat." Han Qingyu casually remarked this, only to be momentarily taken aback by his own words. Is this truly me? Could this be the bandit spirit that Lao Jian spoke of hidden within me? Yet, his words seemed to resonate with everyone, who collectively thought that the unfortunate two would not be among themselves. Never mind. The first group charged forth, followed by the rest. "Oh no. Wait. Run." Suddenly, the kitchen lights flickered on, trapping the gathered mob against the wall. Elder Gong, accompanied by a cadre of veterans, secured both the stove and the front and back doors. This was, indeed, a trap. How despicable, how utterly tiresome. "Lower your heads." Han Qingyu cautioned those around him, urging them not to draw attention as they stealthily maneuvered through the crowd. On the other side, someone had begun to weep in anger while arguing with Elder Gong. "Eating raw food, drinking cold water, treating us like animals. Do you think we are beasts?" The individual roared, tears streaming down their face, their jaw trembling, as they finally voiced the grievances and suffering they had long endured. In that moment, many of the new recruits were moved, for they too felt the same oppression, the same fury. Yet, Elder Gong merely smirked derisively. "Beasts, do you think you deserve such a title? Do you even know how high a regard beast is in the 9th Army? You worthless. We are not." Suddenly, a large group erupted in a collective shout against Elder Gong. The military's inherent mission is to cultivate obedience and discipline, a principle that certainly holds in the Azure Coalition as well. However, they simultaneously admired the courage that erupted from long-standing, oppressive fear, born from relentless torment and suffering. This courage, while still insufficient, marked a promising beginning. If nurtured, it could one day empower them to hurl curses while defiantly brandishing their blades. Thus, from the outset, Zhang Daoan and Elder Geng had endeavored to forge in the minds of the new recruits a fearsome image of savagery, authority, and unbridled strength. They have always been unreasonable, a terrifying and detestable presence. Of course, the leadership of the regiment stands as an exception. Any officer not directly involved in the training of new recruits would never behave in such a manner. They are to be obeyed, trustworthy, rational, and reliable leaders of the troops, the most steadfast support for the soldiers, forever so, and it must be. TSK. In fact, before the darkened window, Zhang Daoan suddenly clicked his tongue, his emotions somewhat complex. At that moment, he had finally managed to catch sight of a certain individual who was resolutely keeping their head down, slowly maneuvering with their dormitory companions towards the corner of the wall. Hidden amidst the crowd, being overly cunning could lead to the loss of even courage, Zhang Daoan mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He preferred that new recruit from that day, the one who hesitated not for a moment and struck himself squarely on the head. The new recruits fell silent, regarding him. 4 against 8, for veterans against your dormitories group. Win, and you feast. Lose, and you go to the infirmary. We fight unarmored, with all our might. Upon finishing, the veterans left the audience momentarily hushed. 4 against 8 was no contest. It was not a matter of the veterans holding back. 4 against 8 remained a crushing advantage. Even Han Qingyu, without utilizing liquid energy and relying solely on his physical prowess, leading the remaining 7 from Dormitory 11, could not secure a victory. It merely afforded the new recruits the opportunity to stand and face their demise. Laughter erupted. The veterans stood and lounged about with an air of disdain. Who is next? All right. The first dormitory stepped forward without further ado, charging in unison, aiming to tackle one. Yet, the outcome was that they barely lasted 20 seconds, an absolute annihilation. The veterans were genuinely ruthless, aside from delivering non-lethal blows. All 8 new recruits lay incapacitated on the ground, groaning in agony that tormented each of their nerves. Is anyone else willing to come? The veteran flicked his wrist, turned, and smiled as he inquired. A voice from the crowd responded, "We are. We believe that being injured and going to the infirmary is preferable to leaving with our heads held low," the new recruit declared. Behind the darkened window, the crowd surrounding Zhang Daoan felt a surge of excitement, while he himself stood with his right fist across his chest, palm inward, his eyes gleaming. The daily salute of the Azure Coalition, akin to military customs in many nations, was a common hat-peak gesture. However, the salute Zhang Daoan executed now typically appeared in ceremonious contexts or particularly solemn situations, meant to convey loyalty or respect. He then glanced once more at Han Qingyu, who was still edging along the wall. Sigh. In the kitchen, the group of new recruits who had earned Zhang Daoan and the veterans' respect ultimately succumbed to the might of their fists, falling swiftly thereafter. From an observational standpoint, the veterans' expression of respect was unique. Their blows were even harsher than before. As another round concluded, the veterans, still unsated, began to directly call out for the next group. The third group ascended, and the members of Dormitory 11 huddled in the corner, watching the grim scene unfold while whispering among themselves. So, Qingzi, what shall we do? When Jifei moved closer to Han Qingyu and whispered, "They just suggested surrendering when it comes to us. What do you think?" Han Qingyu turned to him and asked, "Do you agree?" "Yes, surrendering was my suggestion." When Jifei replied earnestly, Han Qingyu suppressed a laugh, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Suddenly, his smile vanished, and in an instant, he bent his body, leaping from the corner against the wall to the side. With a loud clap, the lights went out. In the kitchen, apart from a strip of red light behind the stove, everyone was engulfed in darkness. "What are you dawdling for?" Han Qingyu shouted hoarsely, "Let us eat." Within 2 seconds, a dozen individuals from the dormitories surged forward, all howling in unison. Indeed, since they were going to face punishment anyway, it was better to charge together and feast. "Guard the stove," an old soldier yelled. "They have more than 20 on their side. Let us go all out." Nearly 100 new recruits rushed in. The sounds of fists and feet striking, the clanging of pot lids, and the cries of anguish filled the air. The Ninth Army's traditional meat stew night had seen many unexpected incidents over the decades, including casualties and moments of complete attendance, as well as times when no one showed up. There had even been instances where 3 dormitories overpowered the veterans. However, the situation unfolding before them was a first in the years they had been in charge. A leader of the regiment's lips twitched. Should this approach be termed as bandits raiding? Chapter 26, Scientist Notes and the chaotic skirmish shrouded in darkness. The disparity in strength between the two factions was somewhat mitigated. In the obscurity, a multitude of assailants, vastly outnumbering their adversaries, surged forward, driven by primal instincts and an insatiable hunger for sustenance, one of humanity's most fundamental urges. The new recruits, propelled by their instincts and ferocity, unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration and fury, charging forward like a swarm of bees. The enticing aroma of stewed beef wafted from several large iron pots ahead, beckoning them. The seasoned veterans guarded the cooking station, wary of inflicting fatal harm in the shadows, where precision was elusive. Suddenly, a voice shouted in exasperation, but it went unnoticed. Almost immediately, several veterans formed a triangular spearhead, stealthily advancing toward the switch. Despite the new recruits' valiant attempts to obstruct them, their individual capabilities and teamwork were vastly inferior, and they soon faltered. Should we not? When Jifei briefly inquired. Trailing behind Han Qingyu. Nothing to worry about, Han Qingyu replied, handing him a peculiar object. The next moment, a piercing, distorted scream erupted from beyond the wall, followed by an old soldier's trembling voice cursing. Who the hell pulled the switch? Damn it, I'm electrocuted. Laughter erupted in the darkness, a testament to the fact that he was likely unharmed. After all, they were merely source energy monsters. When Jifei, contemplating this, squeezed the strange item in his hand before hastily discarding it. The tumultuous brawl persisted, with the members of Dormitory 11 wisely rallying behind Han Qingyu, forming a protective barrier against threats from the flanks and rear. The entire scene had descended into utter chaos. Torches, flashlights. Get the flashlights. His command signified that time was running short for the newcomers. Qingzi, amidst the frenzy, when Jifei, growing anxious, began to speak. Simultaneously, he swung his arm in a wide arc, enveloping a substantial piece of thigh meat in the cloth he had brought, clutching it tightly as he urged. Let us dash outside. With the crowd surging forward, it was uncertain how many new recruits would secure a portion of the meat, but that was of little concern. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. It was the Tomb Raider, the lone professional among them, conspicuously clad in a black scarf, illuminated by the flickering flames, and had been apprehended by a veteran. What should we do? Let us pray for his safety. Let us go, Han Qingyu exclaimed, pulling the somewhat dazed Tomb Raider along as they bolted towards the exit. In the ensuing chaos, a veteran screamed in agony. Who kicked me? As he leapt from a pot that had lost its lid, hot soup splashing around him. Who did this? I was cooking for you. In the darkness, the situation grew more frantic, prompting Han Qingyu to quicken his pace. Before long, flashlights illuminated the scene, causing the new recruits to waver as the veterans swiftly asserted their dominance. It seems that whether they rushed toward the dormitory or refrained from doing so, both choices appear illogical and easily traceable. Yet, they have ceased to ponder such matters. As Han Qingyu dashed forward, the enticing aroma of the braised beef enveloped him. Unable to resist, he seized a morsel, stuffing it into his mouth as he ran. The blissful sensation of the hot, succulent meat, infused with fragrant spices, burst forth in his mouth, a moment of pure happiness. Feed me a bite, Qingzi, feed me a bite. When Jifei pursued him from behind, neck outstretched, mouth agape, pleading earnestly. Then why not lick your hand first and give it to me? Lu Xing, the son of a wealthy family from Gangqing, suddenly made an outrageous request. Let me lick it too, Yang Qibai chimed in. Count me in, added the Tomb Raider. In response, Han Qingyu quickened his pace, deftly wiping his mouth with his sleeve. The tradition of the Banchajiao army, which has persisted for decades, now faced the prospect of adding a new tale, perhaps the story of a starving new recruit who braised an old soldier? The regimental chief pondered momentarily before smiling and saying, We even received a transmission. Laughter ensued. Zhang Daoan applauded, celebrating this new batch of recruits. How's the situation? Regimental Commander Li Wangqiang inquired calmly, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, all the military leaders present grew tense and encircled him. We've already dispatched someone, for brothers have gone. If I'm not mistaken, the person is likely Han Qingyu from Dormitory 11. Hurry. Despite not having witnessed the dark scene firsthand, Zhang Daoan confidently asserted. At least he knows who turned off the lights. The implication was clear. Quickly, apprehend him, the commander urged, his expression serious and tinged with anxiety. The veteran responded promptly, turning swiftly and sprinting away. After a brief silence, Zhang Daoan, who had been notably anxious moments before, let out a long sigh and remarked, To be honest, I genuinely wish to reward them with the seized meat. It would be wonderful if the tradition could be altered in such a manner. The reality, however, was harsh. Even the meat that had been snatched would not be distributed. In the past, victories had yielded nothing either. Explanations would be offered by the regiment's leadership. Commander Li Wangxiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning but adding, yet, the words in that notebook. Truth be told, we are uncertain of their validity. The issues we cannot verify, the commander conceded. In the distant year of 1908, humanity engaged in prolonged warfare in Tunguska, amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Employing the most advanced weaponry and over 20 million tons of TNT to procure a mere fragment of extraterrestrial relics. Subsequently, the world's leading scientists converged in secrecy to commence their research. Ultimately, 3 of these brilliant minds, through their genius and innovative thinking, along with a touch of fortune, collaboratively birthed the energy-based three-dimensional maneuvering device, thereby altering the fundamental dynamics of warfare between humanity and the formidable aliens. Since then, despite humanity remaining at a significant disadvantage, the once insurmountable chasm that divided the two parties has been erased. They are the first generation of deities within the Azure Alliance. And in the prevailing scientific and cultural milieu of the time, they were indeed revered and trusted as if they were divine figures by a certain segment of the populace. Consider, had it not been for their extraordinary fortune, where all 3 possessed commendable personal virtues and an unwavering devotion to scientific inquiry, the circumstances could have proven perilously precarious. After the demise of these 3 scientists, all that they left behind was regarded as treasure. Take, for instance, the moniker Big Spike. Furthermore, one of the scientists inscribed a thought in his experimental notes: the more primitive, the closer you are to the source of energy. The period was erased and replaced with a question mark. Thus, the ultimate conclusion of this statement ought to have been a question. And that particular scientist never publicly broached this topic throughout his life. Nevertheless, the scientific elites of the Azure Alliance subsequently devoted considerable effort to conjecturing and researching this matter, subsequently establishing certain unique systems exclusive to the Azure. Some of these were later disproven and abolished, while others were retained for the long term. For instance, it became a regulation that new recruits were only permitted to consume raw meat and blood 1.5 months prior to the source energy fusion assessment. In fact, the current practices are considerably more lenient than the previous ones. The rationale for withholding this information from the soldiers initially stems from the peculiarities of the Azure Coalition, which allowed for consistent control over the situation. Secondly, as this practice unfolded, its psychological and neurological training effects were gradually recognized, and have since been validated as the more significant aspect. The primal instincts also played a role. Moreover, in time, the existence and continuation of traditional knights became quite significant. Some veterans indeed participated directly in these traditions, and subsequently, many stories emerged. Others, who did not partake at the time, would invariably claim involvement in conversations, often fabricating tales. Beyond these, the true core reason lies in the commander's earlier statement regarding the inability to verify. This is the principal reason why this seemingly absurd and utterly irrational practice has endured, and why no one dares to contravene it. Each individual possesses only one opportunity in their lifetime to ascertain their source energy fusion level. When a person first approaches the source energy and determines their level of fusion, they can never undergo a change in this aspect for the remainder of their life. This tenet has remained unchallenged throughout history. Chapter 27. Talents emerge in Azure. Zhang Daohan and Amp. Apos. Earlier tension stemmed from this very circumstance. What had once been a traditional pastime and training endeavor, meticulously handled for decades, had spiraled into chaos. Meat was indeed taken away. It is noteworthy that even the 3 groups that had previously bested the veterans had never dared to touch the stew in the pot. There had been instances of looting before, yet with over 20 veterans guarding the stove, it was entirely sufficient to ensure dominance. The issue lay in the abruptness of the events and the absence of light. Had the lamp been functional at that moment, such an incident would have undoubtedly been averted. Perhaps they should contemplate installing a light on the 3-dimensional maneuvering apparatus in the future? With only a few weeks remaining until the next opening of the source energy field, an overwhelming anxiety loomed. Both Zhang Daohan and Li Wangxiang were now preoccupied with the fear that the new recruit, Qingyu, might have consumed the cooked meat. He could not be afforded any exceptions, for the regiment could not guarantee his brilliance or that he possessed a B-grade level or higher. Countless instances had demonstrated that exceptional qualities and talents do not equate to an individual achieving an outstanding, or even merely adequate, degree of source energy fusion. Their hope was merely for him to exhibit some excellence, not to be coddled. Similarly, they could not defer his entry into the source energy field for another year. as next year might only present a battlefield. This was a certainty no one could assure, especially given this year's frequency of shuttle landings. Thus, if that youth had indeed consumed the meat, the forthcoming source energy fusion assessment would leave the commander and Zhang Daohan in a quandary, pondering whether he might have originally been capable of an A-level fusion. As for grades above A, being veterans, they were no longer prone to such unrealistic fantasies. Conversely, if Han Qingyu had not eaten, then, as long as he achieved a B grade or higher in the assessment, they would rejoice in acceptance. For that would be quite commendable. Despite the overwhelming majority of individuals in Azure ultimately passing the source energy fusion test, a significant portion remained at D and E levels. These two grades encompass the largest segment of the Azure Coalition's warriors. As for F, while it could theoretically penetrate armor, it was deemed too wasteful and typically discarded. Han Qingyu had already consumed the meat, yet he had also been acquainted with source energy prior, having just partaken in a banquet, and it had been an unrefined dark metal block, which he absorbed superbly. Therefore, if his case were to be made public, could it not potentially invalidate that statement in the scientific notes? Perhaps not, for he was an anomaly, an exceedingly rare exception. Thus, traditions would persist, and future recruits would continue to endure all of this, including the day of tradition. Of course, it is plausible that such interpretations by future generations could be wholly misguided. If the direction is erroneous, everything is flawed. Yet, it matters little, at least for Han Qingyu. The residents of the 11th dormitory found themselves obstructed on their way. Before them stood a veteran, one who had pursued them while equipped with a three-dimensional maneuvering apparatus. Even behind him, parallel to the slanted battle chest, there was a straight sword strapped to his back, the hilt protruding from his shoulder. Was this truly necessary? When Jifei lowered his gaze, yet inquired with a sense of grievance and reluctance. He then directed his attention towards Han Qingyu, who was clutching the beef, and gently extended his hand, saying, "Hand it over." Han Qingyu glanced down, tightened his grip, and remained still. The occupants of the dormitory collectively pressed forward. The veteran continued to smile, making no further move, merely allowing the energy-powered device on his back to hum and vibrate, a blue light flickering as the straight sword swiftly emerged from his shoulder. He did not reach out to retrieve it, standing there as the dark blade fell to the ground, penetrating the earth as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, until the hilt was buried deep. Thus, at last, the beef slipped away from Han Qingyu and Appo's fingertips. Inch by inch, it was drawn away. During this process, he discreetly rubbed the meat through his clothing. The veteran opened his attire for inspection, finding no issues, then scrutinized Han Qingyu closely, asking if he had eaten. Han Qingyu shook his head. Had anyone else touched it? The veteran inquired while observing. Han Qingyu continued to shake his head. The clothing was confiscated. You. Wash your hands. The veteran kicked the knife up, leading Han Qingyu to a faucet, watching him meticulously wash his hands with soap 3 times. Once the veteran departed, Han Qingyu promptly brushed his teeth again. As for the remaining 7, they gazed at him with lingering resentment for a while, before recalling the points that warranted confusion. Was that it? Was there nothing more? Were they not going to take any action against us? There was no answer. Upon entering, they remarked, "It's fine. We haven't eaten." I watched him wash his hands 3 times. Setting the beef aside, the veteran found a place to sit. The hand-washing seemed somewhat unnecessary, yet doing it posed no harm. The leaders behind the black window finally relaxed their anxious hearts. They were just about to descend together to partake in the meat. Braised meat? Where is it? Braised meat. The voice echoed from outside the back door, and soon a tall figure, clad only in a tank top and shorts, stumbled in, disoriented. The individual rushed up to the veterans, halting before them, glancing at the stove, the beef, and then at the veterans. What? Is there no one left? The veterans were taken aback, and after a moment, one asked, "So, you came to snatch some meat?" The large fellow did not deny it, awkwardly chuckling. "Ah, I overslept. What about the others in your dormitory? They didn't dare to come." The tall one replied somewhat dejectedly. "But they told me that many from the dormitories were coming to the kitchen to seize meat tonight, which is why I rushed over." As he spoke, he surveyed the battle remnants on the ground. "Oh, I see. How about, we serve you a special feast?" Stifling laughter while savoring the meat, the veterans rose and encircled the tall individual. The latter pondered for a moment, reluctantly yet helplessly stating, "Then let us just leave it." "All right, then let it be. This evening, my spirits are high, and the meat is savory." The veterans did not trouble the tall fellow. After a bout of laughter, they turned and dispersed, joking among themselves as they prepared to sit down again. Suddenly, the tall fellow snatched a piece of beef from the stove and dashed away. his movements remarkably swift. What on earth? Has this new recruit gone mad? Fortunately, the soldiers who had just chased after Han Qingyu still had their gear on, which they promptly activated, arriving in an instant. One seized the meat while another kicked the tall fellow away. "Wash your hands," the veteran barked, as the tall fellow complied. He received a couple of kicks to his backside but did not resist, obediently lathering with soap 3 times. Once clean, he turned to the veteran, spreading his hands and saying, "Squad leader, would you like to check?" The veteran approached, and the tall fellow slowly lowered his hands. Unconsciously, the veteran bent down to follow. In a sudden move, the tall fellow snapped at the piece of beef in the veteran's hand. The veteran, startled, swatted his hand away and leaped back just in time, narrowly avoiding the bite. "You little brat." The veteran's tone was imbued with both exasperation and humor. Ultimately, it was fatigue that prevailed, for he had nearly made a grave error. Enraged, he laughed instead, muttering, "Truly, this new batch is something else. Enough, get lost." The veteran's unexpected kindness that night surpassed many people's expectations, as it was a traditional evening. How many years had passed since then? Years ago, they had fought for meat together and endured beatings side by side in the same dormitory. Yet many of those brothers were now gone, and some were left entirely alone. The latter half of the night belonged to the veterans. They would not sleep, eager to enjoy a few drinks of beef and reminisce about old times, sharing stories until intoxication set in. There was no shame in tears. In the dead of night, the inebriated sang songs they all knew. One that had been sung for nearly 70 years, the anthem of the Blue Alliance's Huashi Asia Front. "I wield a sharp blade, shedding the old robe for battle, rowing against the current, striving for great unity. From ancient times to the present, how many true men are there among us? Amidst the yellow dust, I carve my achievements into the heavens. From death until now, my blood remains vividly red. I have a red tassel, capable of binding the Azure Dragon." Chapter 28, Impossible in the 425th Regiment. Atop the officers' quarters, Lao Jian stood by the window, listening intently to the familiar melodies that drifted through the night air, and found himself inadvertently humming along. Traditional night, he thought, how could I have forgotten? Suddenly, he caught the same tune emanating from a nearby window, albeit in a hushed tone. Turning his head, he recognized an old acquaintance, now the regimental staff officer, standing beside him. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles and nods. "You didn't attend traditional night?" Lao Jian inquired with a gentle smile. He nodded slowly in response. "Oh, I..." Lao Jian hesitated, then deftly shifted the subject, asking, "By the way, how was this year's traditional night? Did the 4 children I brought along attend? How did they perform?" The staff officer pondered for a moment before responding. "Among the ones you brought, is there a young man named Han Qingyu?" "Yes, did he go?" Lao Jian asked, his excitement palpable. "How did he fare?" "Well, it and Oppos. As hard to say," the staff officer replied, hesitating, implying that he was unsure of how to convey the situation. However, Lao Jian, anxious and misinterpreting the tone, jumped to conclusions. "Surely not? He's a good boy, honest and filial." "Is he?" the staff officer responded, his tone ambiguous. A knock came at the door. Lao Jian gestured to the staff officer, then turned away from the window to answer it. He was not exactly imprisoned or interrogated. Aside from the initial few days of questioning and testing, he had spent the subsequent days in this suite, awaiting results. The door was unlocked, and there were no guards. He simply had requested to leave. "Regimental commander?" Upon opening the door, he found Commander Li Wangxiang standing there, and Lao Jian feigned ignorance of the beef and yellow wine in his hands, acting as if he were unaware of traditional night. He lamented to his former superior, "Why must you come personally to interrogate? It's truly baffling. I've already repeated myself countless times. Surely you can't expect me to fabricate something?" Having served together for 9 years, Li Wangxiang recognized Lao Jian's pretense and stepped inside, placing the beef and wine down. He had another matter to address today, so he decided to take a different approach, saying, "It's not about the energy block. There are precedents abroad. Just complete the procedures separately with your team, and that should suffice." The higher-ups won't raise any objections. Lao Jian nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, though he could not say he was entirely at ease. He had always held great trust in the 425th Regiment. "Shall we eat and talk?" Li Wangxiang raised an eyebrow. "You go ahead," Lao Jian replied, glancing at the beef with a smile. "Otherwise, my heart is in turmoil, and I can't eat knowing there may be trouble brewing." "Very well." Li Wangxiang began to pour the wine, speaking matter-of-factly. "The night before you arrived, there was a mission to rescue the 700th Reserve Station, correct?" It had been some time since the incident. Why was it being brought up now? Lao Jian said, "Yes, what about it?" Li Wangqiang replied, "There was a bit of trouble." "Oh, I see. Are you referring to the traces of the purification faction activities at that time?" Lao Jian said seriously. "Has the matter been investigated further? What is the current situation?" "Yes, it has been clarified. They are innocent members of the purification faction." "Oh, those foolish individuals." Lao Jian scoffed. Regarding the purification faction, it was rather crude and lowbrow, and the members of the Azure Coalition held them in disdain. The truly terrifying aspect that concerned the Azure people was another faction of the purification group. "Indeed, thus this issue is not troublesome," Li Wangqiang replied, pouring wine. "The troubling matter is, I must ask you, aside from assisting with the decapitation, did you kill anyone else?" This inquiry was aimed at uncovering the attribution of merit for that deed, yet Li Wangqiang, adhering to protocol, could not speak directly, hence he solemnly poured the wine. Suddenly, a weighty accusation was thrust upon him, and Lao Jian became agitated. How could that be? "I, the commander." He felt a tinge of grievance. "I only helped with the decapitation, bravely confronting them head-on. I even coughed up several pounds of blood afterward. You may ask, the medics, if there is nothing. Then there is nothing. Why are you so agitated? You bravely faced them while injured, and yet you dare to mention coughing up blood. Are you seeking my praise or my reproach?" It was merely a process of elimination, so Li Wangqiang, in his capacity as the former captain, chastised him lightly before inquiring, "Did you see anyone else lurking about at that time?" "I did not," Lao Jian replied, scratching his nose in contemplation, then cautiously asked, "Were any comrades unexpectedly sacrificed?" The commander responded, "The soldiers perished when their energy cores were depleted at the hands of 2 members of the purification faction. This has been thoroughly investigated." Lao Jian nodded gravely, and then Li Wangqiang took a sip of wine, hissing softly. "Then the 2 members of the purification faction were also eliminated, neither by the 700 reserve station nor by the 764 area team. And now you say it wasn't Oppos to you either." It turned out not to be a mere accusation, but rather a significant achievement. Lao Jian was momentarily stunned. Quickly processing the information, a sudden possibility struck him, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Impossible? How could that be?" "What do you mean impossible?" Li Wangqiang had already sensed something amiss with him, and this outburst only confirmed his suspicion. "Do not lie to me. We share a long-standing relationship. And you cannot deceive me. Besides, this is an accomplishment, not a misdeed." "I know." Lao Jian took a swig of wine, tilting his head and furrowing his brow, "But it just seems impossible. Regardless of its feasibility, just speak." Lao Jian recounted the events of that night, including his part in bringing Han Qingyu and instructing the child to lie low. Upon hearing this, Li Wangqiang exclaimed, "Impossible? How could that be?" Lao Jian replied, "Exactly. The notion that an ordinary 19-year-old had managed to eliminate 2 combatants from the purification faction's 7th-generation device was one they could neither comprehend nor accept. Then let us take our time to investigate further. Let us indulge in a drink first. It has been several years since we last had a proper conversation." Li Wangqiang, now the commander of the 425th Regiment, and once the captain when Lao Jian first entered the battlefield, filled their glasses and clinked them together, saying, "Shall we start with 3 rounds? Is that agreeable?" "Certainly," Lao Jian replied with a boastful smile, "but I dare say, Captain, you may not be able to outdrink me now." The two reminisced about the past before discussing the current state of affairs. "This new batch of recruits seems quite numerous," Lao Jian observed. "I recall when there were only about 200 in a cohort. Now it's over 400. He nodded thoughtfully. As an eyewitness to frontline operations, he was well aware that his squad had only engaged in 1 or 2 missions per year over the past few years, yet this year alone, they had already launched 4 offensives in the first 8 months, resulting in nearly a quarter of their members lost. The frequency of shuttlecraft incursions had become increasingly alarming. Your 752 unit is currently among the highest in terms of numbers in our regiment, but other regiments have even more. So far this year, we've had 6 missions," Li Wangqiang noted. Lao Jian lowered his voice. "Has there been any assessment or statement from above regarding this?" "Not yet," Li Wangqiang shook his head. "Oh, by the way, there has been a recent call from higher-ups for officers not engaged in frontline operations to donate energy sources." "For what purpose?" Lao Jian inquired. "For the energy field testing of the new recruits," Li Wangqiang replied. "Are we truly that impoverished? Is it possible that the old men are simply being stingy?" Though their words carried a semblance of jest, their expressions bore a weight of gravity. If their plight was indeed due to scarcity, and given the current circumstances, they might be left with nothing but their undergarments. What if a large-scale invasion from the north were to occur in the coming years? By the way, how deep has that pit in Xiangzanli been drilled? Have any findings emerged? Lao Jian suddenly asked about the publicly known Kola super-deep borehole. Over 12,000 meters. But I've heard there's nothing of significance. Li Wangxiang replied. His assertion of nothing did not imply a complete absence of discoveries in the public domain. At the very least, gold and diamond layers had been identified, though large-scale extraction remained unfeasible. What he referred to were the covert objectives underlying the Kola project. As the Azure Alliance sought to unearth dead iron and energy sources from the depths of the earth, or even the core, yet had met with no success. In any case, it was all hearsay. Li Wangxiang soon admitted that this topic surpassed the bounds of his official knowledge. Let us hypothesize for a moment, he began. Leaning over the table and glancing at Lao Jian, can you conceive of a scenario wherein that child eliminated those two individuals from the Purity Inferno? Lao Jian elongated his response, pondering for a considerable time, as he was quite adept at devising strategies. How adept are you? Li Wangxiang pressed. While we were engaged in a bloody skirmish with the enemy, he held his ground, and even saved me, Lao Jian recounted. Chapter 29. The honest child, I possess a sharp blade. Fragments of shattered heads amidst yellow dust. My hot blood still runs crimson. I wield a red tassel, capable of binding the azure dragon. In the distant melody that has lingered throughout the traditional night, Qingyu found himself immersed in a dream. He should not have retained any memories of the traditional night, yet within the dream, he and several indistinct faces managed to defeat 4 seasoned soldiers. Subsequently, those indistinct faces tossed him into the air, where he was caught and thrown up again. An increasing number of individuals joined this assembly, many sporting smiling visages, applauding and cheering for him amidst the darkness and flames, yet he could discern none of their features. Once more, he plummeted from the air, seemingly from an extraordinary height. Qingyu turned to look below, only to discover that the ground had suddenly transformed into an empty void, devoid of any arms that would catch him. Awakening with a start, drenched in cold sweat, he realized dawn was breaking. Qingyu sat up, contemplated for a moment, and deemed it likely that resentment had given rise to such a dream. He then rose from his bed and attended to his morning routine. Though Qingyu had never visited a military camp, he could surmise that the dormitories of regular troops differed significantly from those of the Azure Coalition. The bunk beds were stacked, and the balcony of the room boasted 3 sinks, which often alleviated the morning rush for washing up. The iron lockers for clothing and miscellaneous items were antiquated, with traces of iron hooks and crossbars remaining on the interior. From his experiences on the labor transport that day, he surmised that these designs were originally intended for organizing modular storage systems. But it remained unclear whether they had been dismantled due to subsequent accommodations for new recruits or other reasons. Before long, others began to rise. And upon seeing Qingyu had finished washing up, they whispered, noting that those who had consumed meat appeared notably more spirited. Yang Qibai, clutching a towel at the doorway, suddenly turned and exclaimed, "Come quickly and take a look." His voice bore a hint of surprise and confusion. "What is it?" The group gathered around, glancing curiously, only to find themselves momentarily bewildered. The evaluation form at the entrance had been updated, marking the first time since the establishment of Dormitory 11 that they had received additional points. Moreover, they had been awarded an unprecedented 13 points, leaving them with a mere 6-point lead over the second-to-last team. The answer was no. Some residents from neighboring dormitories, having engaged in discussion, noted that the dorms whose occupants had confronted the veteran soldiers last night had all received extra points this morning, each earning an additional 3 points. Thus, Lu Xiang glanced at the evaluation form on the door and mused, could it be that we were rewarded for our commendable performance during the meat raid? After deliberation, the consensus was that this was indeed the case, as there seemed to be no other plausible explanation. Qingyu, the sole individual to have successfully secured meat during the raid, was also the one who had extinguished the lights, and it was rumored that he had even struck Instructor Zhang. Qingyu had become somewhat of a legend among the new recruits. But why then? Had they received exactly 13 points? This number was neither round nor a multiple of the points awarded to the other dormitories. As Yang Qibai hung his towel, he expressed his bewilderment. This posed a bit of a conundrum, as the group continued to speculate until they began their morning exercises. The discussion persisted without resolution until when Jifei, while walking, suddenly turned his gaze toward Qingyu. Could it be the weight of that piece of meat? 13. Jean, When Jifei hesitated and said, "Qingzi, what do you estimate?" the answer was revealed, absurdly so. And then there was no trace of the initial joy and excitement from receiving extra points. "We want meat. Meat. Take whatever points you desire." 13 points? What use is that? It still places us at the bottom. The chant continued, "We want meat." Morning exercises and breakfast ensued. After the meal, with a little time remaining before training commenced, Han Qingyu seized the opportunity to send a letter, a first since his arrival at the camp, now permitted to do so. The envelope bore only his home address and was left unsealed. He handed the letter to the designated officer, a female soldier. She glanced at the unsealed edge, gestured slightly, then looked up and said, "I'm sorry." Han Qingyu nodded. Since such rules existed, it was far preferable to adhere to them openly rather than sneakily pry into others' correspondence. The female soldier inspected the letter, then looked up again with a rigid smile, offering no self-righteous opinions or sentiments, and inquired, "Opportunities to send letters are limited, but there are no restrictions on quantity or types of items. Do you have anything else you wish to send? For instance?" Han Qingyu replied, "I am still a recruit." "Ah, I hadn't noticed," the soldier said, retrieving a notebook from a drawer. She turned to a page and presented it to Han Qingyu, instructing, "Please copy this address precisely. Not a word should be amiss. Here is a pen." Once he had copied it down and sealed the envelope, he signed a dispatch log. "Thank you," Han Qingyu expressed as he exited. Instructor Hu Haiping awaited him at the door, and upon seeing him emerge, he placed a hand on his shoulder and guided him to an office. The room was sparsely furnished, exuding an air reminiscent of traditional military aesthetics. Commander Li Wangqiang sat behind the desk, a wall behind him adorned with a single piece of calligraphy. Why not wield the Wu hook, reclaiming 50 states across the mountains? This was the sole decoration in the office. Li Wangqiang remained silent, merely observing Han Qingyu, as if attempting to instill pressure with the sharpness of 2 decades worth of military experience. Then the door behind Han Qingyu closed, and 2 officers, a man and a woman, both in their 30s, entered and saluted the commander before taking seats on a wooden sofa, their expressions grave. "Han Qingyu?" the woman inquired. A rather foolish question. Han Qingyu thought of responding with Wen Jifei, but as he had been summoned by name, he could only reply, "Yes." "On the evening of August 13th, 1990, where were you?" She lowered her gaze before looking up again, posing the question directly. Han Qingyu was flustered, though it was imperceptible to others. He initially thought they referred to the previous night's incident involving the meat, but it was, in fact, about something else entirely. He replied, "On the mountain." "We're on the mountain," the male officer pressed. "In the pit," Han Qingyu answered. The 2 officers exchanged uncertain glances directed towards the commander, who, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, struggled to maintain his authority and nodded subtly, signaling for them to continue. The female officer cleared her throat. "What were you doing in the pit?" "Just lying down," he replied. 2 officers exchanged glances, reaching a silent agreement, before turning to say, "Let us have you recount the events of that night." Those with weaker psychological resilience might inadvertently reveal their deepest fears and concerns. Han Qingyu contemplated seriously before responding. "At that moment, I initially went to relieve myself, but then I worried there might be traces left behind, perhaps even a scent that could lead to discovery. Moreover, I had no desire to lie next to the spot where I had urinated, so one of the male soldiers feigned an intention to slam the table, but hesitated and restrained himself, raising his voice instead. "No need for that. Just get to the point." Fortunately, he intervened, or Han Qingyu would have elaborated extensively on that part of his account. "Very well," he said. "The crux is I was exceedingly nervous, and many details elude my memory. Perhaps you could ask, and I shall respond." "Elude your memory?" The female officer's eyes sharpened, glinting with intensity. "You can't remember?" Han Qingyu replied, "That I do recall." After a brief pause, the officers accelerated their interrogation. "How many?" "2. How were they killed?" "Ambushed from behind." "Where did the weapons come from?" "From the deceased." "How many weapons?" "2. What were they?" "A stiletto and a knife." "Where were the fatal wounds?" "One at the back of the head, the other at the nape of the neck." The 2 officers simultaneously ceased their questioning, exchanging glances. At this juncture, the answers had already emerged. Behind Han Qingyu, Commander Li Wangqiang felt a mix of confusion and exhilaration. Although certainty had settled in, he found himself internally questioning, "How is this possible?" In the adjoining room, Lao Jian experienced a similar turmoil, though his astonishment and shock were magnified, accompanied by a greater sense of bewilderment, perhaps even a tinge of displeasure. Presently, the 2 officers, summoned to assist in the interrogation, were likely aware of the actual circumstances and understood that this was not merely an inquiry. They felt an overwhelming impulse to salute the new recruit before them. Chapter 30. Prepare to salute. Merit can also be a burden, and the greater the merit, the greater the responsibility. Correspondingly, recklessly bestowing accolades upon subordinates is likewise a transgression, carrying corresponding accountability. Before us lies the gravity of the situation, the lives of 63 soldiers of the Azure Coalition, along with the entire energy reserves and material stockpiles of the 700 supply station, and the fate of all 22 non-combat personnel hangs in the balance. This represents a monumental achievement. Thus, utmost caution is imperative. On one hand, the remaining unresolved mystery surrounding the incident at the 700 supply station has finally yielded a clue, with all possibilities pointing towards a new recruit named Qingyu. This is indeed a positive development, as the boy belongs to the 425th Regiment. However, on the other hand, to immediately trust and accept that this situation was orchestrated by an ordinary child is a considerable challenge for a seasoned veteran. It is precisely for this reason that Commander Lee has decided to employ an aggressive interrogation method to ascertain the facts. What other choice does he have? He cannot simply ask, "Come here, Comrade Han, was this significant achievement yours?" After all, this individual was the mastermind behind last night's theft of rations. If he had the audacity to steal, surely he possesses the courage to claim responsibility. Thus, you assert that you were the one who killed those two individuals? Are you certain? The interrogation persists, with the female officer maintaining a stern demeanor as she regards Qingyu. Qingyu responds, "Yes, I killed two of them. The other was not me. The first to die was killed by those two." This explanation is somewhat convoluted, but fortunately, those present comprehend it. "Very well, then. Here lies a point you cannot elucidate," the male officer states emphatically, tapping the table with his finger. "Regardless of the circumstances, you had no justification for not informing your squad leader, Lao Jian, who accompanied you to the 752 area. I feared he would kill me," Qingyu replies. "What?" exclaims the male officer, while the female officer and even Commander Li Wangqiang murmur in astonishment. Inside the partition, Lao Jian stands, attempting to speak, but is restrained. "Am I truly that kind of person?" Lao Jian bitterly smiles, quietly lamenting to the regiment's staff. He is the sort to repay kindness with malice. Outside the partition, Qingyu continues. Lao Jian suddenly stood up, but fortunately, the regiment's staff was prepared, swiftly restraining him, covering his mouth to keep him from speaking. The pressure must be overwhelming for Captain Lao, rendering him rather unpredictable. Qingyu remarks seriously. "In a previous encounter, I saved his life. Upon regaining consciousness, he first expressed his gratitude to me, then immediately turned hostile, pressing a knife to my throat, demanding to know if I wished to kneel and beg for mercy. Qingyu recounts this with stark honesty. I pleaded, but he dismissed it as futile. Is this not a deliberate act of humiliation, of degradation, of torment? At this point, the two officers are struggling to maintain their composure, while Commander Li Wangqiang furrows his brow, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, the regiment staff's gaze towards Lao Jian has shifted significantly. At that moment, I was merely jesting, testing him. For I genuinely admire him, and my intuition suggests that he is a promising individual. Lao Jian could not refute Qingyu's words and could only weakly explain. The actual policies of the Azure Coalition were certainly not as Lao Jian had initially claimed, where outsiders were summarily executed. In fact, apart from enlisting, there were several other viable options available. Otherwise, what if an elderly woman were to witness such an event? Would she be coerced into military service as well? That would be utterly unacceptable. A senior citizen cannot possibly engage in such mobility. However, in most practical situations, when captains encounter individuals they find satisfactory, intriguing, or suitable, they often prefer to intentionally present military service as the primary, if not the sole, option, and their superiors tacitly endorse such behavior. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Lao Jian's actions appeared exceedingly excessive to those around him. On this note, Li Wangqiang pondered momentarily, suppressing his thoughts and temporarily setting the matter aside. On the other hand, these individuals were not easily deceived. If merely citing this concern as justification, Qingyu could not entirely convince them. However, I was reluctant to voice it. For the most significant reason was not Lao Jian. Qingyu paused, admitting that I was fundamentally uncertain whether my actions were justified, fearing that I might misidentify friend and foe. The two officers exchanged bewildered glances, and a new question arose. As they exclaimed almost in unison, "Are you saying you killed them without knowing their allegiances?" It was not entirely that way. I at least had a 60 to 70% certainty that they were enemies. Because the individual they had slain was outfitted in the same attire and gear as Lao Jian and his team, Han Qingyu stated candidly. The female officer inquired, so, due to that 60 to 70% certainty of them being enemies, you decided to kill them? Han Qingyu shook his head, clarifying that if he had the choice, he would prefer to continue hiding, disregarding everything. This was refreshingly honest. After a moment of contemplation, the female officer and Apos' gaze became slightly more probing. Yet, you ultimately killed them. So, did you later overhear something they said, or did you sense their intentions? This question bore a leading inclination, considering that the individual was not a specialist. The male officer quickly signaled to his teammate to refrain from pursuing that line of inquiry. Fortunately, Han Qingyu remained excessively honest, replying, no. At this point, Li Wangqiang could no longer restrain himself and approached the matter directly, his expression stern. Then why did you kill them? Because after they had slain that person, they lay down not far from me. Thus, the knife of the deceased fell at my feet. If I did not flee and allowed them to retrieve it, they would discover me, at which point I could only gamble on their benevolence to spare my life. Do you believe that to be improbable? So, why did you ultimately choose not to escape, but rather to take a life? In pursuit of escape, one must scale dozens, if not hundreds, of meters, wagering that they remain oblivious to the endeavor. To take a life, however, requires but a single lunge forward. The impulse to commend the child's resolution was nearly overwhelming for Li Wangqiang, who had to pause momentarily for composure before continuing with his inquiry. But how can you be certain you could kill them? They were, after all, equipped with devices. As you should have already observed, their devices were inactive at that time, Han Qingyu replied. Li Wangqiang raised an eyebrow, recalling a previous conversation in the vehicle where Captain Lao mentioned that individuals like him, if their devices were not activated, could perish from a single stab. I assume those two are not significantly stronger than Captain Lao. From the side, Lao Jian interjected, what do you mean they wouldn't be much stronger than me? I could take on the two of them and leave them with but a hand and a foot. Captain Lao was visibly agitated. This was a man who, for the sake of Captain 752's honor, had endured injuries while putting on a brave face, only to collapse from blood loss upon descending the mountain. In the office, Captain Li pondered, raising his gaze. So, you did indeed kill those two? Yes, Han Qingyu affirmed. Are you truly unaware of anything else? I know nothing more. And you did not harbor thoughts of avenging your comrade, Wei Lan? None whatsoever. I never considered it, for I lack the capability. You merely wish to survive. At this juncture, every word spoken by Han Qingyu rang true. He only chose to discreetly omit certain details, assiduously steering the conversation away from those aspects. Suddenly, Captain Li burst into hearty laughter, leaning forward to slap Han Qingyu's shoulder with vigor. Well done, lad. And fortunate too, as our warriors had depleted one of their energy cores, leaving the other with but a trace. That afforded you this opportunity, did you know? Li Wangqiang continued. Indeed, it is quite unusual for a metallic core to be expended precisely upon landing. However, it is commonplace for a blue crystal core to be exhausted through combat. Han Qingyu comprehended this, nodding in acknowledgement. So, I killed two enemies? He inquired 2 seconds later. Indeed, ha ha ha. Li Wangqiang chuckled. What reward shall you bestow upon me? Will my salary increase post-training? Li Wangqiang replied. So enamored with wealth, did you recall to scavenge the battlefield? Yes. I initially made a deliberate mess, then tidied it up, Han Qingyu responded, maintaining the same tone as before. Li Wangqiang clarified, what I meant was, did you not take anything with you? Ha ha ha, and then? Then I found a new pit and lay down. Once more, Li Wangqiang erupted in laughter. And the two officers responsible for the interrogation could not suppress their amusement either. The questioning concluded here, as they had gleaned all necessary information. Meanwhile, Han Qingyu remained oblivious to the full extent of his actions. He merely sensed that he had passed yet another trial, and there seemed to be a small reward awaiting him. Afterward, he promptly signed the inquiry record, exclaiming with excitement, submit it, and report the merit. Should everything be reported truthfully, including his admission of ignorance? The female officer appeared somewhat hesitant. Li Wangqiang asserted confidently, of course. Yes. The two officers saluted and then departed. Lao Jian stood by, filled with pride and joy, naturally for Han Qingyu's sake. That little rascal. A matter is a matter. Laughing, Li Wangqiang glanced at him and suddenly became indignant, saying, prepare to salute. Mind you, don't forget. Among the 63 rescued blue warriors in the 700 statistics, there's also you, Lao Jian. Twice, That child saved you twice. If you had a daughter, you ought to promise her to him, although he may not necessarily want it. This outburst left Lao Jian bewildered. And after a long pause, he retorted, "But I also have merit, right?" This left Lao Jian perplexed. Just yesterday, the old squad leader had been so warm. What was this about? Of course, he wasn't genuinely worried. He had indeed violated regulations, but considering the willingness and merit from the rescue of 700, it would at most cancel each other out, leaving no gains or losses. The issue lay in, "Squad leader, no, regiment commander," Lao Jian said. "Why do I suddenly feel like you're targeting me?" "Ah, I am targeting you. What of it?" Li Wangxiang declared defiantly. "Are you begging for mercy?" Futile. From Lao Jian's perspective, the two matters concerning him could now be considered resolved. In summary, it amounted to a balance of merits and demerits, no loss, no gain, only leaving him inexplicably at odds with the old squad leader, while concurrently introducing a child named Han Qingyu to the Blue Warriors. Honest, yes. At least from today's interrogation process, this child seemed almost excessively honest. Even Regiment Commander Li Wangxiang felt regret for him, believing that if the child had been able to utter a few more words of decorum, such as, "I could never bear to see them harm my future comrades or all those breathing for the blue," the higher-ups would certainly have been more pleased and inclined to reward him further, establishing him as a model. Yet, he insisted he had only a 70% certainty, stated he would prefer to avoid confrontation if given the choice, and claimed he merely wanted to survive. This made it difficult to establish him as a typical example. While Li Wangxiang felt regret, he pondered why he was so fond of this child. Perhaps a significant part of it stemmed from this. After all, he himself came from a background of honest rural upbringing and had also been coerced into this. Now, he only wished for Han Qingyu's integration test to yield a result above B grade, and everything would be perfect. On the other hand, Lao Jian thought Han Qingyu had been excessively honest today, even regarding his own statements, which, upon objective reflection, were indeed true. Yet, he was undeniably a rogue at heart. Alas, what on earth am I doing here? What folly have I committed? Captain Lao mused, realizing that continuing in this manner was likely untenable. If he stayed any longer, he might unwittingly find himself indebted for a third time. And then where would he find a daughter? The application for rejoining the unit was promptly drafted and submitted to the military, leaving him with the sole task of awaiting approval. On one hand, he anticipated the response regarding his rejoining, while on the other hand, Lao Jian was also waiting for a final verification and classification of the commendation from the higher-ups. Curiosity was unavoidable. In the office, Lao Jian discussed with Colonel Li and several other staff members, saying, "It has been many years since we've seen such a significant achievement among the new recruits, hasn't it?" The consensus was clear. It was indeed rare. The resource allocation system of the Azure Coalition comprises two components. The first is combat necessity, which refers to the monthly reporting of combat losses by the soldiers, subject to review by higher authorities for resupply. The second component, distinct from combat necessity, can be utilized for the daily maintenance of physical well-being or for specialized training, which is crucial for personal development and strength enhancement. It remained uncertain what color of commendation the young recruit would ultimately receive. Someone in the office remarked, "Well, if he only receives an iron medal, I will certainly raise a ruckus at the military." Li Wangxiang spoke with an unmistakable tone of a parent unwilling to see their child slighted. The chief of staff chuckled. What if he receives something of value instead? The implication was clear. Such remarks were often made by those who never achieved anything significant, merely to jest and provoke others. The chief of staff was intentionally trying to tease Colonel Li and Lao Jian. At that moment, Lao Jian couldn't help but reflect on his own 2 pieces of black iron medals, which represented the hard-won results of his unwavering dedication over the years. Li Wangxiang silently counted his own 1 copper and 3 iron medals. Just then, a staff officer interjected, "Isn't it strange that he hasn't touched any trophies? What do you think? How could that not make sense? What do you think you should have received? A source energy block or a device? Did he even understand what he was taking? What use would it have been to him?" Lao Jian became somewhat agitated, overreacting and causing an awkward silence among the staff. He then realized, why am I defending him so fervently? Oh dear, I'm being ridiculous. Lao Jian felt a sense of helplessness and quickly raised his hand in apology to his old acquaintance. Well, the child was simply afraid. He himself admitted it. The entire room seemed to echo this sentiment, as the facts and reasoning supported it, especially since he was a child of the 425 unit. All right, there's no need to explain further, Shalu casually remarked. This situation poses no problem at all. In fact, we should be grateful he didn't take anything. Colonel Li Wangxiang concluded with a smile, leaving an air of suspense. This perspective was somewhat unorthodox, yet upon reflection, the others felt a twinge of fear. If it hadn't been a fortunate coincidence, with a loud bang, you would have been gone. Colonel Li turned to Lao Jian and remarked, "Do you understand? Thus, this can be seen as a blessing of mercy. Is this truly permissible? Can it be forced like this?" Lao Jian felt himself nearing madness. Outside the training grounds, there stood a 3-story building designated for the instructors, allowing them to observe training at any given time. Chief Instructor Zhang Daoan's office was located on the 2nd floor. When Jifei made his way from downstairs, training was about to commence, and since Qingyu had been called away, he found himself wandering alone. Now preparing to head to the training field. "Ah, there's that new recruit." Zhang Daoyuan leaned out of the window and called to him. When Jifei heard it but pretended not to, continuing on his way. "Hey, you plague soldier," Zhang Daoyuan shouted, and upon seeing Wen Jifei quicken his pace, he promptly changed his tone, calling out loudly. New recruit Wen Jifei attention about face, head up. Having been summoned, Wen Jifei had no choice but to comply, saluting awkwardly while glancing up. "Hello, Chief Instructor Zhang, you called for me?" "Oh, don't pretend with me, you did that on purpose." Zhang Daoyuan, unusually in good spirits today, chuckled as he remarked, "Before I called you, I knew you would run. What do you think?" When Jifei took the cue, saluted, and proclaimed loudly, "It is an honor not to disappoint the Chief Instructor." Zhang Daoyuan was taken aback. "You seem quite pleased. What logic is that?" "Report, Chief Instructor, you anticipated my running. And as you wished, I indeed ran." When Jifei stated with the spirited demeanor of a soldier, his voice rising and falling eloquently. "I believe this could be considered a form of obedience." Among the immature crowd, aside from Han Qingyu's unexpected initial blow, Wen Jifei stands as the first recruit audacious enough to openly challenge Zhang Daoyuan. This might be what Lao Jian referred to, that he possesses a greater abundance of vigor than others. With such vitality, one fears not death. Surprisingly, Zhang Daoyuan displayed no anger upon hearing this. Perhaps the new recruit's performance last night had truly satisfied him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he burst into laughter. Standing at the window, he patted his bald head while laughing heartily. Then he glanced at his watch and suddenly declared, "There are a few minutes left, come up and chat." It is said that recruits who previously visited Zhang Daoyuan's office were met with harsh treatment. When Jifei thought, "Oh, if Li Tuanzhang's office could be described as simple, Zhang Daoyuan's could only be termed rudimentary, a rickety wooden table, a stack of folders, and a steel bed that could barely accommodate his large frame, that was all." "Sit," Zhang Daoyuan said, kicking a chair towards him. This took Wen Jifei by surprise, leaving him feeling both honored and anxious. I think I'll stand." "No need. You're not that kind of person. No need to put on airs around me." As when Jifei sat down, Zhang Daoyuan, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "On a whim, I wanted to speak with you a bit more." With a serious demeanor, when Jifei signaled his attention. "Truth be told, I quite like your character," Zhang Daoyuan added, smiling before pausing, then continued. "If I told you that I was much like you in my youth, carefree and light-hearted, you might find that hard to believe." "Indeed, it is hard to believe." When Jifei admitted honestly, Zhang Daoyuan laughed again, but suddenly his expression turned contemplative. "Yes, indeed, things are quite different now. In summary, I wish to convey a message. If one day you find yourself on the battlefield, do not let carelessness and a lack of heart lead to disappointment for those who believe in you. Nor should you allow others to bear the consequences of your actions, particularly those who consider you a brother and stand beside you." Zhang Daoyuan's demeanor became serious. The emotions reflected in his eyes were unmistakable. When Jifei could see this sincerity and stood up earnestly, nodding vigorously, and said, "Instructor Zhang, rest assured, I will remember." "That is good," Zhang Daoyuan replied, looking at him. "Oh, no need to be so formal." He chuckled and continued, "There is nothing inherently wrong with your nature." When Jifei nodded in agreement, "By the way, you didn't get any meat last night, did you?" Zhang Daoyuan suddenly turned, rummaging through a drawer. "The purpose of the food in the military is primarily to temper your spirit, will, and ability to withstand pressure. Otherwise, I fear you would struggle before the formidable challenges ahead." With a crisp sound, a sealed package of pickled vegetables and a bag labeled tofu were tossed onto the table by Zhang Daoyuan. "But this holds little significance for you. You were born resilient. I cannot give you meat, as its strong flavor may be overwhelming. So take this to satisfy your cravings." When Jifei hesitated momentarily, the training bell rang. "Put that away," It's time to go for training, Zhang Daoren urged, rising himself. At the training ground, Zhang Daoren arrived a few paces behind Wen Jifei and ascended the platform to commence the day's address. I have become aware of the incident regarding the meat from last night. As it is a traditional event within the military, we shall not impose any penalties. He always spoke directly, devoid of any preamble, and today was no different. From the audience, a murmuring arose. Indeed, it was as rumored. No wonder participation in the traditional event was viewed positively. The Blue Alliance had such traditions, and the new recruits began to murmur among themselves, some eager for action. The dietary practices during the rookie phase were an essential component of training within the Blue Alliance, strictly enforced except on traditional nights. However, I now have ample reason to suspect that you have not adhered to this privately. The recruits fell silent. When Jifei's expression spoke volumes. Is this permissible? Many pondered this, yet none dared to question. On the first day, we will conduct demonstration training. I was just lamenting the lack of a target. Therefore, whoever is found to possess food will serve as today's live target. With that, Zhang Daoren stepped down from the platform. Without a change in expression, he approached Wen Jifei's row, symbolically searching each recruit, his focus directed at Wen Jifei. Soon, it was his turn. The two stood in a brief moment of standoff. Will you present it willingly, or shall I uncover it myself? Zhang Daoren inquired in a voice audible only to the two. Instructor Zhang Yu. Wen Jifei paused, feeling somewhat childish. Zhang Daoren chuckled softly. Wen Jifei raised his hands, signaling, "Go ahead, search me." As Zhang Daoren began his search, he spoke in a low tone. I find this quite intriguing. Simultaneously, it serves as a lesson for you. I have consistently warned you that your negligence could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Daoren was taken aback, for he clearly witnessed Wen Jifei discreetly pocketing those 2 packets of counterfeit goods, yet they were nowhere to be found upon a thorough search. Wen Jifei replied, I discarded them the moment I stepped outside, in the trash can at your doorstep. Zhang Daoren responded with silence. Do not allow your own carelessness to burden others with the repercussions. Wen Jifei remarked with a smirk, you just taught me that, Instructor Zhang. A glint of pride flickered in his eyes, suggesting that Zhang Daoren and Appo's assessment of his immaturity was not without merit. This was indeed child and Appo's play. How considerate, Wen Jifei concluded, winking at his comrades. Excellent. Everyone is adhering to military discipline. It brings me great satisfaction, Zhang Daoren proclaimed as he walked, his voice ringing out. In that case, I shall arbitrarily select a dormitory as today's target. Let us go with Dormitory 11. A collective sigh of relief filled the air, but when Jifei muttered to himself, this is quite chilly for me. Of course, he could only voice such sentiments internally. Soon, 8 square wooden platforms, each measuring approximately 5 meters on each side, were placed on the field. 3 instructors stood by each platform. The platforms were elevated about 50 centimeters above the ground. The 8 individuals from Dormitory 11 donned minimal protective gear for their vital areas, each standing at one end of a platform, awaiting their opponents for a straightforward melee. A knockdown would signify defeat, and stepping off the platform would also count as a loss. The instructors permitted the chaotic brawl that they would interject during the fray, loudly announcing to the entire assembly who had lost their composure what errors had been made, which angles of attack could be reconsidered, and who had the opportunity to evade. Open your eyes, keep your eyes wide open, was the phrase the instructors emphasized most vehemently. At the conclusion of each bout, they would summarize, highlighting the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Round after round, ultimately, the 8 from Dormitory 11 emerged with bruised faces, being carried off one by one. On the sidelines of the training ground, Mira sat with her female comrades. She was in high spirits, for this was a cherished tradition. Each year on the inaugural day of the new recruits' combat training, a group would serve as live targets, and this chosen dormitory would invariably be the one that Zhang Daoren held in the highest regard. Zhang Daoren had a keen eye, and Mira remarked, it seems I truly made the right choice. Indeed, but their performance is rather dismal, isn't it? A fellow female soldier expressed concern. Look at them, all in such a state. If this continues, will the new recruits doubt your training efficacy and abilities? Everyone knows you frequently give special attention to Dormitory 11. They always fall to the ground with minimal injury, stepping off the platform to end a bout. It's deliberate. You are right. This cannot continue. Mira, the future captain, felt a surge of anxiety. If this persists, the new recruits will no longer choose me. Indeed, her comrade agreed. Not far from them, against the wall, Han Qingyu lay on the ground. Lao Jian entered his line of sight. Lao Captain, he greeted with a smile. as though the disparaging remarks made earlier that morning had never been uttered. "It's good to see you," Lao Jian replied, squatting down with a grin, softly remarking. "I was quite pleased to see you get beaten up." "Indeed," Han Qingyu chuckled in response. Both were acutely aware of the underlying tension, yet remained steadfast in their positions. Ultimately, it was Lao Jian who broke the facade, adopting a serious tone as he said, "Let us not dwell on that. I need to discuss some matters with you." "What is it, Captain Lao?" Han Qingyu inquired as he sat up. "I have just drafted a report detailing the events at the 700 reserve station from that night, and I will serve as your witness," Lao Jian explained. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from mentioning any accolades and instead cautioned, "In the coming days, there may be individuals coming to collect your fingerprints for comparison. Do not fret." "Understood." Given that he had previously indicated having disturbed the scene but later restored it, Han Qingyu was unconcerned about fingerprints. Even if he had touched the energy source blocks, it was entirely reasonable. According to Captain Li's words and the knowledge regarding energy absorption, it was impossible for anyone to know that he had consumed those energy blocks. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Lao Jian, unaware of these details, continued earnestly. "The critical point is that if they inquire about your demands, remember to articulate them well. Do not fixate solely on money, now that you are here. The energy blocks are paramount. Can I request energy blocks from them?" Han Qingyu asked. "Not directly, but if you conduct yourself appropriately, they will naturally be forthcoming." "Oh, do you remember?" "Yes, I remember," Han Qingyu affirmed. "Thank you, Captain Lao." "Don't mention it," Lao Jian replied, rising to leave. "Just remember not to overexert yourself in confrontation. You aren't built for that." Han Qingyu called out from behind. "Nonsense, I'm formidable," Lao Jian retorted. Dismissing the comment, the exchange was brief, unnoticed by most. However, Mira, observing from a distance, registered every detail. "Oh no, Lao Jian is also a captain, isn't he? And it seems he is Han Qingyu's referrer." Mira felt a strong conviction that Lao Jian was laying the groundwork for future recruitment, attempting to win Han Qingyu over. "Oh dear, my best one might be snatched away. What should I do?" The future Captain Mira was flustered, shaking her comrade's arm in distress. "That's an old captain. His strength is likely considerable, and they are old acquaintances. How can I compete with that?" Her female comrade hesitated before suggesting, "Well, it seems you may have to explore another avenue. But you weren't previously." After lunch that day, during a brief respite, the 8 lackluster members of Dormitory 11 lay on their beds, groaning. Mira entered, placing 2 specially formulated ointments for combat personnel on the table, saying, "You should apply this to each other." Instantly, the groans from Dormitory 11 intensified, as if each individual were on the brink of death, incapable of moving. Yet Mira did not fulfill their expectations of offering assistance. Instead, she casually remarked, "The faucet in my room is broken, and I'm covered in dust. May I borrow your facilities for a shower?" The momentary sounds of murmurs ceased, leaving behind the distinct echoes of heartbeats. Thud, 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 crackle, crackle. Mira stood at a height of 1.77 meters, her flat abdomen already revealed and her long legs, even in military trousers, strikingly apparent. This was significant. The curves and arcs of her physique rendered her ample and pert features neither bulky nor congested. At the age of 27, she embodied a distinct allure for the young boys of the 11th Barracks, a fascination starkly different from that of their contemporaries, imbued with a sense of directness, taboo, and conquest. Moreover, her tousled golden-brown hair, often hastily tied up, framed her exotic eyes, alabaster skin, and delicate features. Even the sunburns and roughness etched upon her visage from prolonged battles and training, coupled with the sweat that frequently adorned her, seemed only to amplify her wild allure. The only lamentable aspect might have been her cognitive and logical faculties. Given the international nature of the Azure Alliance, foreign faces within the Huaxia Asia Corps were not uncommon. Mira hailed from a small Eastern European nation. Both her parents were aides to a liaison officer stationed by the Alliance. Thus, she spoke fluent Mandarin and had served in the Huaxia Asia military for 9 years, rotating through 4 teams and having spent 4 years as a deputy leader. Her aspiration was to become the first female captain in the history of the Huaxia Asia Corps, a dream she had nurtured since enlisting at the tender age of 18. She had tirelessly persevered, facing numerous setbacks, until this year, when it seemed that the higher-ups finally took pity on her. However, the formation model of the Azure Coalition's regional teams was exceedingly ruthless. Its paramount priority was trust in those with whom one would bleed. In a team that constantly danced on the precipice of life and death, this was of utmost importance. which is why voluntary and reciprocal selection principles were strictly adhered to. Consequently, apart from the most common scenario where existing team members were directly promoted to captain, a newly appointed leader tasked with forming a new team often faced significant challenges. The higher authorities would contact the new captain, suggesting several candidates for deputy positions, allowing the captain to communicate and select no more than 10 experienced warriors from former comrades. The remainder would predominantly consist of rookies or the unwanted veterans. In such circumstances, unless the new captain possessed ample credentials, strength, or reputation, or was backed by a renowned cadre, the path would invariably be fraught with difficulties. It is essential to recognize that recruits had options beyond the nascent teams. They could also opt to supplement established squads. When it came to matters of life and death, most individuals were evidently more inclined to choose those seasoned teams rich in history and combat experience. Some of the illustrious regional teams, renowned for their prowess, turned away numerous applicants each year, selectively choosing only the finest. In summary, this predicament weighs more heavily on Mira than on others. For she is a foreigner and a woman, lacking the formidable reputation and accomplishments that might otherwise afford her greater trust. The room contained only a rack for clean clothes. One might wonder where the garments they had changed out of were placed. Mira ventured into the bathroom and emerged, peering curiously. Before her lay a profound stillness. Yet the fervent beating of hearts declared that we were all living vigorously within the confines of Dormitory 11. We simply cast them onto the floor. Occasionally, after a shower, we would give them a quick rub. Most of the time, we entered unclothed. The responses to her inquiry were uniformly calm, almost flat. For they feared that any deviation in tone would betray their apprehension. Well, that simply would not do. Click. The door sealed shut. Breathe deeply. Swish, plop. Opposite the bathroom door stood a basin rack. Mira tossed her discarded clothes onto it, a sound echoing as they landed. 1, 2 sounds. Her undergarments were likely entwined within her clothes and trousers. In that moment, Mira felt a wave of nervousness, her cheeks flushing as she listened to the enveloping silence outside, suddenly finding it all quite amusing. At last, the sound of water began to flow. The iron showerhead in the new recruit's dormitory was coarse, reminiscent of a poorly crafted piece from a village blacksmith, lacking any refinement. The water pressure was always forceful, gushing forth with an impressive impact. If it were merely left to run, it would produce a splashing sound. Only when someone stood beneath the showerhead would the sound transform into a gentle patter. A soothing cascade, a rhythmic drip. The imagination could not be restrained. It was hazy yet irresistibly compelling. For Han Qingyu, this was no different from the experience of others. He too was merely a 19-year-old boy, unaccustomed to the wider world, hailing from a secluded locale. Breathe. After a considerable pause, when Jifei finally inquired, his voice caught in his throat. Are you all right? Keep it down, Lu Xing replied, eyes closed, stating, I am envisioning myself as water. Laughter was instinctively stifled by all present. And you, Qingzi? I am thinking about food. Han Qingyu lay back, the corners of his mouth curling in a self-deprecating yet honest smile. Just plain rice will do. With the sound of water, I could eat 3 bowls. I could manage 8, chimed the Tomb Raider. Then, silence fell once more, save for the soothing sound of water. Time passed indeterminately until, at last, the water ceased. After a brief interval, the wooden door creaked open again. Mira emerged, towel in hand, drying her short hair, clad in somewhat oversized white short-sleeved t-shirt, with only the hem of her red athletic shorts peeking out. She ambled toward the balcony, muttering, I wonder when the faucet in the room will be repaired. I suppose I'll have to wash here for a few more days. What's wrong? Are you all right? Mira inquired, surveying the scene, feeling a swell of pride in her knack for mischief. All is well, all is well. Everyone took the opportunity to sit up and cast casual glances. The dazzlingly long, snowy white legs were mesmerizing. After a brief moment of astonishment, when Jifei quietly remarked to Han Qingyu in dialect, My eyes have gone deaf, Qingzi. Then he questioned, What is that? Colorful. On the outer side of Myra's left thigh, there lay an intricate tattoo. The tattoo, composed of both patterns and text, featured a cross at the top, yet it was not the abstract and smooth style worn by the faithful. Rather, it bore a rough, wooden texture studded with nails, yet devoid of any figure nailed upon it. Perhaps it symbolized that the one who willingly bore the suffering of the world was none other than Mira herself. For these nails were, in truth, driven into her flesh. The textual portion was not in English, and no one could decipher it. Mira seemed to sense the collective gaze upon her, as she lowered her head to inspect her left leg, then raised her head with a smile, and said, "You all cannot recognize this phrase, can you? It translates to, let me think, and imp, opos, in the celestial realm." Buried in stardust, each individual silently contemplated the profundity of the statement. This shall be our team motto henceforth," Mira suddenly declared with exuberance, her short hair swaying. The group, still grappling with the meaning of her words, responded dully, "All right. Then, shall we have extra practice?" A mischievous glint flickered in Myra's blue-gray eyes, her lips curving into an involuntary smile. "Tomorrow, you shall still be live targets, and the instructor will demonstrate. Do you understand? Thus, I believe I should teach you more first." "Very well." Mira, with her short hair bundled at the back of her head and curls framing her forehead, donned a military uniform that exuded competence and sharpness. Her visage was stern, yet instead of carrying the standard equipment, she wielded her Mira 11 heavy machine gun. In the evening following routine training, during the additional practice, the injured soldiers of Dormitory 11 stood at one corner of the training ground, waiting. They beamed with inexplicable pride as they observed their own Mira, striding confidently through the crowd, undistracted by the admiring glances directed her way. "So, Captain Mira, will you consider marrying one of us, the Huaxiao Asian men?" Yang Qingbai had been holding this question in all afternoon. After posing it, she coolly raised her gun and walked forward, concealing the smile that lingered at the corners of her mouth. "How could we coexist long-term?" "Why, by being my team members." "Of course." "Aha. Did you hear that?" After Mira walked away, Yang Qingbai, with a dazed yet blissful expression, slowly turned to her comrades and remarked, "We heard. But what does that have to do with your happiness?" When Jifei could not help but tease, saying, "Mira mentioned being willing to marry Huaxia Asian men, not Huaxiao Asian toads." Such humor might have seemed excessive if uttered by an unfamiliar person. However, the camaraderie among Dormitory 11 had grown intimate. Recently, they had also come to realize that apart from his extreme aversion to the term waste, Yang Qingbai could accept almost any form of teasing and just with a laugh. Indeed, human interactions often lead to the establishment of unspoken evaluations and a gradual understanding of the nuances of humor within relationships. In Dormitory 11, Han Qingyu stands out as an exception, a peculiar presence among the others. The 6 roommates often find themselves puzzled by him. His demeanor and actions seem to create an incongruity. For instance, Han Qingyu has garnered a reputation and status among the new recruits, achieved through sheer strength and determination. Yet, he does not exude the aura of a robust or fierce individual. His temperament lacks any hint of malice or brutality. At times, he appears almost devoid of emotion, a trait that typically renders one insincere. However, Han Qingyu possesses a genuine quality that feels almost earnest, even naive. Lao Jin, too, perceives an inherent honesty in this young man, despite acknowledging the latent rebellious spirit within him. This notion arises from Lao Jin and Apos' observations of Han Qingyu and Apos' unwavering dedication to his aspirations, particularly when it came to financial matters. At one point, in his quest to provide for his parents, he disregarded threats to his life, unabashedly proclaiming, "I just saved you," and boldly negotiating for wages and compensation, even advocating for payment before services rendered. When driven by desire, his courage, principles, and sense of shame become enigmatic. Perhaps Lao Jin is partly correct. Indeed, Han Qingyu embodies this duality. When he desires wealth, he speaks openly, employing every means at his disposal without reservation. When survival is at stake, he is willing to stoop low, endure hardship, or make split-second decisions to fight for his life, acting on impulse. When craving sustenance, he does not hesitate to incite chaos. He is both a well-fed, untroubled citizen and a rogue in the face of danger. "Come over," Mira called to her teammates from beside the wooden platform that remained untouched in the afternoon. As a group limped over, they speculated about the kind of man a striking and capable woman like Mira might ultimately marry. Their discussions bore no conclusions, yet prompted when Jifei to broach a different subject. "Hey, Qingzi, what do you think of Zhang Daoan?" He paused, awaiting Han Qingyu's gaze to meet his before continuing. "He told me today that when he was younger, he resembled me quite a bit in terms of being disliked. You both share a similarity." Han Qingyu chuckled. "Get lost. Honestly, I don't really understand." "All right then, it just struck me that when he first spoke to me today, he seemed quite sincere. As for what followed, forget it." When Jifei soon abandoned his thoughts on Zhang Daoan and redirected his inquiry. "What about Lao Jian? What kind of person is he?" "Lao Jian? He represents the inception of all calamity and the unfathomable." Yet, Han Qingyu had not pondered this question deeply. When Jifei nodded thoughtfully, sometimes you might perceive him as carefree, as if he possesses nothing of his own. Yet, when he becomes narrow-minded, he clings to pride and suffers greatly. As he spoke, Han Qingyu gestured to emphasize his point. Do you understand? I witnessed the moment when he was struck and sent flying by the formidable opponent, resembling a duck that had been kicked, flailing helplessly in midair before plummeting down. However, I had never encountered anyone who could remain so composed while spitting blood. His demeanor during such distress was truly admirable. At the time of this reflection, Han Qingyu was unaware that mere moments prior, Lao Jian had approached Mira in a disheveled state, with an odd expression, and had awkwardly proposed that she become his goddaughter. It was a rather uncomfortable scene, filled with a distinctly unsavory vibe. Mira frowned as she regarded him, contemplating for a moment before raising the barrel of her heavy artillery to aim at him, prompting Lao Jian to flee in disarray. Meanwhile, the conversation continued. When Jifei chuckled and remarked, "What about Captain Li? You've been to his office. He is quite a commendable individual." Han Qingyu held a favorable impression of Captain Li, as he was evidently a leader easily swayed and protective of his subordinates. "Oh, is that so? There is no sense of intimidation whatsoever?" he inquired. However, I heard that he once faced a formidable opponent alone for 3 minutes. When Jifei claimed to have an abundance of inside information, Han Qingyu was instantly taken aback by the revelation. 3 minutes? In a one-on-one encounter? Indeed. That is the rumor. Although it ended rather poorly, he truly held his ground for 3 minutes. Surprising, isn't it? When Jifei turned to survey the expansive training ground, suddenly musing, I wonder, among our vast blue coalition, is there anyone capable of facing that formidable opponent in single combat? I believe such a person may very well exist. What are you discussing? Unbeknownst to them, Mira had approached and leaned against the wooden platform, smiling as she inquired. We were talking about whether our strongest warrior in the Blue Coalition could take on that formidable opponent, when Jifei directly posed the question to Mira, his gaze eager. The topic ignited a spark of anticipation and longing among all present. Of course there is, Mira replied with a proud smile, gazing northward. That elder we recently witnessed in the regiment, in his youth, was indeed capable of taking down formidable opponents single-handedly. She spoke of this elder as a figure who had been the united leader of 6 military divisions in the Waxiya combat units for over 20 years. Known by the codename Goat within the Waxiya Army Council, she cautioned them not to misconstrue the name, as goats are, in fact, among the most combative of creatures. Moreover, it's not just the elder, there are others as well. For instance, my father once told me that in our 9th Army, there was someone who, as she spoke of this individual, a youthful sparkle flickered in Myra's eyes, reminiscent of a girl speaking of her idol, only to quickly fade as she added, "But I cannot divulge further. Why can't you share?" The newly initiated recruits of the Blue Coalition pressed, their curiosity piqued. "It's simply not permissible to mention." Mira replied hastily, as if evading the topic. She turned and forcefully patted the wooden platform, declaring loudly, "All right, let us refocus our attention. We must train diligently." Yet, as she insisted on seriousness, Han Qingyu found himself lost in thought. Could it be that there truly existed individuals capable of standing against formidable opponents? And not just one. Myra's words seemed to unveil yet another curtain in the sky before Han Qingyu, revealing a new world that ignited his restless spirit. It was an inevitable scenario. When young warriors first grasped their blades, who among them could resist the allure of fantasy, of invincibility? However, Han Qingyu had been silently seeking answers to a lingering question that continued to elude him. What manner of existence am I? Furthermore, what would the energy fusion assessment reveal about me? During the midterm training assessment, the future captain found herself believing it prudent to temporarily adopt a gentler demeanor, as it might make her more likable. Yet, she pondered whether maintaining such an approach indefinitely would render her less formidable and reliable. After all, how could a captain lack authority? In her recollection, the annual selection of new recruits was typically dominated by those brazen, domineering individuals who carried an air of superiority, commanding the trust of the newcomers more readily. Han Qingyu, please, take this seriously. I have something significant to convey. My apologies, Captain. It's nothing, really, just lost in thought. Coughing softly, she continued, Are you curious why the new recruits' combat training commences with such chaotic brawls? Do you wonder why this platform is so insignificantly small? The truth is, the battlefield we will face against the formidable adversaries is far more expansive. As for the first question, the answer is simple. The future armored warriors are, above all, human, and the instinct of humanity is its most precious asset. Those who possess refined tactical strategies and skills often become dulled in their instinctive responses. This is a lesson learned from experience. Thus, we must first strengthen your innate combat instincts, enabling your bodies to remember them. In battles where life and death hang by a thread, this instinct often proves to be decisive. This implies that during confrontations with formidable foes, the reactions that determine life or death frequently stem from instinct rather than technique. Witnessing the recruit's seriousness, Mira gradually embraced her role as a captain. The deliberate constriction of the wooden platform was designed to cultivate two critical awarenesses for your future combat: initiation and cessation. Mira paused momentarily, then somewhat weakly admitted, cessation is essentially breaking. Understood. Although our confrontations with formidable opponents may seem unbound by spatial constraints, the actual engagement range is exceedingly narrow and compact, narrower than you can imagine. Thus, every choice regarding the timing of initiation, as well as the speed of commencement, signifies the grasping or forfeiting of opportunity. Conversely, every act of cessation, the strength or weakness of your bodily control, determines whether you shall be struck. Mere fractions of a second can mean the difference between life and death. As Mira concluded her explanation, she paused, allowing her team to engage in discussion. Then, she suddenly called out, "When Jifei." The word "to" at the end was not uttered. As when Jifei turned his head, he saw Mira's fist swiftly approaching his cheek. However, inertia compelled him to continue this motion for perhaps just half a second. Bang. Naturally, Mira restrained her force. Yet when Jifei still fell to the ground with a resounding thud. "You are dead. The spear has struck your head, leaving no chance of survival," Mira stated coldly, striving to overcome the sudden embarrassment that welled within her. When Jifei replied, "If only you could have halted your inertia even 1 second sooner, my fist would have merely passed before you." Mira explained that such a situation would be greatly magnified once they donned their three-dimensional devices, especially when confronting the formidable spikes. After speaking, she couldn't help but glance at Wen Jifei, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Unable to contain herself, she retrieved a tube of ointment from her pocket and tossed it to him, finally saying as indifferently as possible, "You can apply it yourself." In that moment, Qingyu seemed to comprehend why Mira would forever be the eternal vice-captain. Perhaps Mira herself had pondered this notion. "You see, I brought a gun today," she announced, "because I am prepared to demonstrate something to you." With that, she turned. A sturdy iron can, no thicker than a fist and as long as a hand, was forcefully hurled into the air. Without a glance back, Mira lowered herself to aim her Mira 11. The iron can reached its zenith, beginning to spin as it descended. Bang! Clang! The sound that followed was not sharp but rather muffled, the bullet traveling at such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet the iron can had already flipped, soaring skyward along a parabolic trajectory. This led to the conclusion that the bullet must have grazed the bottom edge of the can at a precise upward angle. If it had struck the can directly, it would not have followed this trajectory. The Mira 11 is my custom machine gun. Today, it is not using standard ammunition. Standard bullets are rather thick. When a beautiful woman describes something as thick, it invariably evokes an odd sensation. However, no one had the leisure to ponder this as bang. Another shot. The iron can, gradually descending from a greater distance, was once again propelled skyward along the same path. The Mira 11 typically fires 5 barrels simultaneously. Mira gestured slightly towards the gun barrel. Bang. It is more challenging to avoid breaking the can than to hit it. Bang. The Mira 11, firing at full power, is beyond the grasp of ordinary soldiers. Bang. 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 In that moment on the training ground, nearly everyone looked upwards and into the distance, watching Mira repeatedly send the iron can soaring into the sky. She likely propelled the can beyond 1,000 meters. Bang. The final bullet struck the now diminutive, hardened iron can directly in midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Mira stood, hoisting her machine gun with the barrel pointed skyward. In the fierce struggle against the formidable adversary, the machine gun proved utterly ineffective. Yet, I stand as a proud member of the Azure Coalition, the Huaxia Expeditionary Force, and the 9th Army, the sole warrior sanctioned to wield hot weaponry in frontline combat. Here I present Mira Jo, accompanied by my bespoke weapon, the Mira 11, a 5-barrel heavy cannon. As she uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered moments later by an eruption of cheers. For the recruits, the spectacle Mira had just orchestrated was nothing short of awe-inspiring. As you may comprehend, my weapon and I remain incapable of inflicting harm upon the adversary. Once the cacophony subsided, Mira, slightly abashed, began to elucidate to her comrades the unique capabilities she possessed. Picture this: an adversary pivoting clockwise while brandishing a polearm in a sweeping motion. The image formed in their minds. The target zone of the Mira 11 would be its left shoulder. While it may not inflict lethal damage, in a fleeting moment, an infinitesimal angle, I possess a mere 0.1 seconds to impart a subtle force in the same direction upon its left shoulder. This minuscule force would slightly disturb its center of gravity, consequently causing a delay or deviation in its sweeping attack, something an ordinary machine gun could never achieve. Do you grasp the concept? It's akin to a person turning clockwise while you give a gentle push to their left shoulder. Upon concluding her explanation of her role on the battlefield, Mira revealed that this seemingly insignificant action could indeed save lives or hinder the enemy's regrouping after a division. Yet, she exhibited not a trace of pride. I do not wish for you to become like me, she stated. If possible, I would prefer for you to seize the opportunity to strike the enemy when it presents itself. The demonstration was merely to impart my understanding of combat against the adversary. Should the day come when you don the three-dimensional maneuvering apparatus, the very first sentence printed in bold red on the cover of your Source Energy three-dimensional combat manual will be, "Do not leap, do not leap, do not leap." Due to the disparity in individual strength against the adversary, the moment we leave the ground, our acceleration and deceleration will experience a slight delay, rendering us targets. This is a lesson you will learn in the future, but the crux of what I wish to convey is, Mira paused, emphasizing each word, angle, angle, angle. After imparting this wisdom, Mira ascended the platform, engaging each team member in a sparring match. You're not bad. You've even knocked off my lipstick, she remarked. As the recruits took a moment to regroup and prepare for their meal, Mira approached Han Qingyu, casually noting his lipstick had gone unnoticed by the others. Soon, the midterm training would conclude. Mira turned to the group, explaining that before the Source Energy Fusion Degree assessment, there would be a combat evaluation, during which they would face 2-year veterans donned in basic Source Energy gear on the opposing side of the platform. They merely defended without attacking, while you wielded ordinary iron knives to strike freely. In 2 minutes, a hit would secure victory. Mira clapped her hands and addressed the group. I hope each of you performs splendidly. Could you win for me? After stepping away from the crowd, Mira suddenly turned to Han Qingyu. What is the prize? He inquired. A banner. And extra points for the assessment, Mira replied, a hint of shyness creeping into her voice as she recalled her earlier promise. However, she had initially stipulated that it was for the top score overall. Even if they won, the score still fell significantly short. Is there no monetary reward? Han Qingyu asked. None, she admitted. Then I have no interest, he stated flatly. Mira was momentarily taken aback by his indifference until she noticed Han Qingyu mumbling to himself as he walked ahead. Win for me, she called out, catching up to him and grasping his arm. When he turned to face her, their eyes met, his gaze slightly awkward yet earnest. Will you win for me? Please, let everyone know that I am capable. Captain Mira, you have a chance to win, but it appears you don't care much for it. So, could you consider this a favor for me? By the end of her plea, her tone and expression had weakened considerably. Ever since she decided to pursue him, she had resigned herself to this vulnerability. As for her authority, she could rebuild that later. After all, she had only just begun to establish it. Due to their earlier physical interaction, the distance between them had diminished. Han Qingyu gazed at her, hesitating before finally speaking. At that moment, a raw, unabashed desire flickered in his eyes, leaving Mira feeling suddenly anxious and, in turn, somewhat angered. She instinctively released her grip. Captain Mira, do you have any savings? I mean, since the unit offers no rewards, perhaps we could. Han Qingyu seemed oblivious to Mira's reaction, his demeanor sincere as he elaborated. Just joking, I'll give it a try, he said, departing with a hint of disappointment. Mira remained rooted to the spot, incredulous. Was he jesting? Yet, his previous demeanor had seemed entirely earnest. In Dormitory 11, word spread about the upcoming dual selection rules for new recruits exiting the camp. Thus, all of Mira's earlier peculiar behaviors found a somewhat absurd yet reasonable explanation among the residents of Dormitory 11. The clever schemes she had employed. Sigh. They were truly hard to dislike. It turned out that Miss Mira was enamored with anyone among them after all. The voice of the grave robber, Lai Sure too, echoed in the darkness, revealing that he had likely pondered and wrestled with this realization for quite some time. The others chimed in, indeed. What a painful revelation. As their fantasies crumbled, the members of Dormitory 11 felt a momentary pang of disappointment. Yet, the atmosphere suddenly shifted to one of joy. It's splendid to exit together. Compared to the alternative where a rogue emerges victorious, this outcome is simply delightful. On this night in the 11th dormitory, the atmosphere was one of camaraderie following heartbreak. Yet it was not steeped in sorrow. After the revelry, each person lay quietly in bed, their minds restless with contemplation, regardless of the circumstances. I resolved to train diligently over the next few days. I shall not be complacent. Yang Qibai suddenly interjected earnestly. Yes, I too will strive. I truly wish to bring joy to Miss Mira. This time, it was Lu Xing who spoke up. Indeed, she genuinely puts in considerable effort to teach us. Upon this remark, silence enveloped the dorm once more. It seems no matter how hard we try, victory may elude us. After a brief pause, the Tomb Raider remarked, I'm not saying I won't exert myself. I shall indeed put forth effort, yet the outcome may be as it is. At the very least, we should aim to present ourselves well. Precisely. A fleeting silence ensued again. However, if certain individuals possess the opportunity to succeed yet choose not to exert themselves, when Jifei cleared his throat, hinting that someone must know I am referring to them, right? Do not feign ignorance, or I shall reveal all your embarrassing high school escapades. With a playful tone, he continued his light-hearted threat. Han Qingyu chuckled in the darkness, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, I will do my utmost. His utmost referred to expending only the last remnants of his internal energy, relying solely on his physical capabilities. Then, let us encourage Qingzi. Yes, let us do our best to avoid bringing shame to our captain. The conversations in the 11th dormitory often unfolded in this manner, brief exchanges punctuated by abrupt silences. Yet none truly succumbed to slumber. This time, the intervals between remarks stretched a tad longer. Yang Qingbai quietly mused that Captain Mira's energy fusion level might not be particularly high. It could be quite ordinary. Shoo! 7 voices simultaneously hushed him. In truth, everyone had surmised the situation. From the rumors surrounding her inability to rise to captaincy, to her extraordinary marksmanship coupled with her reluctance for her team members to emulate her, to her evident concerns and the foolish actions stemming from her fear of inadequate team selection, to her somewhat excessive diligence and the fervent desire to prove herself. All had been disowned, yet none wished to voice it, nor to hear it articulated aloud. It felt as though to expose such truths was an act of cruelty. Yet ultimately, someone dared to speak it. Hence, her relentless quest for formidable team members. Perhaps the veterans were also exerting effort to make connections. After all, it is a battlefield, and concern is expected. When Jifei, unusually subdued, reflected on the evening. After dinner, as he walked along the path, Mira unexpectedly approached him to express her apologies, a gesture he had never anticipated. He replied that it was of no consequence. After all, the commanding officers often took their frustrations out on them. Mira countered that it was different today. She believed she could have found a better way to elucidate the concepts of inertia and deceleration. Why was she so intent on becoming captain? To be candid, given the casualty rates along the Azure line, it hardly seemed a pursuit worthy of accolades. A girl, so fiercely competitive with herself. Lu Xing remarked in bewilderment. This time, no one responded, and the 11th dormitory remained silent, for no one possessed the answer he sought. It was perhaps due to her brother. A sudden yet tranquil voice resonated outside the dormitory door. Zhang Daoan had likely been standing there for some time, stating, Mira's family has resided in Waxia for quite a while. Her only biological brother sacrificed himself 10 years ago as a foreign captain on the front lines of Waxia. Then footsteps faded into the distance. The following morning, after Han Qingyu finished his breakfast, a few individuals descended from the military to seek him out. Thanks to Lao Jin and Appo's earlier counsel, Han Qingyu restrained himself from mentioning the matter of bonuses. By the way, Second Lieutenant Mira, she is now the direct instructor for your class, correct? After formalities were complete, an officer called out to Han Qingyu, who was preparing to leave. As if suddenly recalling something, and casually inquired, How is it? You've been together for a while? From your perspective, do you believe Second Lieutenant Mira is suited to be a captain? Han Qingyu pondered for a moment, and then looked up, speaking in a calm yet resolute tone. She is not suitable. The officer appeared somewhat taken aback. Do you have a conflict? Or do you believe Second Lieutenant Mira lacks the necessary qualities? Given Han Qingyu's current unique position, the officer seemed to regard his opinion with considerable weight. No, she is excellent. I am convinced that if she were to become a captain, she would even be willing to sacrifice herself for her team. In fact, all of us in Dorm 11 have great affection for Second Lieutenant Mira. Han Qingyu was aware that he was shattering Mira and Appo's dreams, yet he continued, However, I am certain that she is not suitable. The officer's expression remained somewhat bewildered. "I hope you can reconsider this matter carefully," Han Qingyu paused before adding. "To be responsible for the battlefield is also to be responsible for Miss Myra's life." Ultimately, the officer nodded thoughtfully. "Very well, you may proceed to your training." Han Qingyu did not share this conversation with anyone. In the ensuing days of combat training, he, along with the other 7 members of Dorm 11, completely transformed their previously lackadaisical attitude, now embracing a newfound seriousness. Regardless of whether their opponents were other recruits or the occasionally rotating instructors, they endeavored with unwavering determination. Despite the futility of their efforts in the eyes of the instructors, these instructors, being Zhang Dao and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, as subordinates, were not as easily dissuaded as Mira. Though they maintained a facade of decorum, their blows were unyielding, aptly named. Only pain can engrave the lessons you need to remember. And do not forget to express your gratitude later. Except for Han Qingyu, who still held back, the remaining members of Dorm 11 were fully committed. In the days leading up to the midpoint of their training, they finally began to embody the essence of soldiers, exhausting themselves each day to the point of collapsing into bed, even groaning in their sleep from fatigue. During this time, Mira would occasionally find reasons to visit Dorm 11 for a shower, as her female comrades informed her that it was precisely from that day onward that the team members began to exert themselves. She would come daily to deliver ointment to the soldiers, appearing cheerful, yet striving to maintain a serious demeanor, concealing her subtle sense of triumph. Time passes swiftly in such days, and at last, the midpoint training evaluation has arrived. From a window on the 3rd floor of the training building, Li Wangxiang rubbed his hands eagerly, straining his neck to catch a glimpse. Not far away, the training ground was dotted with a dozen wooden platforms. Surrounded by a throng of new recruits and veteran soldiers, the air thick with lively chatter. Alas, a new recruit, after flailing his arms in a desperate struggle for several seconds, ultimately succumbed and fell, prompting a resigned sigh from Li Wangxiang. He was acutely aware of the minuscule chances of victory for the new recruits. Their prospects of winning were virtually non-existent, yet each time, Commander Li remained fervently optimistic. However, he now observed that it seemed the recruits were nearly capable of achieving victory, just a fraction away, yet no one could bridge that gap. The closer the competition appeared, the more it underscored the ease with which the veterans performed. Han Qingyu commented nearby, drawing the attention of the remaining recruits from Dormitory 11. "Initiate, decelerate, maneuver effortlessly. Only with absolute confidence can one evade with such minimal movement. Look at that tall fellow," he remarked, pointing to a competitor on the platform engaged in a standoff with a veteran. "His name is He Tang Tang," Yang Qingbai added. "He's the one who arrived late for the meet that day. He has gained some notoriety since." "Oh, his appearance and name are rather endearing, aren't they?" Han Qingyu chuckled. "Observe the veteran opposite him. He consistently creates significant space to evade. At first glance, it may seem that he performs worse than those recruits who narrowly miss, but in reality, his speed poses a substantial threat to the veterans." "Is that so?" The remaining recruits in Dormitory 11 nodded thoughtfully, then expressed their dismay. "Then what's the point? Clearly, they are veterans. Even those with a 2-year term are veterans. And equipped with energy devices, it's evident they're not allowing us recruits to win." "Not quite. That rudimentary device they wear is far from the true 3-dimensional maneuvering apparatus." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Han Qingyu mentally compared the two and continued. "What they wear primarily serves a protective function, allowing the recruits to perform to their fullest. As for any enhancement in mobility, even if present, it is likely limited." The 2nd-year veterans donned a markedly different simplistic apparatus from that of Lao Jin and others, comprising merely a metal band across the chest, secured with a rectangular energy box. In contrast, the recruits wielded real blades. However, the material was not solid iron but a common substance, and the edges were dull. Zhang Daoan had, prior to the assessment, arranged for a demonstration to ensure the recruits would have no reservations, a blade against the body, the blade splintering. At this pivotal moment in the training evaluation, he seemed intent on showcasing the might of the energy 3-dimensional maneuvering device. "It's my turn. I'm up." Just as he spoke, the evaluator called the number, and when Ji-Fei squeezed through the crowd, presenting his name tag to the seated evaluator before leaping onto the platform. He then stood there, motionless, while the veteran opposite him, by regulation, was only permitted to evade, not to attack. Their amusement lay in deceiving others, luring them with feigned weaknesses, only to send the newcomers tumbling off the stage, a spectacle that elicited the loudest applause and whistles from the veterans. However, now, having exhausted 800 feigned weaknesses. When Jifei remained unmoved, left with no options, the two stared at each other intently. When Jifei brandished the knife in his hand, asserting that regardless of the outcome, he considered it a draw. After elucidating his tactics, when Jifei turned and leaned down, asking Qingzi how much time remained. The allotted time was 2 minutes. Han Qingyu glanced at the watch on Mira's wrist, noting there were still 17 seconds left. Oh, that should be about enough. With a swift motion, the knife suddenly arced upward from the abdomen of the opponent. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. How audacious. This unexpected move caught the majority off guard. Yet the veteran opposite Wen Jifei, seasoned in the harsh realities of combat, was not easily taken by surprise. In an instant, he was propelled to the far side of the stage, staggering momentarily before regaining his footing. Regrettably, in the remaining seconds, Wen Jifei attacked fervently, but the opportunity had slipped away. I'm sorry, Captain. Ultimately, after being thrown off the stage, Wen Jifei rose from the ground, offering a wry smile to Mira before approaching Han Qingyu and patting him on the back. So, you are Han Qingyu? The veteran recognized him from the incident involving Zhang Dao Han and the meat theft, but even without that knowledge, the gathering of newcomers around him was telling. Han Qingyu stood relaxed yet poised, his left hand gripping the knife, arm naturally hanging by his side. Come. The veteran's face bore a casual smile. Yet in the next moment, he adopted a focused stance, the blue light in his chest flickering. He could not afford to lose face. All right. As Han Qingyu spoke, he had already drawn his knife. With his left hand, he executed a swift upward thrust, allowing him to seamlessly transition into a downward strike. Whether straight or diagonal. Whoosh. A rare gasp emerged from the corner where the veterans gathered. How swift. Han Qingyu indeed moved quickly, but it was not enough. The veteran on stage immediately darted to the right, the distance he created just sufficient to dodge the blow while simultaneously countering Han Qingyu's next strike. Yet, disaster struck. It was only upon evading that he realized Han Qingyu and Appo's initial strike had not been completed. The left hand merely delivered the knife, midway through the upward thrust. Han Qingyu had already completed the transition with his right hand, reversing the grip and twisting his body to channel power from his waist. The maneuver appeared awkward, exceedingly difficult, thus hard to counter. Aside from its element of surprise, it pursued only one objective: angle, as Mira had taught. As he charged forward, the blade sliced from the lower left to the upper right, slicing through the air. In a flash, there was but this one strike. The newcomers, having battled for a while, had come to understand that true opportunities were fleeting. Hit. A dull thud resonated as the veteran's right arm came crashing down upon the blade. He sought to evade, but it was too late. Instinctively, he opted to block. Cracks appeared along the blade as Han Qingyu, along with his weapon, veered to the right. The onlookers were momentarily stunned by this spectacle. The assembled recruits erupted, pointing at the stage and shouting, "Foul." They intended to express their belief that this was an infraction, questioning if it was not agreed that the veterans would only evade and not attack. Was blocking permissible? Was this truly a block? However, their inquiries remained unvoiced, for the battle on stage showed no signs of halting. The impact from the veterans sent Han Qingyu's body downward and to the right. Yet, he still retained a firm grip on his blade, and his forward momentum was unyielding. With a long, drawn-out sound, Han Qingyu's tilted body surged forward. Twisting with all his might, his right foot glided along the ground while his left foot pushed off with force. Thus, he swept past the veteran and Appo's waist in a streamlined motion. The sound that accompanied this action was the blade grazing against the veteran and Appo's torso. As the sound faded, Han Qingyu staggered, barely managing to regain his balance on the opposite side of the platform. At that moment, less than 5 seconds had elapsed since he first drew his weapon. A profound silence enveloped the arena. It was broken only by the emotionless yet clear voice of the examiner. Severed limb, waist cut. Class 11, Han Qingyu victory. In the instructor's building, Li Wangxiang held a half window he had accidentally dislodged. What are you staring at? Hurry up and organize the tasks within the regiment. Arrange for a vehicle for me. Understood. His subordinate responded promptly. I will be accompanying this batch of recruits to the testing site tomorrow. Li Wangxiang then explained to several staff officers, listen. This evening, I will ascend 9 Army Mountain to the Spirit Wall, seeking a favor from my old comrades. If this child scores below AC level, Old Li, shall sever ties with them for life. If it is above AB level, I will treat them to drinks for 3 days and nights. Your starlight is on the way. Commander Li went to intimidate his old comrades. In the office, the atmosphere was buoyant, with laughter and jovial banter filling the air as they openly discussed and jested about the situation. In truth, he was genuinely pleased, but some sentiments were unspeakable, causing him to hasten to find his comrades from the 425th Regiment to boast. The Chief of Staff interjected with a subtle smile. Indeed, it seems our usually unpretentious Commander Lee is harboring thoughts that are perhaps not unspeakable, but rather feelings that, even if expressed, would be unfathomable to us, or at least not deeply understood. The Chief of Staff continued, moreover, there is a degree of tension. Did you not notice? Aside from his joy, the commander was quite nervous. In contrast to the scene, it was evident that he had indeed carried his emotions away with him. Yes, but that is not surprising. The Chief of Staff nodded, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. After all, our 425th Regiment once held a renowned reputation, a legacy that resonated throughout the entire Huaxia Yafeng army. However, that glory has since faded, and we have languished in obscurity. Old Li was born in 425 and had spent over 20 years here, having taken charge of 425 for 5 years now, given his age. Whether 425 could rise again under his leadership largely depended on the coming days. After calmly articulating this thought, the Chief of Staff discreetly clenched his trembling hands, which betrayed his excitement and anxiety, into his pockets. He stepped outside to inspect the various arrangements for the testing ground set for tomorrow. However, he struggled to maintain focus, his mind wandering incessantly. In his heart, the Chief of Staff pondered that, to some extent, the degree of source energy fusion was not entirely decisive. For instance, the Red Eraser of 425 had only one top-tier combatant, the captain. Yet the overall strength of the team surpassed many others with higher average fusion degrees and more high fusion members, standing at the pinnacle. Nonetheless, there existed a lower threshold, or a foundational position, that could not be overlooked. A squad lacking mature combatants of B grade or higher, no matter how perfectly synchronized, could never reach the elite level. Of course, not every B-grade combatant would become a top-tier force. In reality, the actual number might be less than 1/10. The randomness of source energy fusion levels, combined with individual differences in temperament, quality, ability, and even luck, significantly influenced their future development. Yet, like Captain Lee, the Chief of Staff firmly believed that as long as the child possessed a fusion degree of B-grade or higher, he would almost certainly become the next top-tier combatant of 425. This conviction was the true source of their excitement and anxiety. As for Han Qingyu, he remained unaware of the lofty expectations placed upon him. He did not even realize how remarkable his performance had been from the moment he encountered Lao Jin, to that fateful night at the 700 Reserve Station, and throughout his initial training period. After all, his first glimpse of the Azure was during a complete battle, overwhelming him with stimulation and shock, leading him to unconsciously compare himself to seasoned veterans like Lao Jian and his 752 squad. In the training ground, now quiet after the commotion, Zhang Daoan stood on the command platform, finally explaining to the new recruits the reasons behind the consumption of raw food and the origins of the traditional night. The other 7 members of Dormitory 11, however, were too preoccupied to reflect or savor the moment. Collectively, they cautiously turned their anxious and bewildered gazes toward Han Qingyu. In response, Han Qingyu attempted to display a semblance of concern and nervousness before reassuring them. They say it only has a slight impact. Slight indeed. I only had a bite. It's nothing. Moreover, it's already done, and regretting it serves no purpose, so let us not dwell on it. His companions felt that Qingyu was remarkably composed. In truth, there was nothing to worry about. Consuming the meat had no adverse effect on Han Qingyu, and he remained entirely untroubled. If indeed, as Zhang Daoan stated, each individual source energy fusion assessment occurs only once in a lifetime, then he has already experienced his first occasion. Unfortunately, that initial moment was rather hasty, and Han Qingyu felt nothing at all. It concluded swiftly. Subsequently, he had a second opportunity, yet it took place in the wilderness, amidst a tense environment and circumstances. Hence, this time, he must truly savor the experience. Reflecting on this, Han Qingyu followed the directive and ascended the stage to accept the banner. From its hurried extraction from the box and its crumpled appearance, it seemed ill-prepared for presentation today, perhaps having been buried at the bottom of the box for several years. This was the sole banner issued today by the 425th Regiment of the 9th Army of the Blue Alliance, specifically from the rookie camp of the 1990 batch. Although it appeared unseemly, the inscription was rather intriguing. It did not indicate the typical accolades or rankings from competitions, nor did it bear commendations akin to expert gynecologist. But instead, it conveyed an ambiguous phrase: "Your starlight is on the way." Han Qingyu pondered this peculiar statement, suspecting it had likely been directly translated from an earlier version. For the Blue Alliance had initially germinated in the West, with many chaotic elements established and solidified by them. At that moment, he noticed a Westerner in the audience. Mira stood among the crowd, gazing at him with a radiant smile, exuding brilliance. This made Han Qingyu feel somewhat uneasy and guilty. It was a rare occasion, and he genuinely wished to bring her joy. Unbeknownst to Mira, in this moment of bliss and anticipation, he had already shattered her dream of becoming a captain. At the very least, he was the catalyst for that dream and epoch as fracture. Descending from the stage and standing before Mira, he declared, "This is for you." Han Qingyu earnestly uttered a clumsy phrase in English, holding the banner in his left hand while saluting with his right, pledging to fight for you, Captain Mira. He intended to fulfill Mira's dream of being a captain. However, he hesitated, uncertain of what title should follow captain. Perhaps your highness felt too forced, or maybe your excellency. In that moment of indecision, Mira had already joyfully accepted the banner, kissed it, and beamed at Han Qingyu, expressing her gratitude. Indeed, she had kissed the banner, not Han Qingyu. This relieved the other 7 members of the 11th dormitory, as the trope of heroes and beauties was both tiresome and irksome. As the crowd dispersed, Mira maneuvered around others to find Han Qingyu once more. "No need, I was just joking. I almost forgot to return your watch." Han Qingyu, with an air of nonchalance, returned the watch he had borrowed to check the time and continued on his way. "I only have a little over 20,000. Mira called out from behind. "Ah, over 20,000. How can you be so wealthy?" Han Qingyu felt as though he had suddenly stepped into a thick mire, becoming immobilized. "What is wrong?" Qingzi asked, as when Jifei approached from a distance, scrutinizing his peculiar stance. "No worries. It may have simply been the intensity of the recent match that left me somewhat fatigued, my feet feeling heavy, rendering me unable to move with ease." Han Qingyu remarked, "Come, give me a hand." "Was it really that intense?" when Jifei inquired, though he nonetheless extended a hand to assist him. Indeed, it was quite intense. Han Qingyu finally extricated his foot from the mire, partake accompanying his departure. The two walked side by side for a while. The others from Dormitory 11 caught up, a group laughing and chatting as they headed back towards their quarters to organize their belongings in preparation for the morning's departure. Mira remained stationary, gazing from a distance at their receding figures. At this moment, the training ground was populated with numerous youthful silhouettes akin to theirs, some solitary. Yet most gathered in groups of 3, 5, 7, or 8, each bearing a myriad of expressions and states, meandering in the twilight and epoch's gentle glow. The setting sun elongated their shadows into a procession, stretching them far and wide. Suddenly, Mira recalled the only occasion she had encountered the elderly man referred to as the goat. At that time, on stage, he had proclaimed, "Though the Azure Coalition may appear to be a military organization, it cannot truly be regarded as such. It embodies both grandeur and narrow-mindedness, sanctity and madness, embracing love, family, rebellion and confusion, hope and despair. This collective of Azure must possess a life rich in experiences." He continued, "Things are fundamentally different. Far too many aspects have transformed. Had the Azure Coalition genuinely been structured like a conventional army, it would have long since ceased to exist." That night, the recruits were enveloped in a mix of excitement and unease, struggling to find slumber. That evening, Captain Lee found himself intoxicated at the monument of the fallen on Jiujun Mountain. The disabled veterans guarding the cemetery did not attempt to shoo him away. It was a common sight at Jiujun Mountain to witness individuals becoming inebriated before the monument of the fallen. "Do you realize? If that lad had wielded a genuine iron blade today, he might have indeed slain that veteran, taking down a soldier clad in simple attire. In 5 seconds. Can you believe that? My insight is commendable. Hold your tongue for a moment, old 3. I know you are discontented, convinced you could have done the same, but is it comparable? This was a legitimate execution. Do you grasp that? What you engaged in was a mere trick, lacking any substance. To be frank, I implore you this time, bestow upon that child a B grade or above. Is that agreeable? Now, let me confess a truth I have never before admitted. In fact, ever since I single-handedly withstood the apex for 3 minutes that year, I have been half broken. Yet 425 cannot continue in this manner. It is simply unacceptable. Brothers." The following morning, as they set out, Captain Lee was hoisted onto the vehicle, perhaps wishing to take down all the old comrades by himself. The same large truck draped in dark green tarpaulin returned, this time comprising a row of over 10 vehicles. With the tarpaulin always secured in place, as veterans took their posts at the rear of the trucks. The occupants crowded within the pitch-black cargo hold. Television novels often depict remarkable individuals capable of memorizing the route taken by such vehicles purely through imagination. Han Qingyu found himself in a predicament. Relying solely on the swaying of the vehicle and its speed to ascertain whether they were traversing a main road, a minor path, or a perilous mountain trail. Moreover, the journey was relentless, leaving him little choice but to succumb to slumber. Occasionally, they would be disembarked in desolate woodland, where they could refresh themselves, relieve themselves, and stretch their limbs, followed by a meal that posed no threat of being jabbed by chopsticks. Such moments often occurred under the canopy of a starry night. No one informed them of their destination, nor did anyone disclose the duration of their journey. The atmosphere within the vehicle, initially charged with anticipation and tension, gradually morphed into a heavy gloom. Were it not for the occasional glimpse of the expansive night sky, this somberness might have intensified. The chief of staff boarded the vehicle to offer words of comfort, remarking, "It is quite dark, isn't it? I understand your discomfort, but there is little we can do. What if you consider this compartment as a chrysalis before your emergence?" His voice, imbued with warmth and charisma, was that of an educated man. "Truth be told, you have yet to encounter the Azure Coalition. Think about it," he continued with a hint of a smile. "Have you seen the Coalition's banners at your previous base?" After a moment of contemplation, the answer was indeed negative. Once you pass this checkpoint and reach the day of penetration, you will behold the true Azure Coalition, and by then, you will have become one of its own. The chief of staff endeavored to dispel the prevailing gloom with a sense of anticipation. Just as he spoke, the convoy abruptly halted at what seemed to be a concealed checkpoint, prompting him to alight and address the situation. Subsequently, such impromptu inspections became increasingly frequent, suggesting they were drawing nearer to their destination, one fortified with high security. "Hey, Qingyu, may I pose a question?" When Zhifei approached. Seizing the unique advantage, they had to converse in their obscure dialect, a remnant of their remote southern county, incomprehensible to outsiders. Han Qingyu replied, "Go ahead." When Zhifei continued, "So, was it because you were deceived by Lao Jian that you initially embarked on this path? Now that you are aware of alternative routes, if given the choice, would you still wish to witness the front line in the fight against the Daejian?" Surprisingly, this was a serious topic, perhaps indicating that the frivolous discussions had been exhausted. Indeed, Han Qingyu affirmed without hesitation. "Why?" When Zhifei inquired, perplexed. "Here's my reasoning," Han Qingyu whispered, glancing around. "We are now acutely aware of the threat that Daejian poses." "Correct?" "Yes," came the response. "And we recognize their formidable strength, far surpassing ours. For now, we can still use lives to counter them," Han Qingyu articulated. "Yet you still wish to engage?" When Zhifei exclaimed, incredulous. "Precisely, it is precisely for this reason that I am eager to confront them. I yearn to grow stronger," Han Qingyu declared with unwavering conviction. "If we can withstand the fight, we will join forces with everyone to resist. And if we falter, at the very least, the Azure Coalition will not be obliterated in one fell swoop. If we are strong, at least we have a greater chance of escaping with our families." In this moment, Han Qingyu and Appo's thoughts were quite ordinary, simple, and not particularly grand. That and Appo's, as true. "If you bring your parents, what about me?" When Zhifei pondered seriously for a moment, then patted Han Qingyu's shoulder and fell silent. Perhaps he was contemplating the logistics of bringing along not just his own parents, but also the new family members of both families, which seemed quite burdensome. "Should I bring Yaoyu as well?" He suddenly turned around and asked, "Just her alone? You wouldn't mind the extra weight, would you?" "Oh wait. She would probably want to bring her family too, which means even more people." When Zhifei began to count, uncertain. Yaoyu was the girl he had promised to attend university with back in middle school, and now she was at a university in Vietnam. Han Qingyu chuckled slyly in the darkness, teasingly saying, "So you still think about her? Weren't you just saying you planned to have one here and one out there?" Would she even agree? When Zhifei replied, "Stop joking, I'm being serious. You don't know me. I've never even given a second glance to any female classmate throughout high school, right? I was just joking." "Well, I don't know," Han Qingyu smiled and said. "I don't have anyone I like either." "That's right, you don't understand love." After a moment of silence, when Zhifei suddenly sighed, "Before I came here, I even called her, saying I would work hard in the military and aim for military school to become a general, a hero. She said that's perfect. She wants to be a journalist and can interview me then. I mentioned this in my last letter." It seemed he recalled something abruptly, pausing before continuing in a flustered manner. "No, Hearing you say this, I need to quickly think of a way to write her another letter, just to let her know. What will you say? Qingyu asked. This cannot be disclosed, you know that. Of course. I'll just tell her that if I don't get into military school and don't become a hero, then I might disappear. I hope she won't laugh at me or blame me. Also, I'll tell her that if one day I come to take her away, it doesn't mean I've deserted. She must come with me. Qingyu contemplated. You can't write that. It won't pass the review. Besides, you shouldn't worry too much, because I might be quite strong. Oh, is that not permissible to write either? When Jifei paused, turning around, what did you just say? Qingyu replied, I said I might be quite strong. Well, I might be too. As they spoke, a few remaining roommates from dormitory 11 approached and settled down. Hey, Qingzi, it's already halfway through the assessment. We need to discuss something. Huh, what is it? Well, once we're on the front lines. If Big Jian attacks me, remember to help me fend him off. All right. And what about me? If Big Jian chases after me, you have to chase after him. Sure. If I fall apart, you need to piece me back together, make sure I'm somewhat intact. In truth, amidst their banter lay a grim imagination of the future, yet the words were spoken with laughter, and soon enough, the whole group was laughing together. Once again, the convoy came to a sudden halt. Individuals nestled deeper into their dreams or shifted positions to continue their slumber. Wake up, wake up. The canvas at the rear of the carriage was drawn back, and an instructor emerged, reminding them that they had arrived and should prepare to disembark for inspection. Had they truly arrived? Qingyu, groggy, opened his eyes and glanced outside. The dawn light was dim, suggesting the break of morning. 6 days and 5 nights. Subsequently, the convoy underwent yet another rigorous inspection as a unified entity. Upon passing, they could view the sprawling expanse of gray structures and vast flatlands through the open rear of the vehicle, so immense that the edges were beyond sight. Soldiers equipped with energy-based three-dimensional maneuvering devices stood guard and patrolled. Disembark, called the regiment's chief of staff. Qingyu leapt from the vehicle, discovering they were in a parking lot. Wow, look at that, someone exclaimed. The group turned in astonishment, beholding the vast parking area, where military green trucks and jeeps stood in meticulous rows, stretching endlessly. Surely there were thousands. How many personnel were required for such an inspection? Lu Xiang stood on tiptoe to peer ahead, commenting, those buildings inside, could they all be energy fields? You wish. Do you think energy fields grow on trees? There's just one, you know. But there are indeed many new recruits this year, replied an instructor beside him, also straining to see. Then why not construct several smaller ones separately? A curious recruit inquired. Look over there. At that moment, when Jifei excitedly pointed in a direction, the crowd turned their heads. Is that an aircraft? A transport plane? In the distance, on another expansive site, lay a dozen enormous planes. So, some arrived by air. Isn't that infuriating? Colonel Lee approached, laughing heartily at first, then expressing his own annoyance. Exactly. For those who are close, it's just a matter of distance. Those far away have planes to take. But for us, those within a 5 to 6 day journey, we and Oppos, re the most unfortunate. As he spoke, the colonel adjusted his waist, his bones creaking. A squad of coalition soldiers clad in equipment approached. The leading officer exchanged a few words with the regiment's chief of staff before calling out, new recruits. Form a line for inspection. The individual inspections were equally stringent. Everyone was required to strip completely before entering. Inside, the soldiers tasked with guidance led them to a vacant area, stating, your regiment will camp here and await further instructions. Thank you for your hard work. Surprisingly, there was even a designated place to stay. As they set up their tents, the next phase was one of bewildered waiting. However, there was a silver lining. Food and water were provided. Eat, sleep, eat. It was quite leisurely. A day and a night had passed, not far from the tents. Colonel Lee, the regiment's chief of staff, and several instructors were gathered, smoking and chatting. Indeed, the instructors concurred. The chief of staff chuckled, there's nothing to be done. It's always been the rule. Apart from the few who arrived first, the rest are sorted and mixed by ranking. That statement struck Colonel Lee deeply. How are the children holding up? He inquired, deliberately shifting the conversation. They seem fine, the instructors collectively responded. In truth, it's not a problem if things don't go well. After all, it's not an examination. There's no need to be anxious about failing. One should relax and prepare accordingly. It's simply fate. I recall a fellow from my year who was dragged across due to an unfortunate incident, only to later encounter a B level. How does one even rationalize that? Indeed, it's quite perplexing. Aside from Commander Lee, everyone else here is at most sea level. The matter of integration truly defies logic, leaving many feeling rather disheartened. 425. An officer shouted while running. Where's the person in charge? Right here. Li Wangqiang and the regiment's chief of staff eagerly approached, presenting their credentials before receiving a confidential schedule. This schedule is classified. You all should be aware of that. Ensure the team members are sent over on time. The officer saluted and departed. Once the officer left, Commander Lee and the chief of staff examined the schedule together. Hey, old Lee, why must this schedule be confidential? And why must our new recruits be mixed with those from other regiments for testing? The chief of staff inquired. I don't understand. I can't be bothered. Commander Lee replied. That night, Han Qingyu was awakened from his slumber. The chief of staff gently nudged him while calling out softly, Get up. It's your turn. Han Qingyu soon realized that a portion of the individuals in the large tent had already departed. The chief of staff and Commander Lee escorted him to an entrance. You'll go in alone. Remember not to be nervous. Despite knowing that tension and relaxation were ultimately inconsequential, Commander Lee still leaned in and whispered a gentle reminder. The chief of staff couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Let us go? Where to? You have a university senior working on research here, right? Let us leverage that connection to inquire about the results. Can't we just wait? It won't make much difference. No waiting allowed. Commander Lee urged the chief of staff onward. Han Qingyu stepped out of the corridor, finding himself in an open space the size of a basketball court, filled with unfamiliar faces. One could hardly expect otherwise. If everyone came in one by one, the testing would stretch on indefinitely. Silence. An officer commanded, bringing the gathering to quietude. He then ascended a small platform. Perhaps he had repeated this too many times, for his voice carried a weary softness. Next, you will enter the energy field. There is nothing particularly to be cautious about. Simply queue up and proceed inside. However, I must caution you. The energy field may amplify certain emotions or pains from your lives. Some may find themselves weeping or shouting uncontrollably. It's perfectly all right. Just remember to keep moving forward. All right, form a line, the officer concluded. Han Qingyu stood at the rear of the unfamiliar line, following along for about 5 minutes. Initially, the group was silent and bewildered, but gradually, the murmurs began to rise. Exaggeration manifests not only in astonishment, but also in gaze. Magnificent. Stunning. Is this truly the essence of the energy field? The object before Han Qingyu prompted contemplation. If one were to find a comparable structure, it might resemble a large air raid shelter. Yet, in stark contrast to the dimness and gray concrete of such shelters, this edifice radiated beauty. It bore a resemblance to those opulent aquariums depicted on television, characterized by glass corridors that enveloped visitors in transparency, allowing glimpses of water and fish. However, here, there were neither fish nor water, but rather a gentle mist, subtly emanating from the cerulean walls. Even the ground beneath his feet was composed of azure energy blocks. Han Qingyu recognized them as energy blocks, albeit slightly different from those he had previously encountered. Perhaps the extraction method varied, but he was unsure of the specifics. Outside the energy field, other personnel were present. Did everyone see that? The young officer inquired, gesturing towards some devices suspended outside the energy field. Han Qingyu silently counted 8 rows and 5 columns, totaling 40 devices. Their design differed from the attire worn by Lao Jian and his companions, as well as from that of the veterans during the combat assessment day. This is called an energy response device. Now, pay close attention, the officer continued, as a female officer beside him removed one of the devices for a live demonstration. She first wrapped a metallic strap around her chest like a belt, fastening it, then affixed a rectangular iron box without any openings onto her back, finally pulling a metal strap from the box to connect at the front belt buckle. Did everyone see that? It's that simple. Soon, you will don this device in groups of 5 and proceed. Over there. Once you arrive, you will remove the device and hand it to the staff on that side. Understood? The male officer bellowed. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, All right, commence. The first batch of individuals entered the energy field, vanishing around a curve. Nothing happened. The second group followed suit, and again, nothing occurred. The third group. Sir, is this thing malfunctioning? Why is there no reaction when anyone enters? A curious rookie interjected from the line. The female officer chuckled softly. Even if you break it, it won't fail. Her smile seemed to serve as encouragement. I'm just worried my compatibility will be too high and cause it to collapse, the rookie jested. The female officer, unperturbed, patiently explained, no matter how exceptional you are, It merely consumes more energy. There's no risk of conflict or collapse, even if you surpass all predecessors. Next group. The line advanced. Qingyu relaxed, following the movement, with approximately 5 or 6 groups still ahead of him. Suddenly, with a peculiar sound akin to an engine stalling, the energy field began to dim. "Get down!" A vigilant individual shouted, prompting a chorus of alarmed exclamations from the rookies as they collectively crouched. Even the 2 officers on site were bewildered and instinctively dropped to the ground. Everyone reacted out of sheer surprise, except for Qingyu. For even without a shout, he would have cried out and taken cover. Just moments ago, without warning, it felt as though he had collided head-on with a heavy truck. Unable to withstand the internal agony, Qingyu lay on the ground, gritting his teeth while hastily channeling the residual liquid energy within him to alleviate the pain. At the same time, within the control observation room of the energy field, dozens of researchers were momentarily stunned. "What is happening?" The officer in charge of the scene anxiously inquired. "Have the scientists given up? Can it be repaired?" The leader sighed in relief and nodded, stating, "Then let us proceed with the testing." On site, the energy field flickered back to life. "Look, Commander, I told you I'm quite impressive. You didn't believe me and thought it wouldn't break. Well, it has, hasn't it?" Joked a brazen young soldier as he donned his equipment, eliciting laughter from the gathering, including the 2 somewhat embarrassed officers. Amidst the laughter, Qingyu cautiously took a step forward. It's all right now." One group after another vanished into the energy field passage, and this time, everything seemed remarkably calm. Next group called out the female officer. Qingyu approached, donned his device, and alongside 4 others, stepped into the energy field. He appeared tranquil, yet in reality, he was exceedingly careful. With the first step, a hum resonated. The energy field did not collapse. Rather, it was the box behind Qingyu that trembled, followed by a surge of blue light. Numerous groups had just passed through without triggering any blue light within sight, which led to suspicions about the energy field's integrity. In truth, that was the most normal occurrence. What was happening now, however, was anything but. On site, the 2 officers exchanged wide-eyed glances. In the control observation room, a cacophony erupted, clattering, crashing, and thuds. A dozen individuals suddenly sprang from their seats, pushing their chairs back, toppling them to the ground. "What is happening? What is happening?" The commanding officer rushed over, his water cup in hand. In his haste, the hot water sloshed over, scalding his hand, causing him to grimace and hop about while slapping at it. In that moment, no one had the presence of mind to assist the leader. Even the most astute staff members, who usually discern subtleties, forgot to attend to the leader and Oppo's predicament. Energy sensitivity. A scientist pointed at the blue light at the entrance of the energy field on the screen, turning half his body to state with gravity, "Energy sensitivity exceeds S level." This sensitivity value was used internally within the research institute and typically served as a supplementary reference, not disclosed to the public. What would be made public were the more critical results of the fusion measurement. However, the 2 were indeed related, and the current sensitivity level was astonishingly remarkable. "What did you say?" The leader froze, lifting his gaze, still clutching the water cup, as if the heat had vanished from his hand. "Energy sensitivity exceeds S level." The staff member reiterated. Behold. The leader has once again spilled boiling water onto his hand. The archival sequence of the Azure Alliance's fusion degree detection utilizes a specialized apparatus known as the Source Energy Stress Device, where the term stress is notably included. This device is connected via a single line, with the source energy chamber situated behind it, yet it remains vacant, devoid of any source energy blocks. The sole metallic band directly connects to the heart. The operational procedures are entirely automated, requiring no manual intervention, nor any active engagement from the subjects throughout the entire process. The source energy field itself resembles an anti-aircraft shelter, albeit with several internal bins. One of these bins, approximately 13 meters from the entrance, has been traditionally named the gaze corner by successive researchers. Typically, when a group of new recruits enters the source energy field, the scientists in the monitoring observation center collectively gaze at their departing figures with anticipation. However, once those figures pass the gaze corner and the blue light fails to activate behind them, the group leaders and key scientists abandon further observation to indulge in tea, attend to personal needs, or simply rest their eyes and engage in light conversation, leaving subsequent monitoring and assessment tasks to the equipment and subordinates. This is understandable. Each detection session involves an overwhelming workload and a degree of redundancy, leading to diminished enthusiasm for ordinary results after repeated exposure. Moreover, the fusion degree of source energy is entirely random and bears no relation to attributes, qualities, genetics, or lineage. Thus, it would be inaccurate to claim they pay special attention to or favor any individual beforehand. In simple terms, the gaze corner serves as the delineation between the exceptional and the ordinary. History has demonstrated that 99 of those who cannot sense the presence of source energy before traversing this corner will yield standard fusion results. In fact, this historical statistic is effectively 100. The reason for not stating it as such is due to the scientists' belief that their understanding of source energy remains insufficient, prompting a cautious approach. As for whether the subjects can linger at the corner without proceeding, it is futile. The device is programmed with a set duration and will automatically shut off once the time elapses, regardless of whether one walks forward or remains stationary within the relatively sparse entrance range of the source energy. The earlier scenario indicated that the current Group S testing was nearing completion, and prior to the appearance of that young man, not a single individual had activated the blue light before the gaze corner. This was a typical occurrence, or rather, a routine aspect during testing, irrespective of the sample size. The vast majority of subjects' results tend to cluster around levels D and E. Then, what transpired moments ago was as follows. The observation room continued its customary scrutiny of the newly arrived group, with nothing out of the ordinary. Qingyu, like the other recruits undergoing testing, donned the device outside the entrance and took a deep breath. In truth, he was anxious and perspiring, fearing another sudden collision from a heavy vehicle. Ultimately, gritting his teeth and lowering his gaze, he took the first step alongside the others. At the moment his foot touched the ground, the blue light ignited behind him. To be precise, at that moment, he still had one foot outside the entrance. In that instant, the two officers on site were taken aback, while the scientists in the monitoring observation room erupted in astonishment. Only the remaining groups of new recruits, unfamiliar with the situation, were left to perplexedly discuss. Hey, look. It lit up. Oh, so it lights up? Why? Could it be dark inside? Nonsense. If it's dark, wouldn't they install lights? What does this mean? It must be something remarkable. In the monitoring room, the on-site commander, drenched in boiling water, shouted to observe what was happening. After his anguished and suppressed cry, silence enveloped the room. No one else spoke. In this stillness, all gazes converged upon that solitary figure S. In the vast majority of their daily discourse. When ordinary soldiers and officers of the Azure Coalition discussed the degree of energy fusion, they refrained from mentioning S. This was primarily due to their lack of credible information. They had only heard rumors on rare occasions, and the prevailing attitude from above was one of denial and avoidance. Yet the truth was undeniable, perhaps due to its larger scale and foundational strength, or some other unknown reason. The Azure Coalition's Huashi Asia Corps had produced a total of 9 individuals whose energy fusion surpassed the A level, denoted as S-class, in its 80-year history. Among these, 5 remain alive today. Of these 5, the name and all details of one have been deemed taboo and eradicated by the Azure Alliance. The remaining 4 are still in service within the Coalition, with 2 stationed at research facilities, 1 granted the privilege of free movement, and the last. He has commanded the Soul Witness Legion for over 20 years. In summary, S-class individuals are exceedingly rare. It is precisely due to the extreme scarcity and the veil of secrecy surrounding them that the true substance enriching the illustrious history of the Azure Alliance and the Huashi Asia Corps consists of the myriad stories and legends left behind by A and B-class individuals, as well as many who, despite lower fusion levels, have accomplished great deeds. As for those outside the Azure Alliance, aside from the forbidden name, the currently confirmable information suggests that at least one S-class exists amongst several organizations within the Purification faction. The specifics regarding their growth and strength remain unclear. Conversely, the existence of S-class individuals within the self-preservation factions remains uncertain due to a relative lack of vigilance and scrutiny. In terms of energy sensitivity, counting those 9, he ranks among the top 3. In the quiet observation room, an elderly scientist with white hair fixed his gaze on the monitor screen and suddenly remarked, "The top 3 are not necessarily ranked. It is temporarily indistinguishable. Perhaps he is indeed the foremost. Otherwise, the scientist who just reported would not have used the term Super S-class." Meanwhile, Qingyu, unaware of the unfolding circumstances, had just taken his 4th step within the energy field, a persistent blue glow emanating behind him. The flow of energy had begun to surge into his body from the very moment he made that step, initiating the process of absorption and integration. Indeed, The purity of the refined energy block far surpassed that of the metallic block itself. The sensation of surging within his body reaffirmed Han Qingyu's previous conjecture, although the current enveloping and permeating sensation of energy was exceedingly comfortable. The metallic block had vanished in an instant. Fortunately, progress was not unduly slow, he mused. Thus, while reveling in this absorption, Han Qingyu finally stepped beyond the gaze of the corner, rendering his figure invisible to those outside the entrance of the energy field. Suddenly, a jolt. Han Qingyu froze. Another wave had arrived. This time, the heavy vehicle did not collide directly. The energy field remained intact and silent. Yet Han Qingyu could distinctly sense a tremendous pressure, akin to an invisible heavy truck poised to collide with him at any moment. How did he manage to remain standing? Someone in the monitoring observation room inquired, but there was no answer. The pause was deemed normal, a mere consequence of heightened nerves. What was happening? Han Qingyu stood there, feeling disheartened. From the initial collision to the avoidance, and now the impending threat of another impact. What was the distinction? Initially, he had a residual bit of liquid energy within him. After the collision, it was depleted. Now, having absorbed anew, it had returned. Was that the case? Yet this contradicted the officers outside, who had asserted that one need not do anything nor fear. The energy would naturally integrate with them. If the energy field were hostile, even a minuscule probability of danger would have warranted a warning, surely. Thus, this was not a typical scenario. The energy field offered no clarity regarding the fundamental question of his being, leaving Han Qingyu in a state of confusion. Then he moved forward. Those in the monitoring room seemed to exhale in relief. Yes, after a brief pause and contemplation, Han Qingyu chose to advance. Since he could not make sense of it, he decided to relinquish his worries. If it seemed as though he were barred from absorbing, he would stealthily claim it for himself. Time was precious. And driven by a yearning for energy, his persistent, reckless nature resurfaced. At that moment, Han Qingyu appeared merely calm and measured in his stride. A perception mirrored by those in the observation room. Yet within his mind, the imagery was akin to a fierce goose guarding its nest as he approached its eggs. Thus, on the precipice of collision, where his awareness began to grasp the sensations, he remained mischievous and greedy. The blue glow of the other 4 individuals in his group illuminated as well. After a while, Han Qingyu noticed that one among them was quietly sobbing as they walked. Another was laughing heartily, and yet another was incoherently shouting something, all seemingly oblivious to one another's states. This is what the guide spoke of. Will emotions be magnified by the energy field? Han Qingyu was about to question why he had not experienced this. Suddenly, dreamlike voices and visions flooded his mind, roaring waves. I will lead humanity. It is I who shall rescue the Azure world. Countless outstretched arms and upturned faces. I shall stand there. And then, there was maniacal laughter. This is not me. I merely wish to survive. Han Qingyu was certain this was not his nature, nor was it his. Magnified emotion. Yet another incomprehensible situation. He shook his head, valuing his time, continuing to stealthily advance. Unbeknownst to him, by the time he finally exited the energy field, he was drenched in sweat. After submitting the device, Han Qingyu turned and viciously cursed in his mind. In the control observation room, a staff member from the statistics working group held the final results, her demeanor tinged with uncertainty. The test results she possessed detailed Han Qingyu and Appo's final data. Energy sensitivity, super S level. Energy fusion degree, A level. The entire room fell into a brief silence and bewilderment. I checked the historical data. Such a situation has never occurred before. A scientist glanced at the on-site commander and hesitated before suggesting, should we have him retest? There is no protocol for retesting energy fusion degree. Retesting is futile. This is common knowledge. Yet his case is different. Another scientist seemed to advocate for Han Qingyu. Or perhaps engage in debate, stepping forward to point at a data sheet in his hand, stating, his absorption process fluctuated significantly had it followed the initial speed. His fusion degree would undoubtedly be S level. Indeed, and we must consider that the energy field had just collapsed and restarted at that time. Another voice chimed in. Perhaps they all yearned too fervently for that elusive 10th S, this desire lingering in anticipation and despair for many years. The on-site commander hesitated briefly. Very well. You all continue working. I will make a phone call. The commander departed with the test results in hand. The call required an application for transfer. Shortly thereafter, a voice emerged from the other end, slightly aged yet warm like a kindly grandfather from an ordinary family. Hello, good evening. I apologize for disturbing you so late. No problem, I work nights. Ah, good. Greetings. This is the energy testing facility. The commander's voice and demeanor appeared somewhat tense and formal. I am calling because we have encountered a special situation. He then provided the most thorough explanation of Han Qingyu and Apos' circumstances within his understanding. In terms of structure, every unique witness of the Legion is a soldier of that elder on the other end. Consulting him for his opinion and decision is essential, simultaneously serving as a means for the on-site commander to absolve himself of future responsibility. We still do not sufficiently comprehend the energy and all that pertains to it. After a brief silence, the calm voice from across the table stated, "No need for re-evaluation. This is the result. The implication of this result equates to an A-level integration. The sensitivity will not be disclosed." Understood. The on-site commander hesitated momentarily before continuing. Then it shall be archived. This question should not require inquiry, as the protocol for A-level archival in the second sequence has been a well-established rule for decades. Following another brief silence, the voice from across the table declared, "Next sequence." The elder and Apos' tone remained perpetually serene, speaking with an unwavering calmness, yet he was, in fact, consistently making decisions. From his words, one could sense that hesitation and ambiguity would never escape his lips. Very well. Next sequence, 2-year observation period. On the other side, within the highest command office of the Legion, the emaciated elder set down the phone, tilted his head in contemplation, and then smiled softly. Subsequently, he lowered his gaze and rummaged through the pile of documents on his desk until he extracted a particular file, an achievement report that had only arrived the previous evening. In truth, he had already perused this document upon receiving it. It was quite reasonable, with no apparent issues, warranting his signature. However, the thought that this one signature would necessitate the annual distribution of several additional energy units weighed heavily on his heart, causing him to hesitate in grasping the pen. Thus, he initially refrained from signing, intending to wait until exhaustion overtook him, at which point he would grit his teeth, close his eyes, and sign it before drifting off to sleep. Now, he revisited the achievement report and the associated personnel information, still feeling a pang of reluctance. Nevertheless, he removed the cap from his pen, lowered his head, and meticulously inscribed his name upon the document, Shinbuer. A rather unremarkable name. A signature that could only be described as proper but decidedly unremarkable. Commander Li and the Chief of Staff were absent from the camp. When Jifei was also not within the tent. "I don't know," said Han Qingyu, shrugging in response. "I reached the end, and no one informed me of the results." "Neither did we," Lu Xing replied with a furrowed brow, his expression one of disappointment. "Although I did sense something later, it seems unavoidable." Hailing from a family in Port City with assets exceeding 100 million, Lu Xing had been compelled to join after hunting at Dajian. Reluctant to engage in a desperate struggle, he openly acknowledged this fact, feeling powerless to resist, thus hoping the integration test results might yield A and AMP. Apos cannot integrate and AMP. Apos, or and AMP. Apos, F and AMP. Apos, great. I feel something too. Yang Chibai remarked with a smile, "It feels rather pleasant." Speaking of this place, it is shrouded in mystery. One wonders where exactly it is located. Such a vast base, with so many individuals, must be concealed within an extensive, desolate expanse. In any case, it must be to the north, for it is undeniably cold, with strong winds. The climate in September is such that one still shivers at night while wearing a coat and requires blankets for warmth. After organizing his thoughts, the confusion remained, perhaps even intensified. Han Qingyu grappled with numerous uncertainties about himself, lacking the experience or ability to ascertain clarity. Only the liquid energy amassed within his body at this moment could provide him with a sense of security. It was merely a desire to grow stronger and to survive. As long as he lived, many questions would eventually find resolution, or perhaps some would remain unanswered, yet that held little significance. Just as Han Qingyu was on the verge of slumber, a hand gently patted him through the quilt. He opened his eyes and turned his head. Lu Xiang was crouched there, saying, "Qingzi, in the future, if you can, look out for me a bit. If there's an opportunity to go out, or even just to visit family, I can arrange for several 100,000 to be sent to your home." Despite his words, there was no impression of throwing money around or seeking a bodyguard in his gaze. It was perhaps merely the logic he had grown accustomed to since childhood. What you lack, I possess. What I lack, you have. A fair exchange. Han Qingyu pondered for a moment, chuckled softly, then reached out from beneath the covers to pat Lu Shiheng's shoulder, saying, "In my hometown, living dozen tea requires several million. Let us sleep. Meanwhile, on the other side, have you found anyone?" "Yes, I have." The senior sister mentioned that she happens to be changing shifts and will inquire within the appropriate circles. That's good. Then, the senior sister asked us to wait in the back. The chief of staff, while leading the commander on a detour, murmured in a slightly awkward tone, "Actually, the test results will eventually reach you according to protocol. Otherwise, the senior sister wouldn't have agreed. This approach is somewhat against our regulations." Yes. Thank you, senior sister. Hey, why is she so nice? The senior sister is indeed kind. Oh, really? Commander Lee rolled his eyes and reflected. After so many years, she readily helps you with just a few words, and yet you still seem to harbor some grievances. Hey, did you two have something going on back then? The chief of staff replied. Something going on? Old affections. Something going on? That connection could be revived, Commander Lee suggested. Old Lee, be mindful of your words. The chief of staff finally snapped. Hehehe, my apologies. I lack education, as you know. I apologize. Commander Lee, with a sheepish grin, said, I'm just nervous, when I'm anxious. My tongue tends to run wild. The chief of staff fell silent, leading the group to a secluded area behind a building. Where is this? They stood beneath a wall, separated from a window by iron bars. Commander Lee sniffed the air, sensing something amiss. A restroom, the chief of staff stated flatly. Men's or women's? TSK. The chief of staff rolled his eyes, exasperated. Need I say more? Of course, it's the women's restroom. Oh, Commander Lee pondered for a moment, then suddenly crouched down. What if there's an A-grade female soldier inside? If she thinks we have ill intentions, she might come out and kill us. Shoo. The chief of staff also crouched down. After a short while, footsteps echoed clearly. Others were present in the restroom. The senior sister didn't speak directly but coughed twice to signal and then began writing, extending her hand through the window bars. The information that could be inquired about would only be what could be made public. Commander Lee stood up first, saw the message, and steadied himself. With an expressionless face, he turned and strode away, urgency in his steps. As he walked, he fumbled for a cigarette. His hands trembled, causing one to fall, which he did not bother to retrieve. He took another, shivering as he attempted to light it, but the lighter refused to spark. Crushing the cigarette in his palm, he murmured, Old Lee, what has befallen you? The chief of staff, having been unable to witness the outcome, merely exchanged an apologetic gesture with his senior sister before rushing out in pursuit. Old Lee. One walked, while the other ran. The chief of staff finally caught up, grasping Li Wangxiang's shirt. What is the matter? Calm down, Old Lee. Colonel Lee struggled to break free, but ultimately squatted down on the ground. Old Lee, he muttered. Oh dear. Slowly raising his head, Colonel Lee lamented. I cannot remain calm. How could I dare to dream, even in my wildest fantasies, of being Li Wangxiang? He is an A. What? He is an A. Huh? Haha, really? Indeed. The two stood up, sharing silly laughter, playfully jostling each other as children do, playfully hitting and pushing in delight. The notion of S-tier was far-fetched, but for these grassroots officers, an A-tier represented the pinnacle of their aspirations, while a B-tier might still mature adequately. Both B and A-tiers held the potential to become the elite combatants of their understanding. For instance, among the top 10 individual combatants in the 9th Army, 7 were A and 3 were B. This blending of tiers did not imply a lack of disparity in innate talent, but rather reflected the harsh realities fraught with instability, which pertained to issues of growth, premature demise, and various other concerns. In this regard, the 425 unit had grown accustomed to their long-standing misfortunes. Yet this year, unexpectedly, an A-tier emerged, and fortuitously it was bestowed upon Qingyu, whom they believed had the potential to grow into a formidable force for the 425 unit in the future. What happened? The chief of staff inquired with concern. 2 years ago, an A-tier emerged from Chun Matsu's unit and was requisitioned by the military's 402 regiment. He subsequently perished, Colonel Lee stated solemnly. Does this mean they are certain not to requisition him? I do not know, but there has never been a precedent. Whoever comes to claim him, I shall resist fiercely. However, the military must also consider its own circumstances. Whether B or A, they all start out weak. The chief of staff intended to elaborate, but without field experience, their growth would be stunted. Suddenly, Colonel Lee placed a hand on his shoulder, restraining him. Right, you've reminded me. He is still quite weak. Indeed. Thus, let us align our thoughts. What do you mean? He is now the favored child of the 425, and in the future, he shall become our patriarch. Get lost. A cultured person cannot bear such absurd comparisons. The chief of staff retorted, somewhat exasperated. Have some dignity, Old Lee. I have none, Colonel Lee replied. Upon arrival, Colonel Lee refrained from entering the tent, standing there, yearning to glimpse whether the A-grade child had drifted into slumber, whether the sleep was peaceful, or if the covers had been kicked aside. However, he could not proceed. Within the source energy passage, a profound sense of solitude enveloped Wen Jifei. In the vivid imagery before him, he beheld his father and aunt walking together, hand in hand with his younger sister, while his mother stood beside his uncle, cradling his younger brother. Both parents were expressions of affectionate indulgence, urging the younger siblings, quick, call him brother. The younger siblings, though not well acquainted with him, exhibited remarkable politeness. Brother, brother. Oh. Then, his mother embraced the brother, resting her forehead against his, saying, You are such a good little one. His father lifted his sister, exclaiming, Oh, my little princess. When Jofei remarked, truly well behaved. Oil, salt, water. The water boiled. He grasped a handful of noodles, tossed them in, and once cooked, fished them out to sit at the table and eat. Oil, salt, water. The water boiled. He grasped a handful of noodles, tossed them in, and once cooked, fished them out to sit at the table and eat. It seemed he had lived this way for an eternity. One night he fell ill, suffering from a high fever and abdominal pain, struggling to rise. He boiled water and searched for medicine. He feared he might perish that night. Would you like to come to my house this week? In the next scene, Han Qingyu inquired while riding a bicycle. Sure, he replied. In that moment, Wen Jifei felt a surge of happiness. However, as the bicycle traversed the mountain path, the scene abruptly shifted to Qingyu, who appeared to be engaged in a brawl with delinquents at school. No, not delinquents. When Jifei discerned that Qingyu was wielding a knife, battling against two formidable foes. Qingyu was impressive, yet those were formidable opponents. When Jifei thought, I must assist. Just as he prepared to rush forward, a tremendous sense of solitude assailed him once more. When Jifei fought relentlessly to break free, he sensed the presence of source energy, aware of its significance, disregarding the officer's guidance that initiative was futile. He desperately sought to gather more. On the day of the Monument Day, the following morning, the new recruits awoke to the solemn strains of a poignant melody, confused and murmuring. They donned their uniforms and exited their tents. Before them, in the camp, between the military tents, Colonel Lee, the regimental chief of staff, and the accompanying instructors stood in perfect uniformity, saluting towards the source of the music. The atmosphere was grave, and the new recruits dared not utter a word, quickly aligning themselves to salute. As the music ceased, the salute concluded. Today marked Monument Day. The regimental chief of staff addressed the new recruits, introducing a term unfamiliar to them. They had only heard of the monument. What is Monument Day? This, you can comprehend, right? The regimental chief of staff paused, stating, It is akin to the spirit wall of our 9-army mountain, which still preserves tradition, lacking gravestones. Nor do we inscribe their names or affix their photographs upon the wall, because these sacrifices cannot be articulated to the public. The chief of staff did not explicitly state it, yet the recruits understood, nodding with a slight heaviness. They pondered how long this concealment would persist, as they were the ones destined to be kept in the dark. Thus, Azure designated a day, calling it Monument Day. The regimental chief of staff concluded by declaring that every year on September 29th, it would be the Azure Alliance's Monument Day. Why today? A recruit inquired. Because it marks the day of the greatest sacrifices in the history of the Hua System's Asia Front Army. Was it a large-scale drop today? The recruit pressed on, anxious for answers. The 7th Regiment of the 1st Army was often humorously referred to as the Jiangyi Guard, the Imperial City Army, due to their illustrious history and formidable strength. Additionally, their stationed area was relatively close to the headquarters of the only observed military corps, a rare stroke of fortune. When the captain of the 164th Squad conveyed this to his team, his demeanor mirrored that of a child. Earlier that morning, he had received a mission dispatch from the 5th Army's Crow Corps, but soon after, he received a call from headquarters informing them that no battle was required today. As a veteran of the Azure Alliance, he understood the implications of this news. The Elder was coming. For over 20 years. During the Elder's command of the only observed corps, whenever a warning for a shuttle landing was issued on Monument Day within a feasible range, he would personally arrive to slay 1 or 2 giants in tribute to the fallen. However, such opportunities were indeed rare. This year, they coincided. Within the defensive area. It was their duty, and they could go to witness it. Upon finishing his remarks, the captain stepped outside, bouncing slightly on his way to the door. Less than 10 minutes after the 164th Squad arrived at the designated area, 3 helicopters landed. Among those disembarking was not only the tall, thin elder but also a dozen young officers, each equipped with three-dimensional maneuvering gear. The captain approached to salute, explaining the terrain and ambush positions. Following this, they engaged in the customary prolonged wait for a covert operation until the shuttle finally touched down. The commander of the only observed corps, Qingyu, emerged from the concealment pit, clad in combat attire and wearing what appeared to be a rather antiquated and cumbersome vest filled with magazines. "What about the commanderess?" one squad member whispered. "It's a sixth-generation maneuvering device," the captain replied proudly. "I wore it once." However, the young officers accompanying the commander did not exit the pit. They remained inside, just like the members of the 164th Squad. Do not underestimate them. These individuals have already undergone a probationary period and are being prioritized for development as individual combatants, the captain elaborated to his soldiers. "Do you think everyone gets the chance to observe a commander in action? So, it's a one-on-one. I heard that the commander could fell giants single-handedly in his youth." After a moment of astonishment, one squad soldier excitedly explained to his companion, "In his youth, you say?" Someone retorted. The warrior lifted his gaze, bewildered, scanning the surroundings until he finally noticed that the Legion commander was looking back at him, frowning as if displeased. "Am I too old for this?" Just as he spoke, the shuttle completed its launch, and two towering figures clad in black armor landed. Simultaneously, Qingyu was enveloped in a blue glow, wielding a pair of black iron straight blades, prepared to confront his adversaries in a 1 versus 2 standoff. So, are those with the red markings on their shoulders never coming back? Or are they still on their way? In the next moment, the warriors were astonished to see the Legion commander conversing with the towering figures. So, the towering figures actually, since they cannot comprehend, there's naturally nothing to discuss. With that, the battle commenced. The Legion commander made his first move, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst of speed, leaping into the air while gripping his blades in reverse. He simultaneously aimed for the necks of the two towering figures. The warriors thought, if you jump swiftly enough, you can leap. Amidst the clashing of metal, Qinyu's initial assault was thwarted. He maneuvered between the two towering figures and propelled himself off the trunk of a nearby tree. With a resounding thud, he spun around for another strike. Meanwhile, one of the towering figures swung its pillar sword directly at him. The blades met. Should we confront it head-on? The warriors pondered, anticipating a fierce collision. However, the expected violent clash did not occur, as Qingyu and Appos, as straight blades struck the pillar sword. It was as gentle as a snowflake landing upon its surface. Perhaps the Legion commander transformed into a snowflake as well. With the sword in hand, he moved with the sweeping momentum of the pillar's sword. As he spoke, the Legion commander, along with his blades, completed a rotation of over 260 degrees, evading the towering figure's own body. Yet, he could maneuver behind it. And as the towering figure's sweeping strike lost its strength, he descended from its neck, embedding both blades from the lower left to the lower right, accomplishing the cut. Upon landing, in less than a minute, the first towering figure collapsed with a thunderous crash, enveloped in the rising mist emanating from its armor. I am far less concerned about A, B, or S than you might imagine. This remark was directed at the young officers as the Legion commander stood composed, facing the second towering figure that lunged at him. Qingyu pointed his blade, commanding, "Slay it." "Huh? Slay it? You think I'm still capable? You're unaware of my age, aren't you?" The Legion commander retreated swiftly. A dozen young officers scrambled out of their positions, rushing forward. Luckily, they were all elite fighters, or at the very least, not far from being so. The melee resumed. "Someone like me should always remain a witness on the front lines," the Legion commander mused as he lay concealed in a trench beside members of Team 164. After speaking, he chuckled, a sound imbued with emotions incomprehensible to others. The members of Team 164 were uncertain of how to respond to the Legion commander. What truly sustains the azure skies is not the pinnacle of combat prowess, but rather, it is you. Thank you. Quickly, seek the energy core. Find the energy core. In the next moment, the elder darted into the thicket like a rabbit. The expanse of the Legion's defenses was overwhelmingly vast, and the uncertainties surrounding the descent of the Great Peak were numerous. Hence, we had to flee such a distance. On the afternoon of commemoration, the return journey commenced. The regiment's chief of staff was elucidating matters to the new recruits stranded at the intersection. Meanwhile, not far ahead at the intersection, Colonel Li Wangqiang was embroiled in a heated argument with Colonel Yang Wudong of the 439th Regiment, both belonging to the 9th Army. "Do not feel ashamed," the chief of staff remarked, lowering his head and rubbing his nose. "The colonel is also doing this for your sake." The crowd nodded in agreement, yet internally they mused. Even if they were disputing the route, the quarrel between these two distinguished colonels seemed rather unbecoming. You bald fool. You worthless scoundrel. No wonder Shaoan does not want you. Haha. The new recruit stared, bewildered, as the chief of staff cleared his throat. Well, the colonel and Colonel Yang were once rivals in love. Well, so who ultimately won her heart? When Ji-Fei inquired with excitement. Neither, the chief of staff replied. When Ji-Fei looked momentarily dazed and turned to his fellow recruits. Is this truly what one would consider a love rival? How self-aggrandizing. Upon uttering this, he noticed the expressions of his roommates were awry, hastily turning around. Am I really that unfortunate? Colonel Yang of the 439th was striding menacingly towards them. When Ji-Fei contemplated hiding behind the chief of staff, Colonel Yang, however, had already kicked up gravel and dust, striding confidently to confront them. Are you the A-class recruit? He rasped, directing his question at Han Qingyu. 42. Veteran. What? Did I just hear someone say A-class? Who? This was the initial reaction from the crowd, as most had been fervently discussing the colonel's long-past romantic escapades and had missed the earlier remarks, thus appearing somewhat dazed and confused. Yang Wudong. The colonel of the 439th said that Han Qingyu and Appo's integration test result is A-class. Some who had grasped the information spoke up, yet their tone lacked certainty, merely relaying the news. But hasn't it not yet been announced? How does he know? A-class, is it true? How long has it been since 425 produced an A-class? It's Qingzi. Qingzi. The murmurs around them escalated from to a frenzied buzz akin to a swarm of bees, ultimately erupting like firecrackers. The situation was quite apparent. As a partner, the chief of staff could intuitively surmise that Colonel Li must have been unable to outdo his old rival and resorted to flaunting the A-class result. What an unashamed fellow. Left alone to confront Colonel Yang, Han Qingyu asked earnestly, Are you saying my test result is A-class? For he was genuinely unaware of his own result. In the entire 425, aside from Colonel Li and the chief of staff, no one knew of this matter. Indeed, Yang Wudong nodded, observing Han Qingyu's reaction while explaining. Your commander mentioned that he inquired about it with the chief of staff last night. It's authentic. The excitement surged. Indeed, it is an A-level. Remarkable. Amidst the fervor and clamor, the future Captain Mira stretched out his arms, then paused, and lowered them. The exhilaration gave way to despondency. Ultimately, he silently stood in the corner, consumed by sorrow. It's difficult. It's over. Why did I even embrace the banner back then? I am a foreigner. An outsider. Why should I feel shy? The scene of 425's excitement was somewhat heart-wrenching, yet still within Yang Wudong's expectations. What caught him off guard was the reaction of the A-level recruit before him. Was he not thrilled at all? Or had he become so overwhelmed that he was rendered speechless? Just as Yang Wudong contemplated offering a reminder, Han Qingyu looked up to speak first. What about the others? He inquired earnestly, with a hint of anticipation. To Yang Wudong's astonishment, he still had the presence of mind to care about this. Yang Wudong replied, I am not certain. Oh, thank you, Commander Yang. Thank you, you big-headed ghost, Yang Wudong thought. Wait, Yang Wudong contemplated the only plausible explanation. Could it be that you are entirely unaware of what A-level truly signifies? Han Qingyu responded, Yang Wudong was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth but uttering no sound. After a pause of about 10 seconds, he finally managed to articulate an explanation. Pointing to himself, Look at me. Han Qingyu gazed at him. I have a fusion degree of B-, and my personal combat ranking is within the top 40 of the entire army, specifically the 37th position. Yang Wudong paused for effect, then leaned in closer, whispering, Your commander cannot defeat me now. Han Qingyu nodded in understanding, unconsciously glancing at Commander Li, who stood slightly distant, reflecting that if he were to hear this, they would likely engage in combat. So remember, true strength is not merely what the fusion degree assessment reveals, nor is it solely derived from the energy blocks. Train diligently. We shall meet on the battlefield in the future. With that, Yang Wudong turned and departed. To Han Qingyu's surprise, this was the same Yang Wudong who had just argued fiercely with his own commander, seemingly intent on causing trouble, yet ultimately only came to convey these words. Thank. He wanted to say, the power of 1% has arrived, Yang Wudong exclaimed unexpectedly loudly. Han Qingyu could only hastily brace himself, arms raised. Thud. A dull impact resounded. Painful. Heavy. As he braced himself in a right bow stance, Han Qingyu absorbed the force, lowering his body. Yet, he still found himself sliding backward. his feet carving deep grooves into the dry yellow earth beneath him. Did he manage to hold his ground? He did, came the astonished exclamations from the instructors. To their eyes, retreating was expected, but it was astonishing that Han Qingyu had managed to stand firm. Even Han Qingyu himself, at a certain moment, believed he had managed to stand his ground. However, that was not the case. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged towards him. This sensation was akin to confronting a series of gentle yet persistent ocean waves. Although arduous, he managed to withstand it. Then, without warning, a colossal wave of entirely different intensity and speed crashed upon him. Boom. This sound was one only Han Qingyu could perceive with his senses. He barely had time to mobilize his liquid energy source. In the next instant, amidst gasps of astonishment, he found his feet lifted from the ground, his body hurtling swiftly towards the truck behind him. A collective gasp erupted. The members of 425 were caught completely off guard. This was bound to result in injury. Upon landing, two individuals stood quite close. My apologies, the force I exerted was actually twofold, and to be cautious, I added an extra surge of power. Yang Wudong remarked softly. Han Qingyu replied, indeed. I appreciate your efforts. I wish to instill some confidence in my children. I have inquired about the results for 439. The best outcome is merely AB-. Yang Wudong paused before adding, I do not wish for them to hold an inflated view of what an A grade signifies. Han Qingyu fell silent momentarily. At the same time, consider it a boost of confidence for your new comrades as well. The vast majority among them do not possess such high talent. It is not easy to persevere and survive. Yang Wudong concluded quietly before turning to walk towards his charges. Let us step aside, after all. It was your commander who could not refrain from using his advantage against the weaker ones. He chuckled from a distance. Yet, you all witnessed it, right? With dedication to practice, one's integration level does not determine everything. 4 days and 4 nights passed. The return route brought 425 home a day and 2 nights earlier than their initial journey. To call it home might be inaccurate, for within a few days, once the integration test results were released, they would depart from this place. A dozen trucks successively halted within the 425 base. Through the rear of the vehicles, the recruits glimpsed a figure, Zhang Daoan, perhaps due to the absence of both the commander and the chief of staff. The chief instructor Zhang Daoan did not accompany them this time. How peculiar. Upon disembarking, some murmured. What is it? Another inquired. I find it oddly comforting to see Instructor Zhang, despite the fact he thoroughly thrashed me, one replied. Huh, are you a masochist? Hey, am I a little bit too? Another chimed in. Perhaps it is because we are gradually becoming veterans ourselves. Zhang Daoan stood like a statue. As the recruits passed, they offered greetings and salutes. The same was true for the 11th dormitory. Yet when it came to Han Qingyu, he was somewhat taken aback when Zhang Daoan opposed and saluted him first and maintained that position without lowering it. Han Qingyu had no choice but to return the salute. Instructor Zhang? Thank you. 7 years have passed, and today, for the first time, Lao Miao has called me. Even in expressing gratitude, Zhang Daoan's tone remains rigid, perhaps out of fear that his composure might falter and emotions would spill forth. Lao Miao informed me of his inability to attend and requested that I convey his respects to the 700 Reserve Station on his behalf. Thus, it pertains to the matter from before. The commendation materials have already been approved, detailing the incident and the circumstances of those involved, which have also been relayed to the 700 Reserve Station. The Lao Miao mentioned by Zhang Daoan is the station master of the 700 Reserve Station and one of the few remaining veterans of the once redoubtable Red Eraser. He has even stormed out of the 425 base in anger. Unexpectedly, he finds himself indebted to the 425 once more, due to a new recruit. That evening, the mess hall prepared a sumptuous dinner for the new soldiers. Suddenly, the limping chef Gung approached, placing a bowl of beef noodles and a platter of roasted lamb on the table. These are 2 of my specialties, he remarked to Han Qingyu, expressing gratitude on behalf of Xiao Miao. In that moment, the new recruits realized that the limping head chef, Lao Gung, was in fact one of the strongest veterans from the 425, a remnant of the illustrious Red Eraser. The narrative continuity that evening was poorly executed, and I have resolved to share it with everyone tomorrow morning. The old commander mentioned he has a granddaughter, which serves as a supplemental note. Just as the 425 had inquired about Han Qingyu's rank, the 439 also conducted a cursory investigation, discovering that the highest rank among their new recruits was B-. However, the specific test results for each individual remain unclear. pending the completion of assessments for all 6 regiments within the Soul Witnessing Corps before data can be compiled and disseminated to each regiment. Some, in their impatience, sought answers, to which the regiment responded that it would require an additional 2 or 3 days. During this time, the new recruits engaged only in morning drills to maintain their physical fitness, with the remainder of their time being largely unstructured. The management system of the Azure Blue Alliance felt rather peculiar when they were training you. It felt as though every second was laden with pressure and reminders that one could perish at any moment. Yet, when they allowed you freedom, as long as you did not violate military discipline, they truly seemed indifferent, creating an impression of being a carefree scion with ample provisions and no worries. This likely relates to the reality that they could face death at any moment. If we do not afford you some moments of oblivion to forget this reality, you would surely lose your sanity, said Lao Jian, who had yet to leave the base. However, his visit to find Han Qingyu was motivated by another matter. Zhang Daoan had invited him to dinner. Lao Jian stated that he was not particularly familiar with Zhang Daoan. Having been stationed away for years, and during his own rookie days, Zhang Daoan was not yet an instructor. Yet, Zhang Daoan's sudden invitation for a meal, accompanied by a request for him to bring Han Qingyu and Wen Zhifei, suggested that perhaps Commander Zhang wished to invite Qingzi but felt awkward due to his position as the chief instructor, hence his invitation to me first. After analyzing this, Lao Jian turned to Wen Zhifei, saying he should come along as well. The reason for Zhang Daoan's invitation to Han Qingyu, of course, was not merely due to his A-level integration but rather because of the earlier phone call from Lao Miao, the station master of the 700 Reserve Station. It was the first time in 7 years that Zhang Daoan received a call from a former acquaintance, the one who had treated him like a younger brother back in the day. At that moment, Lao Miao spoke with a tone that was quite stiff and indifferent. Zhang Daoan listened intently until he finally mustered the courage to choke out, "Brother Miao." There was a brief silence on the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Despite this, Zhang Daoan remained grateful to Han Qingyu. "You all should buy 2 decent bottles of wine to take along," Lao Jian remarked before turning to leave, only to find his clothing tugged at. Han Qingyu extended his hand, saying, "No money." The new recruits had already qualified for shopping at the base after their mid-training, yet they had yet to receive any wages. Lao Jian glanced at him, suddenly feeling aggrieved, and emptied both his pockets, exclaiming in frustration, "Get lost. I don't have a single cent, I'm drowning in debt." Han Qingyu merely sighed. Fortunately, when Zhifei had money, he had over 2,000, which he had brought with him and had yet to spend a dime of it. After Lao Jian left, the two of them called the others from Dormitory 11 to join them. The Azure Life base offered a plethora of goods, from the latest cassettes of pop stars, to books by authors, gaming consoles, clothing, and even lipsticks that were all quite new, with some items being unavailable on the market. It was astonishingly affordable. Standing at the entrance of the store, when Zhifei lifted the 2 bottles of premium liquor he had been carrying, inspecting them in the light, and remarked with an air of expertise, "This is genuine. At this price, it's likely tax-free, and they really aren't making a profit. Aside from the possibility of losing one's life, this place is truly a gem." As he uttered the last remark, the group from Dormitory 11 was meandering through the base's commercial area, surreptitiously glancing at the female squad leader in her skirt. After all, the veterans all referred to her as the squad leader. Suddenly, a voice commanded, "You lot, those new recruits, stand there." As they passed by the bar, they were hailed by a female voice. Yet, the woman was also a veteran, positioned at the lower end of the current food chain of the Azure Coalition. The group promptly stood at attention, lining up obediently. "Squad leader, what's the matter?" Yang Qibai inquired cautiously. "None of your business," came the reply. A group of female soldiers, about 7 or 8 in number, sat at the bar's entrance, initially murmuring among themselves, followed by playful banter and laughter, before finally saying, "Do you remember the sisters?" "Remember what?" "Remember." At this moment, one of the female soldiers raised her hand to signal the waiter for 2 more bottles of beer. Han Qingyu noticed her sleeve slip down, revealing a long scar on her forearm. The female soldiers exchanged glances. They truly remembered. Indeed, ha. Satisfied, the female squad leaders smiled and beckoned, "Come here. You, and you, it was just the 2 of you, right?" Han Qingyu, and when Zhifei approached, standing obediently. "Which one of you is the A-class recruit?" The female soldiers inquired next. Han Qingyu replied, "I am." "Oh, at least you're honest." The female soldier nodded slowly, then suddenly laughed and reached out. She actually pinched his face. One by one, she went around pinching. "Yes," Han Qingyu reflexively responded. "Yes? What does that mean?" Does it mean you won't be bullied anymore? The squad leader teased him. The female soldiers quieted down, nodding in agreement. All right, then you all. Please bring honor to the 425. Once you achieve success, the older sisters can boast about having pinched your cheeks. As she spoke, the brightest among them, despite having a scar on her forearm, reached out to gently stroke Han Qingyu's cheek, as if he were her younger brother. A truck stopped not far away. The female soldiers set down their bottles, retrieved their simple belongings from behind their seats, tossed them onto the vehicle, and nimbly jumped on, waving goodbye from the back of the truck. On the way back to the dormitory, Han Qingyu was once again called away by Hu Haiping, heading in the direction of Commander Li and Appo's office. The commander, a significant figure indeed. Han Qingyu paused, reflecting on the fact that he was from a small town. Is it the commander of the 9th Army? Yes, but he's an old commander, retired 3 years ago, now mainly engaged in ceremonial duties. Hu Haiping paused, then continued, remember to be polite. The old commander holds great esteem in our 9th Army, and most of the current leadership in the military were promoted by him. Han Qingyu nodded earnestly. Come in, replied Li Wangqiang. As he opened the door and saluted, he found 3 individuals before him, Commander Li, the regiment's chief of staff, and an elderly gentleman with graying temples, yet still standing tall, exuding a kind demeanor. Good day, old commander. Good. Old Commander Shin Fengtian nodded, squinting as he approached, scrutinizing Han Qingyu from head to toe, then back again, nodding in satisfaction. A-level integration. The first new recruit in 20 years to join with the Silver Azure Guardian. The old commander remarked, not bad, young man. Take a seat. For a moment. Han Qingyu hesitated. If the old commander asked you to sit, then you should sit, Li Wangqiang advised. Thank you, commander. Han Qingyu finally took his seat. Now, don't be nervous. Let us chat casually as if you were speaking with a family elder. The old commander's tone was warm as he inquired. Where is your hometown? Fenglonggao, in Yuejiang province. Han Qingyu replied earnestly. Ah, a rural lad, the old commander noted. Indeed, a straightforward child, Li Wangqiang added. 19. Graduated from high school, not married. Han Qingyu felt the need to respond without delay. Oh, what about a girlfriend? Are you in a relationship? Report to the old commander. No. All right, very well. Shin Fengdian paused, then suddenly turned serious yet kindly, saying, You see, I have a granddaughter, about your age. So, you really are going to meet the old commander's granddaughter for an arranged marriage? It seems you are destined for great success, Qingzi. When Jifei exclaimed with excitement and a hint of mischief after hearing Han Qingyu's recounting. No. Han Qingyu glanced around to confirm that no one was in the dormitory, lowered his voice, and said, at that moment, Commander Li was seated, subtly gesturing with his index finger beside his thigh, swaying left and right, signaling me not to pursue the topic. Oh, when Jifei pondered, but why? Did you later ask Commander Li? He remained silent when questioned. Could it be that he perceives you as a rival in love and is deliberately misleading you? If I were to compete with Colonel Li for affections, I would rather not pursue it at all. Han Qingyu chuckled bitterly, pondering whether this could possibly be true. Could it be that the old general's age is indeed comparable to my mother's? It seems plausible. When Jifei mused for a moment, agreeing, and inquired if the colonel had mentioned anything else, Han Qingyu nodded, recalling that he had advised him against lending out source energy blocks unless he was exceedingly affluent and did not anticipate repayment. When Jifei found the situation amusing yet comprehensible. Furthermore, Han Qingyu continued, opening his iron cabinet and revealing 4 blue source energy blocks hidden beneath a pile of clothes, offering them all at once. They had agreed that he would receive 1 block each quarter for the next 5 years. Oh, so this is what the military issues as source energy blocks? When Jifei mused, momentarily distracted, as he reached out to examine one, finding it quite attractive. Well, once your test results are out and you've obtained the device, we will each have 2 blocks, Han Qingyu remarked. Non-combat source energy blocks can be utilized for regular health maintenance. And Han Qingyu had taken the time to understand that individuals like Lao Jian and Colonel Li require devices to absorb them gradually. Otherwise, the coalition would not employ the term health maintenance. Ordinary soldiers initially receive no allocation of source energy for non-combat purposes, which is why Han Qingyu intended to retain 2 blocks to assist Wen Jifei in establishing a foundation. Wen Jifei did not hesitate to agree, nodding affirmatively. As they conversed, Lao Jian called from downstairs. Han Qingyu quickly covered his clothes, locked the cabinet, and, alongside Wen Jifei, carried the 2 bottles of wine they had purchased down to prepare for dinner at Zhang Daoen's home. Indeed, it was Zhang Daoen's residence. The only thing not available for purchase at the Azure Life base is food, There are no restaurants since the cafeteria caters to the diverse tastes of the soldiers, allowing for banquets and late-night drinking as well. However, Zhang Daoan is the sole individual in Unit 425 who does not dine in the cafeteria, not out of reluctance, but because the head chef, Lao Geng, forbids it. The prohibition is not a matter of restriction, but rather a peculiar ritual, should Zhang Daoan appear. Lao Geng would summon a large yellow dog named 34473 to sit beside him, sharing whatever Zhang Daoan eats. Hey, Lao Dui, I have a question. Han Qingyu suddenly recalled as they made their way to Zhang Daoan's house. Is there a tendency within our unit for leaders to borrow source energy blocks from their subordinates? Lao Jian's reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Han Qingyu paused, clarifying that he had merely heard rumors. That's good to hear, Lao Jian sighed in relief, relaxing his grip, and advised against listening to idle gossip or prying further, acknowledging that the old general had his own challenges. Han Qingyu responded with a simple "oh," choosing to remain silent, adhering to the principle that some matters were best left undiscussed. Yet, when Ji Fei, who had been listening intently, could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "That can't be right. He is a general. How could he possibly lack source energy blocks?" The village chief immediately grasped his meaning, and a slightly uncomfortable cold smile crossed his lips. The principle of fair and transparent energy allocation is the very foundation and bottom line of the Azure Alliance's existence. Do you understand? He paused, speaking slowly and solemnly. With a clear intent, there are no exceptions. The word kill looms large. Han Qingyu took a deep breath, determined not to let the sweat trickle down. Fairness is all that matters. Indeed, Lao Jian replied, you must be careful with your numerous energy blocks. Numerous? Han Qingyu responded in bewilderment. Is it not? Lao Jian exclaimed. For blocks at a time, one per season. Do you not consider that excessive? He jumped up in frustration before adding, look at me. Han Qingyu turned his gaze towards him. I am the leader of a regional squad, with a lieutenant's rank, after deducting the necessities of war. Do you wish to know how much I have left for the year? After finishing his question, Lao Jian suddenly extended his hand. Only 5 blocks, just 5 blocks. Do you understand? I have toiled for 10 years. The realization struck Lao Jian that ever since encountering Han Qingyu, his own life had inexplicably become more pitiable. And what about gold? Han Qingyu inquired. Gold? You must be dreaming. Lao Jian shouted in disbelief. Then, regaining his composure, he softened his tone. Do not aspire too high. Qingzi, gold is exceedingly difficult to obtain. Even the Huaxiao region believes that silver is insufficient, and it must be reported upwards. Then it requires the approval of the Azure Alliance's headquarters council. Oh, and what of military ranks? The distribution of energy blocks is tied to rank, correct? Is it difficult to be promoted? Han Qingyu shifted the discussion. If I accomplish this silver achievement, will it aid in my rank advancement? Lao Jian replied, yes. Then, do not ask further. My head is beginning to ache. Lao Jian raised his hand to stop Han Qingyu, shaking his head. After a brief moment, he finally recalled something to be cheerful about. Let us wait until next year. Military ranks in the Azure Alliance are evaluated once a year. They just completed the assessment this past September. Oh, Han Qingyu murmured, feeling somewhat disheartened. The more he understood the rarity of energy blocks and the risks of theft, the more he felt a pressing urgency for all legitimate channels to acquire energy blocks. As they spoke, the three ascended to the instructor's building. A sizzling sound, akin to oilseed frying, wafted through the air, seemingly enhanced by a hint of oil residue. Han Qingyu and Wen Jifei followed the sound, and upon reaching the corner of the second-floor corridor, they were taken aback by the sight before them. It was a small room that appeared to have been transformed from a storage space into a makeshift kitchen, equipped with 2 coal stoves. One stove was currently cooking rice, while the other was sizzling with freshly fried oilseed, the crackling sounds mingling with the enticing aroma. A burly man, over 6 feet tall with a bald head, wielded a tiny spatula that appeared diminutive in his large hands, bending over to stir the food. Hush! The two exchanged glances without uttering a sound, stealthily retreating. 15 minutes later, Han Qingyu and his companions returned, carrying wine, and approached Zhang Daoan's door, knocking gently. Instructor Zhang, are you there? Yes, Zhang Daoan replied, opening the door. The table was already laid with an array of dishes. We have wine. When Jifei presented the bottles with a flourish. Good, come in and sit. Zhang Daoan welcomed them. Zhang Daoan received the wine, beckoned to 3 individuals to take their seats, and then lowered his head to pour the wine for himself. Eventually, around 9 o'clock, Lao Jian arrived again and called everyone downstairs. I must confess something to you. In the enveloping darkness, Lao Jian spoke in a somewhat somber tone, saying, In truth, the situation at the train station that day was as follows. Han Qingyu interjected. When Jifei chuckled, wondering why this was being brought up all of a sudden, as it was hardly a significant matter. Lao Jin glanced at him, explaining that the results of the source energy test had just been sent to the group, and he had asked someone to transcribe it for him. As he spoke, he slowly unfolded a note from his palm. What? Am I really this terrible? When Jifei exclaimed, kicking a pebble in frustration. The person who could smile even when he knew he had been set up was now utterly deflated. But I could feel it. I held on with all my might. I held on so tightly. He stammered, anxiously insisting, this must be a mistake, right? F signifies a lack of feeling, doesn't it, oppose? It? Hold on a moment, Lao Jian replied, lowering his head to continue unfolding the note. What is going on? Why am I suddenly F than E? Lao Jian remained silent as he continued to reveal the note. D, C, B, A. The note was fully unfurled, displaying a complete sequence, A, B, C, D, F. Which one is it? Han Qingyu finally lost his patience, feeling that Lao Jian was merely jesting. Which one is it, really? Indeed, Lao team, give me a clearer indication, when Jifei added. There is no clearer indication, there is no specific one. All 6 of these, A, B, C, D, F, are applicable, Lao Jian stated without a hint of jest upon his face. Han Qingyu was taken aback. How could such a scenario exist? Yes, it exists, and it has occurred, albeit infrequently, but it is more than just 1 or 2 instances, Lao Jian reflected, continuing, in fact. There is a specialized term in Weilon for this degree of integration, called dice. What does that mean? When Jifei inquired. It means you are like a die, Lao Jian elucidated, making a gesture of throwing dice as he spoke. When Jifei, being well-versed in mahjong, understood the concept of dice, visualizing himself rolling a few times in his mind, he finally landed on a face. So, does this mean I am a kind of genius? He asked eagerly, looking at Lao Jian. No, you are a failure. Lao Jian replied, taking a moment before adding, what I mean is that the degree of integration represented by the dice, when it first emerged, Weilon also placed significant emphasis and debate on it, conducting extensive research and experimentation. However, the ultimate outcome was that, among a dozen individuals, without exception, none were successful. But that's not right. When Jifei protested, snatching the small note from Lao Jin's hand and pointing at it, look, I have A and B as well. I'm just unstable. It is precisely this instability that the Research Institute attempted every conceivable possibility, ultimately proving that dice are entirely uncontrollable, devoid of any patterns, and impervious to any influencing factors. Moreover, the situation can change in an instant. This implies that when you strike, you remain entirely oblivious to the caliber of your blow. So, shall I deliver several more strikes? If I strike multiple times, I am bound to land on an A. Right? When Jifei exclaimed defiantly. However, Daijian will not simply stand there for you to strike. Lao Jian retorted. Well, then I shall consider myself an E-. Is that sufficient? I do not aspire to be a genius. An E can penetrate armor, can engage at the forefront. When Jifei continued to assert, persistently. Understand this. You also possess an F. Do you comprehend why employing F for armor penetration is deemed wasteful? Because oftentimes, it may not even register the source energy, nor the device. Do you grasp the implication? This means that when you charge towards Daijian at the speed of A, in the very next moment, you might merely find yourself standing there, bewildered. This signifies that you would not even qualify as a sparring partner for each time. Even your opponent in practice would be uncertain of how to respond to the next strike. Perhaps, by mischance, they might end your life, or you might end theirs. This string of thoughts left when Jifei at a loss for words. Yet, Lao Jian did not relent. Daijian is strong, we are weak. The Coalition's enduring strategy revolves around coordinated attacks, where each individual's role and position are of paramount importance. Lao Jian stated, therefore, if you are part of a formation, can you envision the consequences? When Jifei, you would endanger your teammates. This statement struck like a dagger, causing Wen Jifei's previously rigid posture to collapse. Surrender. Take a moment to reflect. As night descended beneath the dormitory building, Wen Jifei squatted in a corner, tossing stones in frustration, cursing, feeling defiant and resentful. Han Qingyu observed Lao Jian lighting a cigarette and calmly inquired, how did this situation arise? All right. I understand now, Han Qingyu replied. Lao Jian hesitated and said, Initially, I felt lost, much like a sick hen, but upon calming down, I found a strange sense of joy. I comprehend. Lao Jian stood and approached Wen Jifei. bending down to tug at his shirt. But when Ji-Fei resisted, shifting his shoulders to break free. How about this? I shall enlist Qingyu and the others to plead. To have you assigned to the second army, to the rejects. Lao Jian remarked with a smile. You likely do not realize that, in terms of significance and support, the rejects are even more pivotal than the frontline observation corps. I shall not go. I lack education. When Ji-Fei and Appo's admission of his lack of education left Lao Jian momentarily stunned, glancing at Han Qingyu, pondering how they surmised the general direction of the rejects. Setting aside his confusion, Lao Jian continued. Then let us aim for the Order Corps. I shall not go. The post-war life support base. I shall not go. Then what do you intend to do? This, of course, was impossible. Lao Jian momentarily fell silent. The sound of heavy boots, steady and resolute, echoed as they tread upon the sandy ground. It was Zhang Daoan. He likely consumed the remaining liquor alone later, appearing slightly inebriated. As he stepped into the midst of the trio and settled onto the ground, he did not engage with Ji-Fei as Han Qingyu had anticipated. It was only after a considerable pause that he raised his gaze. By the way, has Lao Dui ever met me? Or our Captain Wang? He unexpectedly inquired, posing a seemingly irrelevant question. The Captain Wang he referred to was none other than Wang Luzhang, the leader of the illustrious Red Eraser team. Lao Jian nodded. And despite the inappropriateness of the setting and atmosphere, a flicker of excitement and brilliance shone in his eyes as he replied, yes. Back then, even the veterans often hesitated to greet Captain Wang. He was the champion of 3 consecutive military duels. He even had the Red Eraser. Zhang Daoan's gaze grew wistful as he remarked, yet, in truth, Captain Wang was not as you imagine. He could cook splendidly and relished preparing meals. His roasted sweet potatoes were particularly exquisite. He had a penchant for sharing rather corny jokes with us daily. His Red Eraser boasted an unblemished record for 5 consecutive years. At this juncture, Zhang Daoan turned his attention towards Ji-Fei, offering him a glance as he continued. I previously mentioned that my character resembled yours, and I was an Appo's team misleading you. Thus, the story that Zhang Daoan had previously hesitated to unveil was now shared with Ji-Fei. No one inquired further about what happened next. Zhang Daoan continued, it was quite a coincidence. Our own sector had just completed a mission when we received orders to support a nearby area. Old Gung, at that time, was positioned for a side attack but was injured. Captain Wan asked who would take his place. I volunteered. I wanted to make an impression, and besides, I had been training regularly. Captain Wang granted me this opportunity to hone my skills. He recounted how, while everyone was inspecting energy consumption in the vehicle, he found himself lost in a daydream, filled with excitement. There was one particularly formidable adversary among the 2 large ones, although it didn't and Appo's. T reached the and Appo's, Red Shoulder and Appo's, level. Zhang Daoan glanced at Lao Jian, who nodded in understanding. He too had heard of the Red Shoulder, a designation for those with a distinctive red mark on their shoulders, which had historically caused immense casualties, hence the establishment of the Memorial Day on September 29th. Some even speculated that the formidable opponents currently faced by Wei Lan were likely remnants of that civilization's subjugated class. However, such sentiments remained unspoken. Though it was not a Red Shoulder, the creature was still significantly stronger than the average, Zhang Daoan continued. Fortunately, we had Captain Wang with us. He led a group of 7 or 8 to encircle that powerful foe, allowing us to first neutralize the weaker one. The situation appeared to be progressing smoothly until, without warning, I depleted my energy reserves. This disruption not only exposed a gap in our formation but also led to several comrades collapsing one after another. And then, as the spear swept through, I stood there, frozen in shock. Captain Wang rushed to our aid, but the spear pierced through him, emerging from his chest. In the aftermath of that day, the Red Eraser claimed many lives. Before his demise, Captain Wang instructed the others to record in the combat log that the primary decisions and command issues were his responsibility. After finishing his account, Zhang Daoan rose to leave. He was not a mere die. He had simply erred once, a mistake that could befall a die at any moment. 46. The final day of no armor utilizing the oldest of buildings as the new recruit quarters is said to be a tradition. Thus, in this place, one wonders if the former Captain Wang Luzhang had ever resided here as a recruit. The 9th Army has been established for nearly 50 years. Yet it seems that no S-level achievements have emerged from its history, or perhaps there were some, but they remain unacknowledged. The suggestion of being dismissed truly leaves me with a sliver of hope. As we ascended the stairs, Ji-Fei absent-mindedly traced the scars on the ancient wall, remarking that he ought to be considered a rare species as well. Han Qingyu ultimately could not contain his laughter. Laugh all you want. I am but a die, and a fickle one at that, he retorted. Even the plague-ridden fowl chuckled, saying, I can tell you're genuinely quite pleased right now. Han Qingyu candidly admitted, indeed, I feel this is far better than being assigned an E-level position and sent to the front lines. Yet, there are E-levels on the front lines now. However, given your temperament, it's challenging for you to settle for an E-level task indeed. When Jifei conceded this, falling into a contemplative silence for a moment before reaching out to pat Han Qingyu's back, affectionately calling him Qingzi. I had envisioned this quite positively. And we have journeyed thus far in any case, take care of yourself. I may no longer be able to shoulder your burdens. Upon returning to the dormitory, as Han Qingyu prepared to ascend to the upper bunk for sleep, he hesitated, fixing his gaze upon his metal locker. Has anyone tampered with it? When Jifei inquired anxiously in a hushed tone, Han Qingyu shook his head and replied, no. The following noon, the results of the integration test for the other new recruits were announced. Rather than being publicly displayed, the information circulated informally among the individuals. Aside from Han Qingyu, who had already been informed of his A-level status, Lu Xiong, who prayed fervently to avoid an armored assignment, received AD. Yang Qingbai was handed his dream of an F-level, and there were 3 ES and DS. To everyone's surprise, a C-level was awarded to Lai Shirtu, the Tomb Raider, who had willingly accepted his perceived shortcomings in front of Zhang Daoan on his first night. He felt no joy regarding this outcome, only fear expressing a desire to simply hide in the background. Thus, the phenomenon of energy integration truly operates without reason or regard, entirely at random. Regardless, the spirits of the regiment leaders, including Li Wanxiang, were exceedingly high at this moment. In addition to Han Qingyu's A-level, the 425 unit had yielded another delightful surprise. A B-level achievement that would have warranted a celebratory toast from Captain Li in previous times. This individual was named He Tang-Ang. Hey, what is the story with this kid? I've been somewhat out of the loop, Captain Li inquired of his subordinates. He is quite a tall fellow. On the traditional night of meat snatching, he overslept and missed the opportunity. Later, in front of over 20 veterans, he audaciously attempted to steal a chicken. A regiment staff officer, laughing heartily, animatedly recounted the events of that night, ultimately suggesting that he almost got caught. Ha ha ha, laughed Commander Li, but as his laughter subsided, he leaned against his forehead. Pondering deeply, it seemed that 425 was gradually improving. The people below were all excited, exclaiming, indeed, it appears to be becoming increasingly unusual. Strange things are emerging. Commander Li's emotions were somewhat complex as he reminisced, unlike the previous generation, represented by Wang Luzheng and his comrades, who were clearly good soldiers, upright and honorable. Even during the traditional night of meat snatching, they would compete fairly with the veterans. As one of the peculiar individuals, when Jifei's special situation was advised to be kept secret from others, when asked, he merely stated, I probably cannot wear armor. Have you made your decision? Where will you go next? F-Class Yang Qingbai was neither excited nor disheartened. He had already chosen to join the 7th Army of the Order Corps. He mentioned that he would probably drive first and, if given the chance later, might even try flying a plane. When Jifei shook his head, saying, not yet. Then why not come with me to the 7th Army? You'll have company. Yang Qingbai earnestly invited, chuckling, look at you, name-plagued chicken, your fate is surely intertwined with airplanes. When Jifei smiled slightly, seemingly tempted, and replied, I'll think about it. Knock, knock. The door creaked open. Captain Mira. She set down a bag of fruit, conversed briefly at the entrance, glancing around at everyone, and finally called out, when Jifei, come out and chat for a bit. The peculiar test results of the plague chicken were unknown to most, but Mira, as an instructor, was privy to them. After they stepped outside, the remaining members of Dormitory 11 turned to corner Han Qingyu, pressing him against the wall. Qingzi, something feels off. Why does Captain Mira look at you with such sorrowful eyes now? Did you do something disgraceful? Did you bully our Miss Mira? Playing the role of Chen Shimi, huh? Yang Qingbai, sitting on the bed peeling an orange, remarked, this orange is so sour. Unlike the sweet ones that Captain Mira used to toss to us. Mira always enjoyed bringing fruits for the people of Dormitory 11. Previously, she would sometimes stand by the instructor building at the training ground, asking who wanted what. Then giggling as she tossed them down. At other times, she would pass by the recruit building without coming up, asking who desired something, and then laughing as she tossed them up. Those moments were the most cherished and proud scenes of Dormitory 11. Have you decided where to go? Mira asked when Jifei by the training ground. Not yet, when Jifei replied. Indeed, I am aware of your fervent desire to witness the front line, a longing that appears to stem not solely from the wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with your closest companion. However, I have discerned a palpable sense of disappointment within you. Mira paused momentarily, indicating herself as she spoke. It is due to my brother. When Jifei nodded, having already grasped the situation and refrained from further inquiry. So, do you wish to understand why I have not ascended to the position of captain all these years? Mira continued. When Jifei turned to her, astonished, are you also a dice? Not at all. I am not as formidable as you, Mira replied. Her laughter tinged with a hint of resignation. My compatibility level is E grade. There are very few in the entire Legion who can attain captaincy with an E grade. In the Ninth Army, numerous teams have welcomed my participation, provided I do not assume the role of captain. Moreover, during my time, the three-dimensional devices were even more scarce than they are now. E-grade girls were sometimes dissuaded from continuing. Mira elaborated, it was through my skill with a firearm that I secured this opportunity. When Jifei was momentarily taken aback, a firearm? Yes, I analyzed your unique circumstances and concluded that the core issue lies in the necessity for your teammates' combat to be entirely independent of you. Only then can you be permitted to exist with a degree of probability, providing unexpected assistance. For instance, risking your life to deliver a decisive blow when facing failure or during a critical escape, wagering on that strike to yield an A or B, or perhaps a firearm. Yet, when Jifei comprehended her meaning, so, is it about the aircraft or the firearm? Of course, this is merely a minuscule probability suggestion, Mira interjected, dousing his hopes as she continued. There are likely many with shooting talent. But to possess a prowess significant enough to utilize lethal weaponry on the front line and gain the endorsement of Waylon, who would be willing to craft you a specialized weapon, is exceedingly challenging, truly daunting. The enemy is, after all, exceedingly swift. Thus, I merely express concern, and wish to know if you intend to give it a try? Mira concluded with a smile, her eyes glimmering with anticipation if so. Perhaps there would be another person to share in the hope for the future. Hope? Are you referring to the emergence of a source energy death iron firearm? When Jifei inquired. Well, it is a dream of mine, Mira confessed, slightly embarrassed. I understand how difficult it is. Theoretically, even death iron cannot withstand the instantaneous explosion of source energy, let alone the fact that we are still unaware of how to utilize external forces to trigger such an explosion. It would be wasteful. It seems even research institutions have suspended studies in this area. It is unlikely to materialize. It is merely a dream of mine, Mira reiterated emphatically. This discourse ultimately yielded no definitive conclusion, leaving Jifei with an additional day to ponder his thoughts. Mira suddenly became flustered. Indeed, if you doubt, you can verify for yourself at the Sanmian building. When Jifei gestured towards the bulletin board. But how could that be? Blame it on Qingyu, when Jifei replied. Did he not previously receive the banner for the combat assessment? At that time, our ranking improved significantly. Mira nodded, yet it seemed insufficient. Mira, of course. Captain Mira could pretend to be oblivious. It's fine. After when Jifei finished speaking, he waved his hand and said goodbye. Later that evening, Mira appeared beneath the 11th dormitory, looking up and asking, are you all going swimming tomorrow? How about that reservoir on the mountain behind? The valley nestled between two mountains basked under a clear sky, the water's surface shimmering like scattered jewels. The small reservoir, encircled by dense woodland, was modest in size, with a little mound in the center sprouting tall grass and shrubs. The few individuals from the 11th dormitory, clad in hastily purchased swim trunks from the living base, sat collectively on a patch of grass by the reservoir's edge. None dared to enter the water. It seemed we had perhaps gone a bit too far. After all, Mira was the captain. Well, yesterday we were all lost in thought, and no one remembered to say it wasn't necessary. I did mention it today. Yet Captain Mira appeared to be sulking, ignoring me. Alas, who could have known she would take it so seriously? When I initially suggested it, it was merely a jest, meant to elicit a reaction from her. This, indeed, felt rather inappropriate. How should I put it? Today, Mira donned a slim, black and red swimsuit, accentuating her tall, graceful figure and fair skin to an exhilarating degree. This three-piece swimsuit, known as a bikini, might be commonplace at Western pools and beaches. But in the context of Waxiya, before 8 boys, it required considerable courage. Therefore, the moment Mira shed her outer garments, she plunged directly into the water. She appeared to be quite adept at swimming, often diving for extended periods. As the minutes passed, the young men from the 11th dormitory hesitated to cast their gazes her way, if they were at the beach or a public pool with more people around. It would be merely a glance, yet the atmosphere here felt markedly different. Then shall we not go in? Well, I wouldn't know how to swim anyway. Can you all? I can only dog paddle. Haraha. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the air, as a few turned their heads in response. 3 figures emerged swiftly from the woods. The individuals were equipped with 3-dimensional devices, moving at such speed that they were nearly indistinguishable. Qingyu. At this moment, calling out to Han Qingyu was futile. He was unarmed, clad only in swim trunks. When Jifei shouted his name merely because he realized that the primary target of the assailants seemed to be Han Qingyu. Then, dread filled his thoughts. Mira, the coach, had not brought her device. In the fleeting seconds of contemplation, at 40 meters, 30 meters, the knives in the assailants' hands were already drawn back, poised to strike. 2 of the 3 leapt into action, lunging forward to attack. Stay calm. Han Qingyu finally lifted his head, smiled, and remarked, newbies are indeed new. They don't even know how to jump. Whoosh, bang, crack. Captainly, with the luminous blue glow of his 3-dimensional device, collided and struck. Without pause, he lunged towards the next target. As he was sent flying, the body was on the verge of descent. Thud. Another figure collided from the side, wielding a blade, sending the assassin soaring into the air once more. Lao Jian lunged at the third. Thud. The first assassin, who had just begun to plummet, was once again struck and sent reeling. Zhang Daoan charged towards the next. Then thud, crack, thud, thud. The onlookers from the 11th dormitory were left in a state of disbelief. Was such exaggeration truly necessary? At that moment, less than 30 meters away, 3 phantoms trailing blue light intertwined and darted across the ground, while above, 3 assassins, already mangled and bloodied, were still unable to descend. The trio repeatedly fell rigidly, only to be struck or slashed, soaring into the air, up and down, up and down. By now, they were likely 3 lifeless bodies. Clap, clap, clap. The 3 corpses finally hit the ground. Sigh, I expected at least a few decent ones. If not, why not send more? Captain Li stood firm, deactivating the 3-dimensional device, then sighed, his expression one of profound disappointment. Zhang Daoan and Lao Jian also halted, disabling their devices, similarly reflecting their disillusionment. It had been quite a while since either of them had engaged in combat. Well, Zhang Daoan prodded with his knife, straining to recognize the corpses, and remarked, this seems to be a new recruit from this batch. The other 2 are too mangled to identify, although one appears to be an outsider based on age. Indeed. Captain Li nodded. So, it was quite the coincidence that Captain Li, Chief of Staff, Instructor Zhang, and Team Leader Lao decided to sneak a peek at Mira swimming together? Bus. In that instant, less than 15 meters from the shore, and under 20 meters from Han Qingyu and Apos' back, a small mound in the lake's center bore witness to a figure drawing a blade without a sound. A dark silhouette surged towards Han Qingyu, almost parallel to the water's surface. Then thud. A figure spiraled up from beneath the water, shooting upwards, dressed in a bikini. But with a 3-dimensional device now strapped to her back, Mira, with her flickering blue light, seemed to have no time for a slashing motion. She simply raised her blade and pierced through the darkness, continuing her ascent into the sky. The shadow was cleaved in 2, falling into the water, blood spreading outwards. On the other side, as Mira plunged into the water, she swam towards the fresh water outlet to rinse off the blood. Although her integration level was E, she was nonetheless a 9-year veteran and a 4-year vice captain. Is it over? The scene quieted for a moment, before Captain Li inquired. Beside him, Lao Jian kicked the corpses, turning them over. I've always said that the pure hell is worthless, rubbish, filthy trash. Before him lay 3 bodies. A triangular formation with a circular disc, a 7th-generation device. You can talk all you want, but Don and Apos, let your eyes wander over here. Han Qingyu keenly sensed their gazes, smiling as he reminded them. Behind him, Mira emerged from the water, wrapping herself up. So, what the hell is going on here? Wen Jufei couldn't help but ask. It is evident that Han Qingyu and Mira are aware of the situation, as are Captain Li and his team, who likely do not conceal their surveillance of Mira while she swims. After posing his question, Wen Jifei glanced around. Each year, there are 1 or 2 infiltrators. Such occurrences are inevitable, yet there are always methods to uncover them. Zhang Daoan, the chief instructor with years of experience training new recruits, began to elucidate. He referred to the actual circumstances surrounding the recruitment of the Azure newcomers, noting that it is nearly impossible to prevent a few infiltrators from slipping through each year. 2 such pieces of information have already come to light. For those madmen yearning for destruction, nothing could be more satisfying or honorable than perishing alongside their target. They came with no intention of leaving, only a desire to kill. Yesterday, the plan was to use the energy block as bait for fishing to lure them in. Han Qingyu explained to Wen Jifei that when he checked the lock last night, it wasn't that he discovered someone had tampered with it. Rather, he found that neither the cabinet nor the lock had been touched at all. No one had entered dormitory 11. Since they were able to resist the temptation of the energy block, it was clear that what they truly desired was his life. Given their meticulous caution, Captain Lee would have to enlist Captain Myra's assistance in creating an ambush environment as favorable as today's, due to the need for secrecy. This recent battle quickly attracted a large number of stationed soldiers and veterans from the base below, accompanied by a significant group of new recruits. Among them, could there be those from the Purity Purgatory? Perhaps even members of the Snow Lotus? Were there self-preservation factions present? Han Qingyu turned to observe the soldiers collecting the equipment from the deceased, noting how they carefully retrieved and stored the energy blocks. Alas, it was disheartening. He felt an urge to provoke them, to remind them, to choose a more secluded location for future attempts on his life. After all, he would soon don armor. Happy New Year 2019. Wishing everyone happiness, health, and success. As we enter 2019, I express my gratitude for your companionship throughout 2018. Moving forward, it will likely remain the same. I shall write diligently, but I hope not to raise expectations too high. After all, I have always believed that gatherings and farewells are both beautiful. In any case, speaking less seems to be the right approach, so I shall commence with the PS. 1. Today, my old friend Yu Mingji's The Taste of Hogwarts has been published. It is a fan fiction of Harry Potter, yet it stands out for its creativity. I feel she has made tremendous progress, and the book is quite enjoyable. If you like it, please show your support. 2. Tomorrow, the Dome will transition into its next volume, which is also the first long arc of the story's unfolding plot, Volume 3, The Battle Box and the Blade. 3. Thus, tonight's update will not occur. The morning update was over 5,000 words, after all. Since writing has limited my interactions with family, I took the opportunity of New Year's Day to visit the park, hike, and dine with my mother and others. 4. I extend my heartfelt thanks for all the support and assistance since the beginning of this journey. Thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. 2019 Happy New Year. 47. Infiltrators, a methodical extermination, a trap set for new recruits to cleanse the infiltration operations of the Purity faction, occurs nearly every year. In the words of Zhang Daoyuan, infiltration and concealment are inevitable. Even when tracing back through history, whether considering the Purifiers or the Self-Preservation faction, their initial emergence and subsequent development were, in fact, reliant on the Azure Alliance, akin to leveraging another's efforts for one's own gain. Among them, the inaugural leader of the Purifiers, the Snow Lotus organization, was one of the top 2 scientists within the Azure Alliance of his era. From the hope of the Defenders to the wielding of the Annihilator's scepter, no one knows what the genius codenamed underwent or contemplated. Certainly, the circumstances of April 25th this year are particularly exceptional. For the roster of participants is extraordinarily lavish. The commander, chief of staff, head instructor, and captain, not to mention Miss Mira, who, undeterred by modesty, donned a bikini for a passionate performance. The late arriving veterans lamented in despair, not for having missed the aerial trio's combined strike, but rather because they failed to arrive before Mira emerged from the water. Currently, Mira has cloaked herself in a gray long trench coat from the Coalition's autumn collection, her hood drawn low as she retreats to a corner. A large-scale search operation is underway. Typically, subsequent actions of this nature yield scant rewards. However, to forego them could appear rather foolish. What if there is indeed something to uncover? What are you pondering? Han Qingyu inquired upon noticing Wen Jifei's momentary daze. Well, they are merely indulging in the thrill of combat. Otherwise, it should be a brief affair. I understand. Yet I yearn to don armor. I wish to join you in the precise coordination and life-or-death struggle against the formidable adversary. Qingzi. Han Qingyu fell silent for a moment. Wen Jifei chuckled, then sighed. Regrettably, having witnessed this encounter, I recognize that it is indeed time for me to relinquish such aspirations. It is precisely because he has observed the seamless movements and timing executed in the simplest of states that when Jifei realizes that someone in his predicament can never guarantee precise positioning within formation. Then I apologize. It appears I am destined to live a long life. In the next instant, he leaped up with a laugh, turning to mock and boast at the remaining 6 in the 11th constellation who still needed to don armor. Lao Jian approached, smiling. See, I told you he was irritable. He had brought Captain Lee along. Captain, will this mission earn me merit? I have achieved something again, right? Han Qingyu promptly asked, will it count towards future promotions? Lao Jian was already accustomed to this. Captain Li hesitated. Well, it will be noted, but are you truly concerned about this? Yes, Han Qingyu nodded without hesitation. Ha ha ha, who would have thought you had a taste for rank? Captain Li chuckled. Little did he know that Han Qingyu's true desire was merely for energy cores. By this time, the soldiers had finished collecting the debris on land. It is noteworthy that the coalition often has remnants to salvage after battles. Han Qingyu contemplated this and deemed it one of the crucial reasons battles have persisted. Otherwise, if one fought fiercely, only to be left with a lifeless giant before them, what motivation would that provide? Without reward, morale would dwindle. At this moment, a corpse has yet to be retrieved from the water. A soldier responsible for collecting supplies stood on the shore, beginning to undress. As murmurs of unease spread through the crowd, they were new recruits who had endured rigorous training and witnessed numerous harrowing images throughout history. However, this did not render them indifferent to the dismembered limbs and the swirling crimson waters currently floating in the depths. The brutal act executed by Mira, severing a body in half with a single plunge, was too savage to bear. A female soldier began to retch, triggering a chain reaction of discomfort among the others, who clustered closer, their expressions marred by distress and disgust. Despite having witnessed soldiers impaled on spear-like columns and having taken lives himself, Han Qingyu found himself grimacing alongside his comrades. Captain Li observed this and felt an inexplicable surge of frustration and anger. While others might be able to react in such a manner, the captain of the esteemed 425th Squadron could not afford to display weakness. You need not undress, he called out to the soldier poised to enter the water. He then glanced at Mira. Is it safe below? He inquired. It is safe, Mira assured him. Very well. Han Qingyu. You go, Captain Li instructed, pointing towards the reservoir. Go. This is an order, he reiterated, growing increasingly irate at Han Qingyu's hesitance. As the captain's temper flared, Han Qingyu had no choice but to grimace in resignation, beginning to remove the hastily donned outer layer. Do not think of it as a soup of the dead, Wen Jifei suggested. What then should I think? Han Qingyu queried, loosening his trousers. Think of it as Captain Mira's bathwater. Oh, now that you mention it, that does make it somewhat more palatable, he replied, their quiet exchange causing Mira, standing behind them, to blush deeply. Then, with a splash, Han Qingyu executed a flawless dive akin to a mountain dweller leaping from a rock, plunging headlong into the water without hesitation. From Mira's perspective, if she was not mistaken, there was a glimmer of excitement and intensity in his eyes at that moment. Source energy block, source energy block. Han Qingyu had never anticipated that he would have the opportunity to encounter such a thing today. Based on his current knowledge, it was common understanding among nearly all, including Captain Li and Officer Lao Jian, that no one could directly absorb source energy without the aid of devices. Nor could anyone accurately gauge the remaining quantity of source energy blocks and the precise consumption in combat before a conflict commenced. The assassin's metallic band had been severed by Mira, and the three-dimensional device now lay at the bottom of the water. Han Qingyu resurfaced, gasping for air, then turned and dove back down with vigor, his figure vanishing from the sight of those on the shore. The reservoir's waters were not as clear as stream or sea. Despite their actual clarity, depth rendered them a murky gray-blue or dark green. Thus, was it theft? Naturally, it was. The more populated a place, the more conducive it was to theft. After all, why do thieves flock to train stations? Beneath the sediment, Han Qingyu swiftly located the fallen 7th-generation three-dimensional device. How splendid it is that even the energy core has fallen out. Treading through the water, Han Qingyu picked up the device, feeling the surge of energy in his palm. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, 4 drops. The core was nearly full. However, Han Qingyu did not indulge his greed and retained 3 drops. With some oxygen still to spare, he embraced the device and swam upwards, making his way towards the shore. Then, beneath the patch of grass where their group had previously sat, approximately 3 to 4 meters deep, a faint sensation of attraction suddenly emerged. Energy. There is still energy here. But why can I feel it when I have not made contact? Is it not necessary to touch it? Oh, it seems it was the same earlier. I simply overlooked it because my eyes had seen it. Water? Could it be that water transmits perception over a certain distance? Then, in the future, if I were to relieve myself at the base of the energy reserve station and Oppo's earthen wall, could I also steal it? While pondering this, Han Qingyu swam closer and began searching among the crevices of the rocks. This was not a daunting task. The three-dimensional device was not particularly small. Soon, A complete set of the 7th-generation three-dimensional device appeared before Han Qingyu. How should I handle this? Upon reflection, I do seem somewhat like an undercover operative from the cleansing faction, particularly one of significant importance, having infiltrated at great cost, nurtured with the hope of one day wielding considerable power, capable of turning the tides at will. A coincidental sighting, an extraordinarily high degree of integration, and the remarkable achievements prior to enlistment, especially in eliminating the cleansing faction. Wow, it truly does resemble my situation. Could it be that they do not suspect me at all? Han Qingyu was correct. He was indeed under suspicion. To be precise, this scrutiny was not directed at him personally, but rather at all new recruits deemed worthy of significant cultivation within the Azure. Thus, even though he had already been classified into a secondary sequence, he would still have to endure a 2-year probationary period. During these 2 years, Han Qingyu would not receive any clandestine resource allocations or focus training. As for whether he perished during this time, so be it. There have been countless A-class casualties in Azure's history. If one cannot withstand even training in the primary battlefield, it merely signifies that they cannot become the pillars of the Azure Coalition. Resolute in his decision, he could not afford to leave any traces. The energy cores embedded within this device were not fully charged either. Han Qingyu attempted to absorb 2 drops through the water and amp, Oppos, S conduction, leaving the majority intact. Thereafter, he ascended, splashing out of the water. In each hand, he held a device, one damaged, the other intact. Bah, I have accomplished something again. Haha. Indeed, there is another one. Captain Lee gazed at the unused 7th-generation device on the ground before him, his fury transforming into a sardonic smile. Quite astute. He recognized the need to keep a low profile. He turned to face everyone present, his lips curling into a smile, yet his eyes remained somber, stating, "You best never reveal yourselves, or I shall take your heads." No one uttered a word. This atmosphere of suspicion certainly complicates the enhancement of trust among soldiers, particularly among new recruits. However, it is far better than mistakenly placing trust in a cleansing faction operative. True trust and mutual reliance are best established through battles of life and death in the future. After speaking, Li Wangxiang silently surveyed the surroundings and waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. In the next moment, he turned to his subordinate and whispered, "I will head over shortly. You few follow behind and suddenly push the remaining members of Dormitory 11 into the water. Do not rescue them unless they are unconscious. Since the plan involves submerged devices, their swimming skills must be commendable." Simultaneously, a few individuals from Dormitory 11, while donning their clothes and preparing to ascend, engaged in discussion. "Hey, do you think that person from the innocent purgatory is among us in Dormitory 11? One chuckled. "Come on, if they were from our dorm. Wouldn't they have dealt with Qingzi long ago?" Another replied, "True, but hold on, your logic is flawed. Before the inspection and prior to that significant achievement, they wouldn't have known Qingzi was worth eliminating. They must have struggled to infiltrate and were still hoping to accomplish great things." A moment of silence enveloped the group. "Hearing what you just said, it does seem plausible," one admitted, a shiver running down their spine. Amidst the murmurs, a voice emerged, somewhat detached or perhaps lacking fervor, from behind Han Qingyu and the others. "I am from innocent purgatory. I apologize, Qingzi, and everyone else." This statement was not particularly heavy, yet it carried weight. Just then, the commander Li Wangxiang, who was preparing to push someone into the water, halted and stepped back, raising a hand to stop the soldiers behind him. After a moment of contemplation, he not only refrained from advancing, but led his men to retreat 2 steps instead. It was not the first instance of someone from the coalition stepping forward to cleanse their name. "Dare not to jest. I know you fear the front lines," Lu Xiang remarked, glancing around at the gathered multitude, then towards the distant command post. His gestures were somewhat frantic as he urged, "But I am equally terrified, perhaps even more so. However, this is far more serious. Do you not understand? If it were a good deed, would I allow you to take the lead? Hurry, Tomb Raider, you must retract your statement." As Lu Xing spoke, the other 6 individuals fixed their gaze upon the face of Tomb Raider. Lai Shitu chuckled, albeit with a hint of forced bitterness, yet there was an inexplicable sincerity in his expression. "I understand." This smile, combined with his tone from the previous 2 exchanges, prompted Han Qingyu, and when Jifeidu exchanged glances, and they grasped the truth, it was genuine. The very essence of Tomb Raider had transformed. The person they once perceived as timid and self-effacing would never have remained so composed in this moment of acknowledgement. He would likely be trembling, weeping, and explaining simultaneously. Lu Xiang remained oblivious and continued, "It's impossible. Tomb Raider. With your cowardice, what innocent purgatory are you speaking of? You might as well be cleaning toilets. You, the harbinger of doom? He recalled the Tomb Raider from that first day, the only one in dormitory 11 who, under Zhang Daoan's coercion, admitted to being worthless, someone who had always appeared somewhat timid and insecure. Yet, how could such a feeble individual dare to search for ancient graves alone in a treacherous mountain for half a month, only to dig at night? Tomb Raider inquired. No one had a response. To understand the abundance of ancient tombs in our region, one must also acknowledge the plethora of terrifying tales that have been passed down. Laishida's attempts to persuade others appeared utterly irrational, akin to calmly seeking his own demise. He even chuckled once more, remarking, I find the stories they concocted for me rather unremarkable, yet amusing. Humorous anecdotes often allow one to overlook many things. As for that reserve station, it is rather elusive. They provided me with a rough vicinity, yet I struggled to locate it. He uttered another statement. Upon hearing this, the individuals from the 11th Squad felt a weight in their hearts, while Commander Li Wangqiang was instantly filled with immense alertness. This marked the second time the general location of the second reserve station had been exposed to the innocent purgatory. The situation was undoubtedly intricate, for even a regional captain like Lao Jian was only privy to the whereabouts of a single reserve station. Nevertheless, Li Wangqiang still granted them the opportunity to finish their discourse. So, are you truly? Yang Qibai hesitantly inquired. Indeed, Qibai, your name is quite disheartening. I initially suspected you might be one of us. Lai Shitu grinned silently, laughing for a while before finally approaching Han Qingyu. You scoundrel, Qingzi. You've made yourself far too killable, an A-class rookie, precisely the target the organization seeks to retaliate against. Were it not for this, neither I nor that fellow on the ground would have been exposed so early. We likely could have remained brothers a while longer. Lai Shitu spoke in a self-destructive mode. If I had known from the outset how worthy you were of being killed, I would have likely done so during the night. He then candidly expressed, chilling to the bone. The mentioned Mira, standing at the back of the crowd, cast a glance at Lai Shitu, opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. All right, the Tomb Raider concluded, waving his hand, and turned to approach Commander Li. Regardless, the fact remains that you had opportunities to take action these past 2 days. When Jifei remarked from behind, the Tomb Raider halted his steps. Although it was a trivial matter, the fleeting glimmers of light in the darkness, occasionally revealing eyes, rendered him incapable of taking such action. However, this particular thought, Lai Shitu pondered. He chose not to voice. He had grown accustomed to denying the existence of all warmth. Is your name truly Lai Shitu? Han Qingyu finally asked. Indeed. Lai Shitu nodded, seemingly delighted by this acknowledgement, smiling as he said, I am indeed from there. Such a decade and more, that kind of life. A solitary existence. Yet that does not necessitate the destruction of humanity, does it? There is no need to engage in such matters as the innocent purgatory. Yang Qibai felt a twinge of discomfort. In truth, I do not fully comprehend it either. Lai Shitu paused before continuing, however, I once had a younger sister. Later, I saved money and sold blood, delighted to send her to junior high. Then, she suddenly vanished. They said, those who bullied my sister were all minors, thus facing no consequences. In fact, one had already reached adulthood. I am aware of this, yet he managed to escape accountability due to his identification. Later, I sought out that lawyer, the principal, and the village chief, begging on my knees, but to no avail. If you cannot bring yourself to take action against Qingzi, now that they are gone, cannot you, as Captain Li just suggested, remain silent, forget the past, and truly embrace the essence of being a person of integrity? Why must you still emerge? When Jifei shouted from behind. At that moment, Lai Shitu had already approached. Standing before several soldiers, no one moved. He bowed his head in silence for a few seconds before gazing up at the sky. You are right. But why should I fight for such a world? Even if there are good people, even if I cherish certain feelings and wish to preserve what should not be destroyed, what reason do I have to fight for this world? Lai Shitu was a man devoid of any support. The purgatory of innocence constantly seeks individuals like him, even manufacturing such beings. Thus, the Tomb Raider chose to follow Captain Li and Appo's men. Captain Li stated, there will be no interrogation, labor, or meals. Consequently, the first to depart was the Tomb Raider, followed by Yang Qibai. The vehicle from the Order Corps arrived first to collect them. He shouldered his luggage and boarded, catching an apple thrown by Mira through the window, gesturing to take a bite. Reluctant to consume it, he smiled and rubbed it gently, placing it in his pocket. I shall fly the plane for everyone in the future, he declared as the vehicle set off. They would not leave until the afternoon. At noon, Old Gung personally prepared a meal for all the new recruits. After the meal, Old Gung, along with Captain Li, the chief of staff, and others, stood before the three-story building to bid farewell to the departing children, though he stood alone in the corner, waving. The farewell scene included parting from the instructors, the veterans, and the female squad leaders. I heard that during those last 2 days, some boys among the new recruits transitioned into manhood, but these were merely rumors. Why didn't T. Lao Jian come to see us off? When Jifei climbed aboard, tossing his luggage at Han Qingyu's feet, and remarked, "This is truly heartless." Han Qingyu harbored the same question, but was more perplexed as to why when Ji was present. "Why are you here?" Han Qingyu asked, feeling helpless, bewildered, and frustrated. He had already strived to control his emotions during the farewells. Learning that when Ji might choose to become a refuser provided him with some solace. Leaning back, when Jifei chuckled with satisfaction, saying, "I've pulled some strings and secured a position to oversee you all." As the vehicle departed, a large yellow dog chased after it. Running aimlessly, no one dared to utter a word. This journey was aboard a passenger bus, lacking any canopy, and it was said to take approximately 10 hours. Departing at noon to arrive by midnight. The interior of the bus was eerily quiet. This cohort of new recruits differed from previous ones, due to certain revelations. Nearly everyone was now aware of the designation 34473, belonging to the cafeteria's large yellow dog, which was essentially the official number assigned to the 9th Army by Chief Instructor Zhang. The implications were profound. Thus, if Chief Instructor Zhang himself was willing to call it that, it was his own affair, while the rest dared not speak. Until the final row. On the left side, a burly figure suddenly leaned over, awkwardly craning his neck to peer out of the window beside his companion, cheerfully waving and calling out, "Farewell. 34473, goodbye, De Huang." Han Qingyu and Wen Jifei observed the scene in silence. After a moment, He Tang-Ang, arms crossed, began to snore. The interior of the bus was enveloped in a tranquil stillness, broken only by the sound of the engine and the rattling windows. Despite the bumps, many had succumbed to slumber. Han Qingyu silently pondered the matter of the grave robber, feeling that injustice was one aspect, while lack of consideration was another. Ultimately, it was the influence and indoctrination of that so-called good person that rendered him a focal point of this purgatory of innocence. Therefore, perhaps such a conclusion was for the best. He had chosen to depart from the path of destruction that led to the unwarranted suffering of the masses. Indeed, no one possessed the authority to compel him to fight for this indifferent world. As for Han Qingyu and the majority of the people on this bus, they, to varying degrees, had their own reasons to fight. The question of why so many others were chosen instead of him, well, since misfortune had already befallen him, it was better not to question. He then began contemplating the issue of urination. The more one drinks, the more one must relieve oneself. Some situations might require distance. But that was no problem. He was still young. It needed to persist for a certain duration. Then, the energy would be transmitted. Never mind. Just as Han Qingyu was about to surrender his thoughts and look up, he caught sight of Captain Mira in the front row on the right. Her gaze darting away in a flustered manner. It was certainly not admiration. It was only to be expected. The intensity of his gaze when diving to retrieve a corpse had been far too fervent. Mira certainly did not think he would be excited by the act of touching a corpse. Thus God. This fellow was thrilled merely by imagining the reservoir as his bathing water. Indeed, he had just been stealing glances at her, and in his eyes, she must still be clad in a bikini. Though, admittedly, it was quite an appealing thought. So, was this the final hope of becoming a captain of a regional squad with an A-level team? The conflict was palpable. In the evening, as they prepared to eat their field rations, when Jifei noticed He Tang-Tang wandering aimlessly near the woods and remarked to Han Qingyu, "Make sure to check on him when we get on the bus. He might not be there." Yet, He Tang-Ang still boarded the bus. A while later, he pulled out a snake, unconscious from strangulation, from his pocket, saying, "We can roast this when we arrive. Would you like some?" Han Qingyu took it, examined it, and replied, "This kind of snake isn and opos, tea palatable. It has a strong earthy flavor." "Is that so?" He Tang-Gang inquired, gazing at the snake and opos' head. Han Qingyu affirmed, "Indeed." After traveling for over an hour at night, Zhang Daoan finally rose to speak. "Since you are all aware of the existence of the purgatory of innocence," he began, "allow me to elaborate. It merely seeks to reform individuals through hatred and despair. It is not particularly terrifying. What is truly frightening is the ability to persuade individuals to choose destruction under the guise of so-called ideals and philosophies, such as in the case of the Snow Lotus. Once, I pursued a woman from the Snow Lotus organization, a young and beautiful heiress, untouched by misfortune. She seemed more deserving than anyone here to appreciate and relish the world around her. I inquired as to her reasoning. She replied that witnessing the annihilation of a dominant species was a profoundly romantic affair, should her bones, one day, be unearthed like dinosaur fossils. That too would be quite romantic. I ended her life with a strike. To hell with romance. A few chuckled softly, while many remained silent. Perhaps it was somewhat unsettling to hear a rugged, over 6-foot-tall bald man utter such words as romantic. The true essence of romance lies in three-dimensional devices and deadly iron blades, in narrowly escaping death while vanquishing a formidable foe. Zhang Dun had concluded his monologue. He must have been reciting from notes. Can you believe it? Otherwise, how could he have mustered such darkness in his words? When Jifei whispered, though his voice cut through the stillness of the carriage like a knife. Ah, how I suddenly yearned to see Instructor Zhang go mad, lunging at my companions. No, I meant to say, to take down those beside me. The training session at the Bansai 9 military training base commenced the following morning, beginning with the distribution of the source energy three-dimensional maneuvering devices. The new recruits' devices were to be managed uniformly, collected each morning, and returned post-training. Thus, each regiment would have an equipment administrator, also referred to as an equipment officer. This was the official one Jifei had managed to secure through connections. The remaining time would be devoted to a course on device repairs, followed predominantly by firearms practice. What are you staring at, you foolish recruit? Do you still need the device? When Jifei smirked, addressing Han Qingyu, who stood before him. Surprised, aren't you? Han Qingyu accepted the device, grinning in response. On October 15th, the gradual transition to new gear officially began. When Jifei stated that to spare the new recruits from readjustment, they would receive the new equipment directly. Thus, the 9th generation source energy three-dimensional device was introduced. The 9th generation device appeared far more streamlined than the 8th generation worn by Lao Jin and his comrades. Metal straps interconnected in a configuration resembling a simplified hashtag with 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines. When donned, the head would pass through the central opening, with a total of 4 connectors securing the device to the waist, followed by fastening the heart and shoulder connections to complete the fitting. Aside from an additional horizontal strap on the chest and back, which was slightly thicker, it resembled the suspenders worn over the clothing by young masters in period dramas. The metal source energy combat box was still a separate component. By its dimensions, it seemed somewhat smaller, and by its structure, it was designed to be fastened vertically to the left side of the back, directly behind the heart. The blade, meanwhile, remained slung across the back, emerging from the right shoulder, but blades would not be issued today. When Jifei gestured toward another cabinet, where a long row of black iron straight blades lay in parallel. Do not fidget with the devices just yet. Wait until we reach the training grounds and don them under guidance, he called out to the crowd. Doesn't this seem a bit pitiful? Han Qingyu inquired. Apart from him, the equipment station is predominantly staffed by female soldiers serving as equipment officers. The station resembles a basketball court, with the central area flanked by relatively independent equipment rooms, one for each regiment. Though narrow, these rooms are long and deep, with 3D devices and solid steel blades mounted on the walls. Energy blocks are not distributed here. A fully charged energy block can be utilized for approximately 4 days during training, averaging out individual variances, a revelation that left Han Qingyu both surprised and disheartened. Cradling the pristine 9th generation 3D device that had just come into his possession, Han Qingyu felt a sense of reverence as he lowered his gaze to inspect it. On the upper right corner of the battle box, what the veterans referred to as the dark-hued metallic energy container, was the inscription number, 9-771,209. This number not only designated the device but would also serve as his combat identifier within the singularly observed legion, a number that, barring unforeseen circumstances, would accompany him throughout his life, perhaps even marking the urns of many others. In the interim, a female soldier resembling an ant called out to him from the sidelines, instructing him to have his hair trimmed as it had grown long. Han Qingyu raised his hand to tug at the hair he had just cut a month and a half prior, then settled onto a row of chairs at the edge of the field. A white cover was draped over him, followed by the sound of electric clippers. Observing the hairstyles of the veterans, which appeared quite casual, he casually asked the girl attending to him about it. She seemed to be quite diligent. And after about 3 minutes of cutting and brushing, his haircut was complete. Now sporting a buzz cut, Han Qingyu stood and continued toward the changing room. Along the way, he occasionally spotted several soldiers clad in the 8th generation devices passing by. They would stop to examine the ninth-generation devices held by the new recruits, exchanging a few remarks. At first glance, the security presence at the equipment station appeared somewhat sparse, but upon deeper reflection, one might speculate that in the event of an attack, a formidable number of skilled fighters could emerge from the shadows. "You're here, Qingyu," greeted Lu Xiong, and he Tang as Han Qingyu arrived, both already in the changing room. With the dormitory reassigned, he Tang had also become his roommate. They were down to their issued gray underwear, which bore little distinction from their dormitory attire, being men. There was nothing to feel awkward about. Han Qingyu found his spot, placed his device temporarily in the locker, and began to don his combat uniform. The gray-blue shirt had a texture reminiscent of coarse linen. It was not soft, but rather comfortable, allowing for unrestricted movement. The sleeves and front lacked conventional buttons, instead featuring a type of adhesive fastener that, once secured, was nearly impossible to detach without pulling it up or down. The trousers were of a similar hue, but slightly darker. Contrary to Han Qingyu's previous clothing habits, they seemed a tad snug. However, once worn, he discovered that their durability, elasticity, and overall comfort were exceptionally high. Dressed in trousers and fastening a brown four-pronged belt, Han Qingyu tucked the hem of his shirt into the waistband before taking a seat on the bench. He donned his ankle boots and secured the laces, then stepped outside to await his companions, He Tang and Lu Xiong, as they set off for the training ground. Simultaneously, the distribution of equipment among the various regiments was nearing completion. The equipment officers, particularly the majority comprised of female soldiers, took the opportunity to familiarize themselves with one another and engage in conversation. Among them, Wen Jifei, a male soldier, appeared somewhat out of place. The female soldiers regarded him with curious glances, both overtly and covertly, occasionally tinged with a hint of disdain. That fellow likely cannot face the battlefield. At the very least, he could serve in the Order Corps. Why then, is he here as an equipment administrator? Amidst the scrutinizing stares, Wen Jifei sat in silence, his gaze fixed on the personal assessment card in hand. At one moment, he managed a bitter smile. He then placed the card into his chest pocket, rose, and closed the door of equipment room 425, preparing to attend a machinery repair class. With an expressionless visage and unwavering focus, he walked straight past the female soldiers, neither hurried nor slow. However, the card in his pocket protruded slightly, catching the eye of one sharp-eyed soldier who glanced over, momentarily stunned, before stealing another look. The top third of the visible number. Good heavens, that SNA. The assessment card issued by Yuelon to new recruits pertains to numerous future considerations, such as medication dosages, and thus is specially printed. The letter A is rendered in a clear azure hue, adorned with unique patterns that are impossible for an ordinary person to replicate. Bold female soldiers, one after another, intentionally strolled past him, stealing furtive glances. Goodness, it's genuine. As when Jifei, maintaining his impassive demeanor, took his final step away from the equipment room, disappearing from sight, the female soldiers congregated, their excitement palpable, oblivious to the presence of the dice. Thus, a male recruit serving as an equipment officer with an A-grade integration level. Perhaps he bears a special mission, hence his mystery and discretion. Perhaps he harbors untold hardships, resulting in his aloofness, despondency, and depth. All of these elements are captivating, forming the foundation of the rule established by the Plague King dynasty of the equipment room. Earlier, the regiment's chief of staff had mentioned that the recruits had never encountered the true flag of the Azure Alliance during their time at the regiment or the new recruit training base. Now, it fluttered before Han Qingyu. On a modest flagpole, a rectangular banner was abruptly divided diagonally from the lower left to the upper right into two triangles. The upper triangle was entirely azure, featuring an abstract design that at first glance resembled crossed blades, yet upon closer inspection appeared to signify clasped hands, vigilantly guarding the expanse of blue below. The lower triangle bore no markings, merely a swathe of color. Currently, what Han Qingyu beheld was red. He mused that in different nations, this section might be rendered in varying hues. At this moment, he had just learned the salute method employed by Lao Jin, with fists drawn towards the heart. Perhaps due to his lack of personal experience, he felt slightly awkward performing it. However, due to the multitude of individuals collectively compelled to roar, for everything that breathes, there is no retreat in battle, standing against the vast sky. And there is an inexplicable surge of fervor. The energy cores have been distributed, and the devices lie at the feet of each individual. Chief Training Officer Qi Shantong stands upon the Grand Command platform, commanding, "Sit down." Should we sit? Despite their initial astonishment, the recruits, already midway through their trainings, promptly seated themselves in their pristine combat uniforms. Subsequently, the armor-donning ceremony commenced, as Qi Shantong announced. The recruits then began, under the guidance of various instructors and assistant trainers, to connect the devices at every interface. Shouldn't they first connect to the heart before proceeding to others? For instance, the kidneys. Han Qingyu inquired of Mira, who was accompanying as an assistant trainer, elaborating that he had previously observed Captain Lao Jian donning. My goodness. Why did he specifically mention the kidneys? Kidneys. Mira pondered, her mind buzzing. Stop, Captain. Mira. Mira, Captain? Han Qingyu felt an inexplicable oddity in Mira's stance, reminiscent of the time she wore a bikini and had just removed her outer garments. She tilted her head, arms crossed in a manner that seemed unintentional, yet was distinctly deliberate. Yet she was indeed clad in combat attire. However, the tailored design accentuated Mira Captain's impressive physique to an excessive degree. After a few seconds, Mira finally uttered in confusion. This, Han Qingyu innocently gestured towards himself, indicating the device interfaces. Are they all connected? Oh, yes, this is the most significant improvement of the 9th generation device, integrated startup, and we just underwent retraining this morning. Mira, still using an 8th generation device, hastily explained. With no further questions lingering, Han Qingyu quickly donned the complete device, connecting all interfaces, including the heart and shoulder, of course. The kidneys as well. Thus, the commonly used term armor donning is somewhat misleading, for even once the device is donned, the individual does not possess any armor. Contemplating this, tinged with excitement, they awaited for approximately a minute, until finally, the chief officer issued the command, initiate the device. In that instant, the overwhelming majority of recruits trembled with anticipation for that which they had seen, longed for, and awaited. The swift run like the wind, the thunderous strike. The tidal impact. Everything was finally about to unfold before them. At the heart, a circular metal disc, positioned inwardly at the side, yes, located. Zhang Daoan indicated the position, explaining, each initial activation of the device requires you to press this button first. However, in future combat scenarios, should the device enter a temporary sleep state, it will not be necessary. You can later activate it through the operation of the energy within your body. Thud. Hum. The scene was far from orderly. A cacophony of sounds erupted as thousands of stereoscopic devices vibrated, a sudden flash of blue light illuminating the surroundings. Reminiscent of standing in an ancient battlefield, witnessing countless soldiers collectively drawing their longbows. The war machines were primed, poised for action. Until that moment, no one had pondered the question, why sit down? By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. In front of Han Qingyu, Lu Xiang suddenly emitted a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Almost simultaneously, many others succumbed as well, some even sputtering blood before fainting. A multitude of individuals fell amidst groans and the sounds of blood being coughed up. Thus, the silence with which Lao Jian had previously fainted while injured was, in retrospect, quite remarkable. The grand spectacle was starkly different from the gentle warmth of energy flowing from the stereoscopic devices into the body. It surged like a tidal wave, particularly with the initial impact, which felt as if a colossal wave had built up before you, only to crash down unexpectedly, inundating your body and heart with all its force. In that instant, the majority of the crowd lost consciousness. Han Qingyu gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow as he endured the sensation of his heart shattering, the immense agony overwhelming him. Then, he began to sense a transformation as the surge spread from his heart to the rest of his body. This dispersing torrent remained violent, an overwhelming force coursing through him. As it traveled through his arms, he felt as though he could punch through walls, as it surged through his thighs. It imbued him with the sensation that he could soar into the air with a mere lift of his leg. Gradually, Han Qingyu acclimated to the experience. Opening his eyes, he surveyed the vast training ground where fewer than 100 new recruits remained seated, the majority still with closed eyes, grappling with their own torment. During this time, more individuals continued to collapse. After 2 or 3 minutes, a voice pierced through the chaos. Damn it, it hurts like hell. He Tang, drenched in sweat, opened his eyes, unleashing a torrent of expletives before swiveling his head to glance at Han Qingyu, exclaiming, what a monster. At this point, fewer than 60 individuals remained standing. On the command platform, the chief instructor, Qi Shantong, adorned with a stereoscopic device, suddenly resembled a frenzied madman, laughing maniacally, seemingly exhilarated. The others had concluded their morning training. Those who had fainted were of no concern, and the medical team was summoned for the bleeding recruits. In a state of ecstatic mania, he bellowed, bending forward and leaping side to side, resembling some peculiar beast, his eyes wide with excitement as he scrutinized the new recruits still seated below. He forced eye contact, grinning like a wild animal, and let out a low growl. "Indeed, you rascals. Ha! Get up, all of you. Run, run. If you don't reach that wall within 40 seconds, I will shoot." With that declaration, he drew a handgun and fired a shot into the air. "Arise, swiftly. He is truly a madman." Zhang Daogan, who had once been deemed insane by the new recruits of 425, remarked from the side. He Tao and Han Qingyu hastily sprang to their feet and dashed outside. Blast! With a mere burst of energy, He Tao, standing at nearly 1.9 meters and weighing close to 200 pounds, suddenly found himself tumbling headfirst to the ground. Surprisingly, he felt no pain. He Tao assessed his situation. "Run. I command you to run." Qi Shantong, crouched beside the command platform, aimed his gun at him, his expression that of a ferocious madman, yet his tone eerily ghost-like. "Get up, run." He Tao promptly leapt to his feet. Bang! He soared high once more, only to crash down again. "You are still unaccustomed to the surge of source energy and your current strength. Ease up a bit. First, stand still," Mira anxiously reminded from the side. 28. 27. Qi Shantong, gun in hand, observed the time, counting down. At last, He Tao and Han Qingyu, in a flurry, ran outside. Qi Shantong diverted his attention to the others, his movements resembling those of a conductor, an unhinged one at that. Ultimately, everyone reached the wall within 40 seconds. This duration was ample for an ordinary person. For them, clad in their three-dimensional apparatus, mastering the rhythm and techniques from the onset would suffice, Han Qingyu estimated. 6 to 7 seconds should be adequate. Yet, Qi Shantong refused to divulge this at the outset. He fired with his left hand. "I am truly proud of you." When the last recruit, spurred by the gunfire at his rear, finally reached his position, Qi Shantong stood at attention, pounding his chest with his fist. "You have astonished me. Moved me. Now, backtrack, begin." This madman raised his gun once again. "Run, run, run, stop." Bang. The bullet struck the ground just 3 meters away. Was this truly happening? The recruits were momentarily stunned. They had no choice but to continue their relentless sprinting. Back and forth, they dashed. After a considerable time, Qi Shantong finally calmed, reloading his magazine, lighting a cigarette, leisurely seated beside the command platform with a gun in one hand and a smoke in the other. "What is your name?" he suddenly inquired of one recruit. "Li Zhaoyu," the recruit replied, halting. "I did not tell you to stop. Keep running. Continue speaking. Which regiment are you from? Don't you dare mention compatibility. Voluntary or involuntary?" "Voluntary." "And you?" Qi Shantong shifted to another individual. "Cheng Qinrui, 429. "Voluntary." "You?" He switched again. "He Xianqiu, 453. "Voluntary." It was evident that most present were indeed voluntary. "And you?" "He Tao. Didn't he ask you?" Qi Shantong waved the gun's muzzle. "But if you wish to speak, then go ahead. Then I shall tell you nothing of consequence." He Tao resumed his forward sprint. "Ha! Ha-ra-ha!" Qi Shantong paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "He Tao, I shall remember you. Hey, what about you?" "Han Qingyu, 425. "Involuntary." "Involuntary?" "Indeed." "Ha ha ha, is it truly such misfortune?" "Ha ha ha. From this moment forth, I shall refer to you as the harbinger of bad luck." Qi Shantong, reveling in his own amusement for a while, suddenly called out from a distance. "Hey, you. The embodiment of misfortune. Halt." Han Qingyu continued unabated. "Stop." Han Qingyu persisted. "I command you to cease." Bang. A bullet struck the ground not far in front of Han Qingyu, sending soil flying. Yet, he remained undeterred. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qingyu, halt. Come to a stop, everyone, cease immediately. Qi Shantong ordered all the recruits to halt. Squatting on the command platform, he gazed at Han Qingyu, sincerely apologizing. "I extend my apologies." His tone was earnest, and then suddenly, he raised his gun to his own temple and fired. Bang. No need for that. Bang. In an instant, the bullet was discharged, the muzzle barely 2 centimeters from his forehead. Almost all the recruits instinctively reacted, hunching their shoulders, closing their eyes, raising their elbows to shield their faces, or leaping backward, regardless of whether they were grade A or grade B. Then, clink, the brass bullet casing fell to the ground. The blue light of the three-dimensional apparatus behind Qi Shantong flickered and extinguished. Was it thrilling? As he lifted his head, a genuine smile graced his lips. After a moment of mirth, he resumed his demeanor, akin to the most patient of instructors, and calmly stated, We are not the elite, we lack their strength. And we do not possess full body armor. Thus, the flow of source energy and the swiftness of its activation dictate our very survival. We must be quick. Exceedingly quick. His implication was clear. The state of the source energy's flow determined that it could not simultaneously and continuously envelop the wearer of the apparatus entirely. Therefore, the speed of its activation, mastery over its control, and modulation of its frequency dictated all matters of offense and defense. In other words, he was conveying, at present, the weapon still has the capacity to take your lives. Then, what if we were subjected to sustained gunfire? Qingyu inquired. Qi Shantong chuckled softly, shaking his head. No one can maintain sustained fire against the Azure warriors clad in the three-dimensional apparatus. No one. Bang, 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 bang. He emptied the magazine at an auxiliary instructor positioned less than 5 meters behind him, targeting from the lower leg to the head, mirroring the instructor and Oppo's movements. Clink, clink, clang, clink. The instructor evaded 3 of the bullets, drawing his blade and deflecting the 7th bullet aimed at his brow before standing firm. At that moment, the brass head of the 6th bullet had only just fallen from the instructor and Oppo's neck to the ground. Damn it, you startled me. Now at least 30 meters away. The instructor, with the blue light just extinguished, sheathed his blade and spat in exasperation. One can only imagine, had he retaliated, he could have reached Qi Shantong's side at least 6 times by now. Qi Shantong, unfazed, merely smiled and remarked, "These are my soldiers." In that very moment, Qingyu pondered. Had those 2 innocent purgatories at the 700 reserve station possessed such skill, or even if there were a considerable gap, I should have perished long ago. On the command platform, Qi Shantong had risen to his feet, pacing back and forth. There are currently 34 of you remaining here, among whom some are of grade A. Even A, though the majority are grade B. I recall the names and details of each one of you, save for one name that escapes me. In a month and Oppo's time, I shall fire upon you. In truth, the individuals most affected by this scene were not the fresh recruits standing before the command platform, their eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. The one truly shaken, feeling a sense of desolation, was Wen Jifei, who stood at the side of the training ground alongside Mira and Zhang Daoan, witnessing the entire ordeal. At that moment, he cradled the Mira 9 automatic rifle, lent to him for practice. Feeling disheartened? Mira perceptively inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Wen Jifei turned away, momentarily forgetting to deny it. "Give me the gun, follow me." Mira retrieved the sleek black rifle from his grasp, slinging it over her shoulder as she advanced. Wen Jifei hurriedly trailed behind her. As the crowd at the command platform began to disperse, Mira strode forward with the weapon, capturing attention and halting the departing throng. All eyes were upon her. "Hello, Mira," a recruit saluted. "May I give it a try? I just witnessed that scene, and I must say, the chief instructor's marksmanship leaves much to be desired." Qi Shantong paused, momentarily taken aback, as did the instructor. "Then why not give it a go?" Qi Shantong replied, donning his customary, rather irksome grin. The instructor, having just extinguished his cigarette, nodded in agreement. "Then I shall shoot," Mira even cautioned. She then steadied the rifle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. The first, aimed at the face, was narrowly avoided. The second, anticipated, aligned with the instructor and Oppo's evasive trajectory, just as he moved. He could not elude it, raising his arm in defense. The third shot struck his ankle, landing true, though there was no blood. He lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Mira turned, handed the gun to Wen Jifei, stating, "This is what we can achieve. Capturing fleeting opportunities to convert and harness energy, creating space for survival and lethal chances for our comrades. Thus, I am more than willing, Miss Mira." Wen Jifei accepted the rifle, scrutinizing it closely. Bang, 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 bang. Qi Shantong raised his hand in applause, then addressed the disgruntled instructor on the ground, who had just regained his footing. "Do not take offense. If I am not mistaken, your fall was not unwarranted." He then turned to Mira, his smile sincere. "If I am correct, you are Mira Chiao, the only blue warrior permitted and endorsed to use live firearms on the front lines of the 9th Army?" The term only bore significant weight, especially since Mira had just demonstrated why she held that distinction. The recruits gazed at the exotic beauty with newfound admiration. Mira nodded, saluting. "Yes, Major General Qi." A gasp rippled through the recruits. "Major General? This lunatic is a Major General?" If he were not indeed a madman, he was likely much more than just a Major General. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Daoan had appeared beside Han Qingyu and spoke. "So what exactly did he do?" Qi Shantong was the newest recruit in the history of the Huaxi Asian Allied Forces to be expelled from a squad in record time. And he also held the record for the most expulsions. Zhang Daoan recounted that on the third day after Qi Shantong had joined the squad, he began instructing the captain and veteran members on improving their tactical maneuvers. Would they listen? He queried. Of course not, which is why he was expelled. After a brief pause, Zhang Daoan continued. Later, he got married and had a son. When the child turned 10, his compatibility was assessed at E-. Qi Shantong started teaching him assassination and camouflage, preparing him to cleanse the family name as an undercover agent upon turning 16. His wife divorced him as a result and revealed everything to protect their child. Subsequently, within a year, Qi Shantong fell madly in love with 8 female soldiers, proposing to each of them in succession. At that moment, Qi Shantong had leapt down from the platform, saluted, then extended his hand, smiling warmly. Miss Mira, at long last. May we be introduced? Han Qingyu hurriedly stepped in front of Mira, followed closely by Wen Jifei, with Yi Tang also wandering over, appearing confused. That's unnecessary, Han Qingyu interjected. Meeting Qi Shantong's bewildered gaze, Qi Shantong hesitated, standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of Mira. Miss Mira, you see. Qi Shantong stood there, momentarily stunned, as the new recruits snickered and dispersed. As for the speculations and cultural lessons regarding Dejian, if you were my soldier, I would train you by casting you out, letting the purgatory of innocence pursue you for 2 years. When Qi Shantong whispered this in a Han Qingyu's ear that afternoon, Han Qingyu struggled to discern if there was any underlying resentment. However, concerning documents of the level of the next sequence, he, a mere major general of a combat regiment unrelated to archival or research projects, lacked the authority to access or comprehend them. The child? Oh, his sensitivity is quite commendable. Aside from that, nothing particularly remarkable. Meanwhile, Han Qingyu was unaware that his name was being discussed within the Huaxi Asian Council, as he was, after all, the first combat personnel to enter the next sequence. Other combatants were either first or second. None had ever been amalgamated into the next sequence. The individual addressing this matter was named Qinbu, but here, he was known by the codename Goat. Why the sudden urgency to summon me? What's the matter? The elder had been present for some time, growing impatient with the idle chatter, and finally raised his head to inquire. Well, the other elder, seated at the opposite end of the long table, dressed in a shirt and tie, stated, the young lady from the language department of the Research Institute, who belongs to the next sequence, has just submitted a report with her colleagues. They believe they have deciphered something. As the chairman of the Huaxi Asian Council, he formally commenced today's agenda. The document was projected onto the wall of the room. I am unable to reach your location. Is this not a tautology? Is it not merely a reiteration of what the rejecter has consistently been doing? Otherwise, the great sharp would have already gathered and descended, evading the onslaught, or landed within the city. Qin Bui paused momentarily, expressing his thoughts. Yet, at last, we have a definitive statement. Indeed. The more significant matter lies in deciphering the meaning of this phrase and subsequently analyzing its structure. Through this, we can forge a pathway to unravel the phonetics and linguistic logic of the great sharp, thereby enabling us to make further judgments. This particular sentence appears to require little discussion, as indicated by the speaker's slight nod. The scene on the wall shifts. The next statement, is Mi Wang about to fulfill retribution? This sequence of phonetics has been the most frequently heard during the decades of your frontline observations of the great sharp's self-destruction. This time, the speaker initiates the explanation. Chun Bui remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation before inquiring, what is Mi Wang? At present, there is no consensus exceeding half in agreement on this matter. However, the naming Yao Qiao, that young girl, the speaker employed 3 different phrases without ever referring to her as my granddaughter. She ventured a guess that Mi Wang likely signifies the god of war. Chen Bui interjected, absurd. In the next moment, within the meeting room, which was not particularly crowded, discussions arose that felt noisy and vexatious. After all, nearly everyone's initial conjectures regarding extraterrestrial civilizations have been inclined towards technological advancement. This applies to literature, film, and science alike. Hence, the emergence of the term god of war was met with palpable resistance. The speaker waited in silence until the discussions gradually subsided, just as he was about to speak. Is that the red shoulder? Chen Bui concealed his tension adeptly. Yet the anxiety within his gaze betrayed him. As the individual who first countered with absurdity, he was also the one closest to the frontline battles. Having reflected on it, he was perhaps quicker to accept that this might indeed be a correct speculation. Thus far, The only formidable great sharp encountered by the Legion was the one responsible for the creation of the September 29th Memorial Day, known to the Coalition as the Red Shoulder. The speaker's gaze towards Chun Bui grew heavy due to his inquiry. Merely a young girl's conjecture. After a moment, the speaker attempted to lighten his tone, stating, "Here is a synthesis of the records from your frontline observations regarding the phonetics of the Great Sharp, compiled by her and her colleagues over the years. Feel free to take a look." The imagery on the wall shifts once more. Philemio, primary warrior, what we know as the Great Sharp, is highly likely to be the slave class of that civilization. Tokuna, intermediate warrior, Red Shoulder. Dai, advanced warrior, Red Shoulder. Puter, super warrior, Miwang, god of war. The meeting room remained silent for an extended period until the speaker finally spoke. Merely conjecture. Flights of fancy. He reiterated his previous statements, embellishing them further in an attempt to render them more dubious. However, Chen Buer interjected, stating, "If this is indeed accurate, let us assume it to be true." Then, his tone abruptly shifted as he emphatically declared, "Remove the question mark following Red Shoulder and replace it with a period." A cacophony erupted in the conference room. Even the mere vibrations of chairs and heightened breaths constituted an inappropriate noise, for the speaker was the sole witness to the Legion commander. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Chen Buer. Let us not forget, the Great Point inherently possesses a hierarchical significance. Chen Buer reminded everyone of a matter that, due to the long-standing constancy of the Great Point, had become easily overlooked, though it was not particularly clandestine. This formed the basis upon which Chen Buer inferred that Red Shoulder referred to Tuakona, a mid-level warrior. Although simplistic and blunt, it appeared irrefutable. Did this not imply that someone had spoken only half the truth, falling silent thereafter? It seemed he wished to inquire, how could one resist such a reality? Yet, such discourse was impermissible here. Allow me to articulate. A young man in his 40s, in this setting, he epitomizes youth, stood and remarked, "Does this inference not suggest that the Great Point is not the advanced technological civilization we have always presumed, but rather a civilization of individual martial prowess?" Absurd. The initial thought of the members from the research division present was nearly unanimous, yet no one could swiftly conjure a rebuttal. Merely based on these 2 points, quantity and application, they had already achieved overwhelming dominance. Someone in the assembly spoke up. Until Chen Buer questioned, "What are they here for? Why? How should I know? Perhaps because their own planet has become uninhabitable." He speculated. Is that not plausible? Thus, they are conducting an exploration measured in light years through the source energy. The young man turned to realize the questioner was the former chief, and his tone immediately softened. After hesitating for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the Azure actually harbors dead iron and source energy? Thump, 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 the sound of a racing heartbeat. This was a question that the research institute belonging to the Azure had been hypothesizing and pursuing for over 80 years. But where? They had excavated over 10,000 meters into the earth. Yet where was the evidence? Silence ensued. Let us proceed. Continuing this discussion holds no purpose. We shall vote directly. The chairman cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Those in favor of submitting this inference along with the aforementioned 2 linguistic interpretations to the International Council of the Azure Alliance, please raise your hands." Upon finishing, he himself slowly raised his hand. This was not a form of manipulation. In fact, over the past decade, the chairman and Oppos' own suggestions had been rejected numerous times. Such was the rule of the Azure. Then, with a stern expression, Chen Buer raised his hand. The young man, who had long been eager, finally released his arm with a decisive thud against the table. An increasing number of hands were raised in agreement, 21-9, with the affirmative votes surpassing 2/3. I hereby declare the proposal approved. The aforementioned content will be entirely submitted to the International Council of the Azure Alliance. The presiding officer, who is also a member of the International Parliamentary Presidium, delivered the final remarks, thus concluding the meeting. After the session, in the corridor, an elderly man named Chu Zhangshi stood at the doorway, gazing intently for a considerable time at the silent departure of Chen Buer. That once resolute old farmer, who had always maintained a straight posture, appeared for the first time today to have a slight curvature. His shoulders bore an immense weight. Why must the sole witness of the Legion's endeavors proclaim, "I see it, I annihilate it," even amidst the vast desolation of the wilderness? Fully aware that they would not be seen by ordinary people in the near future, they felt compelled to fulfill this duty, even at the cost of their lives. The fear of the news leaking and inciting panic was merely a secondary concern. Hence, they persisted for decades in sporadic dissents that, while appearing foolish, were in fact not so. In the grand expanse of the universe, they were essentially akin to worker ants scattered about. Regarding that civilization, they now possess but a vague direction, lacking precise coordinates. Any slight deviation, in the context of cosmic navigation, could result in a divergence of millions or even billions of miles. Perhaps the true army of that civilization is engaged in a large-scale migration or expedition measured in light years. Deep within the cosmos? A teacher in his 50s, undoubtedly unaware of high-level secrets, was cheerfully addressing his new students in class, uttering these words. The time was 40 minutes before dinner. So, perhaps it falls to your generation to confront this challenge, haha. Upon finishing, he chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Just a side note, but it's not impossible, right? Of course, it's also conceivable that by the time you all grow old, they still might not have arrived. After all, it is the universe. Among the audience listening to his lecture were Qingyu and all the new recruits with a high school education or above in this session of the 9th Army training. Indeed, they had academic courses, like the one currently being taught. The name of this peculiar course was Defiance of Physics. Regarding the inference that Jian hails from a civilization of individual martial prowess with underdeveloped technology, the most challenging aspect to accept is, in fact, the preliminary evidence provided by the personnel from the Azure Research Department. I believe that this inference cannot be articulated as that civilization's technology is underdeveloped. The reality is simply that their technological tree does not align with our presumptive trajectory. A girl interjecting appeared to be around 18 or 19, radiating youthful exuberance. She smiled brightly while speaking, exuding a cheerful demeanor that belied any sense of contention. Upon finishing her remark, she took a crisp bite of the apple in her hand, the sound resonating, and then continued to chew while lowering her head to peruse a white document on the table. When you put it that way, it does seem so. To assess the technological advancements of different civilizations along the same trajectory is perhaps the epitome of Navi arrogance. That is merely our conceptualization of technology, akin to the assumption that every civilization utilizes firearms, which is overly simplistic. A woman from the office chimed in. Another individual presented a logical example, suggesting that when a civilization possesses both source energy and dead iron from the very beginning, they may never resort to using petroleum, even if it exists on their planet. At the very least, they could lag behind us in the development of petroleum technology, which is quite understandable. Source energy and dead iron, such wondrous entities. The girl lowered her head, her words resembling a soliloquy. Before continuing, even their shuttlecraft are constructed using these two materials for propulsion and structure, whereas we have yet to discover many applications for source energy. The girl implied that the technological progression of that civilization is fundamentally concentrated on the development and utilization of source energy and dead iron. The logic is simple, akin to the Azure, if it is indeed, as the legends suggest, that humanity could cultivate spiritual energy, soaring through the skies, and perpetually continue in such a manner, then the technological tree and the manifestation of civilization we observe today would undoubtedly differ from what it is now. If that were a world fully immersed in source energy. The girl paused momentarily before adding, it could be termed a civilization of individual martial prowess, and the likelihood of establishing a hierarchical system of slavery, governed by extreme force, would be significantly high. This discussion appeared to delve deeper into discovery, with the group members engaging enthusiastically. However, suddenly, the girl gasped in astonishment. Her half-eaten apple lingering at the corner of her mouth, her gaze fixated on the last page of the open documents on the table. The newcomer, a combatant, is quite handsome. Upon uttering this, she sprang to her feet and headed straight towards the office door. What handsome fellow? Shake. Bring him over for me to see. The office lady called out with a laugh from behind. Oh, during work hours. Where are you off to, Shake? Another colleague just entered, smiling as they inquired. I have a matter to attend to. It's official business. Xian Yaoqiao, known by many names, replied as she turned and waved her hand, then skipped out of the office. What a lively demeanor. Growing up in a family devoted to Azure research, Xian Yaoqiao was secretly included in the secondary sequence at the age of 16, joining the linguistics department of the Azure Huaxia Sub-Research Institute as a linguist prodigy that same year. In her imagination, she ought to possess a stern or even aloof visage. However, the reality was quite the opposite. To some extent, Xian Yaoqiao appeared to others as someone not of their era. Her colleagues initially attributed this to a generational gap, only to later realize that she, along with her peers, seemed to belong to a different time altogether. The white dossier she held in her hands was actually the latest update from the secondary sequence. Within this group, aside from the newly inducted combat system recruit, who had yet to be informed, everyone else was already familiar with one another, albeit limited to mere acquaintance. Such a charming photograph, and moreover, he is a combatant. Possessing Ultra S-level sensitivity and A-level fusion compatibility, which seems a bit peculiar, yet inconsequential. After all, finally, we have someone capable among us. Xie Yaoqiao wandered lost in thought, her hands lightly swaying a seemingly inconspicuous white file. In truth, however, the substantial sequence documents resting within the headquarters of the Azure Galaxy were of considerable significance. At the very least, they boasted leather covers adorned with golden edges and inscribed annotations. The first sequence, designated as the combat sequence, bore the inscription, First Sequence Super Combat Power. Confidential. The second sequence, also a combat sequence, was marked Second Sequence Elite Combat Power. In contrast, the annotation for the subsequent sequence was lengthy. The subsequent sequence, obscure and neglected, yet still imbued with hope for unexpected victory. This annotation was often challenging to comprehend, yet fortunately, those who had encountered and needed to grasp its meaning were few. Among the individuals in this sequence, such as the genius among the rejectors, one dared not harbor expectations, yet perhaps one day, he would indeed unveil a stroke of genius, misleading and luring extraterrestrial civilizations to another galaxy. Then there was the blacksmith. One dared not entertain hopes, yet perhaps one day, he would achieve groundbreaking advancements in the application of dead iron, significantly enhancing the Azure and Opos as combat capabilities. And then there was Xie Yaoqiao, currently identified as a linguist. One dared not expect, yet perhaps one day she could broker a truce through dialogue with extraterrestrial civilizations, orchestrate deception, or even resolve some misunderstanding, thus quelling the conflict without resorting to force. Furthermore, there were 6 others. As for the most recently included Han Qingyu, he appeared to be a special case. Some even speculated that he might merely serve to round out the numbers. Or perhaps it was simply Chan Buha's petty grievances regarding the absence of anyone from the second sequence who had witnessed the Legion firsthand. He was the only combat system personnel in this sequence. The rationale for his inclusion was rather scant, attributed solely to his exceptional S-class energy sensitivity combined with an A-class integration level, unprecedented and incomprehensible. Thus, he was regarded as an uncertain variable. Departing the Azure Galaxy Research Institute No. 2, Xie Yaoqiao passed by a ceaselessly burning fireplace at the entrance, its flames roaring. She casually tossed the white file, which she had possessed for no more than 15 minutes, into the fire, photographs included. Standing there, she watched it burn to ashes before turning away. The regulation prohibiting the removal of research documents from the office had originated long ago, dating back to an era when the Institute's defenses were less formidable. This practice had since evolved into a widely acknowledged custom and guideline. At first glance, this regulation appeared primarily to safeguard the documents. However, over time, statistical evidence revealed that it primarily served to protect individuals. It aimed to keep families distanced from confidentiality. Roughly speaking, the ordinary 5-story residential building, secured by guards, was divided into multiple checkpoints. Xie Yaoqiao ascended the stairs with a rhythmic clatter, her destination the 3rd floor, which was home, within the confines of the Second Research Institute. The number of individuals privy to the dual identity of Xie Yaoqiao as the granddaughter of Chu Chengshi, the president of the Azure Huaxia Council, is rather limited, perhaps a mere dozen or 20. Those aware of her affiliation with the Azure secondary sequence are even fewer, not exceeding 10. Finally, the select few cognizant of her simultaneous association with the second combat sequence, possessing the unique A-level integration from 2 prominent Azure scientific families, dwindles to no more than 5, including her parents and uncle. "Hey, Grandpa, I'm home. My parents are at work," Xie Yaoqiao announced as she dialed a special line, reclining on the sofa. "During office hours, please address me as President," came the voice on the other end, tinged with amusement yet feigning seriousness and formality. "President Grandpa, what is it?" "I miss you," Xie Yaoqiao stated earnestly. "I want to see you, by the way. I believe it's time for us in the secondary sequence to convene and get acquainted." Her grandfather, who had been warmed just moments prior, hesitated. "Is that truly necessary? There is currently no need for collaboration amongst you. Regardless of whether collaboration is required, it would be prudent to know each other," Xie Yaoqiao asserted. "Should the Azure ever fall, we, the less favored, could could rely on each other for communication and concealment during our escape, strategizing our counterattack together. I'm speaking hypothetically. She added, sensing his skepticism. You're a scientist, Grandpa. How can you be so superstitious? You're not like Grandpa Goat, who once sent a suicide squad to cut down the red shoulder and first beheaded a chicken, binding it with red cloth. Such matters are, well, never mind. You wouldn't comprehend, Chu Chongshi sighed, lamenting the influence of their scientific upbringing. It's our fault beyond science, your logical reasoning has strayed. The conversation meandered aimlessly for several minutes until Xian Yao Qiao, growing impatient with her grandfather's reluctance regarding the gathering, candidly confessed, to be honest. I wish to see the newcomer in the combat system of our sequence. Chu Chongshi paused, his tone turning serious. Yao Qiao, yes? You are a young lady. Yes. Thus, you must exercise restraint, understand? But I'm already 19 since I was 13. You've taught me to approach gender matters scientifically, Xian Yao Qiao countered. Moreover, you all encouraged my curiosity about everything, so how could I not be curious about men? Chu Chongshi found himself momentarily speechless. On the other end of the line, his granddaughter, having displayed remarkable talent from a young age, had received some education within the Azure system. Yet the majority of her upbringing and training had been conducted at home under a specialized plan. Both her maternal and paternal family ties are woven with the elite of the Azure scientific community. This entirely scientific and rational environment of growth and education has enabled her to develop and realize her genius at an accelerated pace. However, it has also rendered her distinct from others. To some extent, Xian Yao Qiao exists outside of her era. She possesses a limited understanding of human emotions and lacks a certain introspective sensibility. These detrimental consequences have gradually manifested. After a brief pause, noticing the silence, she continued to express her thoughts. Now, finally, a peer of mine, who captivates my interest in every aspect, has appeared, handsome, embodying the combat system I have long anticipated, tall, and endowed with a mysterious combination of talents. I believe I should endeavor to understand him better. Grandfather, you should feel pleased, too. She was not merely causing a stir, she was engaging in rational analysis. Chu Chongshi recognized this and pondered, what can be said? Moreover, given my exceptional genes, it would be prudent for me to consider procreation for the sake of Weilong, Xian Yao Qiao stated earnestly once more. Nonsense. Chu Chongshi finally erupted, vehemently rejecting his granddaughter's notion in a domineering manner, ending the call. Leaning back in his chair, the somber grandfather reflected. 19. How did it come to this? It seems the time has come to remind my daughter to provide Yao Qiao with some non-scientific, more emotional education, even if it is a case of mending the barn after the sheep have fled. He contemplated calling his daughter after her work to discuss this issue and devise a plan. However, before he could make the call, his daughter and Appo's phone rang first. Dad. Xiao Qiao left us a note saying she has just completed a significant project and is quite exhausted, having not taken a vacation in 2 years. She has decided to go on holiday. This matter, the father and daughter exchanged a few words before quickly concluding that their granddaughter had run away, taking the three-dimensional device with her. Can we catch up to her? Chu Chongshi inquired. Probably not, his daughter replied. Dad, you have employed so many experts to teach her from a young age. Her integration level is unparalleled in our family and Appo's generations. Plus, her anti-tracking skills. Chu Chongshi felt a surge of frustration. Does she not care about the consequences? Is she unaware of her responsibilities? Does she not understand the gravity of her actions? Wait. Dad, his daughter said, rummaging through some papers. She soon found a sheet of draft paper, exclaiming, initially, I had no idea what this was, only now do I comprehend. Xiao Qiao calculated her probability of survival on this excursion. The conclusion is that it is comparable to an ordinary person taking a bus on a winding mountain road or an elderly person bathing alone. Then we mustn't draw attention to it or act rashly. Indeed, Yao Qiao possessed self-preservation skills, and no one was aware of her private departure or her destination. Chu Chongshi regained his composure, analyzing the situation as he spoke, finally declaring, I know where she intends to go, and I will find a way to arrange it. The call was terminated. At this moment, Chu Chongshi found himself in a state of apprehensive restraint, anxiously concerned yet too fearful to utter a word. The news must not leak. He posited a hypothesis. If information were made public, and then the cleansing faction selected an individual from the Azure research system to abduct. Chu Chongshi speculated that their likelihood of choosing their own granddaughter might even surpass that of the core figures involved in the research of those three-dimensional devices. Meanwhile, the cleansing faction, had yearned to connect with their deity of arrival, the god of destruction, for decades. As for the side note on the podium, a middle-aged teacher clad in a white shirt gestured dismissively once again, perhaps for the 10th time, before bowing his head to sift through his lesson plan. It was predictable that he would soon look up and inquire, "Oh, by the way, have you heard about?" before continuing his idle chatter. Qingyu glanced at the clock on the wall. Only 3 minutes remained until the class ended. Yet, he still harbored no understanding of what truly constituted a violation of physics. Thus, aside from his relatively proficient Mandarin, what distinguished this Azure teacher from his high school instructors? Alas, is class almost over? Look, you all didn't even bother to remind me. Let us hasten. The teacher, who had been meandering through tangential topics for nearly the entire lesson, finally snapped to attention and began. The so-called violation of physics does not genuinely entail contravening or abandoning the fundamental principles of physics, but rather, your future cognitive habits must contravene and overcome certain specific principles within current physics. In this regard, unlike the elementary students next door, you need not learn it, for they are innately superior to you, because they have not studied it. This course is quite significant indeed. It serves as the foundation for your subsequent studies in other subjects. For example, new combat studies, new special mechanics, which essentially discuss that three-dimensional device, and new cosmology. The new textbook for this is yet to be compiled. Speaking of which, I am quite familiar with old Zhang, who is responsible for the new curriculum. We were college classmates. A little secret, he often procrastinates. He was once so lazy he wouldn't even bathe. Suddenly, a student could no longer contain himself, raised his hand, and rapped his elbow on the desk, interrupting, "Teacher, then why must we contravene and overcome? What precisely must we overcome?" Because of the emergence of source energy, the middle-aged teacher straightened his posture, exclaiming, "I've been lecturing for ages. And you still haven't grasped this? The emergence of source energy." Meanwhile, at the shooting range, the 9th Army's training base also housed a shooting range. Albeit its function and significance were rather minimal, and it was somewhat rudimentary. Occasionally, soldiers would come here, not to practice marksmanship, but merely to vent their emotions through gunfire. At that moment, aside from a few disabled veterans overseeing the area, only when Jifei and Mira were practicing their shooting. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past when Jifei's shoulder, striking the tin ring of another target beside him with precision. Mira had fired while he was focused on aiming. Apologies. At that moment, Myra's voice of regret echoed from behind him. "I was lost in thought just now, and inadvertently discharged the firearm. Fortunately, I did not harm you." When Jifei, "Are you all right?" With Mira and Appo's signature, they exited the shooting range. This notion was a first for Mira, who appeared bewildered, responding with an "oh." Then when Jifei inquired, "Do you find Qingyu handsome?" "Aye." Mira flustered. However, when Jifei seemed oblivious, lowering his head as he walked and continued to mutter, "Speaking of which, back in school, Qingyu was decent, yet there remains a noticeable disparity compared to now." He never anticipated that donning a military uniform, particularly our combat attire, and sporting a buzz cut, how should one put it? It seems even his demeanor has undergone a transformation. Mira lifted her gaze. "Is that so?" "Indeed, one might not perceive it in everyday circumstances, yet under certain unique conditions, it becomes evident that he has grown particularly composed, even somewhat ruthless. For instance, earlier this morning, with all those bullets from Qishan Copper landing before him, he remained utterly unfazed." When Jifei pondered, although his family has a long-standing tradition of snake catching, which tends to cultivate a calm disposition, I recall back in the day. When I startled him from behind a door, he would yelp and scream in surprise. As when Jifei continued, he suddenly recalled Qingyu had taken a life, that of someone from the innocent purgatory. After some contemplation, he chose not to mention it. I haven't heard of the notion that energy can alter one's appearance. Perhaps, as you suggested, it relates to military service and combat uniforms. As for demeanor, I believe it is indeed plausible, Mira stated earnestly. Didn't you just enter the energy field? The energy field amplifies certain emotions and traits of individuals, and such experiences and influences are likely to be perpetuated to some extent. Is that so? When Jufei responded vacantly, he reflected on Qingyu. Yet, his calmness in killing occurred prior to his exposure to the energy field. He contemplated his own experiences and realized it indeed seemed accurate. Since he underwent the amplification of loneliness in the energy field, he had become more prone to sentimentality than before. For instance, his current unwillingness to refuse the rejecter likely stemmed from such emotional influences. The fear of solitude, the dread of parting, especially in an environment where each encounter and farewell could potentially be the last. And you, Captain Mira? What were your thoughts while in the energy field? He suddenly inquired. Me? Well, when Jifei chuckled, it was primarily the issue of having too much charm. Too many girls were enamored with me, which was quite bothersome at the time. The class bell rang. It was impossible to extend the lesson. The recruits, upon hearing the teacher and Appo's dismissal, surged out in a frenzy. They still needed to return their three-dimensional devices at the equipment depot. In truth, the afternoon training was not particularly arduous. The training regimen for those who fainted in the morning involved practicing walking and jogging while equipped with their devices. In contrast, Han Qingyu and his group continued to run, but with the added challenge of catching iron balls thrown by Qi Shantong or the assisting instructors, promptly hurling them in the designated direction. This exercise of tossing the iron balls essentially laid the groundwork for wielding a weapon in combat, necessitating synchronization with the fluctuating cadence of energy flow. His arms felt fatigued. Han Qingyu quickened his pace, set down his device, and lifted his gaze, only to discover Wen Jifei comfortably seated, a bag of peanuts before him as he busily shelled them. Mira was similarly engaged in the task. Why are you? Han Qingyu began, wondering why Wen Jifei was not tidying up the devices, ensuring they were properly arranged, and checking for any damage or malfunctions. Turning around, he noticed two unfamiliar female soldiers happily occupied with their tasks. They insisted on coming, claiming they had finished their own duties and had nothing else to do. I couldn't stop them, Wen Jifei murmured. Are you convinced? Indeed, Han Qingyu pondered. Since you have some free time, perhaps you could engage in energy nurturing. With that, he placed a piece of the previously awarded blue crystal energy block on the table. Isn't this rather wasteful? Wen Jifei hesitated, unlike the last time when he readily accepted. Now, he was acutely aware of his circumstances and the rarity of energy blocks. Not at all. Aren't and Appo's TU training with firearms? Merely mastering marksmanship is insufficient for frontline duty. You must first solidify your physical foundation, enhancing speed, strength, and agility. This way, even if you find yourself in a precarious situation, you will not be at a disadvantage. As he spoke, Mira nodded in agreement, adding, in fact, individuals who have absorbed energy to a high degree can withstand even ordinary bullets, sustaining only superficial injuries, even without their devices. This was new information for Han Qingyu. Is that so? He inquired. Yes, Mira replied, briefly meeting his gaze before looking away. Look, Han Qingyu turned to Wen Jifei. The remaining issue is whether you can occasionally use the devices here. That is not permissible. Using equipment outside of sanctioned activities is a serious violation. A voice interjected from the doorway. Zhang Daoan entered, standing firm, but his serious demeanor softened into a smile as he said, Feel free to use mine. I haven't needed it lately. In that moment, both Han Qingyu and Wen Jifei shared a silent astonishment. Zhang Daoan actually smiled? Not only that, but he had brought the equipment with him. Having witnessed the chaotic scene during the morning training, his mood was slightly tense. Shall we begin then? The three standing nodded in agreement. With a hum and a flash of blue light, the devices powered up. Wen Jifei furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he braced himself, managing to hold on. They must have landed perfectly on the A side, at the very least on the B side. As Zhang Daoan spoke, he casually cracked open a peanut and popped it into his mouth, then reached for another. Embodying the demeanor of an ordinary middle-aged man who often sat at the village square, enjoying a performance while snacking and chatting. In mere seconds, Wen Jifei's eyes fluttered open. I actually sputtered a mouthful of blood and fainted. He swayed a few times before collapsing sideways with a thud. This was quite the turn of events. Zhang Daoan's calm voice narrated, 57, The Lost Traveler. The three-dimensional device continued its operation as Wen Jifei awakened from his stupor. He regained consciousness more swiftly than most in the training ground that morning, perhaps. Yet another flip had occurred. Upon opening his eyes, a startled gasp escaped him, and he instinctively curled up, facing upwards, retreating awkwardly on hands and feet, feeling akin to a defenseless woman coerced by a bully. Observing his condition was Zhang Daoan, while Han Qingyu and Mira sat at a distance, shelling peanuts and chuckling. You startled me, Wen Jifei exclaimed, finally regaining his composure. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rubbed the side of his head to check for any swelling. Looking up, he addressed Zhang Daoan, Old Zhang. Perhaps he was unaware of the familiarity in his tone. Han Qingyu and Mira exchanged a glance, both somewhat impressed. What is it? Zhang Daoan inquired naturally. It's about my incessant flips, Wen Jifei admitted, recognizing the cause of his sudden blood expulsion and fainting. He asked with a hint of concern. Am I truly incapable of donning armor? Zhang Daoan regarded him, shaking his head. No, it's just the first time this has happened. In the future, even if you flip to the F side, you might only feel slightly weaker or temporarily unable to sense the source energy. There won't be any blood loss or fainting. That's a relief. When Jifei exhaled deeply, reaching out to pat Zhang Daoan's shoulder, expressing, You and Appos, Re the only one who still cares about me, old Zhang. He then cast a resentful glance at the peanut-shelling duo in the distance. After such commotion, when Han Qingyu headed to the changing room, there were few people left. A long, gray-black hooded coat had appeared in his wardrobe. The fabric seemed leather-like, yet it lacked the sheen of a typical leather jacket, giving off an intentionally worn vibe, soft yet resilient to the touch. Upon inquiring, he learned it was the newly issued autumn attire. Suddenly reminded, he calculated the time and realized that October was nearly halfway through. Furthermore, he pondered about the 10,000 yuan they had sent. He wondered if they had received it, whether they felt reassured, and how their health was faring. Look at this. At that moment, he Tang donned the autumn outfit for demonstration. The three-dimensional device nestled inside, the gray coat enveloped him, and with the hood pulled up, he was nearly shrouded in mystery, exuding an air of a killer, a stark contrast to the summer attire, embodying a cooler, more enigmatic, and mature demeanor. At that time, just toss aside the coat, activate the device, and charge forth with a knife. How exhilarating, Lu Xiang remarked with satisfaction. This ensemble could easily charm someone in the harbor city. But what about the knife? If it's inside, it might make you look like a hunchback, he mused. Flipping the coat to examine its interior, he soon discovered a few angular metal pieces affixed to the back, seemingly designed to secure a straight blade. Just like that. It could be slanted across the back, with the handle protruding from the right shoulder. What if someone is accustomed to using their left hand? I once witnessed an officer who seemed to wield dual blades. He Tang gestured as he spoke, awkwardly reaching for the knife on his right shoulder with his left hand. Did none of you notice the notice posted at the entrance? A relatively unfamiliar new recruit turned his head and indicated, saying, The left-handed knife can be modified on the uniform. Perhaps in the future, one could even wield dual knives. Is that so? He Tang pondered, stating, What if I carry 8 knives on my back? This fellow's inquiries appeared to be boundless and unpredictable. Han Qingyu, imagining the scenario, stifled a laugh and said, Then you might as well unfurl an iron fan on your back. Are you aiming to take down the sharpest of blades? All right, let us eat first. 3 days later, Han Qingyu was among the first to receive his gear, along with the deadly iron straight knife, officially commencing his assault training. Days passed in a monotonous cycle, and before long, more than 10 days had slipped by. Xi and Yao Qiao stood outside a clothing store on the town streets. Glancing into the dimly lit interior, raising her hand to smooth her slightly disheveled hair, and adjusting the strap of her old backpack, smiling contentedly. She now appeared to be an ordinary girl venturing out alone to visit relatives and seek work, her complexion even a dull gray. A large, dark coat enveloped her. The zipper pulled up to her chin, effectively concealing the dimensional device beneath. For over 10 days, she had refrained from driving, avoided the Azure route, and even when staying at inns or taking buses, she remained vigilant against being discovered by the cleansing faction, while also evading her grandfather's pursuit. She felt utterly weary. Hopefully, it will be love at first sight, so that my long journey will not be in vain. As she strolled along the street with keen interest, a thought crossed her mind. What if he turns out to be less than charming or even unpleasant? What if I like him, yet he does not reciprocate? I shall give him a good beating. Yes, that's the plan. After a while, Xi and Yao Qiao found herself holding a transparent plastic bowl filled with fried rice noodles, mixed with an array of seasonings, appearing dark and crumbly yet irresistibly fragrant. She speared a piece with a toothpick, carefully lifting it to her mouth, her head tilted back as she savored it. Sauce clung to the corner of her mouth. Without using her hands, she flicked her tongue out to catch it before piercing another piece. Where exactly am I now? Xi and Yao Qiao suddenly pondered, turning to survey the unfamiliar street under the dusk. But where should I go next? Does it truly mean that no one is perfect? Even a genius beauty like myself has flaws? Could it be that I am hopelessly directionally challenged? Of course, she could hardly navigate. She had gotten lost several times in the 2 bases during her childhood. Had you forgotten? She couldn't find her school or her home. Chu Chengshi endeavored to quell his worries, soothing his daughter over the phone while simultaneously comforting himself. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Trust me, our Qiao Qiao is merely lost. We had simply forgotten about this. After all, we rarely let her venture out. Moreover, Regarding the Ninth Army, I have instructed the commander to have his trusted confidants await her arrival. There is no need to rush, no need to rush. The daughter hesitated for a moment, asking if it was truly impossible to dispatch more individuals to search. I cannot afford to send out more people. Even with the Ninth Army, I have only informed Commander Lu Wujing and advised him to keep it discreet. Chu Zhongshe felt a sense of frustration and helplessness, stating, "We are fully aware that there are infiltrators within the Azure organization, even if there are none. Should things escalate, it could ultimately endanger Xiao. The current silence and lack of news is, in fact, the most favorable situation." After the father and daughter ended their call, Chu Zhongshe remained in his office, awaiting further updates. On the other side, Xi and Yao Qiao stood on the street and suddenly murmured to herself, "It appears I must consult the map." She did possess a map, yet she believed that her prodigious memory should not rely on it excessively. With that thought, she quietly departed the street and ventured out of the city. Standing by the roadside, she gazed upward for a moment before plunging into the nearby woods. As she walked, she halted abruptly, two specially crafted iron combat knives falling from her backpack into her hands. Xi and Yao Qiao stood with her back turned, her demeanor shifting dramatically. In truth, she had activated her spatial apparatus while traversing the street, and through vibrations, cadence, and breaths, she had assessed the strength of the three individuals trailing her. They were not capable of detaining her. Thus, it was better to eliminate them outright. At 11 years of age, when her mother took her to visit her aunt, Xi and Yao Qiao coincidentally participated in the integration test for new recruits. Her mother, in a rather indifferent and curious manner, suggested that she take a walk through the testing grounds. Xi and Yao Qiao entered with the mindset of a little princess exploring a magnificent castle. To her surprise, upon exiting, she had achieved an A grade. Thus, for the first time in history, the Chu and Xian families of the Azure Huasher Army research system produced a martial genius. Both her grandfather and her father were overjoyed. From the age of 11, Xi and Yao Qiu began rigorous training under the guidance of several elite instructors, including the S-level Master L, who had briefly been her mentor while guarding the Concealed Research Institute No. 2. Due to her mother's self-serving yet protective considerations, Xi and Yao Qiao particularly excelled in escape and counter-tracking techniques. Consequently, from the moment those three individuals had set their sights on her at the street corner, Xi and Yao Qiao had already realized that, had she chosen to flee, she could have easily done so. However, she concluded that since she had been targeted, it would be better to eliminate them, perhaps extracting some information in the process, and indulge in the thrill of battle. If she could follow her heart. Xi and Yao Qiao did not aspire to be a scientist. She yearned for the battlefield, desiring to wield a sharp blade. Each year, the young girl meticulously drafted battlefield movement formulas and cutting-angle equations based on her speed, strength, and other test results. Unfortunately, her grandfather and others always insisted that the responsibilities she bore held far greater significance than simply fighting on the battlefield. Perhaps they were right. Xi and Yao Qiao worked tirelessly and ultimately achieved some results. However, she had never confided in her family about her deepest desire to decipher and master the pronunciation of the profound language of the advanced civilization. The phrase "go to hell, I'll chop off your mother's head" was likely to be quite challenging. As for the three individuals behind her, they were certainly not thieves. Rather, they were likely endowed with enhanced physical attributes from energy cultivation. Nonetheless, the strongest among them was probably only at the B rank. Xi and Yao Qiao felt that she could attempt to eliminate them. If she failed, she could always flee. If I truly am directionally challenged, I am quite suited for escape. I don't even know the precise route to flee. I would just run wherever. How would others judge? She even found a moment to ponder this. TSK, TSK, TSK. The sound, laced with amusement, came from behind her, footsteps devoid of caution or concealment. After years apart, it seemed that our little Yao Qiao had become quite remarkable. Just look at her demeanor, her aura. As the speaker emerged from the woods, Xi and Yao Qiao instantly felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, for she realized she could not kill him. The newcomer was the current commander of the Ninth Army, Lu Wujing, accompanied by two aides. "What brings you here?" "Ah, Commander Lu, hello." Although they had met only a few times, she still recognized him. Xi and Yao Qiao greeted him and walked towards Lu Wujing. Wait, put the knife away first." Lu Wujing theatrically stepped back 2 paces, jesting. "Your uncle Lu didn't become a commander by being a fighter, you know." With resignation, Xi and Yao Qiao sheathed her knife. Yet, the dimensional device remained active. "My grandfather. Hasn't he been waiting for you?" Finally, Speaker Chu Zhongshe received a call from Lu Wujing of the Ninth Army. You've arrived? That is wonderful. That is wonderful. So, what about Xiao Qiao now? Chu Zhongshe listened to the voice on the other end, momentarily stunned. What? How did she escape again? You didn't T. Why didn't you tell me that little Yao Qiao is of A-level fusion? She is just a little girl, so formidable. Lu Wujing defended himself, still unconvinced, then continued. You told me to keep it under wraps, so I only brought 2 aides to wait for her. I thought, since she is our own child, there was no need to employ force. Even if force was necessary, it would have sufficed. B-level for 4 years. Those 2 are merely B-level for 4 years, all right? In the tradition of Yuelon for so many years, which young commander would dare misuse top combat strength as aides? They would be condemned by the council. Chu Zhongshe was left speechless, unable to retort. This was a personal matter, and indeed, the rationale resided with Lu Wujing. Yu Haven T mentioned to me that little Yao Qiao came to find my soldier. A male soldier, Lu Wujing continued. Oh right, Chu Zhongshe. Initially hesitant to discuss this matter, now seemed unbothered and hurriedly replied, then why is your soldier not here? Why is Xiao Qiao running away? I never said she couldn't meet him. The issue was that the soldier was absent. For 125 had just left for field training. If it weren't for this coincidence, this situation wouldn't have arisen at all. Lu Wujing, feeling a sense of vexation, remarked. Then Yao Qiao directly inquired about 425's whereabouts. I was caught off guard and casually replied that they were not here, as they had gone out for training. She then pressed further, asking where they had gone for their exercises. How was I to know she would be so swift in her inquiries? Lu Wujing deeply felt that the situation had arisen from the speaker's excessive concealment, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved. After venting his frustrations, he found himself pondering, what now? Speaker Chu? Chu Zhongshe contemplated for a moment and reassured him. Do not worry. Leave the rest to me. Just act as if nothing has happened. My apologies for the family matters. Xiao Qiao can be rather unruly, causing you unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, we must ensure that this matter remains confidential. Yes. As long as it is not publicized, there will be no issues. Understood, Lu Wujing replied earnestly, while secretly mulling over in his heart. If only the speaker had refrained from meddling, this situation would not have arisen. Xiao Qiao would have sought me out in the military on her own. Meanwhile, as Chu Zhongshe gave his cautious instructions, Xi and Yao Qiao had just come to a halt in the wilderness. The young woman sighed and carefully sought out a concealed spot. After observing her surroundings to ensure safety, she opened her battle box and retrieved the remaining quarter of an energy block, stowing it away securely before replacing it with a new one. Alone in the wild, she was ever prepared for potential combat or a long-distance escape, a principle ingrained in her training and education. Thus, her backpack contained 10 fully charged blue crystal energy blocks, earned through her contributions as a dual system personnel in research, along with 20,000 yuan, water, food, and medical supplies. Although the money might not be necessary, having these provisions brought her a sense of reassurance. Where am I now? 1123, and where is that? Xi and Yao Qiao surveyed her surroundings in bewilderment before reluctantly extracting a military map from her backpack. After studying it intently for a considerable time, she secured it and set off, convinced that the correct direction lay ahead, even though dusk was approaching. Scientists do not fear phantoms. As for wolves, she thought, I shall slay them. In the 1123 area, 2 battalions, 425 and 491, comprising nearly 600 new recruits and 20 instructors, were engaged in field training, currently on the 2nd day of their exercises. This training was a military tradition, as future battles would primarily occur in the wild. Thus, they must become well acquainted with various terrains and the techniques and precautions for utilizing 3-dimensional equipment in different environments. The 1123 squad stationed in the area should be nearby, yet no contact had been made thus far. In the words of Zhang Daoan, tradition dictates that the presence of regional squads serves 2 purposes: to provide protection for the new recruits and, if coincidentally encountered, to allow them to observe real combat scenarios. Over 90 of the recruits had never witnessed actual combat, hence, this was of paramount importance. That night, around 1 o'clock, the recruits, exhausted from their nighttime training, had nearly all succumbed to slumber. Rise, quickly. Get up. Equip your gear. Suddenly, almost simultaneously, the voices of the instructors echoed through the various tents. There was no need to tidy up the tents. First, don the gear. Hurry, descend the mountain to board the vehicle. What is happening? Team 1123 received a notification from the Crow regarding the landing of a shuttle-shaped aircraft. Well, Whether it was tension or excitement, the recruits promptly lined up to report, following the instructors in a frantic dash down the mountain, embarking on their journey. Nearly 20 military vehicles sped along the mountain road. It seemed a bit distant, uncertain if they would arrive in time. Well, Team 1123 should already be in position. Let us not disturb them. We shall await their contact. On the vehicle, discussions emerged, tinged with a sense of anticipation that could hardly be described as hopeful. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the vehicle's communicator. In the next moment, the line opened, followed by the cacophony of fierce combat and the cries of anguish that erupted from the speaker. The vehicle fell into an immediate hush. 1123, requesting assistance. Then a frantic voice broke through. 1123, requesting aid from nearby regions. Three of them, three of the large spikes. Damn it, one is hidden inside the aircraft. After being encircled, one suddenly leaped out from behind. The sound of the communicator dropping was heard. 1123, requesting assistance. The communicator was picked up again. Or perhaps a different one was used. The voice belonged to another person. 1123, requesting assistance from nearby teams. The entire vehicle, perhaps all the vehicles, descended into a profound silence, save for the sounds of the wheels and the engine. Only the sounds of battle, screams, desperate struggles, and the pleas for help from the communicator persisted. 1123, we have sustained heavy casualties, requesting immediate assistance. We are still engaged in the fight. We can hold them off, requesting nearby teams to assist as soon as possible. Help. In the opposite direction, vehicles moved. Early morning, autumn night. The wind rustled through the mountains, and the moon illuminated the road. Between the undulating black peaks, the white road twisted ahead. As dozens of military vehicles advanced with their towering wheels spinning forward, the roar of their engines startling the wildlife into flight. Approximately 600 recruits, each having undergone less than 20 days of training, along with 20 instructors, sat in eerie silence. In this moment, some were gripped by fear, others by excitement, some trembled, and some faced difficult choices. Recruits? Don't come. Leave. An urgent voice from the opposite side interrupted, shouting loudly. Turn around, quickly, take them away. With that single command, the conversation ceased, and once again, the vehicle fell into a heavy silence. Only the sounds of the battlefield continued to resonate from the vehicle's communicator. Collisions, screams, and the unseen bloodshed, brutality. The large spikes wreaked havoc, comrades were falling. The massive wheels continued to roll forward, barring any unforeseen circumstances. They were drawing ever closer to the battlefield. Just a statement, devoid of any accompanying opinions or suggestions. Not far ahead, a mountain bend appeared. All vehicles were present. In the lead vehicle, Zhang Daoan picked up the communicator for the first time, lowering his head as he spoke in a frigid tone, reduce speed. Ahead at the mountain bend, turn around. The communication concluded. The soldier driving the vehicle glanced at Zhang Daoan. He rose and approached, standing beside him, directing the vehicle to execute the turn at the mountain bend. Subsequently, all vehicles followed suit, maneuvering in succession. A dozen large vehicles gradually accelerated, racing back the way they came. After a while, human voices intermingled. 1123, still engaged in combat. However, that marked the final transmission. The distress call came to an end. Perhaps the communications officer had momentarily set down the communicator, turning to draw his weapon and join the fray. 2 minutes. For minutes passed. The wheels, amidst the clamor and silence, bore 600 new recruits steadily onward, away from the 1123 battlefield. A sudden crack echoed, the communicator shattered. The sounds of battle and collision on the line abruptly ceased. 1123. Must feel quite lonely now. 2 minutes. Report. Instructor Zhang Zhao of the 491st Regiment and Oppos, new recruits, requesting independent assistance. Please approve. Chief Instructor. 1123 as comrades from my recruit camp. I believe I just heard his voice. Stifling his sobs, the new recruits pressed on, likely already safe. Due to this utterance, a brief stir arose within the vehicle communicators. 1 minute. The communication. Zhang Daoan spoke again. Old Xiao? The old Xiao he referred to was the chief instructor of the 491st Regiment and Oppos, new recruits. Good. The call ended, and Zhang Daoan rose, patting the driver and Oppos' shoulder, saying, Keep driving, remember, keep driving, do not stop. After speaking, he stood beside the front door, glancing at the new recruits in the vehicle. He made eye contact with Han Qingyu, then with Yi Tangdang. Lu Xiying, lend me your knife. He suddenly leaned towards Lu Xiying, who was seated in the front row. Lu Xing hesitated for a moment before removing his knife and handing it over. Zhang Daoan accepted it. Already armed with one knife on his back, this one gripped in his right hand. Mira rose from the back row. "You stay, Lieutenant Mira, just in case." Zhang Daoan said, "If something unforeseen occurs, your individual presence poses the strongest deterrent to the major threat. You must avert it." Mira replied, "Understood." The driver halted, and the front door opened. "Children, I entrust you with this." After Zhang Daoan's words, he exited through the front door. The 425th and 491st each retained one instructor, while the rest disembarked. Soon, 18 individuals boarded one of the available vehicles, turning around and speeding away at a near-manic pace. The convoy continued onward. Mira spoke into the communicator. The wheels rolled on as the 600 new recruits persevered to distance themselves from the 1123 area. "Check energy source consumption. Everyone." Inside the vehicle, Zhang Daoan removed his knife, wielding a deadly iron blade in each hand, and stood. "Good. Disembark." The vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and 18 instructors leaped from the car, promptly activating their devices, blades in hand, dashing through the underbrush, weeds, and scattered stones towards the valley. Broken wood, blood, corpses, and the sounds of collision filled the air. "How should we position ourselves?" Old Chow from 491 inquired while surveying the terrain ahead. "Main assault position," Zhang Daoan replied. "Flanking position. Left wing." They swiftly arranged themselves in formation, adapting to the landscape. Not far ahead, amidst the trees, lay a massive creature, its body riddled with wounds. Surrounded by 7 or 8 injured members of the 1123 team engaged in a desperate struggle. For 25, 491. The instructor team is here to assist. Boom. Without time for any unnecessary exchanges, Zhang Daoan and his comrades charged in immediately. Zhang Daoan met the creature's side sweep with his dual blades. The familiar, excruciating sound of shattering echoed as the creature collapsed, the instructor team paying the price of 2 lives to swiftly aid the 1123 team in concluding the battle. "Your captain." Zhang Daoan paused, bloodstains marking his chest. "What about the other 2 creatures? Why did you come?" "We. Over there. Over there. They suddenly broke through. We chased them. Couldn't hold them back." The wounded 1123 soldier roared in pain and fury, weakly pointing in a direction. In an instant, the instructor team fell into panic and silence, for the direction the soldier indicated led to the path of 600 new recruits from their regiment. The vehicle traversed a winding mountain road, while the creature had cut directly through the forest. The last one that emerged was formidable, another 1123 soldier. Eyes filled with blood and fear, remarked. The captain wanted to contain it. "Red shoulder?" Old Chow from 491 asked nervously. "No, but stronger than the average creature. It could be one of those encountered during previous support missions with the Red Boards." At this moment, Zhang Daoan felt a jolt of realization, overwhelmed with emotions. Yet the urgency of the situation demanded focus. "Communicate, communicate, request communication." Lieutenant Mira. Behind him, the 15 instructors remained silent, watching intently. Boom. That was the sound of the vehicle being struck with immense force. Then came a crash, the sound of the vehicle overturning. Zhang Daoan heard the children's cries of alarm. The grating noise of the blades scraping against metal echoed ominously. "The children are under attack," he turned and said woodenly. 60. Open fire. The creatures would eliminate any humans within their line of sight. This was basic knowledge taught in the Azure classroom. Even the newly armored recruits understood it. Naturally, they might also choose to disengage when cornered and in extreme peril, attempting to break free. Extermination was not their objective. They had their own mission. However, the situation before Zhang Daoan and his team did not seem to be an attempt to escape, but rather a completion of extermination. The 2 formidable figures retreated prematurely from the battle, for the confrontation was already nearing its conclusion. They surmised that the remaining one was sufficient to eliminate the last few individuals of Team 1123, thus they departed. As for the events transpiring beyond the mountain, it is uncertain whether it was merely a coincidence in direction that led to their encounter, or if the mechanical clatter of vehicles drew their attention. "Leave, quickly." Zhang Daoan's voice caught in his throat, unable to escape. After the recent skirmish, his body bore injuries. As he activated the device and turned to rush down the mountain, he collapsed to the ground. However, he swiftly regained his footing, crawling forward in a frantic and disheveled manner, entirely unlike his usual authoritative self. Among the 18 instructors, 2 had left the bodies behind at 1123, while the remaining 16 returned to the vehicle. Their mission was now to rescue the children. The vehicle roared to life. A loud clank echoed as an iron blade struck the door from the rear. The last 6 members of Team 1123, each gravely injured, followed closely behind. Leaning against the vehicle, any surface they touched was stained with blood. The leading second lieutenant raised his hand and knocked once more with the back of his knife on the vehicle door. Open the door. The instructor swung open the middle door, and the 6 men nearly tumbled into the vehicle. The vehicle shook violently and tilted as the 6 members of 1123 huddled together at the rear, supporting one another to avoid being thrown out. Actually, you need not have come, the chief instructor of 491, Old Chow, began, intending to say that their presence was futile and that they should leave a flicker of hope for 1123. Yet, the second lieutenant leaned back, smiling up at him, effectively silencing his words. Team Liang of 1123 is no more. However, given his temperament, he could not afford such a debt of gratitude. The second lieutenant coughed twice, thick blood spilling from his mouth, trickling down his chin and staining his clothing and the ground. The lives of hundreds of children are at stake. If we do not go, we shall have no face to bear our insignia in the future. The second lieutenant weakly gestured to his heart. We may survive, but we cannot endure this place. It is too unsettling. Having finished his words, he managed a faint smile, his teeth stained with blood. Instructor Chow fell silent, ultimately refraining from further persuasion. Then, the second lieutenant reached into his pocket, extracting a crumpled pack of cigarettes with great effort, tilting his head as he struggled to retrieve one. With blood on his hands. The cigarette was already tainted as he placed it between his lips. He struck a match to ignite it, but was suddenly seized by another fit of coughing. Blood spewed forth, mingling with the cigarette and pooling on the ground. I have one. Zhang Daoan lit a cigarette and offered it to him. He awaited the moment to strike down with the final blows of life, or perhaps just one. Their comrades were in the same plight, because just moments earlier, she had heard the sound of bushes breaking and the thud of iron armor striking the ground, emanating from the nearby forest. Mira was all too familiar with these sounds. Activate the device, she shouted. Within 2 seconds of her command, a towering figure charged forth from the woodlands, brandishing a spear, and collided violently with the moving vehicle from the side. The car overturned, trapped by the trees below, tilting precariously. The crash itself did not inflict significant harm on the newly initiated soldiers, who had already activated their devices. However, the spear as thrust and subsequent slicing through the vehicle's frame claimed the lives of 6 recruits. Simultaneously, another figure barreled into the last vehicle of the convoy, bringing the entire procession to a halt. Han Qingyu was the first to leap from the window, quickly pulling alongside him anyone he could muster, including Lu Xiang and He Tangtang. Run, get out of the car, scatter, and flee. Mira screamed at the top of her lungs. The urgency of their voices was drowned out by a cacophony of terror. Qingzi, Han Qingyu. Despite the chaos, Han Qingyu heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning, he saw a group of about 40 to 50 recruits, including those from the 425 and 491 units, even 1B level among them, who had not fled but instead gathered together, drawing out their iron blades. Form up, let us fight, they urged, recognizing Han Qingyu as an A-level soldier. In that moment, Han Qingyu's emotions were a tumultuous mix, difficult to articulate. He felt an admiration for their bravery, yet he understood all too well that this was a slaughter. Having witnessed the brutal clash between Team 752 and the towering figures, Han Qingyu knew just how fearsome they were. Now, with 2 of them and these recruits, they had barely trained for 20 days. Run, he shouted. Beneath them lay a deadly expanse, a valley between 2 mountains. If they could escape this place, ascend the opposite slope, and reach the forest, Han Qingyu believed that at least half of them could survive. He trusted that nearby teams were on their way. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the 2 towering figures sprang into action. They charged from either side towards the recruits, wielding their spears with deadly intent, poised to slice through the gathered group. The sound of Mira's heavy machine gun roared in the distance. She stood not far away, her expression urgent, as she fired continuously, momentarily stalling the advance of the towering figure on the left. Run. The delayed instructor from 491 rushed to the scene, first calling out to his soldiers, then turning to confront the figure charging from the right, brandishing his weapon and facing the threat head-on. The clash resounded, crack. The blade shattered, and the instructor was impaled through the chest by the spear, lifted effortlessly. The group of new recruits finally relinquished their fantasies and, heeding the instructor's words, began to scatter in the fastest manner possible. A one-sided pursuit commenced, with with numerous casualties falling prey to the onslaught of the towering figure. Qingyu, accompanied by a group of others, was also in flight, a cascade of blue light surrounding them. Suddenly, Lu Xiong, who was unarmed, turned pale and shouted. The thunderous roar of Mira and her heavy machine gun echoed as she positioned herself off to the side, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the towering figure, diverting its attention. As Mira retreated, she caught sight of Qingyu, who stood transfixed, gazing at her in a daze. She smiled briefly, then, with a gesture reminiscent of an adult ushering a child through a kindergarten gate, waved him onward. Run, she urged with a smile, pointing toward the hillside. The crowd surged forward, racing up the steep incline without pause, heading toward the woods. Suddenly, they sensed someone beside them slowing down, coming to a halt. You take them and continue running, Qingyu instructed He Tang-Ang. What about you? He Tang-Ang and Lu Xing echoed in unison. Qingyu glanced back. He Tang-Ang, Lu Xing. And the new recruits who had paused followed his gaze. Down the slope, approximately 6 or 7 meters below, the towering figure, momentarily distracted by heavy fire, had now turned its attention toward Mira. Alone, she continued to retreat while maintaining her barrage, drawing the colossal creature away. However, Mira was merely an E-class, and despite being a 9-year veteran, she could not compete with the creature's speed. In the face of its direct charge, her firearms and ammunition lacked any significant impact. In direct confrontation, her weapons were ineffective, merely serving to attract ire that could inflict no real damage, and now even their ability to impede was nearly non-existent. The towering figure continued its relentless charge toward Mira. As she fell back and fired, she was acutely aware that she would not survive this day. Regrettably, she thought, she could no longer serve as their captain. Mira was prepared, ready to draw her blade for a final stand. I longed to live, simply to live. I never aspired to be a hero, Qingyu pondered, ultimately concluding. Yet today, I cannot flee in this manner. Then, he resolved, let us perish together. If it must be. The situation was evident to all, and Qingyu's pause became clear. He Tang-Tang shouted, approaching him boldly. With another towering figure temporarily out of sight and the one below drawn away by Mira, the distance between her and the creature was gradually narrowing. Some began to draw their blades. He Tang-Ang moved toward Qingyu. It's futile. Give me the knife. I will try, Qingyu insisted. He Tang-Ang hesitated momentarily. Hand it over, Qingyu shouted urgently. Reluctantly, He Tang-Tang tossed the knife to him. Qingyu caught it, gripping a blade in each hand, and turned to dash along the ridge of the slope, calling out, you all keep running. Yet, the majority remained rooted to the spot. Mira had already prepared to discard her weapon. The new recruits on the hillside temporarily lost sight of Qingyu, who seemed to have departed from the ridge and ventured deeper within. Mira. This call erupted from the place where Qingyu had vanished, resonating throughout the valley. The lingering sound continued into the next scene, where Qingyu took a running leap, emerging and dashing forth, propelling himself with the utmost acceleration from the high point of the earthen slope. In midair, he soared like an arrow. The first line of the Source Energy three-dimensional maneuvering device combat manual reads, do not leap, do not leap, do not leap. Yet at this moment, Qingyu, with blades gripped firmly in both hands, was suspended in the air, boldly lunging towards the towering adversary. The foe turned, witnessing a sword raised over the shoulder, aimed directly at him. Qingyu, airborne, lacked any space for deviation or leverage, and due to his tremendous speed, he had no opportunity to descend in time. If nothing unforeseen occurred, he would be pierced directly by the sword. Silence enveloped the slope. Qingzi, tears streamed down Lu Xing and Appo's face. Mira looked up, spotting that foolish figure. Fire. Qingyu was suspended in the air, his voice reverberating. Mira understood and opened fire. The heavy shells of Mira's 11th heavy machine gun arced upward, raining down upon Qingyu's legs. His previously vertical form tilted dramatically in the air due to the impact of the bullets. Thus, as he veered, he grazed the towering sword and flew directly before it. Die. With both blades gripped in reverse, he thrust them towards the eye sockets beneath the imposing mask. The towering adversary was a humanoid entity, 99% certain. This assessment was one of the idle musings of the instructor from the class on violations of physics. However, due to the adversary's long history of self-destructive failure protocols, this could never truly be verified. Qingyu recalled a moment in class when a student had questioned the teacher about the basis of this judgment. Lacking any evidence, the instructor resorted to deriding certain Hollywood alien movies, lamenting the absurdity of a cephalopod creature emerging from a humanoid mechanical shell. The screenwriter's intellect seemed utterly lacking, not even grasping the principle that matter determines consciousness. A student interjected, suggesting that perhaps humanoid beings indeed existed in their realm, albeit as mere pets on their home planet. The instructor retorted, questioning whether one would traverse the vast universe to invade their own dog. In summary, his manner of speaking was irksome. His logic forced and devoid of practical support, riddled with flaws. Yet, instinctively, Qingyu chose to believe, as did most others in their hearts. Thus, he resolutely plunged his blades toward the eye sockets concealed beneath the dark mask. One strike would not suffice to slay the towering adversary. Even 10 or 20 strikes would struggle to penetrate its iron-clad exoskeleton. This was a fundamental tenet taught in the Azure classroom. Therefore, Qingyu aimed for the eyes, targeting both. Myra's 11th firepower came to a temporary halt. Drenched in earthy gray, with tousled golden locks, Mira stood there, gun in hand, gazing up at the boy's body suspended in the air, eerily askew. At the same time, she stepped forward, arm raised, fiercely thrusting her dual blades towards the gaping eyes of the behemoth. Moments ago, when she had waved them away, her heart had been full. It was only after witnessing the children ascend the earthen cliff that the thought of death crossed her mind. For a fleeting moment, she even contemplated the wish that, if possible, she should not perish before them. After all, Captain Mira was not only strikingly beautiful but also remarkably formidable. Then came the sudden reverberation of her name, echoing through the valley. From the heights of the cliff, a figure leapt forth, propelled by the three-dimensional apparatus. Like the swiftest arrow in existence. In midair, the blue glow of the battle box behind him cast ethereal shadows beneath the autumn moonlight. How foolish a decision it was. At that moment, Myra's azure gray eyes were engulfed in a profound stillness. Even the moonlight seemed to be swallowed whole. And she could already envision him pierced through by the lance of a sword. Until, suspended in the air, he shouted, "Fire!" Indeed, fire. As the sole individual permitted and endorsed by the 9th Army to wield specialized firearms on the front line of battle, Mira had once sent a tin soaring over 1,000 meters before the witnesses of Unit 11. It was during that time that Qingyu had discussed such possibilities with her. Thus, she fired without hesitation in that fleeting moment. Then, light began to reappear in her upturned gaze. There, the moon graced the firmament, a figure soared through the air, blades in hand. Hope shimmered within Myra's eyes. Boom. The astonished gasps of nearly 100 people atop the cliff momentarily faltered. Qingyu. Kill? Roared a voice, drowned out by the tumult. The sound of blades slicing through impenetrable iron armor drew near. It was so ordinary, yet it resonated beautifully. Qingyu mused in this moment. The force surging through his body was not solely the power of the energy-driven apparatus, but he channeled every ounce of liquid energy within him into his arms. Piercing. The dual blades embedded themselves. A howl of anguish erupted from the behemoth, a sound reminiscent of a beast, yet simultaneously akin to a human mimicking a beast's wail. Subsequently, repugnant blood, tinged with a fly-blown hue, gushed forth from the two gaping wounds on its face. Qingyu. Huh. Lu Xing, unable to wipe away his tears, shouted out. Roar. Roar. In that moment, the cries from the cliff were not jubilant celebrations but rather a stunned battle cry. One they had practiced a few times during training, but had yet to fully embrace or comprehend. In that instant, comprehension dawned. Even the awkward slogan of Azure Blue became a living breath within them, a battle with no retreat, a barrier against the vast sky. Suddenly crystallizing into clarity and specificity in their hearts. Many harbored private grievances, for they were aware that historically, A-class failures and top-tier B-class individuals were not uncommon. Even their instructors often wielded such words as motivation. But at this moment, was it merely the strongest of the decade? They longed to inquire. In this moment, devoid of jealousy, on the battlefield where life and death hang by a thread, no one begrudges their valiant comrades in the same trench. However, if at this instant, all of us, over 100 souls, on the precipice were soaring through the air together towards the monstrous black-clad fiend, it would surely be a more splendid sight. Wood and Amp, Oppos, Tiet. Some pondered, some listened, and some contemplated, etching their thoughts deep within their hearts. Zenith War beheld the battlefield and heard it. To be candid, had it not been for the overwhelming commotion, she might have strayed deep into the dense forests, lost among the mountains. Chop the Great Spike, with number 10. Qingyu held the last position in the current sequence, number 10, with excitement swelling in her heart. The young girl activated her device, soaring through the woods towards the source of the clamor. Oh dear, could he still be weak at this moment? With this thought, Zenith War accelerated into a combat sprint. She drew closer. As a rookie soldier, equipped with a three-dimensional device, zipped past her, he initially mistook her for reinforcements, only to realize she was merely a young girl. Go chop the great spike, Zenith War declared, halting and gazing vacantly at the passing rookie. Her confusion evident as she inquired, "Why are you all?" The rookie, adhering to the command, replied, "Weaken and amp. Oppos, T-win. The instructor has fallen. Many of us have perished." Zenith War stood momentarily stunned. "So, just you few managed to escape?" she asked. Fortunately, another rookie passed by and interjected, "Qingyu is chopping the great spike." They're all dumbfounded, just standing there. "Who?" Zenith War demanded. "Qingyu, the A-class from your 425 unit," the rookie said, mistaking her for a newcomer. "He is flying to chop the great spike, and I don't know what has become of him." Zenith War turned, her heart racing, and sprinted away. Surely he wouldn't perish just like that? She pondered. How is she so fast? The two rookies wondered behind her. Meanwhile, Qingyu remained oblivious to these concurrent events. He was airborne, propelled forward with the momentum of his speed and strength, augmented by the deflection force from the Mira 11 heavy artillery, sending him diagonally to the right. With a firm grip on the hilt of his blade, Qingyu aimed to execute a precise cut across the great spike's visage. However, he found himself without leverage. The great spike violently tossed its head, flinging Qingyu from the right to the left, propelling him into the air. Seizing the opportunity, he drew his dual blades. Another agonizing wail echoed. The great spike, seemingly blinded, went berserk, wielding its massive black pillar sword in a sweeping arc. It appeared to expend all its fury in this strike. The black sword cleaved through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The atmosphere trembled, as if it had erupted. Another one. Airburst. Sonic boom. Amidst the gasps, Qingyu adjusted his body's angle and elevation with the force of the swing, narrowly avoiding the lethal sweep of the pillar sword. Yet, the force surging through the air during the onslaught of the great still struck him with a palpable intensity, battering against his chest. As Qi Shantong aptly remarked, controlling the surge of source energy, along with its rate and timing, equates to mastering life and death on the battlefield. In this regard, Qingyu, having donned armor for less than 20 days, was still rather inexperienced. With a sudden impact, Qingyu found himself airborne, immediately spitting blood as he fell backward, plummeting to the earth like a kite severed from its string. Thud. He crashed heavily onto the ground. "Qingzi?" Mira exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing as she maneuvered to gain a better angle, firing frantically in hopes of redirecting the now blind and frenzied great towards her. Yet, it proved futile. Having lost sight, the great abandoned all movement, standing still as it drew heavy breaths. In an instant, it grasped its colossal sword with both hands, lifting it high above, preparing to plunge it into the ground below. Those who had witnessed frontline combat understood well that squad tactics included specialized training for such encounters. However, today, that knowledge had been retained until this moment. This was likely the final strike of the great. Creak, crack, crack, crack. The arms beneath the black armor swelled, the sound of shattering eliciting a visceral reaction as the columnar sword descended straight toward the earth. At that precise moment, Qingyu had just managed to push himself upright with his twin blades, lifting his head, and began to move. Boom. In the next instant, the sword pierced the ground. Mira, positioned nearby, could distinctly feel the tremor beneath her feet, followed by a surge of dust erupting into a dense cloud around the grate and the sword. Debris scattered as the thick haze enveloped the moonlit landscape, obscuring the vision of both the grate and Qingyu. Visible in the valley were only the recently fallen bodies of new recruits and the suddenly dazed Mira. "Qingzi!" Lu Xing and Yitang Ang shouted simultaneously. "Qingyu?" He. Amidst the gasps and murmurs from the cliff's edge, there was sorrow, frustration, and an unwillingness to accept the reality. The very individual who had just instilled confidence and miracles in them was, after all, merely a novice. At that moment, the silhouette of the girl trailing blue light arrived, surveying the terrain and the people. Is that number 10? Did he just leap down from above to strike the great? Imagined scenes flickered through her mind, but in reality, Xi and Yao Qiao could only catch a distant glimpse of No. 10's solitary figure rising from the ground, looking up. In the next moment, as the sword struck the earth and dust clouds billowed, that figure was consumed by the swirling haze. "Do not leap. Do not overexert yourself. Number 10, rookie." Even Teacher L had cautioned her repeatedly that unless one attained peak combat strength, one should never leap before the great. Xi and Yao Qiao stood there, her heart heavy. Though she could scarcely articulate the depth of her sorrow, for until now, they had remained strangers, it was merely a peculiar sentiment, perhaps akin to what her aunt had expressed about her youth, reading history and falling for Huatsubing. 2 mountains, a valley, a crowd, corpses. In the swirling dust in the valley, the silent scene persisted for nearly 10 seconds, during which only the sound of debris finally losing momentum and hitting the ground could be heard. At last, the thick fog on the ground gradually dispersed, revealing the towering silhouette. Indeed, that was its final blow. Although the giant still stood, it was slowly fracturing. Black mist billowed from its armored form. Perhaps due to the depletion of its energy, this process was rather sluggish. Suddenly, a small group of people pointed and shouted. But the sound only emerged halfway before it stuttered into silence. For in the now clear view, there stood a significantly smaller figure at the giant's side. 2 deadly iron blades were visibly embedded in the giant's heart and back. Thus, the question arose, did it advance instead of retreating? This was the speculation of all present. However, wasn't the approach of closing in before the giant's dust storm a tactic taught only after reaching the pinnacle of combat prowess? Xi and Yao Qiao's bewilderment differed from the others, for she possessed deeper insights. Qingyu bore his own hardships. It was not a matter of whether he would cough up blood. He feared not the blood itself, for he had the example of Lao Jin before him. The current predicament lay in the excruciating pain radiating throughout his internal organs and back, akin to being sliced by countless tiny blades. In that fleeting moment, just before the giant's sword descended, he instinctively chose to move forward rather than retreat. The surge of source energy was one aspect. On another front, it was simply too late to withdraw. Perhaps, subconsciously, he also deduced that it might be the safest position, to be on the safe side. He even mustered his last ounce of strength to stab the already blind giant twice, who was focused on delivering the final blow. These 2 stabs felt surprisingly effortless. Whether it was due to the giant channeling its remaining source energy for attack, or because its armor had already begun to shatter, it was unclear. Qingzi, Lu Xing called out, filled with anticipation and inquiry. He Tao directly leapt down from the cliff. In the next moment, Qingyu swayed and collapsed to the ground. Mira rushed over, wanting to reach out, yet hesitated. Qingzi, Qingyu? Alive, but in pain, Qingyu turned his head and said. Cheers were on the verge of erupting. Simultaneously, a vehicle careened down the winding road from the opposite side of the valley. The car soared through the air, with people leaping from the roof, bursting through the shattered windshield, and jumping from the open doors. Utilizing the momentum, the car halted its airborne inertia and crashed heavily onto the ground. Zhang Daoan and 16 instructors, along with the remaining 6 members of the 1123 group, landed with knives in hand. This was killed by Qingzi. After a brief period of confusion, chaos, and astonishment, there was no time for further inquiries. What about the other one? Didn't they come? Old Chow from 491 asked anxiously. At this moment, the new recruits finally recalled the presence of another large spear. Initially, there had been 2 large spears assaulting the convoy, so how had it suddenly diminished to just 1? Where had it gone, and what purpose did it serve? 1. I truly do not intend to fragment the narrative or provoke frustration. I fully comprehend the sentiments involved. I merely request that expletives be spared, a humble plea. 2. Due to the challenges of setting and immersion, which diverge from the current trends, this book has, from its inception, been somewhat obstinate, resulting in rather poor performance. Thanks to the support from Gija's Silver Alliance and some friends, it appears to be doing better than it truly is. In truth, I have already deliberated with the editor and friends on the viability of this project several times, leading to delays in the reconsideration of recommendations. From the perspective of projected initial subscriptions, it likely should be discontinued. Furthermore, while I may be lacking, I have previously achieved nearly 30,000 consistent subscriptions with Against the Current, and I am aware that some are attempting to emulate it. Naturally, I understand that repeating oneself is the simplest path to follow and recognize which narratives garner higher subscriptions. However, I am no longer 20 at the threshold of beginnings. One must write about characters and plots that embody one's dreams. As I approach the midpoint of my 30s, I doubt I will continue writing until I am 40. Thus, I have resolved to write, despite how foolish it may seem. 3. Due to work commitments, health considerations, and public expectations, I am unable to produce frequent updates. I ask for your understanding. 4. I have never dared to label myself a writer. Even the term author has only recently become somewhat familiar to me. Typically, I merely consider myself a typist. Nevertheless, please refrain from instructing me on the art of writing. This morning, I ventured out and was told to abandon the psychological portrayal of Mira, to learn how to craft climaxes, to avoid abrupt scene cuts, and to master the nuances of emotional resonance. Such advice may lead to censorship. 63. Let us pause here, young lady. Shuttle-shaped spacecraft metal energy block. This is an exceedingly tempting formula for Qingyu. It can be said that his current path, even the potential future, all began with that small, dull metallic piece the size of a broad bean. Of course, there is also that blood-red figure surnamed Lao. The large spear did not possess a metallic block. At least, the one I just encountered did not have one that I could grasp. Although Qingyu experienced considerable pain, he endured and reached out amidst the dust, only to find nothing. However, the shuttle-shaped spacecraft undoubtedly possesses such a block. Each piece could be worth 3 or 4 dozen blue crystal blocks, and that is not the end of its value. It can absorb energy instantaneously. But that is secondary. What matters most to Qingyu is that the metallic block offers a relatively pure source of energy, directly impacting the body. If the primary function of blue crystal blocks lies in explosive power during combat, with only a limited amount being absorbed by the body to gradually enhance its fundamental qualities, then the metallic block serves almost entirely to lay a foundation for the body. In the long run, this foundation is crucial. Thus, upon hearing the words of the lieutenant from 1123, Qingyu, lying on the ground, felt a sudden clarity wash over him. He struggled to turn and listen. But due to the crowd clustering nearby, the details eluded him. If it had perished, it should not have been merely a stronger variant of the large spear. Surely not. Zhang Daoan spoke in a hushed tone, first negating his own speculation. The fact that Qingyu and Mira had fortuitously managed to slay a large creature was already astonishing enough. To claim that it was of a certain kind was beyond Zhang's belief. The 6 individuals from 1123 pondered deeply, and it seemed plausible. A subtle pain flickered across Zhang Daoan's brow as he exhaled laboriously. Indeed, that wretched creature was still alive. Zhang harbored clearer and deeper memories of that type of beast than almost anyone else. Since the aircraft had not self-destructed and there was no news of reinforcements, we had no choice but to remain and take a gamble. Lao Chao from 491 uttered a phrase only they could comprehend, keeping his voice low. Well, no need to rush. Let us first organize extracting himself forcibly from the painful memories. Zhang turned, intending to suggest retreating the children. However, upon glancing at the corpses on the ground and the resolute figures standing on the earthen ridge, he altered his words. Organize the soldiers' comrades, retreat first. Only the veterans beside him could discern the shift in his tone. Having witnessed today's scene, those were no longer mere children. Stay vigilant and quiet. Do not provoke it, Zhang added softly. The subsequent retreat of the new recruits was somewhat disordered, as they were inherently chaotic, unable to be counted or organized promptly. Yet, they at least maintained a semblance of direction and a significant degree of silence. That blue-hued creature, if it truly sought to kill, would likely leave no more than a handful of the 600 new recruits alive. Zhang was acutely aware of this reality. 6 routes were established, with 6 young instructors leading the recruits away, including the injured Mira. The remaining 12 instructors and the 6 warriors from 1123 lay in wait, anticipating the recruits to distance themselves sufficiently or for reinforcements to arrive. And one more person lay in ambush hiding in a pit. Qingzi? Qingzi? A hushed voice called from behind, accompanied by faint footsteps. Why aren't you leaving? He and Yitangang asked almost in unison. I came to find you. Oh. Good thing you spoke up. Otherwise, I might have stepped right over you without noticing. Yitangang said, kneeling to crawl into Qingyu's pit beside him, whispering. You're not seriously injured and hiding to avoid being a burden, are you? No wonder I wondered why you deliberately avoided the route Mira took. It's fine. I'll carry you. He patted his shoulder. Carry my foot. Just go leave. Yitangg's size made the pit feel cramped. And the fact that he could even find it distressed Qingyu. A change of location was necessary. In their exchange, Qingyu seemed surprisingly lively, which reassured Yitangang. Then, a thought struck him. Oh no, you're not planning to kill another one, are you, Qingzi? I'll help you. Kill another one? Am I out of my mind? Qingyu cast a glance at him, and Jingyin rose quietly, beginning to search for a place to change positions. He certainly did not possess the arrogance to believe he could truly confront the formidable giant head-on, just like that previous encounter. Had it not been for the fortuitous timing and Myra's impeccable coordination, he would have met his demise. To speak candidly, His current capabilities were such that he could scarcely endure the force of a full-blown assault from the giant without risking severe injury. Although the notion of bleeding didn't seem so dire. Then why do you choose to remain? He Tang queried, stealthily trailing behind Han Qingyu. The giant's whereabouts are uncertain. Although we all must leave, I do not believe that following the crowd guarantees greater safety than staying put. Han Qingyu uttered what appeared to be a somewhat selfish remark. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed devoid of fault. The reality was that, much like he was not the valiant hero prepared to sacrifice himself for the Azure cause, his rationale for staying was not rooted in sheer self-interest or unbridled greed. He was unaware of the giant's true terror. His thoughts wandered. If the giant were to pursue the new recruits or engage in battle nearby with old Zhang and the others, he could first assess its aerial vehicle and then signal old Zhang and the others to flee, hoping a few would escape. He had overheard their conversation regarding the necessity of destroying that aerial vehicle, even at the cost of their lives if need be. As for him, he merely sought to gather some information. If all else failed, perhaps even a simple act of vandalism would suffice. He held little faith that the device would retain any utility once its energy was depleted. Conversely, if the giant did not appear, then so be it. The Azure forces would surely organize a cleanup in due course. Without further explanation to He Tang, Han Qingyu located a significantly larger pit and invited him to lie down alongside him. Presently, Han Qingyu could no longer order He Tang to leave, as he himself was unable to catch up with the group ahead, nor could he predict where he might encounter the giant next. Regardless of what I do, you must remain here and not move, understood? Han Qingyu admonished with a stern demeanor. Oh, He Tang nodded, and you? Shoo, Han Qingyu whispered. Having heard footsteps, individuals equipped with three-dimensional maneuvering gear, he cautiously lifted his head to take a glimpse. Xi and Yao Qiao, feeling vexed, had just experienced a chaotic episode with the incident involving Unit 10, marked by both life and death, airborne vehicles, and an emergency evacuation. She was momentarily stunned, only to be whisked away by an instructor. However, she had previously noticed that some instructors had remained behind. Thus, she resolved to locate them and assist in combating the giant. Where is everyone? Xi and Yao Qiao activated her gear, carefully scanning her surroundings. Are you recklessly wandering among the corpses? Come here, quickly. A face emerged from the underbrush, beckoning her urgently. Unit 10? Wow, you look even better than in the photos. Honestly, even if you were somewhat less appealing right now, it wouldn't matter. After all, new recruits are meant to fight the giant. But of course, looking good is preferable. Xi and Yao Qiao mused internally, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a light-hearted smile and replying, all right. Avoid stepping on the bushes or the grass. Han Qingyu anxiously reminded. All right, Xi and Yao Qiao replied, her heart brimming with joy, obediently following his instructions. The device is in sleep mode. Come in. Let us lie down together. Han Qingyu naturally assumed that this was a foolish, or perhaps simply frightened, female soldier 491. Otherwise, she would not be wandering aimlessly alone at this moment. Ah, okay. Xi and Yao Qiao felt incredibly fortunate, delighted, and found it all exceedingly amusing. Seizing the opportunity while Han Qingyu was distracted, she discreetly hid her backpack among the grass at the pit's edge. Then, she noticed another large head emerging from the pit. You lie down on my side, He Tang suggested. It's empty here, and since I'm bigger, I can shield you if anything happens. The child was genuinely kind-hearted. After looking at him, Xi and Yao Qiao replied, Thank you, uncle, but I think I and Appos, LL stay here. With that, she carefully nestled beside Han Qingyu. Not long after, Xi and Yao Qiao turned her head, closely observing Han Qingyu's profile and his focused expression. Hello, my name is Xian. Shut up. All right. Lying down in the pit was a solitary endeavor, a compromise between two, and perhaps the beginnings of a gathering for three, a hot pot. After a tranquil 2 minutes in the grass pit, He Tang seemed unable to contain himself any longer. He reached out and nudged Han Qingyu upwards, much like one would fish out meatballs from a hot pot with chopsticks. He then softly called out, waiting for Han Qingyu to turn towards him, and sincerely said to Xi and Yao Qiao, by the way, I'm 17, just a few days shy of 18. You're actually a bit younger than me? Xi and Yao Qiao scrutinized He Tang again, apologizing. I'm sorry, uncle. He Tang replied, No, I and Appos am a little comrade. She hurriedly corrected herself, her embarrassment mingled with amusement. Fortunately, He Tang graciously accepted this. The grass pit fell into silence once more. My name is Xi and Yao Qiao, she mused. perplexed as to why the three of them must lie down together. Was it to ambush someone? She felt no fear. After a while, she turned her head again. Timidly addressing Han Qingyu's profile, "You can call me Qiao Qiao, or Yao Yao, or Hua Wang, whichever you prefer." She understood that Han Qingyu was unfamiliar with her. He didn't even know which sequence he belonged to at this moment. As for the others in the sequence, they were limited to knowing only their own identities. Unaware of the specific individuals in their group, except for Xian Yao Qiao, the liaison officer of this sequence, who had access to others and Oppo's information. Han Qingyu, lowering his head in silence, pondered whether he should silence her permanently. Then, he Tang nudged him again, politely nodding to Xian Yao Qiao. "All right. Yao Yao." Han Qingyu mused. "Should we silence him as well?" Xian Yao Qiao hesitated. So, is number 10 really so taciturn? Had it not been for Han Qingyu's prior invitation for her to come over, Xian Yao Qiao might have thought him mute. After a moment of contemplation, she attempted to strike up a conversation again, saying, "I nearly believed you were dead just now. If you two make another sound, we truly will perish." Han Qingyu suppressed his irritation and spoke sternly. Xian Yao Qiao dared not respond, lowering her head and burying herself deeper into the pit. At last, silence enveloped them once more. Han Qingyu, leaning over the pit, listened intently, and after a couple of minutes, he sensed something was amiss. An inexplicable urge to touch a corpse surged within him. After reflecting, he resignedly remarked, "You can breathe, or else I might have thought you truly dead." Xian Yao Qiao murmured, Huff. As she breathed. In the midst of this, she lay prone, twisting her shoulders and neck intermittently. Han Qingyu turned to observe her, his gaze stern. "A little bug just crawled into my neck," Xian Yao Qiao explained innocently, yet she cautiously nudged her cheek against her shoulder, refraining from making any large movements to swat it away. However, this seemed utterly futile. She was clad in a suit that bore a metallic strap, and the fabric's Velcro extended all the way to the collar, making it nearly impossible to unfasten without considerable effort. Han Qingyu regarded her, questioning, "Where?" Xian Yao Qiao, feeling a bit anxious, looked at him with confusion. "Here, on my shoulder." Without hesitation, Han Qingyu extended his hand, pressing his palm gently against her shoulder a few times. After a moment, his fingertips located the bug, but it was small and slippery, eluding his grasp. He had no choice but to pursue it further. At last, he exerted some force and successfully pinned the little beetle against the hollow of Xian Yao Qiao's left collarbone. As for Xian Yao Qiao, she had not anticipated Han Qingyu would take such direct action. She hadn't even had time to contemplate or refuse, leaving her momentarily flustered. Is he a rogue? She wondered. Observing him, she noted that Han Qingyu wore a blank expression, seemingly focused. Gradually, her attention was entirely drawn away by the hand pressing on her shoulder, and she began to experience an unusual sensation, strange indeed. Was this what the books referred to as hormones? She pondered if he might also. Suddenly, Han Qingyu crushed the little beetle, obliterating it against her collarbone. He started, but she shushed him. Xian Yao Qiao endeavored to suppress her imagination about the beetle's exploded remains, resolutely enduring the moment and repositioning herself in the pit. Han Qingyu, oblivious to any impropriety, continued in his mindset. If Wen Jifei were present, he would undoubtedly have uttered his usual admonition to Han Qingyu. "Qingzi, just wait for your arranged marriage. Let your mother steer you into a muddled union. You truly do not comprehend love." They remained in this position for another 3 minutes. "Shall we not seek out the instructor?" Xian Yao Qiao could no longer contain herself and cautiously inquired. "I fear encountering the giant," Han Qingyu replied. "Oh, that is fine," Xian Yao Qiao said, nodding with ease and confidence. "If I encounter him, I'll just slice off his head." The sudden outburst of profanity from the young girl left Han Qingyu, and he Tang momentarily stunned. "What did you say?" "Slice off his head." Xian Yao Qiao felt embarrassed. She realized she had completely lost control, adding slice before and his head after the mention of the target. "Of course, I might not be able to do it alone. With the two of you helping, it should be manageable. If we have the instructors with us, it would be quite easy." Han Qingyu and he Tang exchanged glances, wondering if there were indeed such fierce female soldiers in the 491st. Clearly, neither of them had heard of any. Just as they were about to inquire further, a flurry of footsteps approached. Zhang Daoan and the other 17, equipped with their three-dimensional devices, rushed past the pit where the three were hiding with almost no concealment. "You two stay put and don't run off." After the group passed, Han Qingyu instructed, then activated his device to pursue them. Zhang Daoan had just received a call. A squad of new recruits had spotted the target not far off on a hillside. The sight of the target sent the new recruits into a panic. They activated their devices and fled, even calling for others to join them in their escape. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the target not to notice them. Thus, Zhang Daoan dashed out in a frenzy. In that moment, as he sprinted for his life, he was tormented by his past mistakes. Years ago, he had made a grievous error, which led to the heart-wrenching sight of his captain being pierced through the chest by a spear, watching many comrades perish, and carrying a heavy burden of guilt and resentment. Recently, he had experienced a slight transformation after years as a chief instructor. He had finally witnessed promising recruits emerge from the 425th. He thought perhaps this could bring some comfort to Wang Luzhang, resting in the afterlife. Consequently, he had begun to live a little more lightly. Yet now, as they lay in ambush, preparing to fight for their lives, it was the new recruits who first spotted and encountered the target. If there were a divine presence, it seemed to be persistently punishing him, using the lives of others and the mounting guilt to slowly destroy him. This time, I want to let you succeed. It's the last time. I wager my life, Zhang Daoan silently vowed, quickening his pace once more. At this moment, a mixed group of new recruits from the 425th and 491st were fleeing in terror and chaos. The terrifying footsteps echoed through the forest, following closely behind, yet did not strike. It was as if it were playing a grim game of slaughter. Fear mounted, and some began to break down, until someone shouted, "Instructor Zhang." Following that, new recruits began to call out the names of their instructors. Zhang Daoan, along with 10 other instructors and 6 recently treated individuals from the 1123rd, finally arrived just in time. Upon their arrival, they swiftly turned, forming a defensive line, weapons at the ready. The new recruits felt a sense of reassurance, with some even beginning to stand their ground. The knowledge imparted in the classroom informs them that a group of 16 to 24 individuals, led by veterans and skilled fighters, is generally sufficient to vanquish a formidable foe. In this instance, both conditions are met, in addition to 2 chief instructors. There is also a second lieutenant who serves as the deputy commander of Team 1123, with the remainder being seasoned veterans. Yet, Zhang Daoan utters a single word: "Run. Run." At that moment, within the dense thicket before them, the sound of snapping branches resonates sharply. The formidable adversary, wielding a massive broadsword, emerges from the forest, adopting a menacing stance, seemingly unperturbed. In this rare encounter between humanity and the formidable foe, a bizarre standoff unfolds, with 17 against 1. The battlefield is a gently sloping expanse descending from the heights of nearby mountains, offering a degree of openness. The underbrush scarcely reaches their calves, and the autumnal weeds remain sparse. Under the moonlight, the ground appears dark, interspersed with bare stones and rocky outcrops reflecting the silvery glow. Lu Xiang is among them. In the earlier chaos of the valley, he became separated from Han Qingyu and He Tangtang. During the retreat, he intended to search for them but was swiftly pulled away by an instructor from the 491st Regiment. Unfortunately, he fortuitously joined the squad that encountered the formidable foe, and thus he has spent the night in a desperate flight for survival. Lu Shiheng's trusty iron sword now rests in Zhang Daohan's possession. Earlier, during their journey, Zhang had requested to borrow it, and Lu complied, perhaps believing that the instructor deemed him the least likely to require a weapon. Hailing from a prosperous city, with family wealth in the millions, Lu Xing never concealed his determination to survive. Presently, he clutches a blade he salvaged from the bloodied remains of a fallen comrade during his frantic escape. Though he merely intended to flee, he could not resist picking it up, unable to articulate the reason why. Lu Xiang did not know the rookie, but blood still clung to the knife in his grasp. He glanced down at the inscription on the blade, bearing the number 9 to 771,248. "Forgive me, brother. I lack the strength to avenge you, but perhaps my blade can." Lu Xing silently murmured as he redirected his gaze towards the line of figures standing resolutely between them and the formidable foe, finally settling on Zhang Daohan, who wielded twin blades. One of his swords remained in the instructor's hand. Whether the left or right, it was certain that it would soon strike true against their adversary. Yet, Lu Xiang remained motionless, contemplating. But surely the instructors would vanquish it, wouldn't they? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 17 in total. It was Zhang who had commanded them to flee. The rookie, having spoken, seized his arm and urged him to run. As their figures receded from view, the silhouettes standing firm against the foe gradually blurred, the moonlight merging their forms with the shadows cast upon the ground. Human figures, their shadows, and the shadow of the iron sword in hand. This rendered the group appear more substantial enough to form a wall. Behind this wall lay nearly 100 new recruits who were now in flight. Before the wall, approximately 40 to 50 meters away, stood a towering figure resembling a mechanical giant. Its back against the mountains. It had descended from the heights and emerged from the woods, now positioned at the edge of the fractured grove. Beside it, a blade-like sword dragged along the ground, its tip carving a long, deep scar into the earth. The obsidian black armor enveloping its form rendered it motionless, resembling a statue. Yet beneath the moonlight, it shimmered with an elusive blue hue. As it moved, it lowered its gaze to the ground, then lifted its eyes to survey the scattered, fleeing crowd in the distance, ultimately fixing its gaze upon the 17 individuals before it. This was an unusually human-like reaction for a being of its kind. Indeed. It is that one, Zhang Daoan remarked, devoid of inflection. Yes, that one, the one that emerged later, carrying the aircraft. This creature is formidable. Our team, Liang, fell victim to its might, added a lieutenant from 1123. A severely injured soldier beside him requested a cigarette, which the lieutenant provided. Unable to move his right hand, the soldier awkwardly inserted the cigarette into his mouth and leaned toward another comrade for assistance in lighting it. What shall we say now? An instructor inquired. The aerial vehicle of the giant was no longer nearby and had likely been equipped with a signal device, poised for activation, most probably situated atop the mountain behind it. The specifics of its operation eluded those present, though they had heard that activation required considerable time. In any case, let us do our utmost. If an opportunity arises, 2 of us shall rush up the mountain to destroy that thing, Old Chow from 491 suggested. As he spoke, the previously dormant three-dimensional device whirred to life, emitting a brilliant blue light. Thus, the situation stood. They would strive to do their best, and should their efforts prove insufficient, there was little else they could do. Should we wait for the new recruits to move further away? Another instructor pondered, yet the three-dimensional device activated in response. A luminous blue light illuminated their precarious circumstances. Before them lay the mountain, potentially housing the already set signal device, while behind them loomed the possibility of being pursued by the new recruits. Come now, why the despondency? One of the 1123 soldiers, coughing and smoking, chuckled. Perhaps we shall slay it. Wouldn't that be quite the victory? Ha ha. Wouldn't you agree? That hunk of iron, how many did its mother bear? He turned and laughed toward the giant. In an instant, laughter erupted among the group, as if they had gained some significant advantage. The carefree mirth before impending conflict, except for Zhang Daoan, who, despite the gravity of the situation and the retreating figures of the new recruits, felt an inexplicable sense of relief and lightness. However, he had long been unaccustomed to laughter. The desire to smile remained a challenge. Then, inadvertently, he glanced upward and caught a glimpse of something. What was that? Zhang Daoan froze. For not far from where he stood, nestled between the rocky cliff and the trees, a figure was stealthily ascending the mountainside. What is this? Why is that fellow still here? Why hasn't he retreated? It dawned on Zhang Daoan after a moment's reflection. He must have overheard our determination to destroy that device at all costs. Truly, reckless and audacious. What a bold soldier he is. He will become the next captain of our 425th color panel team. Wang, did you see that? In the next instant, he bowed his head and burst into hearty laughter, then looked up and declared with fervor, "Everyone, prepare to advance. Today, we neither advance nor retreat. We shall pin it down right here." Is it really that simple? The soldiers and instructors erupted into laughter. Most of them, at that moment, had also perceived the situation and combined with Zhang Daoan's words, understood the plan. Leave it here. How straightforward it is. Just at the cost of our lives. With a swish, the sound of the polearm scraping against the ground echoed as its weight cleaved through the mud and stones. It was a signal that the confrontation was imminent. Huh, who are you trying to scare? You bastard. Pay me back for Liang's life. The soldier from 1123, who had been joking while smoking, suddenly felt a rush of emotion. His eyes reddening with tears as he tossed aside his cigarette and drew his blade with his left hand. Before the cigarette could touch the ground, he lunged forward. His right hand was immobile, unable to assist in maintaining balance, and his left hand strike appeared weak. His severely injured body was clearly at its limits. "Ha! Damn it," he muttered as he stood there, glancing down before lifting his gaze toward the enemy. "To hell with you." With that curse, he had already calculated and executed a cut with his left-hand blade, striking precisely, with a sharp sound. The blade opened the first wound on the blue-armored foe's wrist. The soldier's demise was something he had long prepared for. It was the only action his current state could manage. If only the enemy could loosen their grip, he thought in his final moments. I would surely take my sword and run a few more steps. A roar of pain erupted from the foe as the soldier's lifeless body was hurled into the air by the sweeping polearm. He tugged on the comrade who had been bearing him away, standing firm. More recruits began to stand resolutely alongside him. "Chow, instructor," he murmured in the next moment. The arm of Chief Instructor Chow was ensnared by the polearm. He had just found an opportunity to switch grips and had taken the risky initiative to strike at the enemy's flank, only to discover that the blue foe's speed of rotation was astonishingly swift. The habits of thought and action formed in battles with ordinary foes were among the greatest traps in this confrontation. Yet, they still had to step into that peril and make the attempt. For if they merely engaged in skirmishing without maintaining the offensive and inflicting sufficient damage, then, when the enemy sought to retreat, whether to pursue the recruits or to find that child on the mountain, they would not be able to hold them back. Old Chow, Zhang Daoan, witnessing this scene, rushed forward, sliding to his knees while raising both blades, determined to create space for his comrades' escape against the oncoming onslaught. He fought desperately to secure a chance for Chief Instructor Chow to flee. However, despite having lost an arm, Commander Chow did not retreat. Instead, he bent low and leaped sideways to retrieve another blade, turning to plunge it into the knee of the great beast on the opposite side. He understood that if he withdrew now, pain would inevitably follow. The creature retaliated, its sword pinning him to the ground. With his remaining consciousness and the last vestige of his arm, Commander Chow struck once more at the same spot on the beast's knee. "I will go first," he uttered. This may have been the most brutal and bloody battle that the Azure Realm had witnessed in the past 5 or 6 years. He realized he had no choice now. No option to halt. If this moment were merely for a piece of metal, he would have turned and fled, but it was different now. Those individuals were sacrificing their lives to buy him time. This was not difficult to comprehend. Thus, Qingyu no longer cared to conceal himself. Behind him, the indefatigable Xian Yao Qiao and He Tang Dang continued to climb upward. But it's hard to find you alone. We will help you search together." In terms of understanding the great beast, Xian Yao Qiao was indeed far superior to Qingyu. Just then, a roar erupted from below the cliff. The great beast had likely been alerted, Qingyu surmised, but at this point, the difference was negligible. "No need. Quickly, you two find a place to hide. Hurry. It is coming." As Qingyu ascended, he sensed that the piece of metal should lie not far ahead. Meanwhile, the great beast began to attempt to escape the battlefield, but its injuries kept it firmly tethered. "Then, I will help you hold it off for a while." "Don't. That great beast." "I know. I will be cautious." The conversation ended there, and in the next moment, the silhouette of the girl wielding dual blades had already descended to the lower rock face. At that instant, He Tang Dang realized her formidable strength. "Then I shall go too." Though not as agile as Xian Yao Qiao, He Tang Dang still emulated her, rising to sprint down the rocky wall. Meanwhile, on the opposite ridge, "What are you planning to do?" a comrade inquired, having witnessed Lu Xing draw his blade from his back. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing." As Lu Xing spoke, the thought of possible death crossed his mind. He suddenly felt fear, a deep reluctance, and an overwhelming nostalgia for life in the harbor city. Tears began to fall. Yet, still clutching his weapon, he turned and ran back the way he had come. Clang, clang, clang. Qingyu spotted the object. The elongated spacecraft unfurled like a clamshell, revealing a pyramid-like metallic structure within. From his limited knowledge, it appeared more akin to a receiver than a launching apparatus. As for the flow of energy, he could sense it emanating from within that pyramid-like entity. When he called out Zhang Daoan's name, Qingyu refrained from uttering the word run. For below, only he remained. Zhang Daoan standing alone, drenched in blood, facing away from Qingyu, wielding dual blades, positioned defiantly before the great beast, obstructing its path. Before him stood the imposing blue pinnacle, now marred by countless wounds. In the center of the shell, the pyramid-like structure appeared devoid of any openings to insert an energy core, and Qingyu had no time to ponder this further. He pressed his hand against it directly. Then, in less than 2 seconds, the surge of energy was sensed only to vanish abruptly, bringing everything to an end. Simultaneously, the pyramid and the spacecraft began to disintegrate. Yet, what he beheld was Zhang Daoan, already pierced by the column sword. He uttered a single word, "Run." Zhang Daoan understood that the blue pinnacle would undoubtedly pursue Qingyu relentlessly, but he found himself unable to voice his warning. Thus, from a distance, he gestured towards Qingyu in a dismissive manner, and then, in a sudden and unexpected act. He saluted Han Qingyu amidst the gazes from the mountain and afar. No one comprehended the true significance of this salute. The prevalent speculation was that it expressed gratitude for Han Qingyu's assistance in accomplishing their mission. However, in truth, it was a premature salute to the captain of the 425 Future Colorboard Eraser team. Ultimately, after executing this final act, Zhang Daoan succumbed to the last vestiges of life, his head bowing low. Report to Team Wang. ID 34473, Lieutenant Zhang Daoan. Front, Red Board Eraser. 2nd Battalion left flank, requesting to return to the team. It was time to go back. The last breath of life, sustained by energy, was dissipating. Zhang Daoan was departing, the long-resented drill instructor of the 425, soon to perish. People witnessed his once proud head droop, his always erect posture now bent. His towering frame hunched over the piercing column sword. A profound sorrow enveloped the crowd, shrouded in silence. As they etched into their memories the blood-soaked image of him standing alone with a blade before the blue pinnacle. Yet, the truth of the moment was known only to Zhang Daoan himself. His heart found peace, a sentiment absent from those around him. As he encountered once more the specters of fallen comrades, leaders, and those who perished due to his past mistakes, he beheld the strongest red board eraser in the history of the 425, and was able to utter the words, 34473, requesting to return to the team. His years burdened by guilt and the path of atonement culminated in liberation. In the years to come, he would, with his own life, bestow the final glory upon the legendary red board eraser that had long since faded. He would finally provide closure to the 425th Regiment. At that moment, across the vast expanse from the nearby cliff's edge to the distant ridgeline, all present instinctively raised their hands in salute, bidding farewell to the figure that still stood resolute. For all that continued to breathe, there was no retreat from battle, standing firm against the vastness of the sky. The rallying cry of the soul-witnessing legion of the Azure Coalition reverberated through the mountains. The furious howls of the blue pinnacle were drowned out. In the next instant, it moved, its singular target, the figure standing atop the cliff. Why had it abandoned its predetermined course? Though formidable, its inherent characteristics for close combat could not entirely deter proximity engagements. This implies that as long as a sufficient number of warriors could approach, regardless of the outcome of the battle, they would inevitably wreak havoc. However, it encountered the unique 17th Squad of the non-regular Legion, facing the most brutal and tenacious ambush in the Azure frontline over the past 5 to 6 years. It was left battered and bruised. The roaring blue spear fixated on the cliff's summit and made its first move. The subsequent scene would linger in memory. It was the final action before Zhang Daoran's life flickered out. Thought to be deceased, he suddenly moved once more. Perhaps, in his world, at that moment, Captain Wang and his comrades were watching over him. With a sword piercing through his abdomen, Zhang Daoran surged forward, engaging in close combat, and then he clung desperately to the waist of the blue spear, gripping tightly the 2 battle knives lodged behind its waist. This was the gravest injury the blue spear had endured, with 2 lethal blades penetrating its sides. These were the last desperate strikes delivered by Lieutenant 1123 and his comrades in their earlier battle, for their captain, for the Azure, for the recruits, to repay an insurmountable debt. For the designation of 1123, they unleashed their final few blows. Qingyu was running, as Zhang Daoran expended his last ounce of strength to buy him time. The sole target of the blue spear was now him. It disregarded everyone else, who could not keep pace. This chase had already exceeded 10 minutes, with the distance quickly closing from the beginning to a sustained span of approximately 200 to 300 meters. Had it not been for the blue spear's injuries, it is likely that Han Qingyu would have perished by now. Thus, he ran ahead while the spear pursued closely behind. And behind the spear, another figure was in pursuit. It was Xian Yaoqiao, who, while chasing, shouted various strange pronunciations at the spear in tones that seemed to convey threats, negotiations, and insults. Regrettably, the blue spear paid her no heed. I'm not talking to you. I'm speaking to it. I'm just trying to invent some alien language, Xian Yaoqiao remarked. But it seemed the spear either did not understand or simply chose to ignore her. Han Qingyu was at a loss, exasperated. Then why are you still chasing after it? Just go. I failed to communicate, Xian Yaoqiao said, glancing back at the new recruit who was inexplicably fast, unable to ponder why he, a combatant, was relegated to a secondary status. She had no choice but to shout, then run towards that pit we passed, their SA bag there. It's filled with energy blocks. Understanding, Han Qingyu turned and headed back to the original position. After passing the pit, he retrieved Xian Yaoqiao's bag, filled with so many energy blocks. He had found them. Han Qingyu slung the bag over his shoulder, swiftly swapping out energy blocks while continuing to run. The blue spear fixated on him with relentless fervor. This pursuit ultimately lasted for over an hour. Until then, 2 military-painted helicopters descended nearby, and 4 individuals emerged from the aircraft. Among them, one masked figure, bearing a dimensional device, strode purposefully towards the towering figure of Daejian, brandishing a blade. This marked the first occasion in Han Qingyu's life that he witnessed the formidable prowess of the Azure S-class super combat forces in action. The speed of the confrontation was so swift that he could scarcely perceive the events unfolding. The entire encounter perhaps lasted a mere 10 seconds, during which the already gravely injured Daejian suffered severed limbs and a bisected torso. Upon completion of the dismemberment, the dismembered Daejian still managed to initiate self-destruction, seemingly capable of triggering this mechanism not only through the energy of its source but also upon the depletion of that energy. Someone approached to collect the blood left behind, while the masked man sheathed his blade and turned to glance at Han Qingyu. At that moment, Xian Yaoqiao emerged from the thicket, spotted the masked man, and promptly fled. Han Qingyu, caught in a daze, mused to himself, "If I possessed such strength, then everything would be different." After the exchange concluded, the masked figure stood at attention, saluting towards the fallen instructors, including Zhang Daoan and the warriors of the 1123 unit. As he passed by Han Qingyu once more, he paused to utter, "Thank you. And I apologize for my tardiness." Then, Xian Yaoqiao approached. "He is my mentor, one of the 4 S-class members of our Huaxi Asian army, Lord Lu." Lu Moe. Xian Yaoqiao hesitated before adding, "You are entitled to this knowledge due to your current status, which actually belongs to the secondary sequence." Han Qingyu felt puzzled. What was the secondary sequence? "It is merely a file." Xian Yaoqiao briefly elucidated, refraining from details, and concluded with a smile, "I belong to it as well." "Oh, I heard that this secondary sequence currently lacks accompanying benefits," Han Qingyu said disinterestedly, his mood preventing him from engaging further. The helicopter awaited Xian Yaoqiao, and Han Qingyu returned her backpack. "I must be on my way. It is unfortunate that our first encounter occurred under such circumstances, with so much transpiring. I reflected that perhaps it is not appropriate for me to say, I am delighted to meet you. Nonetheless, I genuinely am pleased to have met you, and equally pleased to have shared that moment in the pit with you. Remember, do not leap. By the way, I am Xian Yaoqiao. You may call me Qiao Qiao, or Yao Yao, or Hun Guing, as you wish, but I do not go by Hun Guing," she added with a smile. "We shall surely meet again." With that, she waved and turned towards the helicopter. "Hey," Han Qingyu suddenly called out from behind. "And thank you. And about that little insect of yours. Remember to take it out." Xian Yaoqiao paused, surprised. "Ah, it is best not to mention that," she said, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly unfastened her collar, carefully wiping away the remnants of the exploded beetle. In that moment, her graceful neck was revealed, her skin fair, and her collarbone appeared quite lovely. As the indentation, there was notably deep. However, Han Qingyu noticed none of this. In the office of Lu Wujing, the commander of the 9th Army of the Azure Coalition, flowers and plants adorned the space, and books and paintings hung on the walls, creating a rare and unconventional atmosphere within the military corps. Let them remain there. Let them stay at 1123. After the blockade and cleanup are completed, we shall continue training on site. Such opportunities are rare. We must not allow them to escape easily from their fear and suffering. We might even assign them to the cleanup efforts. Qi Shanhong paused, suddenly striking his left fist into his right palm. "Yes, just like that. Let them do it. This will surely produce a cadre of fine soldiers." After speaking, he turned, casting a fervent and expectant gaze towards Lu Wujing behind the desk. Although both held the rank of Major General, the final authority rested with Commander Lu Wujing. Lu Wujing met his gaze, contemplating the possibility that such an approach could indeed yield capable soldiers. Qi Shanhong reiterated, "I too am troubled by this situation, but Azure Blue must look forward. Must. Azure Blue requires not only skilled soldiers, but also individuals with compassion." Upon finishing his statement, Lu Wujing, with a stiff demeanor, gestured towards the office door. Qi Shanhong paused, glanced at him, and then turned to slam the door behind him. The sound was jarring, reverberating against the walls, leaving Lu Wujing momentarily stunned as he shook his head slowly, a bitter smile playing on his lips. Within the research system of Azure Blue International, It is not uncommon for scientists to subtly or overtly propose the same notion every few years, to cultivate Azure Blue warriors devoid of personal consciousness, tailored to the desperate demands of warfare. For instance, when the soldiers are still children. This proposition has never seen even the slightest implementation. It is consistently met with vehement rejection and suppression. Yet, it continues to attract its proponents. Qi Shantong, for one, has openly championed this idea, believing that the future battles Azure Blue faces far exceed the capabilities of the current soldiers. Moreover, discussions within Azure Blue regarding potential responses to a hypothetical downfall reveal a multitude of viewpoints. One faction advocates for surrendering to the inevitable, then using nuclear weapons to plow through Azure Blue in a mutual destruction scenario. Those espousing such views are referred to as the Shattered Jade faction within Azure Blue. Both the scientific visionaries and the Shattered Jade advocates have encountered rejection of their ideas, yet their presence is tolerated within the ranks as comrades and colleagues. This is because, under the premise of shared objectives and ensuring the mainstream ideology, Azure Blue perpetually requires diverse perspectives, personalities, and thoughts. Otherwise, it risks becoming insular, decayed, and stagnant. At the very least, everyone is defending Azure Blue, are they not? Furthermore, the prevailing ideology has remained unchanged. This is preferable to the despicable purging faction. Suddenly, Lu Wujing rose, hurling a cup against the wall, releasing his pent-up anger and frustration amidst the sound of collision and shattering. The commander, weighed down by grievances, took a seat and directly dialed Qi Shantong, who had just departed in discontent. I will leave the matter of old Wu to you for examination. His tone was flat, yet somewhat menacing as he spoke. The old Wu in their conversation had been their colleague for many years and was a veteran of the Ninth Army, serving as the deputy director of the Information Control Center. However, he was one of the Snow Lotus operatives, a member who had remained undercover for 15 or 16 years, diligently fulfilling his role as an infiltrator. During the most brutal battle in the 1123 area in recent years, he was on duty. Upon receiving a distress signal, he discerned that this was the prime opportunity he had awaited throughout his years in hiding. The anticipated value of the incident warranted his exposure. Thus, he murdered 4 colleagues on duty, subsequently jamming the communication signals in the 1123 area and disseminated the message across the remaining region. Crisis averted. The 1123 area is now secure and rescue operations are halted. Crisis averted, operations ceased. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wujing murmured a quiet phrase, then leaned back in his chair, propping his legs upon the desk. He closed his eyes, his expression contorted in anguish, tears seeping from the corners of his eyes. The vehicle jolted along the road throughout the night, and this time, no one spoke. Qingyu remained silent. For the first time, he felt no joy at having acquired source energy. Despite being acutely aware that his physical condition had ascended to a new level, it was a peculiar sensation. Lu Xiang had never contemplated risking his life, nor had he envisioned wielding a deadly blade, yet that very knife had already claimed lives, not just one. The wielder was named Zhang Daoan. The weight of the knife felt unbearably heavy, leading Lu Xiang to believe he was unworthy to wield it. Once in his grasp, it would bring unease and chaos. Prepare to disembark, Mira and Amp. Appo's voice emerged, tinged with fatigue. The vehicle came to a halt. Dusk had fallen and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Personnel from the 425th Regiment had arrived before them, and the commander, Li Wangxiang, accompanied by a few regiment staff members, stood at the entrance of the training base. Still unaware of the full situation, Lao Jian was also present. They watched as the new recruits approached, raising their hands briefly before letting them drop, remaining silent. As Han Qingyu walked past, Li Wangxiang placed a hand on his shoulder without uttering a word. Lao Jian ruffled his hair affectionately. When He Tang passed by, Li Wangxiang again patted his shoulder silently. Lu Xia followed, receiving the same gesture from Li Wangxiang, who remained quiet. Thus, he counted each of the new recruits from the 425th as they walked past, one by one, until the last had finally moved on. Li Wangxiang stood on tiptoe, craning his neck to look for any remaining vehicles. Are there more coming? Is there another vehicle yet to arrive? There are, came the response. Just a moment. I'm sorry, Commander Li. They're all here. Li Wangxiang bowed his head, standing there for perhaps 3 to 5 seconds. Suddenly, with a heart-wrenching cry, he let out a wail and collapsed to the ground, lamenting the loss of 7 instructors and 69 new recruits. They had only just donned their armor. Even amidst the frontline combat units, and despite the increased density of combat this year, 425 had never before suffered such a catastrophic loss. Commander Li wept openly. After a moment, he rose, pointed toward the 9th Army headquarters, and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Lu Wuzhing, damn you! Qi Shantong, damn you! You shall compensate for my losses." His fellow officers, tears streaming down their faces, attempted to restrain him, covering his mouth, but Li Wangxiang broke free. Continuing his tirade. Inside the office building, the army commander inquired cautiously, "Shall we stop him?" "Let him vent. It is warranted," Lu Wuzhing replied. "Has my responsibility report been submitted?" "It has," the guard affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Han Qingyu and his companions spotted Wen Jifei standing by the roadside on their way to the mess hall. They approached him. Han Qingyu remarked, "You know, on the day before you left, he was avoiding me while I was peeling peanuts and chatting. When it was time to go, I offered to let him take the bag, suggesting he share some with Qingzi. He scoffed, insisting he couldn't allow you to see him like that. He had to maintain his authority." When Jifei paused, then said, "You all should go eat. And let me tell you, in this wretched place, serving as a soldier, you never know which seemingly mundane encounter might turn out to be your last farewell. Well, see you tomorrow." He waved slowly and turned away, heading alone toward the equipment yard. As he walked, he lowered his head, perhaps wiping away a tear for his former instructor. Zhang Daoan, who had once compelled him to acknowledge his own shortcomings, who had teased him with dried tofu and pickled vegetables, and who had claimed they shared a resemblance in their youth. As for the 39 interrogated, they were infiltrators of the cleansing faction. Yet they had neither taken action nor revealed their presence. However, they could no longer endure the situation. Later that night, after having previously said they would meet the next day, Wen Jifei unexpectedly arrived with a bedding roll, explaining as he made his bed on an empty bunk, "I had Lao Jian help me find someone to apply for a few days' stay. The equipment yard only has dormitories for female officers, and they let me stay there. I find it difficult to sleep alone in the equipment room." With the lights out and everyone lying down, silence enveloped the room for a moment. Someone attempted to break the stillness with light conversation, albeit inappropriately. But after 2 failed jokes, they resorted to gossip. It seems that gossip is always an effective means of distraction. "By the way, Qingzi, do you harbor a secret crush on our instructor Milla? The way you fought so fiercely back then. Haha, you were told not to leap, right? Many are whispering about it now, claiming it was a heroic rescue. Azure is not averse to love, a sentiment that has been articulated long ago. Here, love is liberated from many of the constraints imposed by societal norms. Thus, considerations such as age and status are effortlessly extricated from the confines of limitation. But who, then, is that swaying figure?" In that moment, He Tang uttered an entirely new name, intensifying the atmosphere of gossip. After a brief interval, Han Qingyu, amidst the murmur of discussions, heard his name once more and exclaimed, "Ah?" A cacophony of confusion ensued, as a group of individuals collectively pondered the meaning of his reaction. Having been engrossed in gossip about him for quite some time, amidst the awkwardness, when Jifei chuckled, remarking, "Asking him about this is futile. It's akin to inquiring of a blacksmith how to embroider. He lacks that understanding, and I even suspect he might have traded it for something else." Laughter erupted throughout the dormitory. Indeed, that is his nature, not that he is straightforward in thought, but rather singularly focused. Previously, he was absorbed in his studies. Now, faced with the urgency of survival, he is solely concerned with that. The following morning, the military sought him out first. Han Qingyu accompanied them, entering the office and reporting in. Upon hearing the door close behind him, he realized it was just he and Commander Lu Wuzhing in the room. Lu Wuzhing, tending to the flowers by the window, turned to scrutinize him from head to toe before saying, "Please, have a seat. I want to trouble you with tea." He paused, seemingly talking to himself, "To think I only just learned of this. Impressive. Even a commander such as I must formally request permission to ask you a few questions." His words seemed to drift, and Han Qingyu, unsure how to respond, complied and took a seat. "Now, regarding your report, you performed admirably," Lu Wuzhing remarked, pouring himself a cup of tea. "Please, elaborate on the details." Han Qingyu recounted the entire process honestly, save for the last moment when his anxiety caused him to mischaracterize the absorption of the metal fragment as a destruction of the device. There were indeed many doubts regarding his capabilities. However, due to Han Qingyu's classification within the next sequence, many questions surrounding him were automatically tagged with an understanding and hint of confidentiality, making Lu Wuzhing hesitant to probe further. It was not that Han Qingyu held the commander in disdain. Rather, the fear of the lurking faction was overwhelmingly palpable. "I don't believe so," he shook his head. "At that moment, that large creature began pursuing me, and I had no time to pay attention. Upon exiting Lu Wuzheng's office, Han Qingyu was summoned by regiment leader Li Wangqiang. Within the circle of acquaintances, the dialogue lacked the formality of inquiries, resembling more of a discussion. Moreover, in his grief, Li Wangqiang found some solace in witnessing Han Qingyu, knowing that his recent conduct had brought him a measure of comfort. It is thus, he began. Our regiment has long upheld a tradition. When a soldier falls, their ashes bear no name. Nor do they feature a photograph. Only their number is inscribed in the upper right corner. The lower left corner typically bears the numbers of several fallen comrades, ensuring that the departed do not feel isolated. Of course, this is entirely voluntary. With these words concluded, Li Wangqiang turned to glance at Han Qingyu. This time, I assisted Lao Zhang by making numerous phone calls throughout the morning regarding this matter. Ultimately, the remaining few individuals, represented by the red board eraser, largely agreed to inscribe Captain Ming's number, Wang Luzheng, alongside their own, including Lao Miao, who also consented. This seemingly symbolizes forgiveness. As for Lao Zhang's personal sentiments, they remain elusive. Li Wangqiang then expressed some reflections, stating, "We have pondered on his behalf and feel that if your number is also inscribed, it will accompany him in the afterlife." Han Qingyu nodded in agreement. The following day, Zhang Daoan and the ashes of the fallen were taken to Jiushan Mountain, where the spirit wall stands. Apart from the new recruits bidding farewell, the majority of leaders from both the regiment and the military were present, with even representatives from the Corps headquarters and the council in attendance. Surprisingly, the individual who ascended the mountain to carry Zhang Daoan's urn was Wen Jifei. During the arrangements for Zhang Daoan's posthumous affairs, many undisclosed matters came to light, such as his prior submission of a special report, which he guaranteed, seeking a three-dimensional device for Wen Jifei. Whether the military would have approved this is uncertain, but it was likely they would not. It rained during the ascent, and the atmosphere was somber. The urn was sealed within the spirit wall. Wen Jifei stood empty-handed for a moment before retrieving a bag of peanuts from his coat, placing it before Zhang Daoan's designated spot. Simultaneously, at the foot of Jiushan Mountain, a figure limped into view, silently making their way up the mountain. With some difficulty, this figure reached Zhang Daoan and Appo's grave. They opened a wooden lunchbox and presented a steaming bowl of beef brisket noodles, placing it there and inserting chopsticks. Afterward, the individual, still clutching the wooden lunchbox, turned and limped down the mountain step by step in the rain, without uttering a single word. Zhang Daoan has departed. Yet the large yellow dog known as 34,473 remains steadfast at the entrance of Base 425. Han Qingyu was once again summoned by the military commander's guard, who appeared anxious and urgent. "It's not the army commander who wishes to see you," he whispered, "but the rejectors have been waiting for you all afternoon." That evening, feeling fatigued, I lay down for a nap and inadvertently slept until now, relishing the comfort and happiness of it, wishing to continue. I think I shall request a leave for the first time since the new book began. The existence of the rejectors has never been a secret. Yet the specifics of their actions and operations remain largely unknown to ordinary soldiers. As Lao Jin put it, only those at least of the rank of regional team leader might have the possibility of direct contact with them, and even then, they can only be the contacted. "Remember to exercise caution when speaking," came a voice from behind just as I was about to follow the guard. "Do not shamelessly ask others for this or that, regardless of the refusals." In the presence of the military commander and his personal guard, Lao Jin jested, chuckling lightly. Yet, the concern, perhaps even worry, in his eyes lingered. This has become the ailment of Blood Calabash Boy. Whenever there is even a hint of doubt regarding Han Qingyu, Captain Lao is quick to leap forward, fervently defending, arguing, and contending, only to reflect afterward. What gives me the right? After all, I have no daughter. Yet, come the next instance, he finds himself unable to restrain his impulses. Is it impossible to refrain from asking for things? Then can I choose not to go? I refuse the refusals. Han Qingyu paused, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he continued, asking, "Is that rather convoluted?" Lao Jin, at a loss for words, thought to himself, "Alas, it is so difficult to forge a genuine connection with this impudent youth. Thus, he probably still harbors some resentment toward me. A kind of resentment that is not entirely potent, yet it exists. After all, it was I who inadvertently led him away from his family to become this mere soldier." Regarding this matter, as Han Qingyu's recommender, Lao Jin himself has been feeling a bit conflicted lately. From the moment he learned of Han Qingyu and Appo's SA-level energy fusion assessment to the Silver Blue Guardian, and now, understanding his astonishing performance in battle, Captain Lao should feel pleased and joyful. Yet, In reality, he could only muster a slight sense of relief, as joy eluded him inexplicably. The tall timber stands out amidst the forest. This young sapling has grown too tall and too conspicuous, especially when he was merely a fledgling soldier. In this world, rife with factions of both the cleansing and self-preservation schools, and even within the Azure Alliance, where numerous divergent ideologies coexist, if strength is a reliance, then the premature exposure of potential, before it is truly realized, becomes a perilous gamble. With this psychological backdrop, coupled with thoughts of the recent signal jamming, Lao Jin's heart was a tumult of emotions, ensnared in a web of worries. Speaking of which, I have coughed up blood several times. That should be nothing, right? Over there, Han Qingyu suddenly asked earnestly. Lao Jin, momentarily at a loss, felt a surge of irritation, wanting to retort, why not ask the doctor if you have a problem? Why come to me? Upon scrutinizing Han Qingyu closely, he sensed that the young man appeared to be unharmed, and thus replied curtly, you want to die. Well, I said coughing up blood should be nothing. Han Qingyu chuckled. Lao Jin cleared his throat, contemplated for a moment, and finally conceded, fine, you may go. Tomorrow morning, the military has arranged for you to rest. After breakfast, come find me at the simulated combat arena. We shall have a match. With that, he waved his hand. Today, he had just received the first draft of the incident report and had reviewed Han Qingyu's choices and performance throughout the Battle of 1123. After the initial astonishment, a greater sense of apprehension settled in. He felt that the dangers were all too real, and survival was paramount. It seemed time to personally impart some lessons, to administer a little discipline, so that he might refrain from such reckless bravado in the future. Very well, then. The energy blocks will be provided, Han Qingyu replied nonchalantly, turning to follow the already anxious guard of the commander. The term rejector was initially a nickname, akin to the Only Witness Legion, which gradually evolved into an official designation. Its precise nomenclature should be the Second Army of the Waxia Front of the Azure Alliance. What does this signify? It indicates that after establishing the first frontline combat unit, the Waxia Front's First Army in 1912, the Azure Alliance did not hastily augment its military strength but rather prioritized the formation of the rejectors. This alone suffices to illustrate the significance of this peculiar legion. Han Qingyu first heard of the rejectors during his initial journey to the base, where Lao Jin spoke of them in an enigmatic manner, revealing little. Through subsequent revelations, Han Qingyu could barely surmise their function, primarily to endeavor to thwart the approach of the spindle-shaped aircraft towards the Azure Alliance from a distance, and if that fails, to manipulate its landing position. Their methods might resemble how venomous creatures display their vibrant and fearsome colors to deter intruders. That was all he could ascertain. As for the intricacies of their operations, Han Qingyu, given his current status and understanding, found himself incapable of speculating and was disinclined to ponder further. In summary, this entity not only bore an air of mystery but also held a position of considerable esteem. Han Qingyu had once overheard Commander Li and others discussing the potential for the coalition to curtail the energy block benefits to a certain extent, mentioning that even if the Azure Alliance were to ruthlessly diminish the energy block provisions for the Only Witness Legion, it could never afford to reduce the supply to the rejectors. Thus, suddenly being summoned by the rejectors for investigation, was he a little flustered? Indeed, somewhat. Having watched few films in his past, Han Qingyu's imagination conjured up an image of a clandestine organization, a dark ambience, suits, indifferent faces, and piercing gazes. Upon arrival, the guard halted outside a confidential meeting room of the Ninth Army, informing Han Qingyu that he should enter alone before departing. Understood. Han Qingyu took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and formally announced, reporting in, the Ninth Army of the Only Witness Legion, for 125th Regiment, new recruit Han Qingyu. Here's ordered. Enter, came a low, aged voice from within, imbued with a sense of gravity. As he pushed the door open and stepped inside, preparing to salute, Han Qingyu paused. Before the conference table sat two individuals, one an elderly gentleman with thinning white hair and a slightly portly figure, whose appearance, despite his fullness, aligned quite well with Han Qingyu and Appo's expectations. He indeed wore a black suit, and his drooping eyelids made it difficult to decipher his emotional state. However, the other was a complete surprise. What on earth? This child could not be over 15 years old. The boy was slender and petite, sporting round, silver-rimmed glasses with the legs wrapped in pain-relieving adhesive. Before them lay an assortment of tea, cola, and a small heap of pumpkin seeds, which appeared to be slightly burnt. Yet, these seeds were notoriously difficult to shell. Sometimes, a bit of charring was quite acceptable, allowing the impatient to chew them whole. In truth, I have already reached the age of 19, merely half a month younger than you, Han. However, I cannot claim to possess your remarkable prowess. You are truly formidable. Sensing Han Qingyu's surprise and bewilderment, the younger individual smiled and greeted him before introducing himself. My name is Tuzi. Would you care for some? He proceeded to slice a few pumpkin seeds, initially cutting too few, hesitating for a moment, and then slicing off a larger portion. He pushed the seeds across the table toward Han Qingyu, gazing up at him with what appeared to be a hint of admiration in his eyes. Shall we converse while we eat? Tuzi continued. We have been instructed to observe you first before posing our inquiries. Eating while chatting allows us to observe more closely. His candor was refreshing. Thus, Han Qingyu took a seat and reached for a handful of pumpkin seeds. The elderly man seated nearby cast a glance at him. Let me see that again. Han Qingyu, feeling somewhat awkward due to the silver bracelet his mother had insisted he wear as a sentimental token, extended his hand. Why do you wear such an item? The elder inquired. Men rarely wear silver bracelets, especially within the military. Han Qingyu spoke the truth. May I have a look? The elder continued, his expression unchanging as he gestured for the bracelet. Han Qingyu removed it and handed it over. The elder scrutinized it closely. Meanwhile, Tuzi began to jot down his initial observation in the notes section, a man wearing a silver bracelet. There was nothing peculiar about it. Back at home, his mother often roasted pumpkin seeds as a snack, and it had been quite some time since Han Qingyu had savored that flavor. Additionally, he should have been eating his meal at that moment, but instead, he had been summoned here, feeling rather famished and in urgent need of a bite. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the very person he had just envisioned, impatient enough to chew the shells along with the seeds. As Tuzi meticulously peeled the seeds one by one, he watched Han Qingyu toss 3 to 8 seeds into his mouth in quick succession. Before long, the pile before Han Qingyu was nearly depleted. Observing this, Tuzi, with a hint of pity, silently pushed his own stack toward Han Qingyu and then rummaged through his clothing pocket for a while before finally producing a small handful of seeds. Only then did Han Qingyu notice, lowering his gaze to the table before looking back up at him, his expression slightly awkward as he said, My apologies, bald one. I'm just so famished. Not a problem, but my name is Tuzi. Ah, it's the dialect from my hometown. I apologize, Han Qingyu explained. Forcing a laugh as he added, shall we consider this a friendly reminder? After all, those of us who wield blades differ from those who rely on intellect. We are at risk of losing our heads in a moment of carelessness, while you might lose your hair. Tuzi, bashful yet unable to suppress a chuckle, nodded in agreement. At that moment, the slightly overweight elder, grappling with a serious hair loss issue, struggled to remind himself to endure, convincing himself that this was likely a deliberate, albeit casual, interference in their inquiries. Speaking of which, do your family elders experience similar issues? Do they suffer from hair loss? Han Qingyu has already struck up a conversation with Tuzi, although the latter claims to be only slightly younger, both visually and intuitively. Han Qingyu perceives him as a younger brother. I don't know, Tuzi remarked. I have never met my grandfather. It appears the elder has passed away. And quite some time ago. Han Qingyu was on the verge of uttering an apology. Tuzi continued, he was imprisoned at the age of 14. Han Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Then how did you come about? Oh, my grandfather fell in love and married while in prison, and subsequently, my father was born. Tuzi explained this without a hint of sorrow. Rather, there was a certain lightness in his tone. Later, my father was also incarcerated at the age of 13. And then, I see. So you were born from a relationship formed in prison, Han Qingyu deduced. Yes, Tuzi affirmed. At this point, Han Qingyu could roughly envision what that so-called prison must have been like, a perilous sanctuary for reckless yet carefree lives. Reflecting on this, he expressed to Tuzi, You have had quite the journey. At 19, you have yet to step into that world. Tuzi smiled brightly and nodded, Indeed. And as I approach 20, if I manage to stay on the right path, I can visit my grandfather, grandmother, father, and mother in prison for a few days without fear of being led astray. The two young men, both belonging to the same rank yet unaware of each other as shared status, engaged in a lively conversation. By the way, what did you just write down? After a brief chat, Han Qingyu leaned over to glance at the inquiry record, adopting a somewhat awkward posture. Tuzi straightforwardly pushed the entire notebook toward him, revealing the single phrase inscribed within, a man wearing a silver bracelet. You remembered this. Isn't that a bit imprudent? If this gets out, won't it make me seem effeminate? Han Qingyu expressed his genuine concern. Not at all. Even if others do. But you, Brother Qingzi, You were the one who performed a daring feat during your rookie phase. You even sabotaged that device and ran off with a bluish spear, 2Z exclaimed. Excitement evident in his voice as he naturally referred to him as Brother Qingyu. It was clear that this young scientist revered combat heroes or perhaps simply lacked friends. Han Qingyu pondered aloud, isn't it somewhat unorthodox for the rejects to assign an inexperienced comrade like you to interrogate me? 2Z hurriedly replied, no. This can't be considered an interrogation. We haven't even received permission to interrogate you. Oh, Han Qingyu leaned back against his chair, comprehending the situation. You're merely here for leisure. Accompanying me, he surmised. The slightly plump elder finally interjected, stating that he had researched the matter thoroughly. Concluding that the object in question was merely an ordinary silver bracelet passed down through generations in a farming family. It was old, showing clear signs of wear from years of labor, rustic in appearance, devoid of any decorative patterns, and lacking even a hint of luster. Essentially, had it been carelessly discarded rather than carefully hidden, a thief might very well overlook it. Han Qingyu cautiously tucked the silver bracelet away, implying that it was indeed you alone who came to inquire about me. This seems a bit irregular, doesn't it? But there's also little too, he pointed out. Isn't he just accompanying you? Isn't it true that there are two individuals involved in this matter? The slightly stout elder felt a sense of relief after having triumphed in their exchange and continued, how about this? Recount the events of that day for me. Han Qingyu smiled at him and replied, I must decline. The sensation of refusing a request is indeed delightful, particularly when one is aware that the other party lacks interrogation-level authority. The elder retorted, don't you have the report in your possession? Just refer to it. Han Qingyu responded, I have already discussed it multiple times with several groups over the past few days. The atmosphere grew awkward. Our primary interest lies in understanding the specifics of the device installed by the Panblue faction. 2Z cautiously interjected to ease the tension, stating, as for that device, I have only seen a rather blurry old photograph. I have never encountered the actual object, let alone observed it as closely as you have. Oh, Han Qingyu pondered, finding it difficult to refuse further, and stated, the device comprises two main components. The exterior resembles an opened fusiform spacecraft, akin to a blossom shell, while the interior harbors a metallic pyramidal structure. His description was fragmented yet objective. And what is your subjective impression? Could you elaborate? 2Z inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. Subjectively, I feel that the device may not be the signal transmission apparatus they claim it to be. Han Qingyu paused before continuing. In my view, it resembles more of a receiving device. Is that so? Splendid. I have long harbored similar suspicions, 2Z exclaimed, rising abruptly, his small stature betraying his excitement. I have even theorized that it might essentially serve as a type of towing device, a means to open a transition corridor. The intricacies of 2Z's scientific musings were somewhat beyond Han Qingyu's high school education. After 2Z expounded upon his thoughts, he clarified, I based my deductions on the habitual movements of those aircraft and their method of sound transmission. You see, it reminds me of the satellite dish we used back in my village to receive television signals. Han Qingyu, feeling that his educational integrity was being undermined, interjected mercilessly. Oh, I see. 2Z slumped in defeat, his enthusiasm extinguished. The atmosphere once again became awkward, although the information provided by Han Qingyu had been duly noted. After a brief pause, 2Z looked up and offered an awkward smile. Qingyu, would you mind waiting until next year when the source energy field opens to reassess the degree of integration? In light of our review of the incident report, we find your capabilities somewhat perplexing. Han Qingyu appeared momentarily bewildered, unable to provide an immediate response. Of course, this is not obligatory. You are free to refuse. 2Z hastily added, this is merely our curiosity from the perspective of the rejectors. Even the stout elder beside him showed no inclination to pressure Han Qingyu. For who would dare confront the sole witness, the commander Qinbuer? You circumvent him, investigate those he has personally consulted, and deny the decisions he has made. And you will find yourself in a predicament. Should you dare to proceed further with enforcement, you would be courting calamity. Aside from rejecting the grand refuser, do you have any other responsibilities? Han Qingyu retorted. Indeed, this duty has inexplicably emerged over the past 30 to 40 years. Perhaps due to the nickname the refuser causing some confusion, it also entails rejecting internal foes. 2Z gestured towards the portly elder beside him, stating, this gentleman is Supervisor G from our internal investigation department of refusers. 2Z paused, a timid smile gracing his lips as he reached into Han Qingyu and Amp, Appo's, sleeve. With some effort retrieving a small object, similar in hue to a pumpkin seed, explaining, I possess an innate sensitivity to frequency and fluctuation, and with the aid of equipment. I found that throughout this entire process, Brother Qingyu, your heartbeat remained as steady as that of a living corpse. In the confidential meeting room, the atmosphere abruptly shifted, finally embodying the enigmatic state Han Qingyu had previously imagined, exuding an aura of clandestine operations. They had deceived him. So, this duo of elder and youth had been performing for him all along? Although he, too, had been playing a role. Yet, how could they behave in such a manner? Maintaining a wooden expression, Han Qingyu lowered his head while simultaneously raising his hand to inspect his sleeve. He then cast his gaze upon the small object in 2Z's possession, ultimately raising his sight to meet his eyes, visually and sensorially. He still appeared as a younger brother, perhaps merely 15 or 16 years of age. However, his entire family, including his grandparents, parents, and himself, were incarcerated, and likely had been for quite some time, predominantly as prodigious prisoners of the Azure realm. In any case, the situation was somewhat troublesome. And considering the high-ranking refuser had personally arrived, it indicated significant concern. No wonder Lao Jian had previously advised him to exercise caution. Han Qingyu felt a tinge of frustration and remarked, with such an item, why don't you use it to test for the lurking cleansing faction instead? Indeed, this device is designed for testing the cleansing faction, the portly elder interjected candidly, fixing a steady gaze upon Han Qingyu without reservation, adding, but it may not be accurate and cannot serve as conclusive evidence. Thus, they indeed regarded him as a potential infiltrator of the cleansing faction. Han Qingyu mused, reflecting, indeed, he might resemble that archetype of a super spy with grand aspirations. But I trust you, Brother Qingyu. You remain exceptional. 2Z spoke again, cautiously suggesting so. About my earlier proposal? The earlier proposal, shall we retest next year? Han Qingyu suppressed his discontent and pondered. In truth, he had been re-examining an age-old dilemma that had troubled him in recent days. What manner of existence am I? For instance, why does the source energy field perceive me as an adversary, colliding with me? Why can I instantaneously absorb the metallic fragments that require refinement? Yet my absorption rate of the blue crystal is significantly slower? Furthermore, as the small bald man had just remarked, was my heartbeat throughout the entire process truly as steady as that of a living corpse? It seems so. Why is it that during life-threatening moments, I never feel anxious? Yet, conversely, I sometimes find myself tense in the mundanity of daily life. The multitude of perplexing questions has increased, evoking a duality within me, a fervent desire to uncover the truths while simultaneously grappling with an inevitable trepidation towards the unknown and the concealed threats it harbors. Overall, Han Qingyu finds himself in a state akin to that of a patient reluctant to confront his ailments, instinctively adopting a strategy of procrastination. Thus, the notion of reassessment a year later emerges, a compromise that seems to resonate with his current psychological disposition of seeking answers while evading confrontation. With resolve, Han Qingyu lifted his gaze and declared, all right. Upon uttering these words, a wave of relief washed over him. That's settled. Then, he chuckled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. 2Z exhaled. As he had previously mentioned, they had not been granted interrogation-level permissions. All exploratory endeavors were conducted without the knowledge of Chen Bu, as they dared not impose on Han Qingyu. As he tidied up the report, 2Z felt a twinge of guilt when he glanced back at Han Qingyu, offering an awkward smile as he explained, Brother Qingyu, aside from that, everything else I mentioned is entirely truthful. I genuinely wish to befriend you. Your battlefield reports ignite my passion. Furthermore, you must take care of your safety in the military. We are concerned. Han Qingyu regarded him with a displeased gaze, remaining silent for a considerable time, pondering before finally speaking. Do you have any energy blocks? After his earlier jibe, he felt that an apology and an offer of friendship necessitated some form of reciprocation. Huh? 2Z appeared bewildered. Sincerity, energy blocks, Han Qingyu clarified. I've heard that your group of rejects is abundant in them, and considering your young age, you've managed to navigate the ranks and collaborate with superiors. Your position must be quite respectable. 2Z nodded, then lowered his gaze to rummage through his bag. How many do you need? 10, Han Qingyu quoted. Anticipating that this little trickster might haggle or feign reluctance, thinking to himself, if you enjoy performing, then please, continue. However, I only brought 3, 2Z admitted. His tone casual. They were meant for experiments, and I didn't anticipate needing more. To demonstrate his transparency, he presented his small backpack, revealing 3 resplendent blue energy blocks nestled at the bottom. This was indeed a display of wealth. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Han Qingyu calmly took 3 blocks, placing them before him. No worries, you can owe me the rest. In truth, he felt quite satisfied, casually expressing, it's perfectly fine. To his surprise, 2Z responded. Well then, I suppose I mustn't shy away from this friendship. After accepting the items, they engaged in light conversation, discussing trivial matters that bore no confidentiality. Until Han Qingyu's stomach rumbled. He made arrangements with 2Z to join him later for a significant outing, and, with energy blocks in hand, bid him farewell. Han Qingyu first visited the cafeteria for a modest meal before heading to Jifei's place, intending to stay a while and share a portion of the hard-earned energy blocks with him. In the equipment room of the 425th new recruits, it was commonplace for He Tang, Lu Xing, and a few others to be present. What was rather unexpected, however, was the presence of Mira. Qingyu, step outside with me for a moment. She abruptly stated upon noticing Han Qingyu's entrance, rising from her seat and striding towards the door. The remaining individuals in the room exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of intrigue and mischief as they watched Han Qingyu exit, bewildered. At the corner of the equipment yard, Mira glanced up at him, clearing her throat with an authoritative tone. I recall you mentioned wanting a bonus some time ago. Coincidentally, I spoke with Captain Lao recently and learned about your family's financial difficulties and that you were in need of assistance. As she spoke, Mira produced 2 neat stacks of 100 yuan bills from behind her back. In that moment, no words of gratitude were exchanged. Nor was there any mention of the battle at 1123. The bond forged between comrades on the battlefield did not necessitate such formalities, especially when Mira was holding cash. 20,000, Han Qingyu mused. Was today some auspicious day? A casual glance revealed Wen Jifei and a few others watching from the wall, especially Wen Ji, who was gesturing animatedly at him. Indeed, accepting such money felt unsettling. It would compromise his integrity. I can't accept this, Captain Mira, he replied, choosing not to mention that it was, in fact, Mira who had saved them during the battle. I am no longer in need of financial assistance. Mira, having articulated her point, sensed a shift in Han Qingyu's desires. His yearning for money had diminished significantly. What he now craved, far more intensely, was the source energy blocks, an insatiable hunger that consumed him. He felt such a profound lack that he was reluctant to absorb even the few he had on hand. His aspiration was to enhance his abilities for the battlefield, to earn combat rewards, or perhaps to hunt and cleanse the faction. Mira interrupted Han Qingyu's thoughts. She nearly asked if he had any surplus source energy blocks, but caught herself, realizing that with Mira having only recently attained the rank of lieutenant, it was unlikely she possessed any surplus. In the equipment room, when Jifei and Lu Xing stood in a line, observing him with cold eyes. I didn't ask for it. Han Qingyu hastily clarified, thinking they had misunderstood him. He had expected their praise for his earlier decision, yet it did not come. He inquired. Lu Xing remained silent. When Jifei interjected, stop talking. It's futile. His mind is simply lacking. With that, he moved toward the equipment wall, pointing at a suspended death iron straight knife. Qingyu, do you see this? A knife, he replied succinctly. The death iron straight knife, when Jifei confirmed. Yes, indeed, it is the perfect match for you. Because you are, quite literally, a death iron straight man. In the Azure days, the dormitory area was illuminated by streetlights, surrounding a vast rectangular laundry area, constructed of faucets and cement slabs, where a lively atmosphere thrived. The sound of rushing water, the scrubbing of laundry brushes, and the clanging of metal basins filled the air, mingling with the voices of both male and female soldiers. Contrary to common assumptions, the male soldiers here laundered their uniforms more frequently than expected. Perhaps due to the appealing design of their combat attire, coupled with the presence of nearly a quarter female soldiers, standing together in formation. They were mindful not to allow any unpleasant odors to linger. In the bustling scene, pairs of soldiers stood side by side. Female soldiers washed clothes while their male counterparts engaged in conversation, rolled up sleeves, and wrung out garments. Some playfully tossed their clothes into the basins of familiar female soldiers, running off while exclaiming promises of treats or skirts in return. Others would toss garments from upper floors, laughing as they watched the girls catch them, cheerfully acknowledging their efforts. Such moments encapsulated the essence of the Coalition's endeavor to cultivate a sense of liveliness among the troops, as well as a simpler, more direct manifestation of love. As they passed through the laundry area amidst the cacophony of sounds, Lu Xing abruptly turned to Han Qingyu and uttered, "Look." He, along with He Tang, did not fully grasp the significance of the remark but echoed it nonetheless. Imagine, one day, if Miss Mira were to stand here. rolling up her shirt sleeves while you tossed her your clothes to wash? Wouldn't tea that cause an uproar? When Jofei remarked, "You foolish donkey." However, beginning from the rank of officer, soldiers had their uniforms laundered by personnel from the logistics base, meaning that Captain Mira would not need to wash her own clothes. After earnestly articulating this, Han Qingyu ascended to the upper floors to wash his own clothes, leaving a few of his companions in a state of astonishment. The living conditions at the 9th Army Training Base proved superior to those at the regiment base. Firstly, laundering became far more convenient. In addition to the communal laundry area downstairs, each dormitory boasted a laundry station made of rough cement on either side of the balcony. Only after utilizing such facilities did everyone truly appreciate the quality and texture of the Coalition's combat uniforms. Moreover, with the introduction of cultural courses, each individual possessed their own desk within the dormitory. As night fell, the lights remained on until no later than 9 o'clock. Money, 600,010,000. The sum of 6,000 was saved prior to enlisting, while 10,000 was a reward for receiving a silver medal, which had recently been sent back home. His parents confirmed receipt in their letter, now tucked within the leather cover of his notebook. Though brief and composed of few recognizable characters, he often took it out to read. Regarding the question mark, money, 26,000 or 116,000. Even if it were merely 26,000, it was still a considerable amount. With this financial burden alleviated, Han Qingyu shifted his focus to calculating energy blocks. 2 metal blocks that have already absorbed energy shall not be mentioned further, as they are secrets. Once that energy is fully absorbed, it directly integrates into the body, making it impossible to ascertain a precise value. Energy blocks. Current. 4 to 136 blocks. This represents the number of blue crystal blocks currently in Han Qingyu and Appo's possession, acquired as rewards from the Silver Azure Guardian and through forging friendships today. Recently, he gifted one to Wen Jifei, who has not yet fully utilized it due to a shortage while donning his equipment. 7. This denotes the 7 blocks owed by 2Z, to which Han Qingyu appended a question mark, attempting to convince himself to remain indifferent, adopting a mindset that receiving them is favorable, but if not, it bears no consequence. The sensation of being in debt is genuinely disheartening. 4 or 10. Aside from one-time rewards, the quantity of energy blocks obtainable through the Golden Azure Guardian over the next 5 years is 3 per quarter, while the silver variant yields 1. Future 5 years annually, for by 1 certain, for by 1, or 4 by 3. This implies that if he opts for silver again, his annual benefits outside of combat necessities would amount to 8 energy blocks, whereas choosing gold would double that to 16. Nonetheless, even the golden variant seems rather meager. Thus, upon calculating the energy blocks, he felt a tinge of disappointment and an urgent yearning to ascend the ranks, to reap combat rewards, and to elevate his military status. It would be even better if he could freely venture out to hunt and cleanse the faction. However, as I am now, I likely lack the strength, making it easy to lose my life. He then proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. In the dormitory, everyone continued to discuss various topics, such as female soldiers, equipment, and whether combat could truly achieve breakthroughs. Occasionally, they would reminisce and chide Han Qingyu, asserting that even if he refused to accept money, he ought not to be so brusque, at least acknowledging the sentiment. My advantages, aside from the ambiguity of my integration level, mainly lie in my capability to directly absorb metal blocks, which can enhance the foundation of my body and allow for the storage of some liquid energy. Yet, metal blocks are exceedingly rare, and the improvement of my bodily foundation lacks a specific degree or expected quantity, leaving me uncertain as to when it will manifest in significant enhancement. How long would it take to kill me at the level of Qishan copper? I do not know. However, if that S-class individual were as swift as to be indistinguishable, it would likely take less than a second, right? Thus, this farmer's son pondered meticulously in the darkness, akin to his forebears calculating their provisions and livelihoods year after year. Qingzi, are you still awake? When Jifei suddenly inquired. Then get up and chat. Stop pretending to be dead. We are currently united in condemning you. No more discussion. I need to sleep early. Lao Jin has instructed me to accompany him for simulated combat duels after breakfast tomorrow. Russell, please refer to the PS 74. The Dignity Battle of the Blood Children the following morning was as usual, with the new recruits lined up at the training ground, counting off and shouting the Allied forces and Appo's slogan. Not far from the training ground stood an old building, and the window on the 4th floor facing the training area remained still. It is said that this is also a tradition of the Ninth Army's training base, including this half-earnest, half-irreverent question, the origins of which are unknown, lost to the annals of history. Consequently, the recruits stood in unison, saluting sharply, their uniforms rustling as they shouted, "For all that breathes, there is no retreat in battle. We stand against the vast sky." At that moment, a window was flung open. Han Qingyu, having encountered the retired commander of the Ninth Army, Shin Fengtian, once before, saw the old general clad in a gray cotton sweater and pants, his wild white hair tousled, standing at the window and berating them. "Shout, shout, shout." What good does shouting do? Can it kill a sharp blade? "You're disturbing my sleep." A low chuckle arose, marking the completion of the ritual. The instructor smiled and clapped, declaring, "Morning training begins. Run, march." The morning training lasted an hour, focused on running and stretching without armor, and after dispersal, breakfast was served. The recruits had the freedom to arrange their morning as they pleased. They could explore the living quarters, admire the female squad leaders, or wash their clothes and send letters, as long as it did not interfere with the afternoon training. They were even free to visit a bar for drinks and conversation without hindrance. Han Qingyu, having arranged a duel for the day, dared not eat too heartily at breakfast. After the meal, he and Wen Jifei took the notice from the newly appointed chief instructor, Lao Jin, to the equipment yard to collect their source energy multidimensional device. They only received the device, not the custom-forged iron blade that seemed destined for him. In the Coalition's simulated combat format, full gear was required, but they would wield ordinary iron swords. Victory went to the one whose blade shattered first upon striking the opponent. This duel marked the first time the training base's combat arena was open to recruits. In most instances, soldiers engaged in simulated combat training or resolved conflicts here, utilizing their own source energy blocks. 99% of new recruits currently lacked their own source energy blocks, rendering the arena effectively an exclusive domain for seasoned soldiers. Word of Han Qingyu's impending duel had spread since morning training, after he had casually mentioned it in the dormitory. The strongest recruit of the Ninth Army in a decade, Han Qingyu was set to clash with Lao Jin, the chief instructor of the 425 Recruit Battalion, a veteran of 10 years and leader of the 752 Area Squad. This confrontation appeared utterly senseless, shrouded in mystery as to why it was even happening, and it was inherently asymmetric and unjust. Regardless of the outcome, it felt quite rigid. Throughout breakfast, the news continued to circulate and provoke fervent discussion. "Why are they fighting?" "Because they have a grudge, don't you know?" one remarked. But wasn't Lao the one who recommended Han Qingyu to enlist? Upon saying this, the speaker suddenly felt something amiss. Pondering whether someone with the surname Lao was truly fit to be an instructor. "What nonsense are you spreading?" Another chimed in, adding, "Han Qingyu ISN and AMP, Oppos, TA voluntary soldier." "You know?" He said so himself. "Indeed, and he is the only child in his family, coerced into joining the army by Lao Jian's threats with a blade. Even Yulan had other options. He didn't have to go to the battlefield. Lao Jian kept that from him." "Ah, that explains it." "No wonder," came the reply. Moreover, they privately referred to Lao Jian in the dormitory as Bloodgourd child. Bloodgourd boy. Why is that? "I do not know. Perhaps it is just a whimsical nickname assigned by others." "Is what you mentioned true?" At this juncture, a female soldier interjected with a hint of gossip. "We heard on our side that Instructor Lao had once harassed Miss Mira during the 425 event, attempting to adopt her as a goddaughter. That's why Han Qingyu was infuriated and sought a confrontation with Lao Jian." "Oh, how complicated." "But wasn't AMP, Oppos, the challenge initiated by Instructor Lao? That does seem somewhat unfair." "Well, even if Qingzi is formidable, he should still be outmatched, considering he faces a seasoned team leader with a decade of experience. Consequently, they downplayed the merits of Han Qingyu's daring leap from the cliff to strike the formidable opponent, emphasizing that were it not for Lieutenant Mira's timely assistance, it would have been a reckless path to demise. In essence, they advised against admiration or imitation of his actions. As for Han Qingyu and Oppos' later escape with the heavily injured De Jian, did they not witness Instructor Zhang risking his life to buy him time? Did they not see De Jian, grievously wounded, with 2 knives embedded in his back and a third lodged in his knee by Instructor Chao? Ultimately, the council was to remain grounded and refrain from emulating Han Qingyu. Well, discussing it here is futile. One must witness it firsthand. "Let us go?" A single call summoned a throng. As they journeyed, they noticed an increasing crowd and, fearing a lack of space, many began to sprint towards the northwest corner of the training base, toward an old building. The combat arena indeed appeared to be an antiquated structure. seemingly dating back to the 1950s. The roof was adorned with dark tiles, the grayish brick walls unpainted, entwined with climbing vines. With autumn in full swing, the vines had withered, shedding leaves, yet their branches remained, imparting a sense of decay that was hauntingly beautiful and simultaneously foreboding. Veteran stood outside the venue, explaining its interior layout, noting that it had once served as a basketball court for the soldiers' recreation, with bleachers and seating capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 spectators. Due to its transformation into a fighting arena, the central court had been elevated, albeit its dimensions remained unchanged. Falling during a match would equate to a loss. So why are we not allowed in? A rookie inquired. They were all confined outside the venue. Are you afraid of losing to me, Captain Lao? At the eastern end of the combat arena, Han Qingyu smiled and gestured toward the sparsely populated venue, where only a handful of individuals, Commander Li, Mira, Qi Shantong, and Lu Wujing, occupied the stands. Not a single one of his roommates had entered. I fear your defeat may come too swiftly and brutally. Undermining the confidence of the new recruits, Lao Jian replied with an easy smile, brandishing his iron sword and swinging it a couple of times. Truth be told, even Lao had not anticipated the magnitude of the news surrounding this educational confrontation. Thus, should the chief instructor falter and lose, he could not afford to lose. Perhaps you should first elucidate what Blood-Gored Boy is all about, Lao Jian remarked with a hint of exasperation. I had intended to hold back a bit to bolster your confidence. But now I cannot be held accountable. Han Qingyu chuckled. Do you actually harbor a bit of resentment towards me? Lao Jian inquired, tilting his chin slightly. Of course. I'm not a volunteer soldier, Han Qingyu candidly replied. Let us not forget that both I and the plague chicken were ensnared by you. I should be attending school right now, and he should be in military academy. Nonsense. He barely scored 230 in the college entrance examination. What chance does he have of entering a military academy? It turned out he also relied on dice for his exams, which explained a lot. Lao Jian pondered, chuckling. By the way, Han Qingyu continued, why are there only 1/5 of the energy blocks left in the battle box? I'm not withholding them after I finish. Do you think I have an abundance of energy blocks? Or do you believe you can last much longer? Lao Jian tilted his head, expressing his frustration. I can't afford to spare anymore. Lu Wujing interjected, hey, are you two going to fight, or not? Let's get started then. Release your pent-up emotions with your blade, Lao Jian suggested. Fine. Han Qingyu responded, and suddenly, a hum resonated from the three-dimensional device behind him. Lao Jian glanced at him and noticed that Han Qingyu did not rush forward immediately, a flicker of relief and pride crossing his eyes. Then, after a delay of about 7 or 8 seconds, he activated his device. He was unsure why he felt this trepidation. Was it from having read the report of the battle at 1,123 too many times? Or was it due to the fact that this young man before him was, after all, of A class? Yet, Lao Jian genuinely feared that a moment of carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, including Mira, several instructors from the relatively weaker 425 Regiment simultaneously activated their three-dimensional devices. The two combatants in the arena moved, their initial clash producing a flickering afterimage as they engaged in close quarters. Lao Jian executed a horizontal slash with his right-hand blade. Han Qingyu mirrored the action with his right-hand blade, holding the hilt upwards and the blade vertical. With a resounding clash, he blocked the first strike. Then, with a sharp sound, their blades met, and Han Qingyu's iron blade swiftly rotated outward, while he rapidly spun, wielding both his body and blade in a circular arc, aiming for Lao Jian's neck. Lao Jian leaned back nearly at a 60-degree angle, raising his iron blade, while simultaneously flipping it in his palm. With a crack, the blade slashed across Han Qingyu's right arm, leaving fine cracks on the iron blade. Their first confrontation on the stage concluded with both momentarily retreating. Han Qingyu stood still, observing the blade in Lao Jian's hand. This strike, lacking sufficient force, was not heavy, and the fissures in the blade were minimal, suggesting his arm would not be severed. However, Han Qingyu's right hand was likely incapacitated for the time being. Thus, despite the absence of a referee to judge the match, he voluntarily transferred the blade to his left hand and allowed his right arm to hang limply at his side. He then lowered his shoulders, gathering strength in anticipation. Typically, new recruits from the coalition forces, as well as some veterans, would succumb to impatience and recklessness under such circumstances, often choosing to fight desperately. However, Han Qingyu did not. He shifted to a defensive stance, his expression focused, beginning to seek an opportunity. On the viewing platform, Qi Shan clapped his hands enthusiastically. The robot, Han Qingyu. Face defeat, having relied solely on a defensive posture with his left-handed blade, enduring until the very end when the energy core within the battle box was depleted. Throughout the contest, he failed to identify a singular opportunity for a genuine counterattack. Despite several desperate attempts, none yielded the desired outcome. This exemplifies the battlefield experience of a seasoned veteran with a decade of witnessing frontline combat. Typically, when engaged in battle, they effectively segment the battlefield against their opponents, initiating a relentless assault without exposing any vulnerabilities, thus denying opportunities for counterattacks. This, indeed, is what Han Qingyu currently lacks the most. As the combat in the arena ceased, Lao Jin stood before him, less than 2 meters away, his iron blade raised and pointed at Han Qingyu and epoch's throat. After a brief moment of hesitation, seemingly recalling past events, he instinctively adjusted the blade slightly away. Then, with a sudden snap, the blade broke, a significant portion of it crashing to the ground and shattering into hundreds of tiny fragments. The blue glow emanating from the battle box behind Lao Jian only began to dim at that moment. Shameless. Witnessing this scene, Mira finally discerned Lao Jin and epoch's treachery, muttering a curse under her breath from the stands. Meanwhile, Lao Jian, standing on the stage, wore a calm smile reminiscent of a seasoned master from a Gulong novel. Speaking softly, "At last, I have imparted some knowledge to you. In future battles, remember to replace your energy core." Han Qingyu shot him a glare, retorting in a frustrated tone, "Was it that you who provided it to me?" "Indeed. Thus what I truly taught you is to remain vigilant in observing and managing your energy consumption and reserves during combat," Lao Jian replied, his expression unchanged. He continued, "On the battlefield, whether facing a formidable opponent or a fellow human, you will find no opportunity to replace your energy core. Once your energy is exhausted, you become as vulnerable as a mere chicken." With that, Lao Jian maintained his indifferent demeanor and walked past Han Qingyu. Unbeknownst to him at that moment, with both their energies fully depleted, Han Qingyu could indeed slay him as easily as one would a chicken. After absorbing 2 metal fragments, Han Qingyu's own prowess had transcended that of an ordinary veteran, and with liquid energy still circulating within him, he possessed a reservoir of power. Although the flow of this energy was not as tumultuous as in a fully activated state, it still constituted a force to be reckoned with. Thus, should I embrace a bold and reckless approach, competing on sheer endurance until I emerge victorious? Should I clash directly with my opponents? As Han Qingyu remained rooted in contemplation, reflecting on his combat style for the first time, Lao Jian had already descended the arena with a composed demeanor and steady stride. A few spectators rose ceremoniously to applaud. Lao Jian raised a hand in acknowledgement, but did not linger. "Where are you going, Lao Jian?" inquired team leader Li Wanxiang. Leaning forward, "Urgent business," Lao Jian replied coolly before disappearing at one end of the venue. Outside the combat arena, when Jifei and He Tang finally spotted Han Qingyu emerging. "Qingzi, how did it go?" They immediately surrounded him. At the same time, numerous new recruits had arrived, each eagerly gazing at Han Qingyu. "I lost," Han Qingyu stated calmly, turning towards the mailroom. This response was hardly surprising. At best, it simply lacked the dramatic flair of his previous victories. The recruits watched his weary figure depart, feeling a fleeting sense of disappointment, before turning their thoughts inward, only to realize that most of them should have been aligned with Lao Jian. After all, they were the ones who shared a similar degree of integration. To be precise, Lao Jian was classified as a C level, which was indeed higher than most among them. Meanwhile, inside the venue, a group of 7 or 8 new recruits, hastily entering the restroom as the training ground opened, found the bathroom door closed and stood outside. Someone was inside. Then, a sound emerged. Lao Jian leaned over the sink, gazing into the mirror, raising his hand to wipe his mouth and chin. He thought to himself, "Thank goodness I managed to hold it in during the match. Otherwise, the moniker Blood-Gourd Boy would haunt me for life." Was this the extent of an A-level genius's ability, the sheer magnitude of energy surging forth? The capacity to mobilize such an immense amount of source energy, so dense and formidable, was astonishing. Yet, he pondered, it didn't seem right. He had fought against fellow A-levels, and they hadn't displayed such ferocity. Thus, it appeared that even among A-levels, there was a significant disparity, much like the variations found among C-levels. It seemed he might have truly brought forth a remarkable entity, second only to S-level for Wei Lan. Lao Jian did not dwell on other possibilities. As an ordinary veteran, he had no reason to doubt the principle that one's life was defined by their source energy integration level. Psychologically, he also had a tendency not to question Han Qingyu. Another gulp, while rinsing his mouth and washing his face, checking for any blood remnants on his teeth. Lao Jian mused, fortunately, that Brat's control over his source energy is still lacking, and he is short on practical experience. Otherwise, I might have truly been left embarrassed today. I must find a way to help him improve in these areas swiftly. He did not consider that Han Qingyu might actually advance, leading to his own defeat in the next encounter. Lost in thought, he turned on the faucet to rinse the sink and then combed his hair before stepping outside. As he emerged, several pairs of eyes met his, gazing at one another for about 2 seconds. What are you staring at? You think I'm going to let you line up with the instructor to relieve yourselves? Lao Jian retorted, feeling a bit flustered upon noticing the recruits at the door, straightening his posture and walking out calmly. Just a bit of blood. Nothing to worry about. The recruits then entered the restroom, and one sharp-eyed individual immediately spotted a trace of crimson at the bottom of the sink, coupled with the earlier sounds of pfft. Holy cow, Han Qingyu made Instructor Lao spit blood, concluded the recruit decisively. Version 1. Although Han Qingyu lost, he still managed to make Instructor Lao bleed. Truly, the most formidable new recruit in 10 years is indeed terrifying. Version 2. Do you understand why Instructor Lao is nicknamed Blood-Gored Boy? The story is somewhat poignant. The instructor possesses a unique physical trait that conflicts with the source energy. Thus, every time he dons his combat gear, he expels blood. Remarkably, this bloodshed enhances his strength. To bleed is to triumph, which gives rise to the legend of the blood-gored warrior. Lao Jian first encountered the rumors of these two versions while en route to the training ground that afternoon, preparing to meet the recruits for the first time in his capacity as the acting chief instructor. Upon hearing the second version, he nearly choked on his own blood in public. After regaining his composure and reminding himself to prioritize the greater good in the image of the acting chief instructor, he arrived at the training field where the recruits had not yet assembled. Standing at the sidelines, he maintained a calm demeanor as he surveyed the scene. Suddenly, he drew a formidable iron blade from his back and tossed it effortlessly into the air. The knife spun vertically, tracing a precise parabolic arc before descending towards Han Qingyu, who easily caught it. Lao Jian remarked, "Your left-hand knife skills are commendable. There's a spare one in the military, so I've arranged for you to register and claim it. You may wield dual blades henceforth." His tone was nonchalant, exuding a cool demeanor. Yet, he followed up with, "Remember to alter your attire," which somewhat diminished the coolness of the moment. Meanwhile, the recruits had completed their formation. "Hello, everyone." Perhaps due to his lack of experience as an instructor, Lao Jian was not entirely at ease and casually raised a hand in greeting. The character for blood nestled within his name seemed particularly pronounced and not merely singular. The recruits did not intend any disrespect. They held deep admiration and reverence for a seasoned captain who had spent a decade on the front lines, particularly the 752nd Area Captain, who had undertaken the most missions in the regiment this year. With that remark, the recruits fell silent, their expressions turning serious and earnest. After training for so long, who among them did not wish to engage in a genuine combat scenario, especially following the morning's direct simulated combat between Han Qingyu and the instructor? Their enthusiasm and anticipation had been propelled to new heights. I no longer wish to be like in 1123, merely fleeing and watching the instructors fight valiantly against the adversaries. This unexpected confession from the crowd plunged everyone into silence, their fists clenched tightly. After a pause of at least 10 seconds, someone finally spoke up, dejected and sorrowful. "Indeed, we are all equipped with gear and blades, yet." He hesitated, the implication hanging in the air. 600 wielding blades, yet. Another unfinished thought lingered, the meaning fully conveyed. Lao Jian nodded solemnly and said, "I fully understand your current sentiments and thoughts. However, the reality is that the vast majority of you are not yet prepared for actual combat training." The recruits looked at him with a mix of disappointment and confusion. "Your control over the source energy is neither proficient nor swift enough. It can easily lead to unintentional consequences. In such circumstances, even a regular iron knife may result in casualties," Lao Jian candidly explained. "At present, you are only permitted to engage in unilateral offensive training," stated Lao Jian. "During this process, you will gradually refine and explore how to control source energy in combat. Only then can you advance to combat training. This implies that the new recruits will currently focus solely on defense and evasion, refraining from counterattacks." After finishing his statement, Lao Jian gestured towards the newly assigned instructors beside him. "The targets for your simulated offensive training will be us instructors, including myself, and Han Qingyu. Step forward." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as Han Qingyu took a step forward. Simultaneously, a metallic figure approached, coming to a halt not far from the formation. Is that truly a robot? A source energy robot? Could it possibly be deployed on the battlefield in the future? The new recruits were instantly captivated by the metallic figure. S-19 stood there, seemingly inactive, devoid of any movement. It looks rather outdated. Is this truly a recent development? Indeed. Look closely. It appears to have several spots that seem rusted. That suggests it's not entirely made of dead iron. Certainly, dead iron does not rust. Upon inspection, it seems that only the critical components are crafted from dead iron, while the rest is likely composed of alloys. Moreover, observe its face. That large section must be made of thick black glass, right? How will it serve as a sparring partner? The method of its participation is of little importance, my friend. The crucial aspect is whether we will be liable for damages should we inadvertently shatter it. Amidst the murmurs, Lao Jian once again addressed the group. Please pay attention. All B-grade and above recruits, your simulated combat targets will be S-19. Feel free to unleash your abilities. The crowd erupted once more in surprise. Simultaneously, Han Qingyu raised his hand. What about my offensive training? You. Lao Jian pondered briefly before replying. How about this? After the training concludes, you will have 10 minutes for individual practice with S-19. No sooner had he spoken than a young female soldier, appearing around 14 or 15, hurried over as if she were a robot administrator. Is that additional time? She asked. That will require extra source energy blocks. Her serious demeanor and meticulous attitude elicited laughter from many. What is so funny? Even a public robot consumes source energy, she retorted, her eyes narrowing and chin raised. Her expression grave. Instantly, laughter erupted anew. Lao Jian joined in the mirth, nodding in agreement. Very well, let us do this. An additional 15 minutes of training each day. And then, we'll tally it as one source energy block for every 7 days. At that time, you can directly request it from him. He has it. Han Qingyu felt as though Lao Jian was exacting revenge upon him. Working as a target without compensation was one matter. After all, he could practice endurance and evasion. However, the dilemma arose. Why should his training require him to provide additional source energy blocks as a new recruit? Moreover, at the price of 7 days, what justification is there? It pains me deeply. Han Qingyu nearly choked on his own blood. Until, as the afternoon wore on, while he was serving as a target, he observed and realized, S-19 is indeed formidable. Had it not been for Lao Jian specifically seeking out the young female administrator to negotiate, allowing S-19 to go easy, the combined efforts of all those at B rank and above would have likely failed to hit it even once. Thus, the prospect of training against it truly piqued Han Qingyu's curiosity. Finally, the training session concluded. The recruits dispersed, some departed, while others lingered idly, preparing to spectate. The young female administrator approached Han Qingyu, her tone brusque. Do you not wish to rest for a few moments? Her demeanor exhibited none of the customary reactions one might expect upon encountering a handsome man, resembling a determined entrepreneur focused solely on profit, indifferent to anything but the energy blocks. Does your robot require a break? Han Qingyu inquired playfully. A brief rest would suffice. Perhaps 3 minutes, she decided, extending her hand while maintaining her stern demeanor. But first, you must provide the energy block. Well, I didn't bring any today and did not anticipate needing it. Would it be acceptable to give it to you tomorrow? Han Qingyu replied, with the underlying thought that if today and Oppo's trial did not yield satisfactory results, he would feign forgetfulness. The young woman scrutinized him, contemplated, and finally nodded, trusting he wouldn't renege. During the 3-minute respite, Han Qingyu sat beneath a tree, wiped his sweat, and inserted his energy block into his battle box. He noticed that He Tangdang and Lu Xiang had yet to leave, but when Jifei had arrived, seemingly having watched from the sidelines for some time. So, at this moment, that robot is effectively under your control, correct? He suddenly approached Han Qingyu with enthusiasm. Han Qingyu nodded, observing when Jifei, who was equipped with gear and wielding one of his own blades, his gaze filled with anticipation and yearning. Allow me to take a couple of swings, Qingzi, when Jifei implored, his eyes fixated on the heavy iron sword in his hand. I have yet to wield a blade. In the future, I fear I may not have another chance. The tone of his last words dipped slightly. Han Qingyu understood his circumstances and empathized, promptly agreeing, and then prepared to seek out the young administrator for a discussion. However, when Jifei had already dashed over, his social skills always exceptional. It was unclear how he managed it, but within moments, the robot approached him, standing face to face at a distance of several meters. With a hum, The three-dimensional device activated, blue light flickering. When Jifei, brimming with excitement, grasped his sword, shouting, "Here it comes, now." Simultaneously, he awkwardly charged forward, leaping into the air to deliver a downward slash. Laughter erupted from the surrounding recruits, who had spent the afternoon watching B rank and above attempting to strike the robot, all thinking, "Do not leap, equipment officer, if you manage to hit it. It would be sheer madness." And then, with a clanging sound, the initial strike landed firmly on the right shoulder of S-19, delivering a resounding blow. Not only did it connect, but this single hit sent the previously unyielding S-19 careening backwards until it collided with the wall. What the hell? The crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar. Is it excessive? An equipment officer surpasses us in ferocity? Meanwhile, several female equipment officers observing from a distance were utterly thrilled. Surely, it was agreed that he should land a hit, right? And this strike might have just turned the tide, thought Qingyu. At that moment, S-19 regained its footing. Bang! Another hit. From S-19's perspective, perhaps that heavy initial strike had compelled it to adjust its defensive level. As for why it was struck again, it remained uncertain whether it was adhering to orders and not evading, or if the erratic, unpredictable trajectory of the weapon had genuinely bewildered it. From when Jifei's viewpoint, he was somewhat dazed. "Qingzi," he murmured. Qingyu quickly rose. "I might have a fractured bone."